pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And away we go. What's up? Oh my God. Am I up on stage? I'm on stage. I got this stuff. Oh, I was ready so far ahead of time. Hello, Louise, Mimi, Ted, TJ, Paula, Dewey, my ravaged super fans. Hello, everyone. I was so ahead of myself that I kind of started dogging it and lollygagging, and I ended up making myself almost late. Almost late. What's up, Mimi? So TJ, whatever you put in, we'll watch it for sure, girl. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. That's it. What is it? Is it that W2L stuff about the juror? Because I was gonna play that. Oh, what's up, Louise? What's up, guys? I just put lotion on my hands and I was about to clean my glasses. I thought I had more time. So I'm going to share my screen. Welcome, everyone. So again, for starting this Dale Warner thing, I think I just want to look over it again, and I hope you guys enjoy it, because I'm not defending this Dale Warner. I don't want people to think that. Okay, he was found guilty. I accept that. He was found guilty unanimously in a court of law. I get it. It's just this prosecution's theory and timeline is so goddamn convoluted and ridiculously unnecessary and borderline. It's a lie, what she showed in her closing statements. So, I mean, she almost let him walk because of her ridiculousness. And if he did it, most likely did, I guess. Like, it just didn't happen the way she said it was. And just her, it's going to be lots of similarities to many other cases, not just Delphi, but many other cases where there's a good cop who tries to do some things and ends up getting chased out of the state and then charged by the prosecutor. They really go way in after these guys, these prosecutors, and this brother and his investigator, private investigator, this Hardy brother. They really chased this Greco guy after Jaron Warner comes to him and kind of wants to speak to him, and then he takes his camera off for whatever reason. He takes his body camera off. You decide why someone would do that. I think Greca did it because Jaron wanted to flip or could say something or get ahead of the raid there. It's just about to happen because they came rolling in like a NASCAR team of trucks. Cops came in to serve the warrant, and then Jaron's up there asking Greca stuff, and then all of a sudden Greca's taking his body cam off and going putting it in his backseat of his car. And there's audio to that we're supposed to be able to get but couldn't hear in the trial. So there's a lot of stuff being swept under the rug carpet. And this prosecution, man, in their timeline, they literally fabricated the evidence that she showed. And I'm going to show you she did it. But let me share my screen. I suspect, I was running around, sorry. I suspect that TJ is going to want us to show the juror video because I was just watching it. I'm guessing I didn't read. I should read. It's an interview with the brother. Oh, okay. Thank you. So can we we'll do that right after TJ because I wanted to do this. Is that okay? This is the juror that spoke 5 hours ago, the head juror. So can we just do that for a bit? And I will pause it and I'll play some of it. And I mean, I don't know. They didn't sound all that convinced. And there was a few people, it sounded like the whole thing, like this, sit him in a room and twist the arm of 4 or 5 people who didn't believe it. So yes, Louise, but we need some proof of that. So please show me some, not just your feelings. I understand you say that. Controlling and stuff and checking locations is bad. The whole ridiculousness of him wanting to put a trail cam to see if she's there was stuff. I agree. But I'm not protecting this guy. So please don't take that the wrong way. What I'm showing you is the state timeline, especially in their closing statements, is a literal fairy tale. And so if it did happen, it just didn't happen the way they said it. It's impossible. I can show you. She doesn't show you. Okay. So they fabricated it. Then they took like screenshots and want you to say, here's a screenshot of a video and here's another screenshot. Here's what happened in between. And they have the video, but refuse to show you. So that's all I'm saying is questioning the evidence. All right. I'm anxious to hear the juror. I like to hear what you think. Right. I'm anxious too, but I'm also running a show, TJ, so don't you start doing that. But I like when you poke at me. I do like when you poke me. I get it. A lot of people were abused, Louise. I understand. I feel horrible. You have all the right to share with us here, and we appreciate you, and we're here to listen, and I accept you and understand what happened was probably horrible, and you probably haven't even told half the things that happened, and I feel for you. You're wonderful. We're here for you. Talk anything. We'll help you through it, and we'll just know that I'm not protecting an abuser, okay? I'm just questioning the prosecution's ridiculous statements and convoluted timeline where they, in front of your eyes, they literally fabricate shit, okay? They literally fabricate shit in front of your eyes. And I'm wondering if they got him so good, why are they doing that stuff? And I'm not saying it's like a Delphi deal or whatever. What I'm saying is there's a template nowadays for all the prosecution's cases. This whole taking screenshots of videos, and here's what you see in this screenshot. Imagine I took a screenshot of this and then let it play, but don't show you this. I don't show you this. I write a narrative and then I show you this 10 seconds later and I tell you what happened in between. Yet there's a video of it and I'll never show you it. Like, doesn't that make you question things? And then, like, say there was a timestamp here that said September 20th, 2012, and I'm insisting that I wrote a file name and called this April 21st, 2024. And I trust me, these, like, if you didn't know this happened today, like, just trust me, I named this file a name. The timestamp says either way off, 9.5 to 20 years difference on these timestamps in the security video of the trial. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Louise, so please, you're very welcome. Just know I'm just kind of questioning and, devil's advocate, wondering why the state did this and that, and even the defense. I just question. It's very interesting to me, and I know you guys, whatever we agree upon, just know that if we come from the right place, we just want to talk. I mean, the guy, he was found guilty. He's guilty in a court of law. But when I watch that prosecution, like, why are they trying so hard again? Like, not just Delphi, like many of these other cases. This whole, they've got the video of it, but they won't show you. They just say this is what happened. Trust me, bro. There's so much I've found in this that, Lucy, what's up? Hello, you silly goose. I'm glad you came back. She's tagging me in her damn post, and then I can't comment. I'm coming for you. Lucy. I'm gonna emoji you, girl. Hello, what's up? Thank you for being here. Dale Warner's guilty. We got him, Lucy. We got him. May I please talk about it? Oh, I'm kidding. I'm glad you're here. How's the Pitbullpotamus? How's everyone? Let's do this. For TJ, Monday, what's up? Ted is still here, awake. Ted usually falls asleep and leaves me. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Ted's taking a little break. He wants to just enjoy. Tammy, hello. Wow, guys, look at this. 140 people already. Thank you. If I've missed anyone, Mimi. Ooh, Mimi, I watched Dee Dee's show today, and Dee Dee and Peggy got something wrong, and I think you helped them. And it was Razzi's pronunciation. It's Rosie. And I know in the beginning I wanted to say it's like Italian, Razzi or Razzi, but the first day of trial, when the defense showed up, the reporters were asking them, the WTHR and the Carol Comment were all crowded around Brad Rosie. And they said, well, please, you know how they start. Please tell us your name. He's like, Bradley and whatever Rosie. And he's like, oh, how can you pronounce that? And he's like Rosie, like a rose. Like he's been kissed by the rose of thorn, So he said it on the news, Rosie. And I know it's more than likely he's in a good old boys town, and I guarantee it's like a Razzi, the Italian proper pronunciation would be Razzi, or, but he pronounces it Rosie, like a rose, even though it's spelled Rozzi. All right. Oh, and there's another one. The Keegan Kline, what's his face? Tony Klein did name Keegan after a bar, and you guys had it right, I'm pretty sure. But also, it was in the court docs too. But you did say something about murder sheet, I think it came out in murder sheet stuff, right? But it was also mentioned in trial, because I remember Rosie tried to do a gotcha or something, or just made Jerry Holman or Liggett. It was Liggett probably. He just, for whatever reason, I forget what it was, just to kind of make it look like he's protecting, or just Rosie put that question on Liggett, I believe. I'm 99% sure it was Liggett. So that was in trial. But yes, the murder sheet came with it. And what's up, Rebby? So we're going to do this, okay? Lucy, you're awesome. Ted was awesome. Monday, everyone. If I missed you guys, what we're doing here is we're going to watch. This is literally from, oh boy. And I've made some comments, and I'm waiting for some hate mail from these people. Lucy hates, no, I'm only kidding. This is 38 minutes today, about 5 hours ago. There's even an earlier one, I think. So this was 5 hours ago. There's two videos of this for some reason. The exact same video. I think I've commented under both. So I threw some comments in there. Here's my comment underneath. This prosecutor's closing statement leaves me with questions. Like, why is the 6 minute and 41 second mark of the prosecutor's closing statement's video zoomed in on the tree when the JCB drives by the camera? The prosecution could zoom out and clearly show it drive by, yet never does. Where's the 6 minutes and a 42 second mark of the prosecutor's closing statement video of Dale walking into the garage on camera with the blue welder with the yellow tank? Because this is all on camera. Like the next few, everything's on camera, yet they're showing you a screenshot of after it happened and telling you this happened, yet not showing you. And the timestamp says like 12:02 noon, and she's insisting it's 6:42 p.m., which fine. I don't care, because I would just like them to show me the 12:01 or whatever when he's showing up, and it's on video. The goddamn camera's right there. And then why does the 6 minutes and 43 second mark of the prosecutor's closing statements not show him close to the welder and tank? He just walks in this door, puts a tank here, but she doesn't show you that. She says it happened, and then he's up here walking past it where he could have been walking from anywhere. It's just a cut, an edit. So these are just questions I had, guys. So please, if you just know me and I entertain you, and if you're convinced he's guilty, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, but I'm just asking, why is this stuff necessary? Why do we need to see screenshots of a video when the video's there? It's clearly there. Yet they say, here's a before a screenshot, then 3 minutes later, here's an after one. This is what happened in between, and they don't show you. Okay, guys. So just if you're not questioning that, then I could kind of wonder why. Why? I mean, if it happened, he may have been the only one who did it, and it's just got me completely tricked. And I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying the prosecution, she dropped the goddamn ball. So many balls that the way it happened is just ridiculous. The way she explains it and shows it to people. And for whatever reason, I think she almost got him off because these jurors were not convinced. She almost, and they could have nailed him on so many ways. Like, they didn't need to be so precise with their timeline. They read it down to 3 hours, chopping open this goddamn 6,000-pound tank with a goddamn, walking past all these cameras with a hand grinder to chop open a tank. And this is not a 2-3 hour job. And there's proof in the videos, their own videos, that he's someone tilled a field behind him, and he's the only one who's working on his farm tilling fields. So in 3 hours, he did a 3-day job and tilled a goddamn field with a tractor. And it's just, they're so close to dropping the ball. They're only questioning, not protecting this guy. But if he's so guilty, why are they fabricating this? Why? They literally do it in front of you. And then there's some teleportation, which I'm going to talk about too. Ivan Boyd teleports. So if they have all this on video, why are these prosecutors taking screenshots of before and after and telling us to trust them on what happens between the two screenshots? Are those not valid questions, guys? It's all. Even if you are sure he's guilty, doesn't that make you curious? So they could just show the video, but they never do. Why? Do people think Dale would walk past his own cameras with an angle grinder to use a said angle grinder to open a tank and entomb his wife's body? Because if they found it, it's going to be so goddamn obvious an angle grinder was used to chop it open. And he's walking around that same day with the angle grinders. And what? I mean, this is a farm. This guy's working. So I'm not saying it just didn't happen the way they said it. Why does Ivan Boyd teleport around the garage? And I'm going to show you. By loading garbage into the JCB bucket. And in the same video, does Dale ever get back into the JCB after he leaves the cab on the prosecutor's closing statement video? Why don't they show that too? Because they're saying it happens, and then they show you the next minute or two of the screenshots come in, and they say that there's garbage on a pile, no garbage on a pile, a tank is there too, therefore Dale put it there. Yet they don't show him getting back in this JCB. They show Ivan Boyd loading the garbage into this thing. And then why did they cut it? So is it Ivan Boyd that put that tank over there? Like, these are just honest questions, guys. And if you think you want to laugh at me and whatever, I love it. If you're smiling, don't have to laugh with me. You don't have to agree with me. Oh my God, you guys are great. I appreciate you all. Just, there's fucking questions. This is a whole, and it's not a duplicate of Delphi. It's every case I've been watching lately. These prosecutors have a game plan, and it's really, with all these screenshots, it's really becoming apparent. Like, back in the day, they always did this, right? Somebody put, the prosecution has a way, the defense, same too. It's like a template type of deal. I get it. But now with all these screenshots, it's my Rain Man, ADHD, neurotic, whatever. It has me questioning. It has me questioning. All right. And it's all I'm doing. And if you're smiling, laughing at me, thank you for being here, Critter. What's up, guys? So here we go. I will go over everything. How many tanks? It looks like 20 or 30. This guy's moving tanks around all day. It's like a fast fill station. These farm trucks are pulling it. Like, everyone from the whole area is bringing their tank. And basically, when you go take a propane tank to the gas station, wherever you guys get it filled, you don't stand there and wait for the guy filled some of the times. Most of the times, a big gas station will have fresh ones there. You give them the tank, you just take a fresh one, right? And if any of them are bad enough that you would like decommission them, they would have to clean them and repaint them, because you can't have them all rusty. They need to be protected with some good, and they make them look, they fill them up and they put them back, So people are driving these tractors in his property, and like the big tanks are driving behind, and they're spraying that shit on the fields, and it's getting on the tanks, and they're probably rusting and corroding up faster than normal. because they're dragging it behind these sprayers. So these decals are wearing out. This guy looks like he's maintaining. He's got a spray barn. When they look bad enough, he brings them into the spray barn, cleans them with a garden hose, and then empties them, recertifies them, shifts them around. And this prosecution wants you to believe that he allows the police on his property to fly a drone. He allows them there to search his property, fly a drone. They're not when they're not there with a warrant before all this. He allows them there. They're driving around with the drone, and he's out playing hot potato with a tank that's got a body in it. And they can they're showing you a tank from 100 feet away, 200 feet away up in the sky. And he's allowed them on his property. And he knows they're leaving in an hour or two. You really think he's out there hot potatoing this tank and playing musical chairs with one single tank? This guy's out there shuffling 30 tanks around. It's his business. Okay, so this prosecution really pushed the narrative, and it just, if you really think of the details, it's not as they showed it. I mean, they're not showing tank 34. They're not showing one tank. They're showing 30 tanks, and he's moving some around, saying, this is 200 feet away. The body's in here. 100 feet body cam. The body's in here. And we're matching these tanks up, and there's inconsistencies. I mean, just trust me, guys. So if you are sure he's guilty, I appreciate it. I love it. But you've got to question, why are they making evidence up in front of your own eyes? And are you okay with that? Because I'm not. If the guy did it, you shouldn't be okay with them making evidence. Give us the evidence. Because I think they could have nailed him many other ways. But they didn't need to do this, and some of them questioned. You're going to hear it. So I'm going to go over this if you guys really want. Please be around. Just know I'm not defending Dale Warner. I'm saying the prosecution was borderline the worst prosecution closing statements I ever seen. She's fumbling on over herself, clickety-clicketing on her thing. There's teleportation in the videos. The timestamps are off by 9 to 20 years. She names the files a certain name. Therefore, it is. Yet the judge allowed it because the defense never protested. And now I know why. Because in the timeline, there's showing Dale, a field gets tilled in the background. And it's borderline unnecessarily tight, this timeline. Dale could have never done this in 2.5, 3 hours. They said he did. Yet he's also out back tilling a field because he's off camera, they say. It's just, you really must question, guys. And I may just turn around and say I'm an idiot in the end, but I mean, I'm just reviewing some major inconsistencies in the state's evidence. Okay. And abusive is a strong word, but he was definitely controlling and stuff. But there was a whole YouTube campaign, okay, guys, beforehand from this Hardy brother. Turns out that Hardy brother was scammed Dee and Dale out of a couple $100,000 in a land transaction. He inserted himself in, the Hardy, the brother. Okay. Then he hires some investigator who's like one of those hounds who him and Hardy and the prosecutor, once Detective Greca believed Dale was probably not as involved or something else happened, they hounded him, and he fled the state after 8 months and told them he was he turned out to be like almost got Ferenced. If you know Delphi, he almost got Ferenced. He turned into a clique. They arrested him, a cop that didn't want to go with their narrative. And he basically did a Murphy by coming to trial. I don't know. And they want to make light of it. He said, I don't know, 30 times. Yeah, it's because he didn't want to lie on the stand and go with the state's narrative. So if none of this bothers you guys, well, then just enjoy and crack jokes and have fun. I love it. But there's a whole lot of stuff in this prosecution. Okay. So this, yeah, you're right. So sorry, guys, I've rambled on. Let's play this for you guys. All right. I'll try better. I'm reading chat. When I do those rambles, oh wait, I'm laughing because a sass meow. Good. Okay. I'm always skeptical. Okay, good. I know you're sassing me. I love it. Poke me. Oh my gosh. I love it. It's like perfect statement for Lucy would be, I've always said this. I started saying this years ago. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's puckers if you poke them. All right. Glad I have my pop filter here. So I love it. Lucy, you're great. I know you weren't like trolling me, but you did remove my comment, didn't you? I feel you did. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just me. But you tagged me in the post, and then I commented and you removed it. Bug, you wait. I'm going to sick my 78 people on you, and your bazillion followers will have no chance against my. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. You're great. So here, let's go. No more screwing around. If I missed anyone, everyone will be here. The fans will be piling in very soon. The juror 5-6 hours ago, the head juror, okay, says some stuff. Here it is. If it goes slow, I might put it to 1.25x, but should I put the what's that stuff called? The closed captioning on for you guys? Let me know. If it's bothering you, I made it gigantic for V, and then she never shows up. All right.
Because I think that's the time everyone knows you're back there. What do you start with? What's the first thing you do?
So we went back there, and the court can only give you so much instructions without it being like swaying or persuasive. So they gave us our book. So the first thing we did is we were like, all right, who's going to be the foreman? And I was like, I hope it's not me. And everybody said it was me or another juror. And he was like, you can do it. And I said, okay, I'll do it.
Also, it wasn't like a formal vote or anything.
No, it was kind of, we didn't go to vote because everybody was pretty overwhelming with me or another gentleman. And the other gentleman was like, you can do it. You're young enough to do it. But that happened. And then we did an initial poll. We were like, where are we at? Let's get a feeling out.
And was that a straightforward guilty, not guilty?
Yeah, we gave the option of murder 1, murder 2, not guilty. And we weren't even talking about the tampering yet. We're going to table the tampering. Let's get the big one out of the way. And let's get our thoughts and opinions out. So we took a vote, and it was 8-4. And the 4 not guilties, they weren't like, he's innocent, proclaiming his innocence. It was questions. It was, this didn't make sense to me in the stand. Let's review it. So then what we did after that is we looked at our notepads. And I said, if there's any evidence you want to look at, let's get a list, because we had orders that if we wanted evidence, we had to write a note to the judge, put it in a sealed envelope, and have it delivered. So I think that first day was kind of feeling each other out and getting the information that we needed at hand.
Was there anything that you guys got into the room and said, oh, I've been waiting to get this off my chest? Or did you notice this? Because this is the first time you've been able to even talk about this.
Yeah. That's an interesting part that people really don't think about, because we're not supposed to talk about it. So when we have those breaks, whether the attorneys need to talk or we're sitting in the lunch, at lunch and we're meeting, we had to pass time with casual conversation, which is good because we really got to know each other, which made us want to know what we were thinking even more. And I think it was really interesting. And initially with the not guilties, a lot of people, it was interesting, like question raising, like, why are you thinking that way? Inquisitive almost. So that was interesting. But yeah, you're just kind of working through it and kind of feel each other out, and finally be able to talk about it was good.
What did you ask for in that initial hour?
We wanted all the surveillance. So we wanted to, because it was so hard to see in the courtroom. I think, some people, we couldn't look on Facebook or social media. So some of the videos that were taken, the public actually saw it a little bit better than we did. We were 30 feet, 35 feet away from
being at an NFL game
versus
watching it on TV.
Yeah, and watching it from the nosebleeds, and you're watching the game on the scoreboard instead of watching. So we wanted to make sure we could really see things. And that was one thing I wanted to make sure is we could hammer down the timeline, because that was with the lack of factual evidence, the circumstantial evidence, we wanted to hammer that timeline down.
I want to go back real quick to the notes, because I saw people started to take notes probably with the opening statements and when people I first saw with their notebooks. What were people writing? Are you writing, I want to remember this, or are you more like, I want to go back and look at this? What are you keeping track of in those notes?
I can't speak what other people wrote. What I wrote, I was writing my own thoughts as to, do I find this witness credible? I would describe the witness as far as how the prosecuting attorney would describe them. If they claimed they were, or the judge named them an expert witness, I made sure I made a big star of that. Any evidence that was used in their testimony or questioned about in their testimony, I would write about, and then I would take notes on what they said or from their side of things. So that way, when I did get a chance to look at it, I could put myself in their shoes a little bit and kind of see what they were talking about. And then just important statements. I wrote a lot of quotes, things that were like, that's interesting. Like, why would somebody say that? Whether it was them on the stand or if they were talking about an interaction they had during the investigation. So just things like that. So when I was looking at my notepad, I kind of remembered where my head was at in that moment, if I found it interesting.
So you requested the evidence on Thursday, and then Friday we come in and there's been an emergency.
Yeah.
did you guys know what was going on?
No.
What were you told about anything?
We were left completely in the dark because they have to, privacy reasons why, I'm sure of it. And, you know, the court, I have to give a lot of credit. The amount of professionalism that they had about things they can and can't do, it was very good looking back at it. But when you're in the moment, not wanting answers and not knowing what's going on, it was pretty frustrating. So we stayed there. I think we got dismissed at 11:45 that day. So you sit in the room for 3.5 hours. And again, not deliberating. We couldn't deliberate. We're not allowed to deliberate without 12. So then again, you're passing the time. You're trying to figure out what's going on and keep your mind from going crazy. So, and then after we broke on Thursday, a lot of us had a lot of thoughts we wanted to share and we couldn't share it. So I ran into another juror at Meyer afterwards and he's like, how you doing? And I go, oh, I guess I got to wait 4 days to tell you, you know, like it's going to eat me alive. So.
And so you had no knowledge that those alternates were called back and questioned about their coverage and whether they saw anything or talked about it?
No, I had no idea. My wife was really good about keeping me in the dark about a lot of things because she was on social media. But she had mentioned, she kind of freaked out, like, did somebody talk to their wife? I'm like, no. And she goes, oh, wait, I misread that. I'll tell you later. I'm like, okay. And then she told me, yeah, they were talking with the other jurors. Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah. And that was Friday, too. She thought that was what happened.
So would you say that from Thursday when you went home through Tuesday, do you think others thought about a lot of the case during the weekend?
I would think
that extra day on Monday.
Absolutely. I think it's hard not to. I mean, we invested 5 weeks of our life and dedicated our life to this for 5 weeks. And then when you finally get to the point that you've been waiting for, to have that hiccup, that wait, it was hard. It was really hard. And, you know, and thank God the jury ended up being okay and it all worked out in the end and it was all good, but it was a lot. And it's almost like, oh my God, it's more time. We're spending more time waiting.
Now you told me that you guys all really got along well. What were some of the points of disagreement among the jurors?
I think that there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication about what we truly meant by saying not guilty. And then once we really, I mean, you're locked in a room with these people. Once we really got down to it. And the other thing is when you have an opinion and you want to defend that opinion, sometimes you want to be emotional. It's an emotional case. So we had to do a lot of times like, okay, things are getting a little testy here. Let's take a 5-minute break and you can, let's, you gotta text your kid, go text your kid. You gotta go to the bathroom, get a drink, do that. But then we were always really good about coming back together. I think that was key is we could table something when we needed to table it and then come back together and let cooler minds prevail.
And as the foreman, were you facilitating some of that or what did your role end up being? I
was the one that had to request the evidence big time. I was the communicator. I think more than anything, I was more of a communicator between our room and the outside room. I did have to play teacher and had some things because it is hard when 12 people want something to say and they've been waiting so long to say it. And you got to let people talk and uninterrupted. So I did a lot of that. But at the end of the day, we're all adults. We did really well and we all got our point across well.
So there was no one in that 4 that was really struggling to come to the guilty side.
I wouldn't say really struggling. We just really wanted to be sure. I thought a really good thing that the defense actually posted was that chart of what it means to get a guilty verdict. And we actually even brought that up to the prosecution and defense afterwards when we debriefed. And it would really helped us because you have to understand if you do have one reasonable doubt, even if you think the defendant did it, but you have a reasonable doubt by law, you have to rule not guilty. And that's, I think a lot of people don't understand that. I never understood it until I was in that moment because you have somebody's liberty and freedom at hand as well as the justice of somebody's mom and grandmother and sister. And it's a lot of weight. You want to make sure you get it right because you really only get one shot to get it right.
Tell me about that jury visit. What did you think about that experience? And what did you note about that? And what were you looking for? I know sometimes I've seen in trials where the prosecutor will say, I want you to pay special attention to the distance between this point and this point. So I'm asking, what did you take in from that? So
we were given instructions. We could be guided by the Michigan State trooper that led the tour we could not talk. We could not ask questions. And they could not give us any direction. It was, we're taking you here, take it all in. And if you have questions, we'll reconvene.
So did they say this is the spray barn?
Yes, they would say, here's the spray barn. This is building 7, like how they had it in the courtroom.
And what did you know, or what did you try to absorb with this visit?
Really kind of, one thing that took me away was the pictures in the courtroom did not do justice to the size of the property. I was really taken aback at how big it was. So when you hear people say like, oh, well, they're in this barn, wouldn't so-and-so hear you in that barn? When you look at a picture from overhead, it looks like they're close together. But when you realize that the old shop and the dry barn are actually really like 50 yards away, that's a long distance. So that made me kind of really rely on more. That's what made me think more surveillance video. But the other thing is looking how it's set up and where things are coming from and understanding how things were moved. I was really interested in the burn pit and, you know, how you could drive behind things and avoid certain cameras and such. You know, the detectives talked about the tracks coming in. I wanted to see, are those always there? Is that from constant use, or was that really from when he did drop the tank off?
What about where the JCP was parked?
Yeah, where was the JCP parked? One other thing that took me back is I didn't know that there were stairs and there was a 3-foot drop between the drive coming out of the dry barn and the new shop, because the whole time I'm wondering, why don't they just drive up this way? And then you get there and you don't see that from overhead. Oh, there's a drop. So it just gave you more of a perspective of how things were really laid out. And really too, like how much time it would take to move things from the house to the spray barn and kind of make things, you know, that he was found guilty of doing, how long it truly would take.
What piece of evidence do you think stood out to you the most when deciding the verdict?
Honestly, everybody came together on one thing, and it was the surveillance video. And we kind of don't know if we misinterpreted it, or if it was presented in a different light, but we thought that the welder was put back in the bucket of the JCB and taken back to the shop, and where, you know, the defense said, well, it just pops up out of nowhere. We found that when we really watched that the cameras had a lag. So they wouldn't trigger right away. When they get motion, there would be a 2 to 3 second lag. So that's why it looked like things would pop up out of nowhere, because the camera was a little late getting to it. When once we realized that, we took into account what the defense said with the tilling in the background. And once we realized that tractor
Those
tilling,
photos.
yeah, where they said there was something in the background tilling with the dust coming up, that was a different tractor. That made me, because that was really my hang up, was he can't be in 2 places at once. Let's make sure he's here or there.
When Mary Chartier
Yes.
said during her closing arguments,
Yes.
I want you to pay attention to this field.
Yep.
That stuck with you.
Absolutely.
As a possible reasonable doubt.
Absolutely. And it made me think, why wouldn't that be brought up the whole time? And is this something the defense held on to?
Ooh, I was just talking away there. Sorry. I was talking away. I was muted. So sorry. Starting fresh. So he's talking about the timestamps, and in the beginning, the state, all the video, the timestamps are either off, what she says, or they're not present at all. But everyone always questioned me, because I always point those inconsistencies out, because I notice those things as like a Virgo, my Rain Man neuroticism. I've just always noticed those things, and it jumps out at me. One says September 20th, 2012. One says September 20th, 2001. So there's lots of weird inconsistencies, but the state named all these files certain timestamps, and that's not the timestamp in the video. It's the name of the file, and the judge allowed it because the defense never protested it. And what he's saying here now is exactly why they didn't. because it turns out within the prosecution's own video, they prove it him exculpatorily. Like they say in 3 hours he did this, and in their video they show a field gets tilled in the background too. So if you think he's running around doing all this in 3 hours, I find it impossible. That's a big job. But okay, fine. The state wants you to believe it, and he jumps on a tractor and tills a field, which was what, half an hour, an hour. Like, I mean, it's just this is why the whole time the defense, and I think that Mary Chartier dropped a mic bomb at that statement, and then nobody seemed to figure out. And then when you watch, I'm going to show you later. We're going to break down the prosecution's closing statement and the defense's closing statement and the prosecution's rebuttal to the closing statement, because this prosecutor fabricated stuff, lied, made it up, manipulated, just a whole bait and switch, gobbledygook. Sketch is not whatever. It's just a whole bunch of gobbledygook. I'm telling you. And if he did it, they just didn't prove it, in my opinion. And they almost set him free. Look at this guy. He almost thought about, but I mean, when I show you later on, I'll stop rambling. This guy, if he did it, it was not in that closing statement. That's for sure. And sure, people want to point out closing statements aren't evidence, but it's what she did the whole trial. The defense never protested it. And now it makes sense because it basically is exculpatory. The prosecution's final closing statement is exculpatory for Dale, and he almost walked because of it. And she's the prosecutor. She has beautiful hair. She was okay but at that end, she's clicking and thumpering. There's a timestamps off, manipulation, screenshots of this and this, of a video, and they tell you what happened in between, but they never show you. Ivan Boyd is teleporting all around in this video, throwing garbage in a JCB. Dale gets out of the JCB and she never shows him get back in, just insinuates that in 5 more minutes, Dale is throwing that garbage from the JCB to the pile. Therefore, there's a tank there too, and he put it there, which she doesn't show you. Yet Ivan could have very well, Ivan threw all the garbage in there. Then it ends up on a pile and there's a tank. They don't show you Dale getting back in. It could very easily have been Ivan who jumped in this JCB. So it's very sketchy, guys. So just know if they got the right guy, he was set up, or he was involved, or it was only him, whatever it was, the fairy tale prosecution closing statements, their whole timeline evidence is utterly ridiculous, and you should be offended. You should be offended if you're sure he's guilty, as in he's controlling, whatever. A lot of these things are what people said about him. Dee's brother, Hardy, said up until this happened, he liked Dale. You think that brother would have liked a guy who was abusing of his little sister? Abusive, like what you're saying? So I know we're throwing this word around, and I'm not belittling it. I'm in a hard spot where I'm saying, like, I'm not defending this guy. But also, there's a lot of things that are unfounded and just speculation and talking and, he didn't get these, and then I know people can be abused without calling the police and the reports and all of that. And there were trail cams. I think the trail cams were weird. That was a weird thing that Dale wanted that Bush, his former son-in-law, to put trail cams to watch Dee going to a safe that she shared with Zach. Turns out Zach scooped 80 grand of money from the business, and Dee was taking money from the business, right? And the business was about to fold. Then all of a sudden they got a COVID-era PPP loan, which kept the business afloat for 5 more months. Then there's another vegetable business. First, there was a potato business Dee and Dale bought, and they had the people sold it to them on the grounds they had a customer base, established contracts to sell these potatoes. Turns out they were lying. There was no contracts, no customers. They got scammed. I think it sounded like he said 20 million, but I think it says 200 to 1 million. They got scammed from somebody. Then they had another business, vegetables, down in Texas, growing cabbage or something, or up wherever it was. And turns out there was 150 Mexicans working there that he said were all cheating and stealing and lying, and Dee was running them all, or control whatever, I don't know. Then all of a sudden there's 25 Mexicans picking cabbage, and 5 at a time. The other ones were on their property. He says they were growing marijuana all over the place, and they were running drugs for the fucking Mexicans. If they're just like workers in a cabbage field, I don't know what it was, But the whole thing is they used the trucks to, when they're delivering cabbage, they were hiding marijuana in these trucks, these Mexicans. And he says he didn't know, yet D was suspiciously receiving 30% money when it's usually only able to make 5% profit or something on these truckings, and they own the company. And then there's a guy coming at 3:40 and all these trucks coming and going in the middle of the night. You guys, there's more to this, okay? Just want you to know all I'm doing is questioning the state's gobbledygook. And if that's not okay with you, I'm sorry. Please just enjoy me and laugh at me. You don't have to be, I'm not trying to convince you to believe me. I'm just questioning, okay? And it's absurd. If he's so guilty, why are they fabricating? It's the same thing. These prosecutors are just making shit up, and everyone's eating it up.
As good evidence, and we owe it to them to look into it. So we did, and we found it wasn't Dale. So then we looked, well, where else could he be? So then we looked at the east side of the spray barn.
He just said that it wasn't Dale's. Yet defense, it's, who else is working on this farm to be out there, doing that stuff, tilling the field? He just said they were convinced it wasn't Dale. Yet, but then he's like, but where, So, I'll look into that.
Really terrible camera angle with the silo and the tree. We zoomed in as much as we could right there, and we saw him walking back with the welder from the spray barn.
Great. That's at 6:41. Yet if they zoom out, it drives by, the JCB drives by that camera, and I'll show that to you. And at 6:42, he supposedly gets out, picks this thing out of the bucket, and walks it in the goddamn door. And they have a wicked camera view of it. The timestamps off, I don't care. At 6:42, she says he does this, and they have it on camera, but they don't show you. Then at 6:43, they say he just put this welder here, the yellow tank with the blue welder. It's so goddamn obvious which welder it would be. They say he's walking away from it, but they show him walking by it up here. He's not walking from it. He's walking past it, and it could be they just pieced it together. And the 6:42, the middle minute, is he would literally, on the same video, would be walking in this door, dragging it on wheels and parking it. And they say it happened, but they don't show you. So you should be goddamn offended they're doing that.
Into the east side of the new shop. To me, that solidified the timeline, which.
So here we go. This guy is, I'm going to bunk his ass so goddamn hard. It's not even funny, guys. Remember, he said that, please. He said that's the 6:41, 42, 43 is what solidified it for this guy. I should fucking go show you now, but I'm going to let this guy keep speaking. I just want you to remember this point in time. I can go find it in 10 seconds. I know exactly where it is. Do you want to see it? What he just said? I'm going to let it play. Sorry.
Got rid of all my doubts, and everybody else was like,
beyond a reasonable doubt. It's fucking ridiculous what he's saying. I can prove it.
Like, oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. This is how it all happened, because that was the question: is how did the welder get back? There's the welder get.
Fuck it. We got to go look at it. Come watch. I have it. It's right here. It's in her fucking closing statements. It's right here in my playlists. I have it right in here. Check this out. Check it out. Here it is, the Jurors. Where was that TJ edit playlist? Oh, here it is. TJ's M or F and no. Which one is it? Oh God, I've made so many playlists. It's got to be this one. I'll find it right here. I know exactly which video
jury
it is.
selection in the Dale Warner murder trial.
I know exactly where it is in the video too. So just stick with me 1 second. Right there she is. The prosecution. Oh my God. This is what he just said. Sealed it for him. Okay, guys, are you ready? Please tell me you're ready. This is what sealed it for him. Right here. This idiot prosecutor. I'm going to take the CC off because you can hear it. Let me just show you. She starts here, and she's going to show you him driving here at 6:43, 6:41, and you're going to see a yellow tank. It's standing up in the bucket. Yet, if she just zoomed out, she will show you it right in the next frame. She could show you, because look, but she doesn't. Watch. I can show you. She has the video. Like, she's saying something's happening here. We can barely see it, but I'll give it to her because it solidifies how much she's lying. She has it. She could also show you at this angle. It's right here. She could zoom out and show you this because she says he drives by here slowly. Listen to her. At 6:41, he drives by slowly. So show me 6:40 because he'll be right here. Yet she zooms in for some reason and doesn't show you. It's utterly just amazing. It's amazing, guys. You can't be taking this as evidence. You just can't. I'm going to show you what she says. It's ridiculous. So goddamn ridiculous. She's going on about 641.
Now we see the JCB hit the camera this time.
It starts here. She says, we see the JCB hit the camera. She says it was doing something, but it's not a motion activated camera, that one. That runs they got video from that all the time. She said something happened over here, and all we see is the JCB here after the teleportation of him, Ivan putting garbage in and never coming back, and Dale never getting back into JCB. But, so let's forget that. 641, there's going to be an edit of a vehicle driving by. She could zoom out and show it because she says it slowly drives by here with a yellow tank and a blue welder in it. Yet she doesn't zoom out for some reason and show you. She tells you it's happening, but fine. So 641, 642, he supposedly gets out and wheels it in on camera. She doesn't show you that neither. 643, he's in there. He's walking away from just parking this welder here, but she doesn't even show you walking away from it. She shows you him walking up here and out the door. Yet she can't show you any of what she's saying. She could easily, but doesn't. Okay? The 641, 642, 643 is what this convinced this juror. And it's fucking absurd. 641. Click.
.641 coming slowly.
So he came slowly past the camera, and now we see a yellow welder back here. Did you see that, right? Instead of zooming out and showing you him, she wants to tell you, fine, I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
From the spray barn with the welder in the bucket. Again, 643 walking away from the welder.
So there's the gobbledygook, guys. Let's go back now. Okay, that's the gobbledygook. That's what convinced that juror. Yet, here, just watch it again. Nothing what she says is happening except this one. Watch. 641.
From the spray barn with the welder in the bucket.
So 643 now is 1203. Fine, it's off. So basically 1202 is 642. 1203 is 643. 1202 is 642. 1201 is 641. So at 641, she shows you he's pulling up outside here with the welder. 642, he walks in this door and parks this yellow tank and blue welder here. He just entombed his wife in a thing, she says. Then at 643, 1203, forget it about it. 643, I accept it because she's named the file 643, fine. He's walking from this welder out this door. It's all on video. She can't show you it because he looks like, to me, he went and took a shit and is coming up here and walking past. She does not show you. Why? Doesn't that offend you guys? Because 642, he brings us in here and she shows him here walking out.
Again, 643 walking away from the welder.
Was he though? Was he walking away from that welder? She said it. This convinced this juror. Why not zoom out and show me 640? Him driving by slowly. She says 641, he parks it, gets out, takes it out of the bucket, wheels it in on video, can't show you. The timestamps are all off, forget it. And he walks away from it. She doesn't even show you him walking away from it. It's all on video and she doesn't show any of it. It's a fucking fairy tale gobbledygook. You guys are, if you accept that as evidence, you're in the right place.
641 coming slowly from the spray barn with the welder in the bucket.
No, Lucy. It's not just about edited videos. It's about she has the video and doesn't show you. Forget the edited. Forget the editing. Why is she showing him here walking away at 643 when he just walked in here at 642 and parked it? Where's that? Because it didn't happen, it seems like. Because she could show you. She's not hard for time. She's got an hour and a half prep. That would take 10 seconds. Because he literally parks outside and she says he walks us in here and parks it. This camera's on. It's here. She can't, and this one doesn't even show him curving as just parking this, walking away from it. She shows him, she starts her video right here. Where is he coming from? Did he just take a dump down here? Did he go for a nap at lunch and walk past it? And she's just going to, why? Why are you okay with where's 1202, which is 642? Because he walks in this door and parks it and then walks away from it. And she doesn't show any of that. She just shows him standing here, walking away. That's not okay.
Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
Mm-hmm. You say that. Why couldn't you just show me, woman? Why? But, I mean, these are what's making me question her. This goddamn anomaly. It's ridiculous because she'll technically have it on video, right? I'm saying she's taking clips from the full. No, but she could take the clips that say what she's doing, right? But she's not doing that. She's not doing that. She's not doing that. She's not taking clips. She's taking after shots and telling you what's happened before. Why don't you question why she doesn't show him walking in that door and parking it? So this is okay with you? Fine. You can do that. I'm not.
6:41.
6:41. He just drove past the fucking
slowly
camera.
from the spray barn.
Okay, fine,
with
fine.
the welder.
Fine.
in the
Now
bucket.
watch. Whoa. See, she starts him walking here. If he was here, if she even showed him standing here, curving around this, she doesn't do that. Why? Why is he here? Why is he walking only here? How do we know he's not coming from down here or anywhere? Like, if he just brought this in the door, show me him, bring it in. It'd be like a 10-second clip. He'd open the door, wheel it in, park it. It's got wheels and walk away from it. Why? So she's doing the clips. It's the clip, but she's telling you what happened. Show me the clip of it happening. I understand she can't show the whole video. Clip it. Clip the 10 seconds before this. Where's that?
Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
This is what do you mean? This is the prosecution expert, the expert prosecutor. Now, you're going to watch a teleportation of, this is a Bandicam screenshot for some reason. The JCB, this is their timeline. He's walking in with the welder, taking garbage and dumping her tank. Like, this is him doing the crime. They say he parks his JCB here, gets out, disappears. Dale, Ivan comes out here and teleports under the camera. Then he ends up putting 2 pieces of garbage that she says are over on this pile, and that's the person who put the tank there. It's going to be Dale, but Ivan puts the garbage in. Ivan teleports. Garbage disappears here. There's a cut, edit, teleportation. Dale never gets back in this goddamn JCB. She says it then drives with this garbage, puts it near the burn pile, and then the tank is there. Therefore, Dale did it. None of it's on camera. She's telling you, and there's teleportation happening. So watch. Ivan's going to stand here and disappear. Dale gets out and disappears, and she could show you him getting back in, but never does. Why?
Dale brings the JCB to the old shop where Ivan and his brother are working.
Dale gets out. Yeah, watch. Poof.
Gets out.
Okay, so Dale got out and disappeared. Ivan stood here and disappeared. Now Ivan's going to be under here, and they've got a Bandicam screen recording for some reason of this security camera video. I've got a Bandicam screen recording. Why? This looks at 4.3 aspect. It's weird. It could be 20 years old, this video. Okay, fine. Because it's Dale. They wear the same clothes every goddamn day. This guy looks like a twin. You can go in the last 10 years, he's looked exactly that same. But fine. Now, Ivan's going to come from teleportation, put 2 pieces of garbage in here, disappear over here, and garbage. This is going to be all shuffled around. If we could only see this clock, this could be a half an hour, different day. And then all of a sudden it ends. We don't see Dale get back in, but the next she insists she's following him around his property after killing his wife, or after putting her in the tank and dumping the garbage that Ivan puts in here on a pile. All right. And then she doesn't show that being dumped. She doesn't show the tank being placed there. Watch. Why not show Dale get back in? Ivan, where do you, Ivan appear?
Trash in the old shop.
Ivan, boom. Okay, Ivan. Put 2 pieces in and then disappear. Do it. Right there you go. 1, 2, poof. Where the fuck did you go, Ivan? And then all of this stuff has been shuffled around. Doesn't that make you weirded out? And then it just ends and Dale never gets back in. And in the next one, she's got all these cameras showing Dale driving this thing around. Looks like it could be this guy, Ivan Boyd. It ends, right? Why? Because Dale gets back in this JCB. You're going to see, she'll show you screenshots of a white garbage. The garbage that Ivan just put in here is on here. And there's going to be a tank there. She insists is the one with the body in it. We don't even know. Like she's showing you, and this is video. She's going to show you screenshots. And so this is a perfect example of how they've named the clip. It's not, but they accepted it because this is ridiculous. You're going to see a field gets plowed back here. Dale is supposed to be off camera.
07, the old shop fuel cameras.
Okay, so here I'm going to show you a screenshot of a video. Okay, guys. For some reason, I'm not going to show you on the video. I'm going to tell you that Dale, who we never saw get back in this damn JCB, the garbage that Ivan put, he's going to put it on this pile, and a tank is going to appear here. It's not here now. Like, is every white tank now the tank? Like, there's 30 of these on here. This guy's shuffling these tanks around. It's his business. 10, 20 times a day. People are coming and going, dropping these tanks off. If they need to be refilled or decommissioned and then fixed up because they're rusty, they spray them, and they got a goddamn spray barn. They're saying the farmer running around with a farmer's tan because he's wearing gloves out on this field or wherever he is, got a tan on his arms. Therefore, you see his arms are red. Therefore, he just entombed his wife in a tank with a welder. What? Hey, V, what's up? Well, it's not about the times, V, so pay attention. It's about them not showing you what she's saying. Forget the time. That was just what got me onto this. I'm not yelling, sorry. Hi, V.
There's nothing back.
So it's not the time, okay? Forget it. It's she's saying something's happening in a video and not showing you, and you're okay with it. I'm not. This is a screenshot of a video. She's going to show you a screenshot. Forget the video of it happening, then a screenshot of it already done, and here's what I say how it happened. What? Show it.
Back there.
Okay, so now she's going to say, here's a screenshot of this video. It just happened. There's a white thing on that stuff is now on the pile. We don't know who's back in this because she wouldn't show you Dale getting back in here. She shows it happening, but didn't show you the video. And there's a white tank here now. So when did he go get that? Is she insinuated he had both of them? Because basically, if it's Dale or whoever, she just said it was filled up the garbage that you're going to see here in this pile. There's a white, all that stuff that Ivan put in the bucket is now here. We don't see Dale, and now he's driving way over here. Like this is just what happened. And now there's a magical tank there for whatever. Okay, fine. There's a tank. Is it that tank? What? And who did this put it there just now? Who's driving this? Watch. She's going to show you screenshots for some reason.
637. Look at the pile.
I fucking see it. I see it. There's a white pile of shit.
Not only
and
is
now there's a
that
tank. Uh-huh.
To the far left over there.
Good go, girl. Yeah, it's a fucking tank.
But you can now see a pile of white.
You can now see all that garbage that they must have just dumped on this pit. Now, okay. So now she wants you to see, okay, not here. Screenshot of video, not here. Who's driving that JCB? I say it's Dale. She says, looks like there's somebody hiding up. I don't know. I didn't forget that.
Here's this one.
Screenshot. What day is this?
There's that one.
Oh, I fucking see it. She got him. She got whoever's driving this JCB. She says they just dropped it off on video. They don't want to show us for some reason. There's a tank here. I see a tank. Is it tank 43? Is it one of the other 50 tanks this guy's shuffling around all day? Is it even him in that JCB? Because if he just painted this tank and put it in that bucket, see, another thing is they take the bucket off that JCB to hang it with the chains, because after it's painted, they don't want to scratch the shit out of it. It's when it's dirty, they put it in that bucket. The tank sticks out on a 45-degree angle and it wedges itself in there, and they only carry the rusted old tanks before they're painted. Because if he did that to a new tank, it would be goddamn, the fresh paint would be all ripped and scratched to shit if this is that tank. And he put it in there the way it is. Because he carries these around without a bucket. He puts that arm up and it dangles from 2 chains. But he's not doing that here. Because this tank, he didn't just do this. I know it. Now,
After Dee's body is found, the police go back and look at evidence from Tuesday. What do we have? Jason Gravel. 5 o'clock, Jason Gravel moves.
so they go back a couple days, and there's a field here. It's tilled to shit, but this isn't the one the defense is talking about. But this just irks me because I guess they could have driven out one of those. When you see the cement roller in construction, they want to flatten out the they pave the asphalt. There's a big roller like in Austin Powers that squishes the guy. Apparently, this is 3 or 4 days before, or 5 days on Tuesday before all of that. But there's a tank here too. So, and here's him. This is how they carry these rusty, dirty tanks, because they don't need to worry about it, because this was decommissioned, and then he has to go and he's got a spray barn for this purpose. He's driving 30 of these around. He's doing it. That's his job. And he puts it in the bucket and it sticks out. But if you did this to a tank that was freshly painted, right, it'd be scuffed to shit. Because when they do them, after they're fixed up, they hang them from chains. This bucket's not on here, and this JCB arm is up and it dangles. Okay, so this is what they do on a dirty, rusty old tank. Fine, because he's taking it to the spray barn. He's going to spray it in a spray barn. He's going to clean it with a garden hose, not protected from the cops. And the cops say, and he allows them in the spray barn, and he warns them and says, "Hey, your shepherd, we had a shepherd die here a couple years ago because these are toxic chemicals. I'm cleaning these tanks, insecticides, fungicides. Be careful with your canine." And they're not there on a warrant at this time. They're there with his permission, and he's warning them. The dog needs, and she insinuates that he's protecting the tank. What tank? We don't even know. It's a different number, everything. And he's standing there with the garden hose. So this man supposedly thwarts the Michigan State Police and all the canine. He could have called for backup. Even though they're there with his permission, he uses a garden hose to protect this tank, and her idiot, ridiculous narrative, it's going to come up. And it's so goddamn stupid. And then they show a close-up of him. He's got a garden hose. But they're not there. And then at the very end, she says, he defended them, the tank, with this garden hose. They couldn't get past the garden hose, but they didn't even want to check in that barn anyways. It's so fucking ridiculous how she says it.
Old rusty tank 8. Dale says, "Go move a tank from out back for me by the burn pile. Take it and put it in the spray barn." This is after the police were there earlier in the day.
With his permission.
And they said, and Dale says to him, "Come back tomorrow or whenever. I mean, if you let me know, you can come back, but you can't be here today." So.
I'm going to play the rest of that juror's statement. This I got to come back to her. This is ridiculous.
Back right there.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys ever, it was never fully explained, why don't we see Dee, in any of this video? Did you guys just resign that to he must have deleted video?
I didn't. I don't think he was very technologically sound. Mm-hmm. And I think...
Well, what he did say in his interview is that he wanted to help when he went to look for Dee on the video. Zach had the videos open, and he said Zach was deleting all the videos when everyone's looking for her. And Zach also disappeared a bunch of money. Zach's boyfriend left the farm after Dee disappeared. There's so many other characters here, guys. Dale says it, and they never, because he didn't have access to the cameras. The IP address, the IT guy said Dale couldn't access the cameras. But when they were open on the counter, right? And Zach was playing with it, and he wanted to look at the screen. But he said Zach was deleting those videos for some reason when they were all looking for Dee's car to figure out where she went and what. Zach, and nobody protested that. Cop just moved to the next question. He says he's not very technically inclined. That's suspicious right there. Just asking questions.
You know, he
Right,
did.
because he did have the son-in-law, the former son-in-law, you know,
Good-
get these
yeah.
trackers and things.
Absolutely. And he did say, he kept saying that Milestone app sucks, that it's a terrible service. And working on it in that jury room, it's not a good service. It was really tough to work with. So that when he was accessing that app in the morning, I don't think he could delete. I think he wanted to.
So where's the video of him? Would there have been any video of him removing her from the house
No.
if he did it the way that they said that he did it?
And that's another thing. He says he did the Richard Allen where I'm nice talking to these cops without a lawyer. They show him a picture of his house, and he says that morning, I guess D went missing or whatever it was that day. He went out on that JCB, but he says he forgot something in the house. He came back to the house and just parked it in front of the house. They show up, they go there in the winter and take pictures of how you could extend the boom 20 feet and have that barrel right up to the front door. But it's not him doing it. That's just what they think he did. They went to his house and made evidence. And she shows you in her statement also. So he says, so he's nice enough to say, it's like, I didn't lend anyone my gun moment in Delphi. Or, you know, he says, yeah, I parked here and her Escalade was here. I went inside. She was sleeping on the couch. I went back out and drove away. Therefore, they say they go there and they'll show you pictures. They recreate it and they do it as not how he says anything happens. They pull the JCB up towards the house, the door. They extend the boom 20 feet to show you that he could have done this. But there's nobody alleging he did it. It's not on video of him doing it. The police go and take all these photos of how it could be done in this scenario, but with no proof it happened. And then there's the big cop is jumping in safes, alleging the body was in a safe. Therefore, he goes to a store where there's a safe similar and shows you how he can fit in a safe. And the theory would work, but they have no proof anyone was in a safe. There's no video of her being put in a safe. There's no blood drops or hair or anything of her ever being in a safe. It's all their manufactured evidence fairy tale. So you guys, it's not right. If he did it, and most likely he did, the prosecution almost set this guy free.
Put the JCB back to the back door.
No, there's no camera angle of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that was known and obviously used to the defendant's advantage.
Mm-hmm. So there were no
So if it's see, you can't do anything right. So now he's not on camera doing it. So that's he's manipulating. Oh my God. So it's not on camera. There's 20 cameras here. Therefore, Dale could zigzag through this farm, and oh my God, that is one of the dumbest things he's ever said so far.
other questions that you had about, I really wish that we could see this on camera, but we don't.
Yeah, as far as the camera goes, we kind of nailed it down with that.
State says I'm based on testimony and can you point us to that? Dale never struck me as a guy being nice. Fine. Okay. You have you seen him do anything but be nice and hardworking, running around? What have you seen? I've seen only him never losing his shit. He's allowed these cops on his property. He talked to them 20 times without a lawyer, took his shirt off and showed him. All of a sudden, there's a body cam of him having a farmer's tan. A farmer has a farmer's tan on his arm. And therefore, that red is from him welding his wife into a tank when it could have been from welding. It could have been from fixing a fence out on the fucking field. The guy's a farmer's tan with a farmer with a farmer's tan. All of a sudden, they insist that the redness on his arm came from him when he welded his wife in a tank. As I guess it could have been, but also could have been from him welding a blade back on. It could have been from him welding something else together. It could have been from the sun, him fixing a fence. It could have been from 30 different things. That's evidence to you. A farmer has a farmer's tan on his arm. Therefore, he just welded it. It could have come from a welding flash, right? But they don't have proof of it. They're just telling you their theory. That's not enough.
We were satisfied with that. We looked into the jail call that was made. and really listen to Dale about how he said things and what he truly said. Again, we really couldn't hear everything in the courtroom.
Oh, it's going to be that maniacal laugh. You can take that any which way. I took it as he's laughing like, why would they look into a tank? You can barely fit a garden hose in that hole. And Jaron is so nervous. All of a sudden, Jaron's walking off of some serious charges. Prince of Michigan, Persia, Jared, a girl from high school who wouldn't talk to him, decides to marry him. They elope, but then they have 200 people at their wedding. He's in handcuffs talking about how they're going to just about to divvy up all this estate and his stepmother's life insurance. They're all going to split it up, and everyone's fucking living the high life. 200 people at his wedding, this Jaron. Who the fuck is he to have to, what? And then all of a sudden now he's off. Jaron's not at trial, and he's off of all charges, making that dumb phone call where he's so goddamn nervous. Suppose he doesn't know about a body. Bullshit. The whole performance of that body cam was bullshit.
One of our jurors had her ear up to the speaker on her laptop and was like interpreting for us. We were interested in why they showed the FBI's evidence where they amplified the audio when Detective Greca put the body cam in.
I hope to God we get to hear that. Because the first time Jaron, when the cops roll in, the cavalry rolls in with the warrant, Jaron wants to talk to the head cop, Greca, and Greca puts his body cam in the car. But he leaves it running, and supposedly there's audio, and they let the jurors hear it, not us. And there's audio of that conversation. So I've got to see what he says here.
And now you may know that the judge decided not to give you the transcript of that audio.
Yeah. Which, again, it wasn't super deciding. It was interesting. What we got from...
What? There's a transcript. The judge, the FBI was able to hear them talking outside of the car on Greca's body cam. They made a transcript for him, and he says it's not interesting to him. Meanwhile, this Greca ends up almost fair and seed, borderline click, running out of the state, fleeing Michigan to avoid this prosecutor and the Hardy brother and his investigator. And he ends up being arrested for fleeing and eluding the state. This head, because after he talked to Jaron, he thought Dale was innocent. He gets clicked. Ends up showing up to trial saying, I don't know, because he just wants his retirement to get out of there. They're ready to put him in jail. He's lucky they didn't end up like Ferenczi. He would have been a click. He took the Murphy out, and if you know Delphi, he just shows up to trial. I don't know. Then they throw it in his face. Oh, look, he says, I don't know 50 times. Well, I don't know because he doesn't want to lie. He doesn't want to lie and go along with the state's narrative, but he doesn't want to say anything because he wants his damn retirement and to not go into jail. And then all of a sudden, this tall cops took over, and
it wasn't really anything for or against anybody. It was it was more just kind of like Detective Greca talking to Dale's son about, are things unlocked?
What? What do you mean? Because the prosecutor and Dee's brother hounded him. He fucking fled the state. The prosecutor arrested him after talking to Jaron, taking his body cam off. He didn't want it, and he thought Dale was innocent or not as guilty or whatever he thought. Go and listen. Yeah, what do you mean? When I looked at him, I thought Greca was dirty. But then when I found out he was running from the prosecutor and Dee's brother and that guy's obsessive private investigator, the prosecutor charged him for fleeing the state because he didn't want to go with their narrative. Turns out he's now they got a new cleanup lead investigator. That's 6'7", slick ass guy. He's way too polished. It's a bunch of bullshit. And why would Greca run? Why is Greca running the state from the prosecutor? Prosecutor chased him out of the state because he didn't want to. They wanted to hound him to get him to go along with their narrative, and he didn't want to. He was like a click, and then they fine, we'll arrest you. Let's go. And they find okay, I'll come to court. After 8 months of saying he was out to dinner to the prosecutor. Why would you run? Why would a cop run from a prosecutor? Aren't we on the same team here? Not if you're trying to tell the truth. Because this is why Click is in jail. And then he turns out he ends up going to trial and saying, oh, it's only $10 a day. This is why I didn't want to come. What? No. It's because he just says, I don't know 20 times because he doesn't want to lie. And now he's got his retirement. He's not in jail. He's thankfully not dead. If you see it any other way, good on you. Good on you. I think Greca is lazy. Yeah. You think a cop runs 8 months from a prosecutor and a hounding brother and a private investigator? He didn't run further than Ohio. Well, he fled the state and they charged him for it. So why is he running at all? Why is a cop run after talking to the victim's stepson? And then is that when they found out about the tank? Where's this transcript? Why is he so not want to hear this transcript? Somebody read it to them and it's so weird. What? Good. You're going to come around, V, because you do dig. And I'm not trying to convince you. I know you're going to stumble on some questions. If you're watching, I appreciate you, V. You're awesome. You're awesome. But I just know he didn't run for, what does that mean? He didn't run further than Ohio. In fact, made a statement that he won't running or hiding from anyone. Right. At trial, he said that because she arrested him for fleeing and eluding the state. Yeah, that was his charge. He fled the state. That was his charge. He was going to get clicked into jail. He got arrested, Greca. Why is a cop running after talking to the suspect's son, the victim's stepson, who's in a car bragging about his fucking inheritance he's about to divvy up? It's like a $50 million farm. LLCs. His grandpa gets property from 230 years that's in their family that's sentimental to them. Oh my God. These life insurance, his stepmom's life insurance is about to divvy up. He's got custody of their daughter, who would probably be one of the sole beneficiaries of all this stuff. I mean, wow. And then he only talked to the cavalry comes piling in. 50 cops got a search warrant finally. Jaron goes up to the head investigator, Greca. Greca has to take his body cam off to talk to him. Why is Greca doing that? Why would Greca take his body cam off to talk to a guy? Well, because he probably had some shit to say about a tank. And then all of a sudden, Jaron's getting arrested in that car, calling his lawyer, warning his wife not to say anything. Oh my God, that whole performance in the car is ridiculous because they're about to take him in for booking. Why are they doing the booking in the car and they let him call his lawyer in the car? When does that ever happen? What cops stop with a guy in handcuffs about to take him they've got all those rooms and phones and who stops out in the parking lot to do a fucking performance dance for a body cam? Who does that? Somebody who wants to spin a narrative. We don't even know if he got booked that day and took him to jail. They stopped out front. And the cops opening his phone with his face password, holding it, and then doing speakerphones with his lawyer in the car with his body cam while he sits in the back seat. When do you ever see that? The cop sit in the back seat alone and Jaron's in the front seat. Why wouldn't Jaron be back there with him? Because there's no cage in the car, so I get it. Jaron can't be there by himself. He's in cuffs. Jaron's in the front seat. He's sitting there with his body cam. Let's make a fucking movie, guys. Call your lawyer. Let's do this for the camera so we can say all this bullshit. Oh, who does that? He's about to go in and get booked. And there's rooms, there's cameras. What do we need this for? So ridiculous.
Where are the animals at and things like that? More than anything, it was clarifying.
Getting into Greca, did you look at it as he was a sinister?
Yeah, Murphy gladly, right? But I read those transcripts every word, and Murphy's tone was not the same Murphy. So if you want to go with that, fine. Murphy he gladly testified it. Yeah, he wants to get his job. He doesn't want to get hemmed up too, right? No, they weren't the opposite. You mistook it. You took it the wrong way, girl. Sorry, you misunderstood that. Don't tarnish good. No, you're wrong. You're so wrong. What is Greca's bad? What did Greca do that was bad? Let me know. You got this all wrong. Murphy at trial, the Delphi trial, showed up. It was nothing like the hero he was. That was bucking the system in the beginning with Click and Ferenczi. Those three were like not going with the narrative. And Murphy changed his tone. Just like Betsy Blair. Everyone, they browbeat them so bad when the trial came around. Betsy Blair was almost... Oh, they ignored the subpoenas and ran? No, because they went along with... Well, why is Click in jail? I mean, it's basically the same deal because he didn't follow the line. So I'm not saying they fled the state, but why was Click in jail? Because he fucking misspelled someone's name on a thing? They held that in their pocket. No, because Click never decided to do what Greca did and got to go to trial. If Click had just said, okay, I'll go to trial and I won't buck the system. I'll go along with your narrative. I'll say, I don't know if anything, and then I'll get my retirement and leave. If Click did that, fine, but Click held out. It's different. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. No? You don't think there's a comparison there, V? You're wrong. It's my opinion, there is. And Click, if he had just done what Murphy did and kind of went along with it, Click would have got his golden parachute retirement and never got hemmed up or arrested. All of a sudden, Click is in jail because he didn't cross a T or dot an I on a form. They hold that shit. They have that on every cop. And there's something they could put on every cop. But if you toe the line, none of that gets pulled out. Ferenczi's dead. Click was arrested. Murphy was with them and ended up at trial kind of, I remember his tone at trial. It was much different than earlier. So, Greca, yeah, he broke the law because he didn't want to lie. And he could have... what? And end up in jail? He's retired. Obey the judge's orders. Obey. You want him to obey when he's... Right. You want Greco to obey when he thinks it's not how it went? He believed he was innocent, right? Or that Jaron was involved, whatever Greca did, he ran because he was running from the prosecutor. He could have testified and he did because he didn't want to lie. Right. He said, I don't want to lie. Yeah. He didn't recall because he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, he's not supporting the prosecutor, but he's not going to buck them. He did enough to save his own ass. So if you look at that any other way, I don't know. Good on you.
Bad cop, or did you look at it as he created an opportunity for Dale Warner to dispose of his wife?
I think...
Did Dale take more advantage of him dropping the ball in certain areas type of thing?
I think it was more, I hate to say, dumb luck for him, for the defendant. I think Greca, being from not being from Lenape, but living in Lenape County now, coming from a metropolitan area, a lot of people don't think those things can happen here. That that won't happen here. That type of those acts don't happen in our country town because we're a tight-knit community. But I think it rocked our community to the core, and it kind of made people realize like these things can happen. Mm-hmm. I think he didn't realize the weight of the situation until it was almost too late. People make mistakes all the time. I mean, people, even at their job that they've been doing for years, people can make detrimental mistakes. So I don't think it was anything sinister. I just think it was, you kind of get caught up in the wash and you start drowning before you realize you're drowning, and now you're clawing to get out. And, thank God the Michigan State Police did come in and did a fantastic job with the investigation. And obviously it led to a conviction.
Yeah. They had to get a cleanup cop come in and spin a fairy tale and not prove any of it. Why was that cop jumping in, going to the Home Depot or whatever and sitting himself inside a similar safe to portray how you could put a body in a safe? I don't need to see a picture of him in a gigantic safe to know you could put a body in a safe. I would like to know I would like to see some footprints in the safe. I would like to see a blood drop or some hair or the cadaver dogs hit on a safe. Any of that would have been really good too. Where was that? This is all their theory. They don't even have the regular safe. He went to a fucking store and got a similar safe, took the insert out and did a whole dance for the camera. Everything they had was created by the cops and no proof of it happening. It was their theory. Not even a bad theory, I would say. Then they show a safe in the body cam photo, right? How about you open that safe up or show a dog hitting on that safe? They just made a narrative. They just made a whole, and that's not enough.
And so
there was a stark difference between his testimony and Jurors' testimony. But what did the jury think when Detective Greca got up on the stand and was asked about whether or not he wanted to be there? And he said, I'm retired and I'm only making $1.50. And here you guys are giving up your lives, as you mentioned, for 5 weeks. Yeah. What was your opinion on him saying that?
You know, I understand it's probably not, he probably didn't want to be there because he probably knows he's going to.
So what did Greca screw up, V? That he didn't think Dale did it? That after Jaron came and talked to him and told us some pretty, we'll never know, or unless we get to hear what he said on his body cam? Why would he take his body cam off to talk to Jaron? What does Greca have to do with it? What do you think he's gaining from any of this? That's how court works. It's theory. No, it's theory with evidence. Like when you theorize, there's something about that safe that would make them theorize that, not just trying to put something together. They created a theory. They didn't, right? So their theory, so what makes you think they put a body, she was in that safe ever? What is it, V? Because the prosecutor told you she was? What makes you think D was ever in that safe that was on body cam? Because she said it was? Because it could have been one of the ways this happened? A theory? Yeah, why? Do good cops take their body cam? Right. Because somebody won't talk to them without a body cam. What did he say? Right. And why would he think Dale's innocent after hearing what he had to say off of body cam? And then I don't think she was ever in the safe. Well, the prosecution's case was she was in the safe, D. B. The prosecution's case was she was in this safe. That's their case. So then you would vote not guilty because you don't, that's a reasonable doubt that she was never in the safe. So what are you saying? You would have voted not guilty? You disagree with this guy. Thank you. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. The prosecution's theory, the reason he's in jail is because she was in that safe and then she was in that tank. Yeah. So V has just voted not guilty. Thank you.
Be put in a spotlight, and it is uncomfortable. But you know, being a teacher, I don't make a whole lot of money. You do it for the service of the community. And even when
they really want to push that against him. Because yeah, he's a bad cop. I thought that first. When I tasted some of that blood, I was when I looked at Greca, the first time I saw him, I said some weird things about him. After I heard who he was running from, it's like, whoa, running from the prosecutor, running from D's brother, who was ripping D off at hundreds of $1,000s in a land transactions. If that all happened, right? Oh my God. And then why is the brother in the media lying about him being the one who told the cops about that tank? Why does the Drewy or the cleanup crew has to clean that up in court, saying Hardy wasn't the one who told Ellie about the tank? Because Hardy seemed to insist that it was him that said, if they knew about this tank, what are they doing digging excavators everywhere? Because I think Hardy was like fed up they couldn't find it and told them where she was in a tank 34. There's 30 tanks there. How do they round? You saying they just got a weld? Like once you get to it, it's pretty obvious. But if it's so obvious, they've walked around this farm for years. Come on, there's more to this, V, and I think you're seeing it. I'm glad you're here. Looks like it's me and you. And I'm not trying to solve anything. I'm not trying to convince anyone. But a lot of this shit, the prosecution it's just not that way. And they insist she was in that. They took pictures of the cop in that tank, the safe. So if you don't think she was in the safe, that's your reasonable doubt. So you've just V's on my side. Thank you. I'm only kidding. I'm just kind of teasing. I know I have the mic. I know I have the delay. You're typing. I should do better. I'm not even reading half of your comments. I'm a dick. Thank you for being here.
You retire, you still owe that service in some regard. And I really wish he didn't say that.
You too, Lucy. Hello. It's Lucy and V and Shibby. Let's do it.
I don't know if he truly meant it. I'm sure there was emotions involved, and I don't think there was a lot of love between the MSP and the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. So there probably is a little bit of some pride there as well.
He's trying to say dick swinging contest. That's what he means. Yeah, the two cops. Yeah, because one cop's probably wanted to do the right thing, and one, a little bit of dick swinging. But we got Drew, you're in the cleanup guy. It has nothing to do with fucking FBI or nothing. He's just so polished. He's a polished detective, comes in and just cleaned it up. Fucking danced for the camera and his body cam. Jaron's a fucking prince of Michigan, gets his 200 people in wedding, gets to divvy up his dad and dead stepmom's life insurance and his dad, all the whole property. He's got custody of the young daughter. Great. Jaron, the Prince of Michigan, was in handcuffs one day. He's just fucking walks out of these wicked ass felony charges for messing with evidence after they found a body. There's a simple little phone call to Dale, and all of a sudden, Jaron is not even at trial after those serious charges. Nothing to see.
But, it was unfortunate he said it, but, I don't hold that against him. I truly believe,
No, it doesn't have to be. But their theory is that what happened? Right. I'm tend to agree with you. I will easily agree with you. Almost think that's one very possible. And so wait, it doesn't have to be exactly so so if he didn't put her in a safe, what happened then? How did it happen? Because they just nailed him with that as a part of their exact timeline. That's their timeline. He did it. Here's how. That's another. They unnecessarily made it so convoluted that they almost lost his trial because they didn't need to do all that. Just him could have been in the middle of the night, did it. She was in a tank. They didn't need to 641, 642, 643. There's a safe, then there's a teleportation, then there's garbage in a bucket. Somebody gets out of the JCB, but who gets back in, we can't show you. JCB, a screenshot, this garbage wasn't here, and the next screenshot is here. The JCB is nowhere near that garbage. There's a tank there and a screenshot. There's no who put it there. This JBC just did, but the video, we can't show you him doing it. We show him way over here and a screenshot again. They just pieced it together so tight. I'd love for them doing it. I would love, if somebody has the money for it, we should fund it. I would love to see somebody take one of those tanks, suspend it with a forklift, weld a chain onto it, like the suspicious chains all over this place, right? But he's got them on the wall because they use these chains. They have hundreds of those chains. That's part of what he uses on this farm. They chain things and hang them, and that JCB drags shit around all day on chains. If they want you to think it's suspicious, he's got chains hanging on the wall, and a farmer's got a farmer's tan. Oh my God. Could it have been it could have been when a UFO afterburner burned his arm red. We'll never know, because you can't tell by looking at a red arm that it was because he put its welding flash from him welding his wife in a tank. He might have been from welding. Well, he's got 6, 7 welders on his property. They're all great for different purposes. He's welding probably on every other daily basis or weekly basis because it's a great tool. It does more than entomb women into the tanks, right? He's dragging it out to the field and welding shit on. This guy's running around all day. Oh my God. He put her in a tarp or plastic wrap. Well, you say that, She was found in the tarp. Who put her there? Where'd the tarp come from? Is somebody's fingerprints on this tarp? Was it Dale? There was duct tape too. Was there you think you can duct tape up someone's head and they got fingerprints on duct tape? Where's that? Wait, Dale did buy an identical safe to Dee's. Yeah, that was weird. And the trail cam is the most damning part for me, for sure. Fucking trail cam is ridiculous because he wanted to see her if she's like putting documents more than just cash in Zach's safe. Because I guess she shared it with Zach. Yeah, that was weird. Well, he probably wore he probably wore gloves. Good. Yeah. Well, then you'll never know if he did it if he wore gloves, right? That's the whole thing with this criminal. Sometimes they do things to cover themselves. So then how do you get Dale putting her in that tarp in the tank? How do you get that? Oh my God. Yes. Hey, what's up, Paula? Definitely, Paula. Definitely. Very possible. Very, very. More than likely. Or they set him up, or they tricked him and and then they folded on him. Yeah, Paula. Thank you for being here. Great suggestion, because I would see that. I'm just going about, again, I'm not defending Dale, guys. I'm a little worked up because we're looking at a narrative that put him away, and it's all fairy tale. And the state, even if I really thought Dale was guilty, I'd be pissed at the state for that presentation because they almost set him free. I can see it in this guy's eyes. I can feel it. He almost walked because of these guys. Although he said a couple things I would disagree with. Dale almost walked because his prosecutors overly simplistic, unnecessarily complex in the same breath. The timeline was way too tight. I would love to see somebody take one of those tanks, one person, suspend it with a chain, weld a chain on, suspend it with a forklift, I guess, chop it with a grinder. How many pads does it take? That would be so goddamn noisy. There's 6, 7, 8 people on this farm looking for D, and he's out chopping a tank that the neighbors a mile away would hear. You try cutting open an empty tank with an angle grinder, a metal tank. Go and do that with a pop can. I mean, if you did that with a tank, those are metal tanks, the noise, especially when you got halfway through it. Oh my God. Why would you do it when you got plasma cutters at your disposal? Fine. Dale used a grinder. He did it all in 3 hours. If they can show me a guy doing that in a day, I would be ecstatic. I mean, you want to tighten it down to 2.5, 3 hours, including going to a safe, cleaning it, getting a body, painting it. Oh my God. I mean, I would shit my pants if one person did all that with 2 pads after walking past cameras with the grinder to go hide your I mean, if it happened, more than likely it would have been at the middle of the night. He's not walking past cameras with the grinder. When you see him walking with that grinder, where is he really going? Because a grinder is a great tool to do 1,000 other jobs on a farm. This fucking guy's the only one running around working on this farm.
Humans make mistakes. You live and you learn, and hopefully,
Hey, Lola, what's up? I don't care. Well, you do, because they convicted him because of it. That's part of their evidence. They convicted him. So you don't care about his farmer's tan? That's the body cam video showed the jurors that, hey, he's got a farmer's tan, therefore he welded his wife in a tank. That's their evidence. So I'm glad you don't care, but that's the state's evidence, and you're accepting it. Great. I guess you don't care, because you look at that guy's red arm and say he welded his wife in a tank. I look at that red arm and said, yeah, maybe he did weld his wife. Maybe he welded something in the field. Maybe he was fixing a fence with gloves on and he got a sunburn. Maybe. But they're saying you see a red arm, therefore there's a body cam of a red arm, therefore he just welded his wife in a tank. All right. Let me know that's okay with you. Fine. It's fine. Okay. So he's got a red arm. He had a glove on. He had a glove on and got a red arm. Therefore, he welded his wife in a tank. Thank you.
He's never in that situation again, and he learns from it, you know?
Was there any testimony that really stuck with you throughout the deliberations?
Yeah, good testimony and bad testimony. That was really like, wow, that kind of.
No. So you think you're going to make me feel bad for saying someone's innocent when I'm not doing that? I'm not doing that. So you guys can try and spin this all you want. If you're listening to what I'm saying, all I'm saying, and the prosecution, it didn't happen this way. And she lied. She just, they made evidence to make their case to sell it. And you guys are okay with it. And I'm just questioning it. So if you want to try and act like I'm saying someone's innocent, again, all the evidence. What evidence? Show me some. Which one? Which one? What evidence put him away? No. Did I say? I don't know. I'm just getting worked up. Sorry. What evidence put him away? Of her timeline, which one do you think she proved? Like, so she says that happened that way, right? The prosecution got him a guilty charge on how she said that happened. What do you agree with in her timeline? Let me know. Well, because you think he's guilty. They got it right. You must think that. What else does it mean? So do you think they got the right guy and he did it? Why do I assume that? Because you said, so you don't think he's guilty. Okay. I don't know. I thought you guys thought he was guilty. Like, he was convicted. He's guilty. They convicted. Do you think it happened that way and that's the timeline and that's what happened in this trial? Because I guess you do.
Questions.
I'm not. Tell me what you think. I'll read it.
Things like the big thing was that raised out very early on that was answered through the trial was the tracking device. How the employee said that the tracking device was on the business report, but it couldn't have been because it was purchased with a different credit card not associated with the business. So that right there is kind of like, you make a note of that and you're like, that's not true, whether intentional or not. So we have to take everything said here and make sure we check and validate everything, because if that one thing's not true, we better make sure everything else lines up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was it also a diagnostic for your vehicle too? And that guy was talking about trouble codes, and although I thought that was weird because those are for, you don't look for problems in a car. When there's an engine light comes on, you read the code reader gives you a code. And if it's like P1033, it'll say left bank oxygen sensor, blah, blah, whatever, right? So then you replace that sensor, you clear the trouble, you use it, you clear the code, and it runs through its cycles. And if it doesn't come back, that engine light, then you've got it. That's what those are for. So I thought that was weird how the Bush was saying something about, he told the cops, like he was definitely trying to cover it there, because he told the cops how he was using it to fix and diagnose, yet there was no engine. He didn't get a trouble code, because that's bullshit. Because every time it happens to me, I screenshot the trouble code and then I Google it and I order parts and then I fix the car and I clear the code. And then if it doesn't come back, you got it. If it comes back, then I look at the dumb screenshot again and say, P133 left bank. What else could kind of lead to this code? And I investigate it. I read forums. I watch dumb YouTube videos. I'm the type, I pull my transmission out, put a new hydraulic clutch in it. I change my brakes. I do my oil. I know these things, okay? I do it for my family, friends, my daughter. I mention to people and I do it and I just get the parts and they would either cover me. My daughter, I spend hundreds of dollars to fix my daughter's car. You know, some people would come and, give you the money for at least the parts or whatever, like, but I understand those. And that was weird. That sounded suspicious that he was diagnosing the vehicle, but didn't get a trouble code. And that's bullshit, because the light comes on, you get a code. If it doesn't come on, you're not just fucking diagnosing shit.
I thought Detective
like you can through that OBD2 port, but not with that thing. Like you can plug a laptop in and check a whole bunch of stuff and change, and the way they're saying it, to use those for diagnosis is just like when a light comes on, you read the code and clear it, and then it tells you all the sensors turn green, like check. The car's been driven. It reached this speed for this long. It reached this temperature. We've cycled the engine through. Check green light. Everything's got its green light, and then it'll think, was it fixed? And if it is, then it just carries on. That code doesn't come back. If it comes back and it's like, ooh, and it's not usually instantly. It usually takes a bit, because it has to run through usually a warm up, cool down, do a certain speed. That's why those mechanics take the cars for a drive, because you have to kind of bring it up to speed for a little bit, warm it up, maybe let it idle, turn it off, let it rest, cool, and then the engine has to run through its little thing. So.
Drewer, both times he was on the stand, walking us through the investigation. I have a lot of respect for police officers, and it was kind of cool how.
Good point, V. Good point. Good point. It's a 38-minute video, and I'm at the 2-hour mark. Oh.
It got us into the.
Thank you, V, for pointing that out. Anything else? Anything else to let me know I'm a horrible entertainer, creator? It took me 19 minutes to do a 2-hour, hour and 50 minutes.
The psychology of interrogating and interviewing a potential suspect, and how he talked about how he.
Thousands of times. That's a big word. It was 2 times a week. And this is also used to help you find stuff, to use the location. So you say 1,000 times, right? Because it came out that it was 2 times a week. So a guy checks on his wife, who he thinks is running around at 2 a.m. in the morning. And she ends up dead. And there's fucking tons of people involved in it. Truckers running around. Sounds like Mexicans were growing weed and hiding them in their cabbage. And D was making all this extra money. Zach is stealing money from the business. The business is about to go under. They're all double dipping. She's got all this money coming out of this. The trucking company's about to fold. PPE loans come in. They go for more. There's way more to this. The brothers ripping them off with land purchases. Oh my God. Fucking. There's marijuana being delivered in these trucks, man. There's drugs. This anhydrous is a goddamn precursor for meth. And then, oh my God. What better way even if it's something as weird as somebody suggested the other, like, what if what the possibility that she maybe took her own life and the family covered it up and got rid of Dale at the same time? Those were always the scenario. I don't think it's very plausible, but I mean, is talking about every option. I mean, I'm not defending this guy. I wouldn't even put it past if he did it. But just after hearing this prosecutor twist and turn and show me nothing and say everything, well, in all these words to say all this happened, and it's all just their philosophy, their theory. It's so damning when they get to show that JCB backed up or driven up to the door and the boom's extended 20 feet, and you could get it right near the front door, but there's no video of it. There's no proof it ever happened. There's nothing. The cops went back and took that photo of it. Yeah, it's possible. Does that mean he did it? I mean, come on. Every piece is made up, and I know it.
Example, letting them know that you're going to search to see what their behavior
Yes.
True, TJ, because he was running around doing all the stuff physically, but I'm sure she was half that operations and like all the office stuff and all that. Yeah. This the whole kind of he definitely pointed out, like he would look at his thing and shoot, like, okay, I have to do this for but without her, yeah, all that meant, yeah, because there's all the people payroll. Yeah, he fucked it all up. Definitely. Without her there, especially without him and her together as that team, that fucking farm is useless. The trucking bit is all useless because she probably did so much work with that he could never do, and he did stuff she could never do. Together as a team, they built a successful bunch of businesses. Fucking Mexicans are growing cabbage and running drugs. Is it a cartel? Did D know about all that? They were living on their property. They gave them housing. They probably had them all jammed in a house. 5 at a time were out picking the cabbage, and turns out they're growing weed all over the property. You think they're going to grow tons of marijuana? And, was it a legal grow up in Texas? I don't know. Doesn't sound like it. And then the Mexicans, did D even know about it? Maybe D didn't know about it and found out about it and tried to stop someone. They're putting marijuana under the cabbage and delivering it through a safe way. Like Mimi, we were talking about, like the old days where they would have, say, California airport. They would have a baggage handler, right? And then Columbia airport, they had another baggage guy. The baggage guy would slip stuff in a certain thing, and when the plane landed, this baggage guy would kind of get it out. And I imagine how that happened before they kind of got all this, good security and protocols, right? Like back in the 80s, we know that happened. So people wouldn't even know about, like, the baggage handlers would stick in even a briefcase, anything, and then the guy would know which one to get when it arrived, and like, right. There's no, he didn't even, everything he said about her is, it's not a cartel. How do you know? How much weed was it? This is what happened. They had a business, Lucy. Do you not know about the vegetable business? And D and M also got ripped off on a potato business, like $1 million businesses, guys. They're building a home, like $1 million structures on these properties. Not here. And they had 150 Mexicans working on the farm. And then the other vegetable place, they got, do you even know about it? Oh my God. Wow. Cartel's been in every state and country. Can't be naive anymore. Yeah. What if she didn't even know about it and then found out that they were running the drugs in her trucks, and then tried to put a stop to it? Or she did know about it. So I found it weird that she was making like 30% and all that stuff, right? That's what I'm saying, TJ. How someone take her from her home in her pajamas? Well, first of all, she wasn't in her pajamas only. The ME said it could have been a tracksuit. What do you say to that? B, you insist it was pajamas. Nobody can definitively say it was pajamas. Why are you so definitive? The ME sat on the stand and said it could have been track pants. Do you disagree with the ME? Or do you just want it to be pajamas because it sounds worse? Let me know. Did you hear the ME on the stand? Let me know, V. Let me know. The ME said it could have been tracksuit too. You can't tell. So, would that change your mind? Maybe she was out jogging or went out somewhere. With your theory, if it was pajamas, yeah, it would have snatched her out of her bed or off the couch. If she was not in pajamas, then what does that mean? She was out exercising or going out with somebody? Could it mean that then? Like, you must look at it both ways, right? Because that's what the ME said on the stand. He doesn't know if he thought it might have been pajamas. He doesn't know if it was pajamas. Because, yeah, I mean, everyone testified that would have been dressed for D. She wasn't a tracksuit. Oh, everyone testified that. But who testified to that? That was a nighttime house clothes. Right. But could she walk outside and go somewhere else in those clothes? So what does it then tell you then? So she didn't even wear pajamas. She wore stuff where she could go out at 2 a.m. and she did it. Not to say that she wouldn't have deserved. And I don't know. Doesn't say anything then. And Dale said she was at home in their house that night. Yeah. She was. Right. What night? They've got it nailed down so perfectly. They don't even know. The ME can't tell. The only reason the ME said a time of death is because law enforcement told him what they thought. When the defense asked him, he said, without law enforcement telling me, I could never make an assessment as to when she had passed. Dale said she was at home in their house. Right. Tells you it's not likely given her known habits. Maybe she got back home. I don't know. Yeah. Because she made it back home. She wasn't dead. It's always good points. But I mean, again, this isn't a fight with Terry and Todd, who are also truck drivers, and they're at 3 or something in the morning. Like, TJ knows. I know TJ knows a lot of this. There's more to this. It's not as simple. So, like, there was also Dee was at the soccer field making phone calls. One is fine. The next minute, they've lost it all. And then you can't get a hold of her the rest of the day. That was weird. It should be pretty easy. Some of that stuff Dale said in that, it should be pretty easy for them to corroborate.
Yes. Or answering or asking a question blanketed and surrounded by other questions that are meaningless to kind of take their guard down and make them.
Right. The ME had never seen that on a body before. No, V. I remember exactly what was said. I said she was a firecracker, and you got mad at me saying I was demeaning a victim or whatever. And then your 2 comments later, you said she was batshit crazy. So that's what I'm saying. So what are you saying here? I don't say Dee was an annoying. I never said that. Shibby has been on about how much of a firecracker. Right. I was using that term, and I regret it, and I apologize. So when you called her batshit crazy, what was that? Dale talked to her. So V, okay, I was using firecracker, and I meant it in an old guy. It would be an endearing kind of term, and I misspoke, I guess, because a firecracker is a good thing in my era, and I'm an old guy, so that's how I meant it. She was a live one. She enjoyed, sound like she would, have fun. She was probably one of the people you'd want to be around. She was not. I meant it in a positive way, but it sounded worse. Fine. So when you called her batshit crazy, what did you mean by that? V, you referred to her as batshit crazy. Is that worse than my firecracker? And I take it back, firecracker. I apologized. I misspoke, I guess, because there was a name that Dale used, and it wasn't manic. There was something else, mood something or something, mood stabilized disorder or something. It was, but let me know. So I regret saying firecracker, but in my era, old man era, firecrackers, like if I called a girl a firecracker, I want to be around her. That's a good thing for people when I meant to say it as firecracker is a good thing in my decades. You were saying she was spirited. I get that. Right. Take abuse from a man, and that's not so. What do you mean take abuse? There would be things like if she saw these big cameras, I don't think she would allow it. Now I found out there was some trail cams. That was weird. But I mean, in the form of this, I think she would run this house pretty strict, and I just don't see Dale having his way over her. So I'm not saying she wasn't abused, but to insinuate, I just don't see her. I mean, I don't know. He just seems so meek. Like she had the beard guy, Dustin, and I don't know if she told him that her daughter's boyfriend. I think the guy would kick Dale's ass, and if he did it, rightfully so. And Dee's brother said that he liked him. So, and then maybe Dee didn't tell him about it. You're so correct. I'm not saying. I'm just kind of going over things. So,
answer before they can think of an answer type of deal. So that was really good. Detective Singleton was phenomenal. He
Right, but you're so definitive, V, about this, and there's not, and it's very possible. I would likely agree with you, but I'm exploring all the angles too. So, I mean, was he though? Was he? I mean, she was in control, man. She was running some show. She was doing stuff he didn't know about, all the trucking and running all the Mexicans, and she was no slouch. I was not trying to say she was, he's a victim or anything. I wasn't trying to imply she wasn't a victim. I was implying that I don't see her as that. I can't say anything right with you guys. Fuck it.
I think too, he kind of brought a
Fuck it. I quit.
little lightheartedness that was needed in that point in the trial, because it was getting grim, it was getting dark, and he had a really good attitude about it. And that's a retired detective who is retired and living his own life and
still coming in
and with passion, and that I really liked that. So like I said, Michigan State Police.
You're definitive about Dale was an abusive husband. Like, I guess it could be broad term. I'm not saying there's not abuse that doesn't go unreported and all that, but I don't think this is that typical situation where, like Dee, I think she probably scared him in some way too, in her own way. I just don't see him like being this running around choking people and doing like he's got beard guy hates how he grabs the M&Ms. This Dale, if he was a creep abusing her, I think they would have all had so much more incidents. Like, oh, he choked her. I kicked his ass. Beard Lolly would have kicked his ass. Dee's brother would have fucking not liked him if he knew of stuff. And it's possible she didn't tell anyone. So I'm just exploring everything, but nothing. I mean, don't we usually go by some police reports and stuff? Like, would he even be allowed around her if he was this abusive? Like, and maybe he did, and she was terrified and didn't say anything. But maybe he wasn't, and because there's no reports, that's pretty indicative of somebody who's not. He's never flipped out on phone calls. I've never seen him raise his voice or temper or anything. In the interview, he said a couple F words. Other than that, every video is him running around working. I don't know. There's the tracker part of it, but I guarantee that's happening. I've never been in a serious relationship with this new tech stuff, like a marriage, right? It's probably happening a lot on both sides. More, I would suspect more men jealous. Like, there's a history. I agree.
Great job.
What about any of the experts stand out to you?
My dad was a welder. I'm not good with my hands, and he'll see this and laugh and say that's right. But that was really interesting to learn. The time that was big to the timeline. Mm-hmm. Reasons why the weld was messed up, and then when we looked inside the tank, we actually got to see the shrapnel when we did the site visits, where you could see it was actually cut with a grinding wheel.
Right. And Dale, anyone would know if the body's found, it's going to be pretty obvious as a grinder. Maybe I shouldn't walk past 10 cameras with a grinder, because he could have easily put it in a box. Don't you think? You think this guy's that dumb with a $52 million business, 10 different businesses, pieces of tractor equipment, $1 million of equipment passing through his hand, throwing around $500 million here, land transactions. You think he's going to walk past four of his own cameras with a goddamn grinder in his hand and go entomb his wife in a tank using said grinder? Does that sound like you? That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I mean, it would be suspicious to me, telling if we saw him putting a grinder in a box or a garbage bag and concealing it. That's walking around a farm with a grinder when it's a great tool to can be used for a million. He's using these constantly. He's using them constantly for shit. They got to clean up those come on. You really think that's plausible? The guy walks past his own cameras. Let's just walk past cameras with a grinder and hide a body with a grinder. Because we all know what he's saying. Once, if they found it, it's so obvious that it was the grinder would be used. It's a great tool. It can happen, right? It did happen. Somebody used a grinder. But you think Dale's the one because he held a grinder? When I bet you they could show him walking around with a grinder in the last 10 years on those videos. I bet you every other day, 3 times a week, he's walking around with a grinder. Did he entomb 1 million? Did he entomb 20 other women in tanks? And he's a serial entomber? Possibly. I mean, if he's walking around, if walking around with a grinder means he entombed his wife in a tank, I bet if we look at those videos, he's that in that month period, he's probably on video walking around with that grinder 20 different times. So I think there might be 20 women entombed in tanks.
His was really good. I really liked the experts they had on the technology with the cell phones and the searches, because that was key too. And I also really appreciate the honesty they had.
Right, TJ. But there's the body cam video of him, and he's got red arms. Therefore, he welded his wife in a tank.
Of like, you can't tell when this was really searched, because that to me makes me build trust with that witness, because they're leaving it up to us, and that's, I don't ever want to feel like somebody's trying to make me think something, and that really, I like that.
Well, the prosecution did it to you 20 times. Are you okay with that? 641. He's got a yellow tank. Okay, I see something through those trees, but it just drove past the camera. Did you question where that was? 642, he's lifting it out of the bucket, walking it in that door on camera. Did you question that? 643, he's walking, there's a bucket, like he would have to curve away from this thing to get back to that door. Did she show you that? Or did she show you him standing here and the welder's here? She says it just happened. It's on video. She could show you, but didn't. She says he walks away from it, but she only shows him walking from here to the door. Yet he could have been coming from anywhere. He could have walked past that welder. She's clipping this video and creating a fairy tale. Because why didn't she show him walking in that door? It's here. It's there. Show me the 30 seconds before. Show it. You got it on video. You got him. If she did that, I would say, oh my God, this is actually pretty solid. If she zoomed out and showed him driving by in that JCB with the yellow welder and blue tank in the bucket, we see it, then zoom in and show it between the trees, fine. Then 642, she says he takes it out of the bucket and then he opens the door and walks in that door with that welder and wheeling it on the ground, showing him the yellow tank and parking it there, because it just happened on camera. Because she's showing us him walking away from it, but she doesn't even show you that. She shows him standing up here, walking towards the door. So forget the timestamps are off. If she could just show me 1202, 1201, him walking in that door with that welder and parking it and literally walking away from it, that's what she said happened. She showed you video. Why the bait and switch? Why not just show it? She has it. Makes no sense. It's fucking goddamn questionable.
Was welcoming.
And that's not okay with me, because, I mean, she said it happened, but doesn't show you. And she could show you, because in the way she's showing you is by showing you she has the video. But for some reason, doesn't show the guy walking in the door at 642, parking the dumb welder. It's on wheels. It's like a dolly. It would have to bend, and the blue welder and the yellow tank will be there. And he would take his hand off of it and walk away and out that door. She says it's happening. She's got the video, but she only shows him here. No proof he brought it in and parked it. For some reason, she thinks in her hour and 58 minutes, she doesn't have an extra 10 seconds or 30 seconds to put that clip in. Where's that clip? The clip of the actual what she's saying he's doing. Instead of telling me, clip that, clip it. Show me 10 seconds of him walking in and parking it, and 2 more seconds of him walking away from it. Not just him standing here walking to the door. 3 seconds of video, 10 seconds would have been, she has it. It's ridiculous.
Interesting.
So
what
in my eyes, it didn't happen that way. And that's very suspicious.
questions did you send during the deliberations?
We kept asking for the heart rate data that was brought up in the cross-examination with Detective Juror.
A lot of people on Facebook were talking about that. I've seen the Apple Watch data mentioned in other trials. I thought this was brief, how they discussed it.
Yeah.
Whose campaign? What? I don't know how successful his campaign is. Somebody campaigning, TJ? Because I've to this day not seen any of that. And maybe he's done it because it's the truth. Maybe he's running disabled. And I can't say either way. Oh, Dale. Yeah. Well, did it happen? I mean, Dale, maybe he's lying about it. What, did they investigate it? Oh, I should read more. I shouldn't jump in. Was there some disinformation stuff going on? Same with people I know now in my own life and what I've often eventually found out about others. Those closest don't have a clue. It's not even that. It's obviously, but oftentimes I don't find interviewing people to be explicit. No, the private couple, my own. Right. A lot of people may not know. I agree. She's not out telling people, but also if he's being abused, especially for a guy, I can assure you the guy will be less. It's less likely. 1 out of 10 chance it may be a guy getting abused by a woman, but 9 out of 10, all of them are. It's very plausible. 8 out of 10 of the guy or girl, most they're not running around telling people, but yeah, it's happening in right under your eyes, and you wouldn't even know. I'm not saying it's so obvious, and there's always got to be a trail and or police records and charges, but in this situation with D has a lot of support. I think there's more situations where people, I'm not saying she still didn't happen and was afraid to tell him or whatever, but in my situation, I think, I don't know, she had some support if she chose to reach out. Dustin Lawley's beard alone would have fucking, if he said Dale choked her last night, Lawley would have went up and at least confronted him. If they didn't call the cops on him and get him arrested, somebody would have done something. Zach would have flipped out with the brother wouldn't have liked him. And I'm not saying she did this, but she did have those, and I mean, just Lolly seemed like really close with her and her daughters. Dale was abusing her. Do you think the daughters wouldn't have known more? I guess. I don't know. I'm not saying that in every case it happens, but she had people, so it's more of a possibility. I'm trying not to misspeak.
Could have used a little bit more explanation. So what were you guys wondering about that?
Well, being a PE teacher, that's right up my wheelhouse. And the thing that stuck with me is Drew said on the stand that his heart rate never got above 67 beats per minute. And that's resting heart rate.
Yeah.
So I really wanted that. And I asked for it twice and was denied twice.
And out of all those things, imagine Dee had no idea that those people were running drugs in her truck and found out and tried to stop it. Or all Zach and whoever else was dipping into the money. And then she tried to stop. She found out about something and tried to stop it. And something happened to her. Those are all motives, big ones. Because they're talking $80,000 cash missing and people dipping into this. The trucking company is about to fail because they were dipping in and taking. Did Dee kind of take a couple things, like she getting her lashes done and massages, and she had her own money in that. But maybe she didn't even know how bad it was happening until she probably would have stumbled on it at some point. What if that vocal, the blonde woman, was her good friend running the numbers? What if she found out she took people smuggle, embezzle, and I would put it most likely that somebody else is doing it, and then Dee stumbled on it, and maybe had a fight like that employee. She had a big fight with that one employee and the partner, and oh my God, there could be much more to this. It's not so. Dale, it's on his farm. He did it. He had a tank on a JCB. Therefore, it's that tank. He did it. Like, he's moving these tanks around, shuffling them all over. It's his job. So if we see him, does every tank have a body in it? Because these aren't all the same tank he's driving around. They're white tanks. It's like 30 of them. And people are coming and going, dropping those tanks off. Farmers are driving down the road with those tanks, plopping them down, getting the fresh ones or getting a refill, however they're doing it. That old Hawkins guy is fucking filling tanks up all day. And the ones that are rusty and need decommissioned, they take them here and put them by the ear. And some are so bad they're thrown out by the garbage. And so, I mean, some have a body in it and are being moved around. I mean, why would he be shuffling that tank around while allowing the cops to fly a drone overhead? And the one they see in the drone, is it that tank? They never show you. They show you from 200 feet away. He's got a white tank. And they just want the jury to believe it's that tank. Is it though? It's a great theory. It could be 30 other tanks. This is everything is just manufactured to make him look guilty. I mean, none of it actually is what they're saying is happening.
And Judge Olsaver gave a very nice, clear explanation the second time. I was like, okay, now I get why we're not getting it.
So then how do you make that not be reasonable doubt then? If you believe all this and the timeline is all adding up, what do you tell yourself must have happened with the Apple Watch?
So I told myself, and I thought out loud, and I think other people agreed, was that it's not going to help either side because it's not here. So let's
see. So what he's saying, since it's not going to help, he just can dismiss it. This is what it is. They make these jurors think it's got to be, the whole thing's got to be unreasonable when it's not. Because he's also, what did he say earlier that he didn't believe? Something he did say earlier that he didn't believe. This guy's got reasonable doubts. None of it's going towards this fucking defendant. You don't just get the ballistics and the Delphi. You don't just get to say they based their case on this bullet. I chose not to believe the bullet. Therefore, the rest of it wasn't unreasonable. What's going on here?
just to discredit it because
they trick these people to think what reasonable doubt even means. If we get every one of these jurors to write a definition of a reasonable doubt, their heads are spinning to this day after making coming to their verdicts.
It's not going to be for or against anything because technology does have flaws. You know, like he could have taken it off for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. There's a lot of what ifs and you know, we're not.
Is there though? Is that some?
Not there to solve the crime. We're there to evaluate the evidence handed to us as is and make a decision. So we were just like, okay, we're just not going to, as hard as it's going to be, we're going to forget about that unless it really comes down to we can't get anything solved. And like I said, once we really evaluated the surveillance footage, it nailed.
Ooh, was it the sunburn? He did. I'll find it again. Sorry, guys. I know I'm pausing a lot. Thanks for being here. We're just discussing. I enjoy this. I'm working night shift. I have to get through the night. You guys are helping me, and I hope you're getting some entertainment, or at least having some fun chatting with each other. So.
At home for us.
I had questions about that Apple Watch too. Like I wanted to know if someone takes it off, is there a lapse in the data? If, for example, if he would have put it on her, if she had been sleeping. So I did have questions about that too.
We actually had a juror who had an Apple Watch, and we played around with it a little bit. But again, it kind of showed like the inconsistencies while we were messing around with it. So it's like, okay, let's just scrap it.
Were there any other questions that you guys sent?
Just we wanted the testimonies to clarify things because again, when you're taking notes, you're not getting everything. And we want to make sure what we all heard was true. Unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, we came to a verdict before we even got them. So they didn't really play a
Wow. He said we came to a verdict before we got all.
part in their decision, but I do think they did because there was a delay getting them. It forced us to think about other things and talk through things, and while we were waiting.
So tell me what that's the Apple Watch too. Like I wanted to know if he.
Sorry, I went back a little bit farther. He said something about they made a verdict. Yeah, it was here. They made a verdict before they got some statements or proof that any of that claims were true.
We wanted the testimonies to clarify things, because again, when you're taking notes, you're not getting everything, and we want to make sure what we all heard was true. Unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, we came to a verdict before we even got them.
So they wanted to go over the people's testimonies to make sure everything said about Dale was true. Yet he's come to a verdict before he's got all of them. They said they came to a verdict before we got them. So did they ever get them? And then what? So they're not sure if everything said about Dale was true or anything. I don't even know. He just said some gobs up there. But their verdict was, why even care about it then? Because they came to their verdict. They didn't need that stuff, right? Their verdict was in.
So they didn't really play a part in their decision, but I
like the testimonies of everyone. There's fucking 30 people testifying here. 20 people. The masseuse, the last technician, the son, the daughter, both the daughters. Yeah. Brian Bush, Ivan Boyd, 10 different cops, FBI guy, fucking Secret Service agent, business partners, the brother. Oh my God, I don't remember. What does he say there?
Off, is there a lapse in the data? If, for example, if he would have put it on her,
yeah,
if she had been sleeping. So I did have questions about that too.
We actually had a juror who had an Apple Watch, and we played around with it a little bit. But again, it kind of showed like the inconsistencies while we were messing around with it. So it's like, oh,
so there's inconsistencies with the Apple Watch. So they just tossed that evidence out. And the one good point. Good point. It was so long ago, and I've taken we're now in 2.5 hours in, and I'm at 22 minutes. Good point. Good point. Again, you've made that a few times. Feel free to make it often, because I know I agree, but we're gonna have to go over this again. I didn't think this was going to be such. He was going to say so much. Thought it was going to be kind of like just this cutesy thing. He's actually really revealing a lot of things here. So we'll go over it again. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I don't even know what I'm doing. But I know you enjoy it somehow.
okay, let's just scrap it.
Were there any other questions that you guys sent?
Just we wanted the testimonies to clarify things, because again, when you're taking notes, you're not getting everything, and we want to make sure what we all heard was true. Unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, we came to a verdict before we even got them.
You did kind of point me this direction. Thank you. You love it. It's like you just pulled like a grenade. You just pulled that little pin out and handed it to me. Thank you. I hope you're laughing. I'm just kidding. It's good. It says a lot of stuff here. I honestly thought it was going to be a puff piece type of deal, right?
So they didn't really play
I'm actually going to download this video because I feel that they might want to take this down because he says so much. Like he really reveals a lot. So I'm going to download this too.
part in their decision, but I do think they did because there was a delay getting them. It forced us to think about other things and talk through things, and while we were waiting.
So tell me what that's like when you finally get to a verdict. Is this are you saying it's time to see if we're on the same page again? Let's take another vote, or how does that come to happen?
We are all.
And when did it happen? When did you take this last poll?
So murder one wasn't a thought, just because we all agreed that it was really hard to prove premeditation. The defendant never knew his daughter wasn't going to be home that night. He and his wife fought often. Why would this fight be different than any other fight if divorce and selling the business were things that were often fought about? Why is tonight so different? So we truly think when we were talking that We don't know what happened inside. Something happened. Somebody snapped. Things happened, and now here we are with this case. So,
and we talked about this on the phone. Sometimes strangulation, because it takes so long, could maybe go along with premeditated, but you guys didn't know if that happened first or second to the blunt force trauma.
Yeah, Dr. Cho didn't give a definitive, true cause of death in the terms of a singular act. It could have been the strangulation, it could have been the blunt force trauma, or it could have been both. So we when we're thinking about what really happened, if he really did get upset and angry, it was probably a very sloppy and violent act, and it could have been quick. You've seen him in the courtroom. He's a big guy. She's not very big. It wouldn't take much to knock a woman out or severely hurt a woman of her size.
And the defense really took a lot of time to say through various witnesses that he was calm.
Yep.
And so were you thinking that a calm person may have snapped
Absolutely.
versus planned it all out?
Absolutely. And then just, you got to take your own common sense and sometimes not your own personal experiences, but just how you feel certain ways. Like when you're constantly getting bombarded with text messages that would frustrate you, but then when you respond calmly, that's the other thing is like in the text messages, you could chart it up to him being a middle-aged man not knowing how to text. His text messages were never long. And if they were full of vulgarities, it was actually about a worker or a vendor, about screwing something up with the business.
Right. So he's not had a bad word to say about Dale.
His responses were, whatever the motive were, they were pretty normal of a husband. When she was upset, she was upset. Like she let him know she was upset.
Okay, so we getting all this, guys? He was a normal husband. And she was being nice, and he's saying that about a victim. So she was upset. She was. I don't know. You don't think there's? I just don't. I'm not saying he couldn't have, but it sounds to me like she wore the pants almost, right? Like, not that. Like, I mean, the physical aspect. If it happened that way, it could. He's bigger, and man, I get it. I'm not saying that. Just know, what he just said there. Dale was always nice. Only talked like, out of all these text messages, if he's so abusive, is he not doing? This guy wouldn't be saying this. He says all he did was call out some workers or vendors about, his swearing or whatever he said.
So you'd have to think if somebody who is so passive like that is with somebody who's the exact opposite, at what?
So Dale was passive and she was the exact opposite.
Point do they have too much? And that's what we really think. With all the.
So she was too much and he was passive. Therefore, they surmise that he did it because she was so opposite of what's the opposite of passive? Aggressive, right? So he's saying she was aggressive basically because he said he was passive and she was the opposite. But then her aggressive made him snap.
The other problems they've had in their relationship, at what point is the breaking point?
Mm-hmm. So when
V, what did you take from what he just said? Did you just hear him say that? No, it's not. So remind everyone you called her batshit crazy. Every time you put I say firecracker, and I meant it. What did batshit crazy mean to you? See, I did say firecracker, but I meant like if I that to me it's a compliment in my era, in my century or decade. If I call it a firecracker is someone I want around, fucking like. But he said Dale was passive, she was the opposite, and you called her batshit crazy. Just remember, every time you bring up firecracker, don't forget to tell everyone you said batshit crazy. Well, you used it. You used it to refer to her. I saved it all. It's in my other day chat. I actually did not call it hypothetical. Well, what's my comparison? See, guys, mine's a real thing, like hypothetical comparison. I got the comments. I'll go back. I got them all. I don't think you said you used batshit crazy to describe her. What do you think I did?
Do you guys take this last poll and get that all started?
Yeah.
And was that on Tuesday?
That was Tuesday. I think it was about 4:30 because we had to wait just under an hour to go into the courtroom. But it was when we saw the welder go into the new shop from the spray barn.
So does everyone say kind of like, oh?
So that whole 641, 642, 643 is what they saw the welder go in. I think that's what he's saying.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And then you say, or someone says, time for another vote?
Yes, actually, the frames was like, oh my God. And even the people who were voting guilty, oh my God, we've never seen this. Wow, look at this is crazy. Here it is right here. And then I said, do we take a vote? And we all said, yep, murder 2. And then I said, do we need to vote on tampering? Nope, guilty. I filled out the paperwork, let the bailiff know, and then we went.
So V, that's what put him away, is that video, 641, 642, 643. He just said it. The welders went in there. Look at this. None of us see it. Him putting it there. They all convicted him. That was the nail in the coffin. That prosecutor's evidentiary closing statement video. When they saw that, they put him away. They saw 641. They saw some branches and a yellow thing. They could have saw the whole thing. Fine, I'll take it. But 642, here's what he does. He walks in this door, places this welder here, and 643, 1203, whatever, he's walking away from said welder. Up here, he's walking towards the door. He said that convinced them all. They put him away on that gobbledygook. Oh my God. Thank you for saying that. I gotta fucking download this before this goes away. This is gonna disappear. Sorry guys. I'm downloading this one. Fuck. I'll play it while I'm downloading.
Waited for 50 minutes.
And just clarify why you didn't feel that you needed to go into tampering. We talked about this on the phone.
Yeah.
Too. I don't want anyone to think you just
blew it off.
Yeah.
No. We thought that if he truly did murder her, all the actions the moving the tank during.
Wow. He just said we thought if he murdered her, but you just convicted him beyond a reasonable doubt. Unanimous decision. And oh my God, I got to download this.
The drone search, collecting all the welding material, obviously moving the body from the crime scene. I mean, that alone is tampering with evidence. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot of substantial tampering with evidence. Evidence, and we really didn't think it was that hard to figure out. We really wanted to make sure.
Whoa. Move the body. Was it the safe? Is that? Whoa. Oh my God. Like, are they saying that the cops showing that photo of how a JCB could have extended its boom 20 feet to a door? Oh my God. Do they even know that was not the real photo and that was never seen? It was just their theory that he said, see, this is why you don't talk to the cops, guys, because all he said was that I forgot something in the house and I went back and I parked out front with my JCB. Then the cops wheeled that JCB to the front of the door and extended the boom 20 feet to show that, hey, therefore this is what he's done. Yet we have no video of it. Somebody saw it. No proof that ever happened. Nothing. It's their theory. And they look at those pictures that the cops created that the bucket could reach. If you extended that boom 20 feet, it could. All he says is he's driving around that JCB and he forgot something inside, so he parks it there and runs inside. Wow. I found out. I found out. They just fucking convicted this guy off of that gobbledygook video. I love it. I'm going to play it over and over again. 641, 642, 643. Fucking bullshit, that video.
Because if he did it.
That is the worst presentation I've ever seen. Oh my God, thank you, young man. Jesus Christ. They looked at that video and wait till you get a chance to look at it again. Oh, it's nothing what she says is happening. She shows you.
Murder her. It could also be charted up to him not knowing and just going about farm business, because that's what he tried to make it look like.
He tried to make it look like that. It also, this guy's not convinced. He voted guilty.
So
What was the atmosphere like in the jury room? Because this is such a serious case.
Good point, V. So TJ, are you guys, if you know anywhere I can get these documents, I'll read over anything. Let me know. Great. Yeah, because I do like the videos are great. They did, either way, they're mainstream media, whatever. They did a good job with this case. So she was not unreasonable. I thought she was going to be like a puff piece, but all in all, this is good. Either how you think, and I'm just asking questions, but I definitely wouldn't mind. I like reading the documents because we can attain more. I feel myself.
Even some of the jurors who were chosen had some awareness of the case, though they said they could be impartial. So clearly you knew you were dealing with a big case and a serious case.
Yeah.
So what was the atmosphere like due to that?
we were very professional. That's like my biggest taking point from this is a lot of people.
I believe that's around the time Jaron came to Greca. So Jaron probably said he did it or something, right? We'll never know, because Jaron just all of a sudden was absolved. He was put like $100 and something billion bond or all this shit. And all of a sudden Jaron's, oops, they made a mistake. 5 cops in commando gear arrested Jaron. It was a mistake. Oops.
From different backgrounds, different personalities, could all come together.
No, she doesn't show it at all. No, it's not that. I've showed it to you. I don't think you're watching. She doesn't show it at all. She says it happens. The camera's there, but she shows none of it. I'm going to break that down because this is what did it for Amal. He said it. 641, 642, 643. Let that sink in because the camera says 1203. I'm going to let that timestamp go because then 643 is 1203. Will show me 1202 because 641, 1201, he's doing that whole drive-by outside. So where's the 642, the 1202, 642 camera? Because she shows you 1203 and the rest of 1203. Because she doesn't even show you him walking away from this welder. She says he brings it in this door on camera, doesn't show you. Parks it on camera, doesn't show you. Walks away from it, doesn't show you. She shows him up here walking towards that door. Could have been coming from anywhere. So if you guys are okay with that, be prepared. You're going to hear that a lot.
For something bigger than ourselves and get on the same page. Not necessarily same opinion, but the same page of order of business. And one thing we did talk about when we did have like a little bit of a stalemate on Tuesday.
So, not the prosecutor's presentation. The camera guy in the court didn't change his view. He was there. It was the prosecution's view. They zoomed the video in to not show what was going. They said there was, and we have the video if they just went earlier, because I've seen it other times. When it's zoomed out, you see where she says he drove. And it would be, this yellow tank would be in the bucket sticking up. Because we see it here, basically. And I'm not even protesting it, so it's not necessary. I just find it curious as to she could easily have shown it. And just didn't for some reason. But she explains it. So that's not even the biggest problem. Because I guess if we look closely, you can see like a yellow tank standing up in the bucket. And this is his, But the biggest part is he parks in front of that door, takes it out of the bucket on 642, which is 1202. The camera, we see the camera because he's walking away with that last part. But the part where he walks in the door, parks that welder, and curves away from it to where he's walking is not shown. It's just him up here walking straight to the door. He could literally have been walking down here. Like she pieced and doesn't show. Why? It would be probably a 10-second clip. Walking in and parking the welder, letting go of it, turning around, and walking right out the door in one fell swoop. She shows you none of that. She shows him standing here. She shows a welder there, not how it got there, and she says it just got there from him. Show him. That's very suspicious.
I asked the people with guilty verdicts, what point did you decide guilty? Like what evidence, what? And that was big because I feel like that validated a lot of their thoughts and it opened the not guilty's thoughts up to, oh, okay, you know, that's a good point. Let's look into it. And we did.
So what was the answer to that question?
It was different for everybody. A lot of people, it was, you know, 2, 3, 4 weeks into the trial. It wasn't immediate. I really don't think anybody came to an immediate decision because it is a big decision to make, and they really hammered into us that you got to take into account everything and you can't have a doubt. So I think we handled that really well. I was very pleased, and I was happy to work with the people that I worked with.
Good. And how did you guys pass the time? Because we know you spent hours. Sometimes there was business that had to be taken care of. We got started late, or, you know, we're in the courtroom and the attorneys and the judge are working on things, hashing out issues, and you guys are back there. So how did you pass the time not being able to talk about the case?
You know, some people would.
Did anybody bring cards? Or
we didn't bring cards. We talked about cards a lot. Another juror and I play Words with Friends together. So that was a big thing. We're just playing words and showing each other like, oh, look what I did. On the same page. Not necessarily.
I just went back a bit. I wanted to hear that again.
Tamper with evidence. When we saw the welder go into the new shop from the spray barn, had in their relationship, you know, at what.
So this is they're talking about the video in the one I just showed you, and I'm going to show you again right after this or we're going to watch this again because I got to start writing stuff down. Or that's what convinced them all. They've never even seen that before, and everyone's saying this is not evident. I mean, I know what you guys are all saying, and I don't know. It's what put them over right here.
Point is the breaking point.
So when do you guys take this last poll and get that all started?
Yeah.
And was that on Tuesday?
That was Tuesday. I think it was about 4:30 because we had to wait just under an hour to go into the courtroom. But it was when we saw the welder go into the new shop from the spray barn.
So does everyone say kind of like,
see, they saw it go in there, right? But did they? Did they? They didn't see it. She didn't show that happening. She told them it happened. So I don't know. They needed to think about this because that's what did it for them all. When they saw that welder go in, oh my God, I fucking knew it. I'm onto something, guys. That's what did it. That video, this guy just said they all saw that welder come in there. And they didn't. They didn't. They were told that was what happened. He's standing there walking away from this. We could have been coming right from down here, walking through the screen and out the door. She did not show it. Well, V, what do you think they're doing? Here, you watch it. Can you see your screen? Have you not been watching what I've showed you?
See
Tell
the
me what they
JCB
see.
go by with a white object.
Okay, so not this part yet. So watch.
And there goes Ivan.
Okay, so she's going to say to you in a few seconds that the JCB drives by here with a gigantic yellow tank standing up in the bucket, a blue welder and a yellow tank. And she's going to zoom in and show you it here, and he's going to park in front of that building. She's going to show you this video, but for some reason, she's going to decide to show you this zoomed in portion only when she could 10 seconds earlier show you it driving by here. Fine. You're okay with that? Fine. She's then going to show you the video of him opening that door because he's just taken it out of the bucket, place it, wheel it on wheels in this door, and park it on video. Yeah, she's not going to show you. She told you, and she doesn't even show you him walking away from it at 6:43. She shows him standing here, walking to that door. There's a video camera here. So forget the timestamps. It says 12:03. 12:03 is 6:43. I'll accept it. 12:02 would be 6:42. Where's that? Watch. She's about to show you. For some reason, she doesn't show you. This is what put him away. And she could easily have showed you here too. She wants you to think it drives by here, and we see it. Okay, I see it. I see a yellow. Watch. You're gonna see a yellow tank. Okay, fine. Man, hope to God you can see this. I've showed it 50 times. So in this one is him who we don't see get back into JCB, dumping that garbage, and the tank appears too somehow. So therefore, Dale did it. Meanwhile, Ivan could have easily. Ivan's the one who loaded this garbage up. Dale got out of the JCB. Ivan teleports, and she doesn't show us who gets back in it. Fine, whatever. Someone piled some garbage here, whenever. I don't know, for some reason we don't get to see it. We get to see him driving over here. She says this is what happened. Like, why is this okay with you? It's ridiculous. This is the worst presentation I've ever seen.
Now we see the JCB.
You do. Hit a camera.
This time.
Sure, yeah, hit it. So here we go. So there's going to be another vehicle. Forget it. She's going to do a little clicky click. You're going to see it change for some reason. She could have this. She has the zoomed out version of it driving by slowly with this yellow tank sticking out. For whatever reason, we don't get to see it. She zoomed in, not this court guy's. You can see the clock. He hasn't changed his camera angle. She's showing this zoomed in version. And she's going to show you, and you're going to see a yellow tank here and him park. And then she's going to tell you what he does on video, but not show you for some reason. Enjoy it. Click.
641.
641. She's so. I see a yellow. I believe it. It's standing up in the bucket, probably. Yeah, the JCB. I mean, it was just here. Well, okay, fine. Show him. The jury convicted him. Here, the jury saw him put this welder there, and that sealed the deal for them. He's going to walk in a door, park this welder on camera, and walk away from this welder on camera, and seal the deal. At 12:03, 6:43, 12:02 for some reason not around.
Coming slowly from the spray barn.
He's gonna put
with
it.
The welder.
Watch.
In the bucket.
I'm gonna stop it. Okay, I stopped it. He walked in this door and put this here so fucking fast the camera couldn't pick it up, guys. You just saw him put this here, right? She's telling you that. They convicted him because of this. This has sealed the deal. For some reason, nobody wants to see him actually wheel it in here and actually do what she's saying he just did. For some reason, all we do is see him standing here, walking here. Because, could he be walking down here? I bet you there's 1,000 videos of him coming from here up and out this door. Like, could you have at least showed him standing here, not touching it, like just standing here and kind of curving? Could you have? I guess we could. We'll never know. Let's just fuck. He's guilty. Listen to her. Again, what? Here it is.
Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
Again, at 6:43, 12, he walked away from this welder. This is what the jury saw and put him away, guys. Okay. Got him. So again, I'm not even going to interrupt. 6:41, it'll be a clickety click. I could show you him doing it. I'll tell you he's doing it. I think I see it. Therefore, 6:42, I mean, he's walking away from this welder. Could he have put, I guess he could have. And I really could have showed you him walking in the door with this welder and walking away from it. But I choose not to show you other. I'm going to tell you this is what happened.
From the spray barn with the welder in the bucket. Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
He just did it. He just did it. He just did it. He just did it. Yeah, hours of this, because a man was just convicted for this, which didn't happen. And you're okay with that? What? Oh my God. You're in the right place. I love it. It's so goddamn entertaining that you think that. It's right here in front of your fucking eyes. I love it. Oh my God. Here again. So you guys, guilty. I got a great camera angle. Fuck it. Let me zoom in on some branches. Oh, I see a yellow thing. He parks it, lifts this goddamn Fine. Okay. He could have lowered it, whatever. He gets it out of that bucket, wheels it in the door on camera, parks it on camera, walks away from it on camera, but she can't show you any of that. She shows him standing here, walking towards the door, coming from anywhere. You guys are amazing.
6:41, coming slowly from the spray barn with the welder in the bucket.
Does he?
Again.
What?
6:43, walking away
Again. He's walking away from what?
from the welder.
Is he though? Why don't you just show me instead of telling me? It's fucking amazing. The jurors saw this and fucking this guy's done for.
From the spray barn
Yeah.
with the welder.
Here it comes.
in the
Ready?
bucket.
Boom! I stopped it as close as I could. He just walked in this door and parked this yellow tank, blue welder here, and walked away from it. Curved around these buckets. Oh my God. But for some reason, I can start the video here. Did he? Was he here? Like, to me, this is somebody he could have been. Could he have? Yeah. He could have licked this tabletop and did. Yeah. Could have. We got the video though. Show me 12:02, which is 6:42. Wheel it back. You got it. It's on video. It's right here. You got him.
Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
Did we? So let's do some teleportation, guys. Didi, just in time. Here's a little Didi. Well, V, that's not my fault. You can't see your screen. Stop telling me about it because I don't care. You've said that a million times. I've showed you on screen and you've done nothing but argue with me. And I just fucking showed you how they convicted this guy as a gobbledygook. Get a bigger screen. I can't get an iPad or something. I don't know what to say. We're watching video here. I wish you could see this because I've showed this chat 50 times how this guy didn't just do what he said she did. And you're going to see him pull his JCV in. He's going to get out of it and disappear. There's going to be a teleportation of Ivan's going to walk out in a white hat, stand here and disappear. He's going to end up underneath here, walk up and throw 2 pieces in. Basically, she cuts it out because she doesn't want to see you seeing Ivan's the one throwing all this garbage in the JCV. And then it just stops. And she insists Dale's the one who gets back in and drives away, but doesn't want to show you that neither. She'd rather a screen capture recording of a 4x3 screen. Here we go. Some Star Trek teleportation. Ivan walks out, disappears, ends up down here, walks up, 2 pieces of garbage. The bed has got 2 little pieces. He disappears. The bed, the bucket's full of fucking garbage. Ivan's walking towards here where all of this has been shuffled and missing and changed. So this is half of this is the garbage that ends up in the bucket. For some reason, we got teleportation. I think I see Roger Rabbit run by. I'm not sure. And Dale never gets back in his JCB, but she continues on. She's following Dale around this whole property, but she never shows him getting back in. So who's driving this JCB? Because in the next one is where the garbage gets dumped and the tank is put there. A tank, the tank. Who did it? Dale gets out of this JCB.
6:46.
Be prepared. Fucking Ivan the teleporter. Spock. Scotty, beam me up. Beam me down under here, Scotty. Watch. Beam
Dale
me
brings
down
the
under
JCB
here.
to the old shop where Ivan and his brother
Dale,
are
disappear right now. Go.
working. Gets out.
Boom. Boom. Dale disappeared. He could be up in the fucking spaceship Challenger, right? He went that way, right? But I mean, we've got a great angle. Let's see Dale getting back in. So now Ivan's teleported. He's down here now. So Scotty's going to beam him out. He's going to throw 2 pieces of garbage in. He'll disappear. This will be full. This is all moved around. Ivan's loading garbage. I'm starting to think Ivan jumped in this thing because she's not showing you Dale get back in it.
Ivan does some trash in the old shop.
Yeah, Ivan does a lot of bullshit. And he fucking teleports. Scotty, beam Ivan over here to walk here. 1. Scotty, now. Okay. It worked. It worked. That's the end of the video, guys. So this shit's all gone and changed. I can show you. I won't bore you with it. This is all shuffled around. Ivan just teleported. This bucket's now full of shit. It's going to be the proof that shows you Dale dumped this garbage by the pile and put a white tank over there. That seems to be there. So implying whoever's driving this did it. But I guess refuses to show us anyone getting back in. Here we go. I paused it. Let's see the rest of this video. Dale hops back in and takes this garbage to the pile. She's got it all. Watch. Watch Dale get back in this right now. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Dale didn't get back in there. So who's driving this JCB? Is it Dale? Oh my God. And watch this burn pile. That white garbage is going to get dumped on this burn pile. Not burned, just the white stuff. You'll see it. She'll zoom in on the screenshots. She's named it a great title and time. But this is a video, remember. She's going to show you screenshots and zoom in. And she's going to show you garbage, no garbage. No garbage, garbage. No tank, tank. There's going to be a little white tank. I mean, there's fucking there's tanks everywhere here. There's 30 fucking tanks on this, 40 tanks on this property of the exact same type. For some reason, she can't even show us the garbage getting dumped here because she's going to just show the JCB driving away. So here we go. Screenshots of what she says is happening on a video. For some reason, she's not going to show you it. Tell me what happens.
This is 607.
Okay.
The fuel, the old shop fuel cameras.
The fuel.
Look at the zoomed in photograph.
See, I'll pause. I paused. Look at the zoomed in photo of the video. There's nothing on the pile, and there's no tank. Watch. She's gonna show you the screenshots.
There's nothing back there.
Nothing. Let me pause it. Oh wait, I paused it. Okay, so now on video, the JCB dropped this pile of garbage and for somehow got this tank there. And I guess the person driving this did it. Is it Ivan? The bucket's there. They usually whatever. Okay. Don't show me. Don't show me. Just take screenshots. It's so much easier. Tell me what happens. Fuck showing us.
637. Look at the pile.
Oh, I see it. Zoom in. Oh my God, I see it. I see the screenshot. The JCV on video dumped this shit and a tank with a body in it on video. Here's the screenshot. Trust me, it happened the way I said it. And it's Dale in there. I know it's Dale. I could have showed you Dale get back in. I just, for the sake of time, we've only got enough time. We've only got an hour and 28 minutes to fuck this guy's life over in my closing. Let's just show screenshots of it. And I trust me, it happens.
Not only is that tank to the far left over there.
No, they're not. No, they're not. This is from, there's a camera. No, they're not. Sorry. TJ, I've seen this camera angle a bazillion times. There's a camera. This is one of their cameras. So it's not. These are just, I guess it might be dark enough for it to switch into night vision mode, black and white. I think black and white's great because, I mean, it really helps when the dusk gets kind of, the sun's not out later in the day, whatever. This is not a drone. So, but whatever it is, it's a video, but it's not the drone video. There's this camera here. They've got tons of this throughout the trial, this camera angle. So here's going to be another screenshot of the video.
But you can now see a pile of white in the burn pit.
I see it. I see a garbage that you say was in the bucket from Ivan, driven by Dale, who you can't show getting back into JCB. This is a great little fucking. They convicted him because of this, and there's a tank 43s right here. It's a white tank, therefore it's tank 43, I guess, right? So
here's this one.
There it is. She's going to show you. Here it is. Here it's gone. Here it is. Here it's gone. Screenshots of video. There we go. There we go. The thing drove here, dumped this shit on top, and put a dead body in a tank here on video. But now it's fucking 100 feet away, and we got a screenshot. Thank you.
After Dee's body is found, the police go back and look at evidence.
I love this. Fucking guy's guilty right here. Got him.
See the JCB go by with a white object on it.
So the JCB drives by here soon.
And there goes Ivan.
Watch. So you can see when we see something here, it's coming here in a second. Or if we see it going here this way, it's coming. It came from here. Look at this. Like if he drives that JCB by and that yellow tank is in the bucket standing up, like she shows us in a few minutes, it would be fucking right here 30 seconds before. It's like she's like, it's driving by slowly. I see it in here. For some reason, I don't want to show you this part of the video. Why? Doesn't that make you suspicious? Hey, Nicole. The fuck? Why do we gotta manufacture this? Just show it. You got it. If you don't show it, I don't think you got it. Wait. Don't yell at me. What? To get a bigger screen? It's rude. Oh my God. But you fucking 30 times are telling me you can't see the screen. I want you to see. Oh my God. Okay, so how about this? Stop telling me you can't see the video we're all watching. Because this is a video. I don't know. Turn your voice speech to text on and listen to the video. I don't know what to say, V. I'll stop telling you stop telling me you have a tiny screen. I'll stop telling you to get a bigger screen. How's that?
Now we see the JCB
Did you though?
hit the camera this time.
It did. So here we go. So click it. For some reason. Now stammer over your words and explain to us why you're not showing this 30 seconds before, because it's driving by that camera slowly. She could show you driving by slowly on this wicked camera view if it wasn't zoomed in. And this isn't the court camera room, guy. But I'm not even saying you don't see it, but for some reason she's not showing it. There's going to be a yellow tank in the bucket standing up. You're going to see a yellow. I'll try to catch it. Listen to this camera.
Coming slow.
It came slowly with the fucking yellow yellow tank and the blue welder is in the bucket of the JCB.
From the spray barn.
641.
With the welder.
I'm going to pause it right. Ooh. I fucking nailed it. 643 now. So 641. He slowly goes by and I can't show you. I see some branches. I see it. He parks out here. He picks it out of the bucket or maybe lowers the bucket, gets it out. He gets this thing. It can't be that light. It can't be whatever. I don't know. He's obviously done this before, I guess, right? Because we're seeing him do it right now. He walks in this door on camera, curves around these buckets, parks us here, and curves back around and walks away from it. But her video starts here, and she tells you it happened. So this is 643 now. Forget showing you 642 where he walks in. You guys are okay with this? The jury, this is what took the jury over the edge, and this guy's done with. Fucking welders and torches everywhere. These guys are torching the shit out of this place. These blades are breaking off constantly. They're welding constantly. Tool benches, shops, work. So he just, I guess we'll never know. The jury saw him put this welder here. Good enough for me, right? Let's fucking bury this guy and move on. Because he just walked in on video, did something she said he did, walked away from it on video. For some reason, they don't show you. They show him here. Oh, you conspiracy theorists thinking that he could just be walking by here. Damn you, conspiracy theorists.
Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder.
Again, he did it. Oh, you're so smooth. You showed nothing. There you go. Jury. Oh, unanimous guilty because of this.
6:41, coming slowly from the spray barn with the welder in the bucket. Again,
Yeah.
6:43, walking away from the welder.
He walked away from the welder, fucking teleports out of the cab. Oh, so good.
6:46,
Let's teleport one last time. No interruptions. Teleportations, garbage, teleportations.
Dale
Two
brings the
teleportations.
JCB to the old shop.
Dale's
where
gonna
Ivan and his
disappear.
brother are working.
Disappear, Dale.
Gets out.
Don't you ever get back in that JCB.
Ivan does some trash in the old shop.
Yes, he does. Ivan does a lot of shit here. Does Ivan get back in this and drive away? Is Ivan the one who puts the tank over there? Now disappear. Thank you. Fill some shit up. Now just pause the video and end it there. Because I don't want to burden you guys showing the suspect get back in. Why burden you with that? Because here I'm going to tell you he did it.
This is 6:07 at the old the fuel.
Now we've gone back
the
in
old shop.
time. So we're back in 6:07. Why should the process? This is their game plan. They jump back in time to fucking. These jurors' heads are spinning at this point. Forget about all the tool mark and ballistics baloney in Delphi. Just this alone, gotta be wondering like. So we went from 6:43 to 6:07. What? This is how they spin people. You get your fucking spin it, or let's jump back. Let's confuse the fuck out of these jurors. They've already chosen verdict guilty anyway. So their heads up. One of them was sleeping. One of them had a nap.
Fuel cameras. Look at the zoomed in photograph.
I see it though.
There's nothing
So if
back.
that garbage happened after, like, why are we showing that after? This is the game plan with these prosecutors. Screenshots. So it's not. That's how I compare it as a template to all of it. Everyone should be not accept this. Why would you jump back 40 something minutes to show all this video, screenshots of video? It's just this bait and switch confusion. These fucking jurors just want to get to home. They're like, they spent hours deliberating because there's obviously some reasonable holdouts. They browbeat the hell out of them. And then all of a sudden they got a unanimous decision off of this shit.
There. 6:37. Look at the pile.
6:37. So he spends a half an hour because he's dropping this off at 6:07. The first one, she says 6:07. 30 minutes. Wow. I never really thought of that. So wait, what time is the garbage getting thrown in here? So her timeline shows, like, for some reason we get a Bandicam screen record.
Dale brings the JCB to the old shop where Ivan and his brother are working.
What time?
Gets out.
He never gets
Ivan does
back
some
in.
trash in the old shop.
Ivan, why? And teleports. Why? Wish I could see this clock on the wall. Disappear. Now. Oh, listen. Oh my God. So now we're 6:07.
6:07. The
So
old-
6:07.
The fuel.
The old blah
the old
blah
shop fuel.
blah, blah, blah.
cameras.
Wait, where was that again? Let me hear. She fucking says it so concisely. So here's Dale. Look at Dale gets out of the JCB and disappears. I think he might be up on the roof. I don't know. I'm sure he gets back in here, and she could show you, but Forget that. Waste of time doing that. Why show you when I can just tell you? Why are we even looking at this stuff? I want to hear after this. She's going to do that blah, blah.
Gets out.
Okay, yeah, he's gone.
Ivan does some trash in the old shot.
Ivan does some shit and teleports. Blah, blah, coming up. That's all, folks. Disappear yourself, young man. And pause and never get back. Never show us who gets in here. Never. Stop it. Stop it here. Never show Dale getting back in. Please don't show it. Let's move on. Fuck, I got shit to do. Convict this motherfucker. Boom. Blah, blah, blah.
This is 607 with the fuel,
Blah,
the old shot
blah,
fuel cameras. Look at this.
She's fucking confused her own head. She's tripped herself up. This is so convoluted. Oh my god.
And photograph. There's nothing back there.
Yeah, nothing. I see a screenshot. Now there is something on video screenshot. Well, it took a half an hour to get this too. Look at, she says 6:37 now. So it took him a half an hour to get from here and dump this garbage on this pile. And I guess that proves he also went and got this tank from somewhere. Whoever's driving this. Blah, blah. Watch, 6:37 now. Oh my god.
6:37. Look at the pile.
Oh my god. So he was here. A half an hour later, he's here. And there's a pile here. And I'm guessing it's the same day. I mean, the name of the file seems the same. I guess we take a screenshot. There's a tank. 30 minutes later, somebody's in here. We don't know who. Oh my god. But,
Not only is that tank
oh, I see
to
it.
the far left over there.
Oh, you got, yeah, there's a white pile of shit garbage from Ivan's hand.
See,
Ivan's fingerprints are all over this fucking shit. Dale didn't touch anything. Didn't even get back into JCB. Ivan's fingerprints, I hope they didn't burn this. Ivan's fingerprints are all over this shit. The person who put this tank here obviously did this. God damn, Ivan's fingerprints are everywhere in this.
a pile of white in the burn pit. Here's this one.
Oh, what irritates you? Let me know. Uh-oh. You may have to leave? For what? My show? You don't have to leave if you want to. Yeah. So you're irritated on something? I mean, do a live stream and show me. Yes, laugh. Do a live stream and I'll come watch how you do it. I would love to see it. This is me doing a process here. I hope you enjoy it. And if you don't, you don't have to stay. I'd hate them to think you're here and I annoy you.
That one.
Well, this is the process. This is the process. Yeah, it's awful. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I'm sorry you feel that way. And, you know, this is me. Enjoy it. You feel free to let me know when you go live. I'm no good at this. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And then you say, or someone says, time for another vote.
Yes, actually, the phrase was like, "Oh my God!" Oh, and even the people who were voting guilty. Oh my God, we've never seen this. Wow.
There we go. Wow. Her closing statement video. Wowza. Fuck it. This guy's amazed at what he saw. I just showed you. 641, 642, 643. He's fucking, oh my God. The whole trial that they've been talking about this, but never showed you. Then the closing statement, they never showed you, and you saw it. Wow.
Look at this is crazy. Here it is, right here. And then I said, "Do we take a vote?" And we all said, "Yep." murder 2. And then I
Murder
said,
2.
do we need to vote on tampering? Nope. Guilty.
Fuck, we got him.
I fell
Yeah,
This
listen.
last poll and get that all
Yeah.
started. And was that on Tuesday?
So prosecutions, they're deliberating late at night. Ooh, 6:40. They watched that video again. That's closing statements. 6:41, 6:42, 6:43. Dale obviously puts his tank in there. He's just entombed his wife. We've got him. This fucker's not the whole trial. He's never seen it now. So this isn't evidence, but it's the closing statements. What did you take from that? Obviously, him putting a tank there, which none of us saw.
Tuesday.
That was Tuesday. I think it was about 4:30 because we had to wait just under an hour to go into the courtroom. But it was when we saw the welder go into the new shop from the spray barn.
So does everyone say kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, and then you say, or someone says, time for another vote?
Yes, actually, the frames was like, oh my God. Oh, and even the people who were voting guilty, oh my God, we've never seen this. Wow, look at this is crazy. Here it is right here. And then I said, do we take a vote? And we all said, yep, murder 2. And then I said, do we need to vote on tampering? Nope, guilty. I filled out the paperwork.
You do. You need to vote if the prosecution tampered with what she just showed you, because she didn't show you what you saw or what you think you saw. The prosecution tampered and fucking misled you, borderline lied to you. The only thing she might have showed was that through the branches, that yellow tank in top. And I'll let the first part go. Like, okay, don't show me the video you have 30 seconds before. I don't care. It's the after that 42 and 43. I mean, this guy saw him put that welder there. You guys all saw it. That was her video that she showed in court. This camera guy and the other one I just showed you was looking up at the court screen. They saw Dale put that welder there. Well, they saw Dale walk from here to there to the door, and she told him he put it there. But I'm not sure. I guess there's two different people in the world. People who see that and people who don't. If you're the type of person who saw what this guy saw in that video I just showed you, God bless you. Thank you for being here. You're fucking awesome.
Let the bailiff know, and then we waited for 50 minutes.
And just clarify why you didn't feel that you needed to go into tampering. We talked about this on the phone.
Yeah,
too.
there
I
was
don't want anyone to think you just
we just blew it off.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if you guys want to go to another live, feel free. Yeah. What are you doing here if I'm looping? Yeah, come to lives. Yeah, somebody else's live. Dee Dee's live. Go to her live. Right? Why would you be here? You got notifications.
We thought that if he truly did murder her, all the actions the moving the tank during the drone search, collecting all the welding material, obviously.
What don't you understand, TJ? Dee Dee's not live. I left for Dee Dee's live, came back, and still the same circle. Dee Dee's not live. You don't understand what I'm showing you, or is there something else about the welders that I missed? Okay. So you're never gonna go live? That's too bad. I'm mad at you. I'm not getting mad at you. You said I'm annoying you, and you don't have to tell. You can kind of, if I'm annoying you, come back later. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I'm fucking doing a show here. I'm trying to do stuff for you guys to hopefully entertain, and I enjoy this. This is my process. So I don't understand. I'm just moving the tank during the drone search. I believe the black and white photos are from the. Oh no. That's when I can show you. That's the video where it's black and white. Well, the drone video, I'll show you, TJ. I know why you're mistaken. I'll show you why. Because when they're on his property, in that video, they're flying a drone. So that's what he means. Because I'll show you. I know why it makes sense now, TJ. I'll explain what you took. So in the video he's talking about, the men are on this camera flying a drone. Like the drone, the captain is here. I could even find it for you. The drone. So that's what he means when he says drone video. The drone video is this security cam catching the drone captain on video. It's not a drone hovering. So I understand. It makes sense now. I hope you understand now. Yeah, I see why he called it a drone video. Because he did. He did. He called it a drone video. Because in that video, the drone captain and them are standing there. She shows it. I'll show you in a second. But it shows them up high, and so she's referring to the drone cap. They're referring to a drone cap. Here it is. It's coming up. Not this one. Here it is. This is the drone video. Like the drone captain and the cop have parked here with Dale's permission, and they're flying. They're literally, they got the joystick and the drone's up in the air, and they're standing here, all three of them looking at the little TV screen thingy, right? So drone video is this security camera catching the drone guy, captain and cop with permission. And then Jaron comes and drops Dale off and leaves, and then Dale starts driving around, almost running these guys over. For some reason, they're there with his permission. They're going to leave in an hour, and they think he's playing hot potato with the tank. So this is the drone video. It's the security camera of the drone.
Karen backs
cap.
up and leaves.
Watch. Then Dale almost runs these guys over because they're there with his permission. The guy Dale's working. What the fuck, guys? So they're not there on a warrant. They're there with his permission. You think the hour he's going to start doing this old tank musical chairs with the tank with the dead body in it that they have no clue about? Dale probably doesn't even know this. He might even be the same. There's 30 tanks. Don't run them over. And take note, when you're going to go move a tank that's been painted freshly, you would take the bucket off, raise the arm up, and you got chains that hang from it, right? So this is how you move a tank. You don't want to chip the paint in the bucket.
And again, who's on that JCB?
Gotta be, yeah, right? So he's drone captain in that much. He's going to get a tank. For some reason, they'll be gone in half an hour. He's probably on his 10th tank this day. He's got shit to do. People are coming in the morning to pick up these tanks. They've got to be cleaned. They've got to be painted, redecaled, filled, put back on these fucking trailers. It's a whole operation they got here. Fill up station. It's fucking doing it. He's got pathways. I'll show you the pathways. He's doing this so much he's worn the ground out.
Where's he going?
Going to do his job. These guys act like he's guilty. He feels, but they're here with his permission, and they're leaving in an hour. He's gonna play hot potato with some dead body tank. You never ever know it's a tank. It's a tank. Watch, it's gonna be dangling. Ooh. Ooh.
The tank by the burn pile.
The tank. See it? See a tank. So he's going to drive by somewhere. Here it goes. Now this is how you carry a tank that's been painted. But if you allow cops on your property to fly a drone, and they're going to be gone in about an hour, you should play hot potato with the tank for no reason later. But anyways, okay, so let's almost run these cops over with this shit.
And drives away with it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the white tank. The one only white tank in existence. Now watch this video. So these guys are like, let's fucking follow him. See where he's going with his permission. No warrant was needed. Yeah, go fly a drone around, idiots. I got shit to do. Here we go. Well, what does this show you? Okay, so It's a tank. There's a tank. Is it that? Is this pathway well worn because he's done this only once? Like, look at this pathway, and they're like 200 feet up, looking down. This guy busted his chops on his farm.
What does Ryan Rank say?
With their permission.
That caught
With his permission.
my attention. Something.
Ooh, it caught his attention. So he flew the drone over with permission. It caught his attention. He sees the tank. There's a tank. The tank. If you squint, you can see 3, 4.
Something was wrong, so I followed it.
Oh, something's wrong. This guy, something's wrong. He's doing this fucking a zillion times. This thing is so worn out, this pathway. He's going to go take a tank that needs to be sprayed to a spray barn. She's on to him. Oh my God. The tank. Tank 34.
Where's the defendant go?
Oh my God. He's going to the spray barn. The barn named the spray. Spray of barns. Take note, there's a black truck too.
Straight back to the spray barn.
Oh, dare he take stuff that needs to be sprayed to a spray barn. Fucking 6 more tanks. This is a whole operation. This is a fill-up station. Fucking farmers will be here in hours to pick up these tanks. They got fields to spray. They're coming from everywhere. Tanks everywhere. Tanks, there's fucking silo tanks. Oh my God. Spray, clean them, fill them up, re-decal them. Oh my God, it's a whole operation here. This fucking guy's the only one working, allowing them to be on his property. Then they fucking take a fictitious, assume he's doing whatever, and look at this, they're using it against him in a court of law. So don't agree to help the police. Again, he's allowed them to be here on his property, not secret. He almost ran him over 5 minutes ago. The drone captain's flying a drone on his property with his permission. He, for some reason, can't wait an hour. He's got to play hot potato. There's one for sure tank that we know can't be any other tank.
What do you see parked up there now? The black vehicle.
I don't know what he's doing in this video, TJ. I don't know. But we don't know he just did that. So I see, like, she's saying this happened, but he's obviously got a reason. And we don't know it's the same one. Okay? She could be showing you 10 different tanks here. They're not saying, they're assuming, they're alluding it's the same one without any proof. In these drone videos, there's a tank. Maybe the other one he stopped, he picked it and put another one. Like, I know what you're saying. Like, there's a camera in the spray barn. Well, no, there's going to be some body cams in there soon. Here comes the spray barn with the body cam. So, oh my God, what you're going to see next is the cops, again, are on his property with his permission. The cop is going to walk in here, and he's cleaning the ground with a garden hose. And this Michigan police officer with a canine dog, cadaver dog, she's going to make it sound like he sprays him out of the barn. But the guy's fucking cleaning his floor. Like, you get all these chemicals, you got to spray it into the gutter, right? He's probably done this 1,000,000 times. This cop's here with his permission. She's going to allude that he blocks him from doing his job, and that's it. The Michigan police have been thwarted with a garden hose. You ready? Spray of water. It's going to thwart this officer. Can't call for backup.
They're continuing to look through the evidence that we've missed.
They don't even,
so long.
Look at her stammering. They don't even want to search this barn at the end of all this bullshit. They don't even want to search it, but they go in there and he thwarts them by earlier warning them that if his dog were to get chemicals on his feet, it could end up dead if he licks it off because these are toxic chemicals. We've had a shepherd die here. Please be careful. You're here with my permission. I'm not blocking you. I'm cleaning this floor. She wants you to think that he's fucking blocking this tank on body cam. Watch, this cop's walking around.
They go back to Thursday the 29th.
They go back a whole other day. So she's got him going into this barn. They go back on other days, like days, whatever. So this is all a progression of just gobbledygook. She's making you feel like this is days and days later with his permission.
Body camera
Watch
footage
this.
shows tank
fuck.
in the spray barn.
Oh, he's got a garden hose, guys. Here it is. This cop is helpless. Everyone, if anyone knows the Michigan police, damn, let them know this lady just said they were thwarted from checking this tank how they wanted to. With his permission, they were thwarted by it's got to be at least 20 pounds of water pressure here in this garden hose, because there's some toxic chemicals here that have to get into the drain. That he's blocking some kind of tank, which we don't. It looks definitely like the other 40 tanks he's probably done this day, because they got to fill them and get. Look at this. This fucking genius, evil man has thwarted these men. The whole Michigan State Police and canine cadaver searchers have been thwarted with his permission to be here, thwarted from getting past this. They can't go around this. Garden hose blocks them, and the spray of water blocks them. What's Michigan State Police officer allowed to do with permission?
Austin Hall says he was spraying the floors and was spraying us out of the building.
Oh, Austin Hall got sprayed out of the building. Oh my God. Austin Hall, no, well, I don't know if there's cameras up here. This is the body cam. And days later, they're here with his permission to walk around. And it turns out they don't even want to search in here. So he's thwarted them from something they don't want to do, apparently. And I guess he doesn't even thwart them. But if he were to be thwarting them with this garden hose and 10, 20 pounds of cool, I bet it's cold water too. He's thwarting the Michigan State Police that are here with his permission. Fuck, look at this guy trying to get shit done, and these idiots are running around. He has no clue what's going on here. You think he's blocking this tank? And she's going to show, she probably went through hours of this guy, and look at, she's going to take a screenshot of his next, he's going to be closer to this tank, therefore guarding it. This implication is idiotic. Here he is. Whoa, body cam. He's protecting the tank with the garden hose, the police, the safe, the chain, another hose, a bigger hose, a spray of water, a jet of cold water. Look at, she's going to zoom in. Watch, the jury laps this up days later from him driving probably 20 tanks before this one the other day. The drone caught him. Oh my God. This is a whole goddamn operation. It's like a production line of tanks moving around. Oh my God. Look at the water's almost, it's almost going straight. It's so powerful. Like it's dribbling out. You know, at the end of the pee, you got to dribble. It's got some drip. The Michigan police were thwarted from a dribble of cold garden hose water. He's got it. He's protected the tank. The one and only one of hundreds tanks. He's protecting the one that we just clearly saw him bring 4 or 5 days ago on drone video to this barn. And he's spraying in the spray barn. He's the nerve of this evil, vile criminal is blocking the tank from nobody. That's it. What is a state police to do when there's a garden hose?
Close up of the tank at the end of the barn.
And then after she says this, they don't even want to search this barn. In her own statement, listen.
No decals on it yet.
None, not that one.
What else do we see? We see this big safe.
Oh, I see it.
We see a chain.
So a body could fit in here. Yes. There's a chain. and another garden hose and another. We got backup. I mean, the cadaver dogs. If there's a body in there, you think they're not sniffing it? Sniff it. They'll probably don't have to open it. I mean, the 6'7" guy fit in a safe just like this at the store. Nobody said anything about it. A safe being used for a body. This guy's talking about they got $100,000 in each of their safes for rainy days. Therefore, they probably have a big plan of putting like $1 million in this big safe for rain, But to them, he could have put a body in here. It could be in here right now. He's ready to do it all, sub-tank. It's all fucking theory. Not one drop of blood, not a footprint. I mean, could it have happened this way? I guess could have. This is her theory.
The pallet jacks. The chain, the pallet jacks were all directly in front of the safe.
The pallet jack are in front of the safe. That we have no proof the body was ever in here. Nobody reported that. No dogs hit on it. No drop of blood. No piece of hair. No pajamas, clothing. No footprints. Nothing. There's a safe that could fit a big 6'7" cop in a similar safe. Not one person said anything but a safe.
Remember what Justin said.
Well, these are great. These ones. These are great. You could jack, and you can. It's a pallet. Yeah, you can lift skids up, and you drag it around on wheels. It's amazing. You slide it under, and like you pull the trigger, and this lowers to get under the skid. You can get under, and then you jack it up, and it lifts it, and you drive around. And it's an amazing, especially on these types of floors and factories. Everyone's done that, right? These are amazing. This isn't antique. This is used a million times a day, a billion times a day across North America. In every factory, there's 20 of these. They're great. This could have been made last year. This is fresh. Everyone has these. They're awesome. They do exactly what she says they could do. With I don't know what she's alluding to. It could have happened this way. It really could have.
You would need something to cradle the bottom of that.
So she's saying he's using this to cradle the tank to then cut it off to support it or whatever. And I guess, I don't know.
To line it up. Essentially, the weld, he could tell the weld was started on the bottom because of the way the top.
So you can tell by the way that weld was off that somebody used this to line it up poorly.
Top fit. The top didn't fit.
What garbage.
He needed something to support underneath. He said that pallet jack would have worked.
I don't know. If they did, they didn't find anything. They didn't find a drop of blood or hair. I don't even know if they wanted to. I don't know. They didn't even want to search this. For me, if that tank would be pointing straight up, might be the easiest way too. Imagine that tank was on its end somehow supported, or I don't know. Because she's alluding that he's using this over at that tank to chop it when it chops off to support it. Oh, jeez. I mean,
there was some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said.
Yeah, there was blocks of 2x4 in here.
Worked, but these items are directly in front of the safe.
Okay.
Again, on
420. So here you're going to hear him warn this sexy ass officer. And here's that garbage in the JCB too, right? Is that the same garbage as before that Ivan put in there? Does Dale drive this here? What? 432? Is it that same day? Or is it just coincidentally white garbage? So she's going to give him a weird compliment, and he's going to warn them that the barn they didn't even want to go into if they were, with his permission. This isn't the search warrant time. This is his permission still. That we've had we spray chemicals in the spray barn. and we clean them out. We drain, we'll get them down at drain, right? But we've had a shepherd run around in there, and the dog has run in and licked its paw and died. So he's going to warn the canine cop. The barn, he's allowed to go in. He's allowed him to go everywhere on the property. He's going to warn them. He's going to alert them that the barn, if they wanted to go in that barn, he's not going to say they can't. They imply he's saying that. Listen, if she's like, if you go in that barn, which I've allowed you here, your dog, I don't know if you need booties or what, he could die if these chemicals are on his feet.
9. That good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
This is Jurors, obviously.
Oh, I'm going to put the closed captioning on. Sorry, because it is a little. I'll go back a bit. I want to hear her say that dumb, awkward, charismatic attempt at charisma. Watch. She biffed this compliment, because you got to do something like that. You got to kind of go. You got to really be confident. And like, this handsome guy here. Like you got this woman didn't sell that attempt at charisma or whatever.
he said that pallet jack would have worked. There were some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said.
There were.
Would have worked.
Would have.
But these items are directly
Shoulda, coulda,
in
woulda.
front of the safe.
They are.
Again, on 429, that good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
This is Jurors, obviously. The building, and this is going to show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is the chemical one. It's just whatever. That's all insecticides and fungicides. Sure. I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the floor is still covered with it, and it'll soak up through.
Like, I just didn't want you to, like, without me telling you first. They act like he's saying, this is, oh my God. What do you take from that? I just didn't want to tell you I just didn't want you to take the dogs in there, like, before I told you this. He's not saying they can't go in there. Listen.
We lost one of our shepherds and what you mean?
I mean, and then she finishes it. They didn't even want to go in there.
he indicated that they never checked inside that barn. They do what they're told to do by the OIC.
So the cops do what they're told to by the other OIC. And listen.
See, he didn't not go in the barn because the defendant told him not to. It wasn't an area of concern at that time.
It was an area of concern. But they didn't do it because he said not to. So she's basically refuting her own statement, because she's saying the cops didn't not go in there because he said not to. She's thinking, did that make sense? Her fucking smoke is dripping out of, we can't see it, but if you look closely, there's a puffs of smoke popping out of her ears right now. Her blood is dripping down from her ears because she doesn't believe what she just said.
But again, his dog would have never smelled the body inside the tank to begin with.
So he wasted all that water thwarting out the Michigan police. They didn't want to do something that they could never have done anyways. This fucking woman. The hamster's just in here. The hamster's running backwards, I think. Upside down. I don't know. Her hamster in the wheels. She can't believe whoever wrote that for her, she's pissed at them later. Listen to her gobbledygook. Oh. No proof of any of this.
He said that pallet jack would have worked. There were some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said, would have worked. But these items are direct.
Well, if your theory is a body was in a safe, you should do something. That's her theory. The body's in here. Or she's using this pallet jack for, oh my God, to support the tank. I mean, could have. Very well could have.
directly in front of the safe. Again, on 429, that good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
Guy, but, alright, this is, Jurors, obviously. The building, this is gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is the chemical one, is just whatever. That's all insecticide and fungicides. Sure. I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the floor is still covered with it, and they'll soak up to your feet. We lost one of our shepherds in that. What you get?
Right. Here at the beginning of that, he says, if you wanted to, but just be warned, if it's wet and your dogs get, so he's like, if you wanted to, you're here on my permission. If you want to, I'll take you in the heavy chemicals all over the floor barn. If you want to. She's acting like he's blocking them.
to line it up. Essentially, the weld, he could tell the weld was started on the bottom because of the way the top fit. The top didn't fit. He needed something to support underneath. He said that pallet jack would have worked. There was some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said, would have worked. But these items are directly in front of the safe. Again, on 429, that good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
Yeah, but, alright, this is, Jurors, obviously. The building, and this is gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is the chemical one, is just whatever. That's all insecticide and fungicides. Sure. I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the floor is still covered with it, and they'll soak up to your feet. We lost one of our shepherds in that. What you get?
he indicated that they never checked inside that barn. They do what they're told to do by the OIC. He didn't not go in the barn because the defendant told him not to. It wasn't an area of concern at that time. But again, his dog would have never smelled a body inside the tank to begin.
Like, they can't even prove that that's the tank. Like, they're just showing all these white tanks saying that's the one. We got an x-ray of one, but each one doesn't, all the white tanks aren't the one. But in her theory, like, there was a white tank there. It's probably the fifth one he's done that day. Who knows? Like, I mean, is it the 34? Is it the one with the weird welds? Anything. She's just showing you white tank after white tank from 200 feet in the sky, from 200 feet away in a screenshot. Yeah. As if there's only one white tank that's being hot potatoed all over. This is amazing.
That tank was identified by its unique design by multiple witnesses. So if you look at
Well, you'd think, but this is supposed to be pretty sealed up, so I'm not positive. But yeah, exactly. It almost looks like the garbage was piled the same way, right? And that was, yeah. You're right, TJ, because I noticed too when that JCB had like suspiciously they kind of piled those white garbage things. So here's the thing Mimi wanted to point out, right?
you're going to get the book of
So she's implying this is now the tank, right? I'll play it. So I'm going to try to put 120,
photographs of all the anhydrous tanks that were located, and a number of witnesses testified about the pop-off on the end, the round cover. And here we don't have that. We have this unique tank. Ivan's never seen one like this. Jim's never seen one like this. Ryan.
So this is a unique tank. Like, do you guys think she's saying the body's in here?
Frank's never seen one. Nobody's seen one.
Like, nobody's
like
seen
this.
This is unique, right? There's a nipple. Here, look it. You're gonna see it. Now the real tank is this. So, when you have these tanks, like this is only on one end. There's a little hook, right? So this end is very complicated, right? So we're looking at this tank the same angle because this end is very complicated thing up top. This has the little hook about 2/3, almost 3/4 of the way up to the tank, where this one is. There's a little, this is the tank. If this is the tank, right? Look at the nipple on the left and nothing on the right. And we're kind of looking up on it because it is on wheels. So this one's lower, but on this one, the right side, this unique special tank where they find her body, right? Like she could just tell you every tank is the tank. So, but she's saying the body's in here. Or is it? Like, is the body in here? Is this tank 34? Why is it different? There's a big piece here and a small one there. This one, if there's a small one here, if there's a big and a small, this one here is the bigger one on the left, closest to the end. This one here, the bigger one's on the right, closest to the middle. This can only face one way. This can't face another way. This can only be one way. So right here in front of her, she's telling you the body's in here. And it's unique. It's unique. And here's the one they showed you. The body's here. There, I see it. See it. Here it is. That's not it. These are different. Right? And you can tell we're looking up at an angle because we can only see like 3/4 of the circle. So if this were up on wheels, we'd see the same thing looking up. So he's got a clear view of these nipples. There's a large one and I guess a nubbin. There would be a large, if there's one here, this one would be bigger. There'd be a large one and a nubbin. But you would never see this little nubbin if it were on wheels up high. Because look we can see the full circle. We're looking down on this top. This is on wheels. We're looking up at an angle. This is high. So it'd be 0% chance you'd see this little nubbin. You'd see the big one on the right. But we don't. So what is she going on about here?
This is April 27th, 2021. When police have now discovered that Dee's remains are inside that tank,
Definitely, TJ. Oh, did you put a link in or do I got to find it? Definitely, TJ. Yeah. I'll play anything you want. Please play the 2-minute video of all the tanks. You need to see it. Okay, I will. Where do I find it? Let me know.
take the return and tab, they call Jared and they tell him, we're going to take the tank up to the bridge and have it scanned, even though they already knew it was in there. If we can't figure out what's inside there, we're going to have to cut it open. When he's told this, that it's tank 34.
Good point, V. Have I even made it to the end of that juror yet? Enter that into evidence, young lady. That's a great point. Exhibit number F. Shibby. You're so right. I don't think I've made it to the end once. And I'm fucking 4 hours in. You're so right. Good point. Great point. Submit that. There's some forms you can fill out. Submit it. And submit it to my internal affairs, and we'll look into it. And I'm not sure, but I suspect I will find nothing wrong with what I've done. Good point.
Listen closely to him say that's not good. And if you want to take, again, you're going to get this.
Fuck it. That's the phone call. Oh, fuck it. So, TJ, it would be good. So how about I do this? I'll have it ready, TJ. I'll have it ready. Look at this for TJ. Look at this. Watch this. I will. I promise. Look at this. I got it on my other screen. Oh my God. Look at this. Where are we? Where are we? I got it. I've got it. By golly, I've got it. I've got it. Oh, do I though? Yes. Pause. Okay, pause. Okay, I got it. Oh, got it. This will be for TJ. Look at, there's gonna be tanks of galore. But for V, I will. This is watch. How about this? There's 10 minutes left. I will walk away from my computer. I gotta warm my coffee up because I forgot I had one. So for do you want the closed captioning on or off? Because I might as well just leave it on because nothing. I'm gonna leave it on. There's 7, 8 minutes left. I will not interrupt this young man because he's done his duty. After he saw that video, this guy's guilty. They fucking convinced. Let's do it for me.
Moving the body from the crime scene. I mean, that alone is tampering with evidence. So there was a lot of.
I couldn't do it. Did somebody move a body from a crime scene? Is that what Jaron got charged with? Okay, here we go. Never again will I stop.
Substantial tamper with evidence. Evidence, and we really didn't think it was that hard to figure out. We really wanted to make sure he murdered her, because if he didn't murder her, it could also be charted up to him not knowing and just going about farm business, because that's what he tried to make it look like. So
what was the atmosphere like in the jury room? Because this is such a serious case. Even some of the jurors who were chosen had some awareness of the case, though they said they could be impartial. So clearly you knew you were dealing with a big case and a serious case.
Yeah.
So what was the atmosphere like due to that?
We were very professional. That's like my biggest taking point from this is a lot of people from different backgrounds, different personalities, could all come together for something bigger than ourselves and get on the same page. Not necessarily same opinion, but the same page of order of business. And one thing we did talk about when we did have like a little bit of a stalemate on Tuesday, I asked the people with guilty verdicts, what point did you decide guilty? Like what evidence, and that was big, because I feel like that validated a lot of their thoughts, and it opened the not guilty's thoughts up to, okay, that's a good point. Let's look into it. And we did.
So what was the answer to that question?
It was different for everybody. A lot of people, it was, 2, 3, 4 weeks into the trial. It wasn't immediate. I really don't think anybody came to an immediate decision, because it is a big decision to make, and they really hammered into us that you got to take into account everything and you can't have a doubt. So I think we handled that really well. I was very pleased, and I was happy to work with the people that I worked with.
Good. And how did you guys pass the time? Because we know you spent hours. Sometimes there was business that had to be taken care of. We got started late, or, we're in the courtroom and the attorneys and the judge are working on things, hashing out issues, and you guys are back there. So how did you pass the time not being able to talk about the case?
Some people would.
Did anybody bring cards? Or
we didn't bring cards. We talked about cards a lot. Another juror and I play Words with Friends together. So that was a big thing. We're just playing words and showing each other like, oh, look what I did. They have really good snacks for us in there. So a lot of us took it as a time to let's get a Coke and a bag of chips and debrief. And a lot of us just talked about our lives that, you need a break from the case. So we took those times as breaks and just shooting the breeze.
What did they feed you for lunch?
So we only got fed lunch through the court twice, the field trip day and Tuesday. Every other time we were on our own. So
everybody packed?
No. So I had Taco Bell quite a few bit. I had enough time. I lived close enough. I would go home. I'll let my dog out if I needed to, or if I needed to take a break from fast food, I would go get a PBJ or something. But
what was going through your mind when the verdict was actually read?
Well, one was, thank God we got to this point. I've been in the spotlight before, and I've handled tough situations before, so I wasn't necessarily nervous about that. I was really nervous about the reaction. I thought that maybe some people were going to be disappointed that we didn't get murder one. I felt that obviously some people were disappointed we found him guilty at all, and I didn't know how the public's reaction was going to be, because this was so big in the public, and there was a lot of anxiety about, man, how are they going to react to this? If we did not come back with a not guilty, it was a big thought too. So, I just want to make sure too that, the Bach kids sat front row every day, and you do your best not to look, because you're not supposed, you're going to be as impartial, but you're human and there's emotions and you look, and I just wanted to make sure that they had peace with it. I think that's the biggest thing, is that they found peace in knowing that there was some justice served for their mother. That was big.
Now that it's over, how are you feeling about the role that you played in this case?
Being a juror, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, and then I realized how big of a burden it is. It made me appreciate our society so much more. It made me so much more grateful to be an American. It made me feel better about our judicial system. It makes me want to tell people to take jury duty seriously. You owe it not only to your fellow citizens, you owe it to yourself, because God forbid you're ever wrongfully accused or tried for a crime. You want a jury. And I felt that was a big fear. The public has an opinion, but I felt like there was a public trial before there was a judicial trial. And that's not right. You can have an opinion, you can have thoughts, but we need to let things play out before we incriminate somebody.
If you had to explain the verdict to someone who had never watched the trial or didn't follow the trial, what would you say led you to this decision?
So what led us to that guilty verdict was that obviously he was the last one to be seen with her and the last one to see her alive. That's a big thing. There were some inconsistencies that came throughout the 3.5 years of his interviews that raised eyebrows and concerns. But it was the collaborative effort of 12 people bringing their viewpoints together and making a decision together, and really hammering down the timeline with the surveillance camera and taking in all the other circumstantial evidence.
They fucking hammered the goddamn timeline.
And truly taking in their personal experiences as a human and explaining that to help other people. Like I said, we had a 23-year-old and we had people in their 60s. There's not a whole lot of common ground there. So we had to work to that, and that was good.
Amazing to see that it worked out.
Yeah.
Sometimes we find ourselves in situations, whether by luck or whatever, that change our lives.
Yeah.
And I could see this maybe being something that changes your life.
Oh yeah.
You're an educator and a coach, and
Wait till some people break down that video for you. Wait, the 640. Come to Shibby's channel. Look at the breakdown. 641, 642, 643. That's what you guys nailed this guy's coffin. Final nail was that video for you. Everyone, you said it. I've already downloaded this, so when it disappears, don't worry.
Yeah.
It seems like you really are taking something from this.
Yeah, I am. I was honored to have the privilege to not only serve on the jury, but that those people chose me to be their foreman. My mom's like, "Oh my God, I'm so proud of you." I'm like, it wasn't my choice, but it was a big burden, and it makes me, again, I think when in my 20s, I was pretty quick to judgment on people's actions and decisions, and formulating my own opinion, and sometimes voicing that opinion early. This has made me become a much more patient thinker, a much more open-minded thinker.
I analyzed that video frame by frame, and I'm an independent thinker. Look at perfect. I paused it. I'm speaking to you. You're perfect. Yeah. Now I'm glad you're older, because you thoughtfully, your verdict was in, but you saw the video that she showed you in her closing statements, and we're like, wow, she hasn't said that. Or finally, I see it. I see the evidence in front of me. 641, I see a tree branch. 642, she says he brings the welder in on video. 643, he walks away from the welder. I guess he does it. And 643, he's walking towards the door. And the welder's there. I see it in the welder. Thank you, independent. All of you guys. You're amazing. You're amazing.
And a lot more appreciative of processes. I am a coach, and I'm always feel like I'm on a timeline and that things need to get done right now. We're behind. It makes me think that, let's take a break. Let's think about things. Let's make sure we get.
Let's skip the video that shows him doing what we're saying he did in the video.
Get it right, because the quickest way isn't the best way. And I think that is true with this case, because it took a long time to get to this point, but it ended up being the right way, and it took time, and people eventually did things the right way to get the right verdict.
And you were able to go home and sleep fine that night, knowing that you made that decision.
That was the best night's sleep I got in
Yeah.
5 weeks. I had 30 minutes. I had to, long story short, I didn't get home till 9 o'clock because of personal stuff with my wife. So we got home. She went to bed. I was exhausted, but I go, I just need 30 minutes. And I sat on my couch in the dark, just breathing, like, oh my God, it's finally over. And I slept good, because that was one thing I talked about in the jury room is, once we send this verdict in, there's no going back, and you better have peace with it.
Interesting. I forgot to ask you.
So what does that mean, Mimi? The part was pics of Dale was tilling the field was 2 different tractors.
About one more thing I want
Yeah.
to circle back to. We understand that there was a debrief that the attorneys did.
Yeah.
Did both teams come and talk
Yes.
to you afterwards? And how did that go? What
It was
happened?
awesome. It was
Okay.
awesome.
What did you get to just free talk
Yep.
to each other? And
Yep, it was really good. I think it was good because you got to humanize the attorneys. We got to ask questions that we wanted to ask so bad that we couldn't ask, and we got some clarification on things.
Did you meet with just the prosecution and just the defense, or everyone in one pot?
All in one. And it was kind of cool because they all got along, but when you're in the courtroom, you could tell there was some feistiness, there was some tension.
They
And
did get along very well for the most part
Yeah.
during the trial.
well, I think that speaks to their professionalism.
Yeah.
They were really good. And they came in, we had a juror who had a very interesting dog t-shirts all the time. So they, we love your shirts.
Oh,
And,
yes, I know. who
Yeah,
it is.
yep.
Yep.
Which that was a big topic of conversation.
Yeah.
And it was good. We just got to talk questions, and we also got to ask, we know our prosecuting attorney and our assistant prosecuting attorney because we elected them and we're all the time. We knew nothing about the defense, and getting to know them and how they're big shots, and they did a good job. And that's not saying that I was rooting for them, but they did a very good job, and we told them that you're a very good attorney, and they appreciated it. And we just talked about certain aspects of the case, and they explained it from their side, and some of the processes of the court that we don't know because we're not attorneys. So they kind of explained some of those things, and then really just shooting the breeze a little bit.
Yes, V, exactly. Yes, there was no plea deal. His charges were just dropped. They couldn't get the witness. Oopsie. Fucking Baston didn't refuse to leave his cell. What is a poor boy to do? Yeah. What else can you do with felony tampering with body shit ever? Just can't find a witness. That's it. Who was the witness? So there was somebody who saw what he was in trouble for? Who was that? Who? Where are they? So Jaron was messing with evidence after they found the body or after the fact, tampering, and then there's a witness to it, but they can't find this witness now. What do we have his name? Or is it like an anonymous tip? The fucking 5 commando officers arrested Jaron on garbage? All right. Then Prince Jaron, it was wrong. They were so wrong. They even said it in this video that they were so wrong to arrest Jaron. It was so wrong. Prince Jaron. Yeah, well, because Greca thought what's his face was innocent, or this guy was. That's why. Yeah, he's fleeing the state because the prosecution wanted to put him in jail. Right, because he didn't want to help him. I don't know, put Dale away, or I don't. You figure it out, but I guess we'll never know. Yeah. Right. Yes. You think it's because you don't want to look shady? Greca took the body cam off and didn't want to look shady? Or Jaron asked him to take the body cam off to talk to him? They've got audio of it. So when we find it out, I guess we'll find out soon because there's audio of it. You know that. There's a transcript. We're going to find it. And you say that. Why would, because, so V says, everyone, for the record, it's obvious Greca, who took off his body cam and didn't want to testify to take a look at shade. Or it's obvious that he took off his body cam because Jaron wouldn't tell him what he was about to tell him because he was shitting his pants. Yeah. He's not above the law. He just didn't want to follow their narrative. He was the law, Greca, and they obviously didn't want him to say what he wanted to say. They wanted him to say their narrative, and he ran because he doesn't want to. Yeah, you're right. Right. No, he fled the state because the prosecutor wanted him to go with their narrative, and he wanted to tell the truth, right? What else would it be? Yeah, Greco. I thought Greco was shady too, but I don't think so. Shady cops, prosecutors nail shady cops, right? Or prosecutors try to nail cops like that don't follow they don't follow the narrative. I have a feeling it's exact opposite of that, because the brother and the private investigator hounded that guy. No way.
I think we all needed to debrief.
I thought maybe they would ask you, what could we have done better, or
They did.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they asked us what they could have done better. The defense wanted to know what made our decision. And Mary Chartier, like when I told her like the killing,
somebody who won't tell him some really important information if he doesn't take that camera off. Take the camera off, and I'll fucking tell you everything that's happened, because the cavalry rolled in, and Jaron took a big dump in his pants, and was standing there talking with him. And the cavalry rolled in. He knew it was over. You know, somebody's probably reported this body in the tank. There's no way they just stumbled on it. Oh, we're gonna put all the dates together, because why would any cop take, a good or bad? Why would they take their camera off for a guy? What would Greca have to do with it? Yeah, because he didn't want to lie on the stand, because he didn't want to support the prosecutor's narrative and lie. Right. So then they turn around and make it look like he's the shady one, and all he's doing is trying to not say the truth. The prosecution loves it, because in the end they get to spin it with you to say that Greca's shady because he says he doesn't know. The truth doesn't get told by Greca, and Greca gets his retirement, and he doesn't end up in jail. Right. Yeah, he said, I don't know, because the prosecutor wanted him to lie. We'll never know the truth because he couldn't tell it, because he'd rather say, I don't know, because if he told the truth, his life is over. That prosecution would have nailed him. In my opinion, that's what's going on here. Yeah, why would a cop say, I don't know 19 times? Well, because the prosecutor asked him a bunch of fucking dumb questions that he didn't want to support. Yeah, I don't know. That's your theory. If I told mine, my fucking family would be broke. My life would be over. I'm retired. Right. So then it turns out he looks shady for saying, I don't know. Meanwhile, it's going to turn out, you watch, he's saying, I don't know, because if he knew, if he doesn't know what she's saying, because it's all a fucking fairy tale. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what you're seeing, lady. I don't know. Did you think the body was in this? I don't know. I don't think that's what happened. Jaron told me what happened. I just can't say it. Fuck. Just obviously more to that
thing. She was kind of like, yep, okay. Like,
was it shitty? I don't know. Shitty work at the beginning of the case. I don't know if it was shitty work or work they didn't want. That brother said there was shitty cops, and the one cop that spewed the narrative is the one he liked. The rest of them, there's going to be people talking about that. Your good point, Mimi, because that brother didn't like a bunch of cops. You say that. No. He was the lead investigator, detective. He probably had protocols where he could. You say that, but we don't know why. You speculate one, I speculate the other. I speculate that he took the cam off because that's the only way Jaron would talk to him, and his superiors would allow that, because it's either that or don't get talked to. I mean, you think the guy's about to tell me some great information, boss. Can I would be able to take my cam off. I didn't want the information, the bombshell that Jaron was coming to tell us, because I refused to take my camera off because he wouldn't talk to me without it. Is that a possibility? That's how I think would happen. So you guys can think other. No good cop takes, but a lead detective, they would have permission to do that. They would have, this guy's he's not just a cop. He was a major detective. Like, he was the lead of this case. If somebody came up to you and said, I'll blow this case wide open for you if you just take that cam off, I'm not talking on camera, do you think they wouldn't be allowed to just do what he did and put his camera in there? If he was so shady, why did he leave it running? Why would you leave it running? The audio's picked up. We're going to get to know soon what's been said. So let's have a farmer's bet. A farmer's bet and move on. You say it's the one, I say it's the other. Because a shady cop would have turned the camera off. That's a shady cop. He left it in the car where he could be picked up. The audio was picked up, and they've cleaned it up. These guys heard it for some reason. I can't wait till we hear it. So, no good cop takes his camera off. Well, how about if somebody comes to you and says, I'll blow this case wide open for you, but I'm not telling you with that camera on your chest? What do you do then? Say, oh, fuck it. I'm not taking my camera off. I'm a good cop. Come on. You'd probably get fired for not doing that. Take the camera off, see what this guy's got to say. And he leaves it running. No, they don't. They don't boss the cops around. You're right. But if you think that's being bossed around by capitulating to get some evidence, okay, you can see it that way. But if Jaron, the guy's son, comes up to say, I got bombshell, I got to tell you where what? Or you take that camera off, or if he doesn't have to, you get a hunch that the guy's fucking shit his pants. You say, Although, hey, how would you communicate to him that with the camera on? Maybe you passed him a note. I don't even know. There's something up there. Come on. So you think he sees Jaron, but he's talking with Jaron for a bit. Then he takes it off, right? So it's not like he sees Jaron coming and takes the camera off and leaves it in his car, and then kind of goes and talks to Jaron. He's standing there talking with Jaron and then takes it off. So it could go either way. I mean, yeah. No, they don't boss the cops around. You're right. But if a cop thinks, if the guy is thinking, well, I won't talk to you, or he can take the camera up and say, listen, I took my camera off. What's the deal? His superiors, he's the lead detective. There's got to be a caveat that would protect him from that, because he would have thought, or he's sketchy. Hey, I'll accept it. Won't wait till we hear it. My hunch is Greca isn't the sketchy cop. He's running from the prosecutor and his Dee's brother and his investigator, because he knows or thought differently. Like he believed it was Odin that clicked, and turns out if he didn't capitulate, he was going to end up in jail or whatever, arrested with no retirement and all that bullshit, in my opinion. So you could be right, and can't wait till we get to hear it. So
that makes sense, and I think she wanted us to look at that. That was her whole aspect. I don't know if she knew it were true or not, but I think that she needed that to know that doing that in her closing arguments did spark a thought. And we did check that box. And I think that gave her peace of mind too, knowing, they did go through all the reasonable doubts.
Mm-hmm. And I think it would give anyone peace of mind, the amount of time that you took. I think some people think, oh, it's such an easy decision. Let's get this. It should be done in an hour. But I don't think anyone would really feel comfortable about that if it was them sitting in that chair, or if it was their parent who had been killed, or anything.
I don't know. Can you even see, if when you get a screen to watch the video, you're going to see a fairy tale prosecution too. So I guess you'll just have to listen to me explain it to you. It's a bunch of fairy tales. He may be a horrible cop. Yeah. I'm not saying, I'm just saying my hunch says. Will you say differently if it's proven that I'm right? I mean, that's basically what I'm saying to you. I don't think you'd be able to say the same. I'm just kidding.
Anything like that.
You also have to understand that there's 12 people that all deserve the right to speak their mind.
Yeah, no screen will. Great point. When the video that put this guy away is a complete joke, you don't want to see it. I get it. I wouldn't want to see it if I were in your position either. I implore you not to watch it, because you're going to be disappointed in yourself.
And this case took 5 weeks. So speaking your mind is probably going to take about 10 minutes. That's 2 hours right there of just people telling their side of the story, or their side of their interpretation of what was presented. So there's 2 hours. Then we had Friday, nothing happened. And then Tuesday, we kind of had to trace back, reconvene, and then go forward before we can get there. So, and you just, again, it's such a heavy decision. You got to make sure you check all your boxes, because if we didn't check all of our boxes, and he does appeal and that does get brought up, our again, kind of speaking to like the investigation, not doing our job on our end could lead to somebody potentially being free that shouldn't be free.
Well, thank you for your service and coming.
Somebody, yeah, if somebody potentially shouldn't be free, who shouldn't be free could go free. Right. So somebody who might be guilty must be sentenced. Basically saying. So that's it. So for TJ, we'll play that. I don't think TJ is still here, are you? Whatever. Here's that one. TJ wanted. Full screen. Oh, here's that. What are we watching? Is this like a... Wait, first of all, what channel is this? Oh, this is hers. This is TJ's. Oh, yeah. I was like, what is she sending me to? Oh, I got it muted. Is this copyright? Is it you own this music? Did you make this? I'm here. The photos coming from a documentary. But the music, am I allowed to play this? Should I mute it? Where'd you get the music from? I'm here. The photos came from a documentary. Where's this tune come from? I'm digging it. It's got a good beat. So I shouldn't mute it, right? Like, can somebody else copyright me for playing it if you're not allowed to play it or something? Oh, cool. From YouTube. Oh, good. Right on. So it's like copyright free stuff. Boom. So I'll let it play through first, and then remind me where to come back to in these tank videos. Some do feel a bit longer than others, right? Are we all same size? I know some might be higher, they're probably underneath stuff, but some feel longer, some feel stubby. Is this like mice poop? They have mice? It's like little mice poops. So these are the valves. This is the far right end, right? Yeah, because there's lots of shit going on there. So before they x-rayed these, like how do they get tank 34? Like they must be able to peek in. I mean, to me, they're saying it's just because of that weld. I don't know. Like it looks shit, but because yeah. Oh, are you saying they're having a selfie stick measuring contest, girl? Let's swing selfie sticks. Let's have a sword fight. So the real one, we want the 34 to see those little nubbins, right? There's probably lots more. I'll find those little nubbins of 34. So here's 34. It's a huge one on the left and the smaller one on the right. So the one they were standing in front of in her video, it's like at that point she can say any which one is which, because that definitely lines up with the photo. They wouldn't be that loose, right? But the one she's lined up in that photo is not that. This one lines up with the real one. Guess. So I'll go full screen here. Oops. And then I got my other screen. One sec. Thank you for letting us watch that, TJ. Did you put your link in the chat? If anyone gets over there and you want cool stuff, she won't go live, but she'll give you a good beat. If you want to get over to TJ, she drops her link again every time you want. Get on over. And Lucy's only got a couple subs, and I can give her the shibby bump anytime she needs my help. I'm not kidding. So it's definitely a big nubbin and not one here. But this one has like 2 nubbins. Let's see if there's a better one here. I'm just going to turn it down a little bit so I can babble. Young lady. Cool beat. Yeah, probably. So this, did he leave it like this and not paint it? Like, I find that hard to believe. What? I thought he painted it. Like, why would you leave it so like this? I don't know. Did they do something here? Why we see, like, it's one thing it's gobbledygook. It's another thing that it's not white. Like, no way. This is what somebody does when they want somebody to find something, you know? You fucking think Dale's a hack job welder like this? Come on, I've seen comments under the videos like, yeah, if he only learned how to weld, he would have got away with this. But I mean, this guy's fucking, I guarantee you this is a Jaron hack job or an obvious thing to draw attention to it, and then they're all pissed because the cops never stumbled on it. Then that D Hardy guy had to, D's brother says he had to kind of tell him about it after some time. Remember that. Like, imagine, let's say a possibility is Dale didn't do this, and they did it so hacky because they thought for sure they're gonna think this is, and the cops never noticed it. They're out there with excavators. They've missed it for years or months, and the family's like, oh my God, if we want to get this inheritance and this life insurance, they got to find this. So, you know, let's make it even more obvious. Like, the cops didn't find it. You know, if it's this hacky, why aren't they fucking first thing they find? They're digging with the excavators on this property. Look at this. They made it so bad. Let's say the people that would set anyone up would make it so horrible that they'll have to notice it and they'll clue in. And then they watch from they're looking at their window. Cops go home each day. The next day they go home. A month later, the cops still haven't found it, and they're like, "Oh my God!" So then Hardy's got to call in and say, hey, we've noticed stuff with the tanks, you know, like, go look at the tanks. Tanks? But I mean, a hurried well job, you can say that. But you think Dale would do this? I mean, what's the hurry? Why is it got to be done in an hour or two? You guys got all night long. He's so maniacal. He'd sit there naked at nighttime while listening to Led Zeppelin. Like, what? What's the hurry? Why does this get done in 2 hours? What proof do they have that happened this way? Said he knows how to cut open tanks and head tanks. Right. Well, I mean, this to me, picture it this way. It's either a hack like Jaron, not like, do we think Dale would weld like this? And then, like, do you leave it like this? Do you not, even if you painted this white, it would be less this is almost like, hey, look at me. I want to be found, like, you know, and then they're looking at their windows thinking Jaron's shitting his pants. Cops are here. He's like, oh, okay, they're going to find it for sure. Look at that. It's like I left it there as an Easter egg, you know, like, look at how garbage this is. Do you think Dale's doing this? I don't know. This is either a hack job from somebody. I mean, this guy's been welding on. I don't see it. But hey, and then if he did do the hack job, what he can't paint? He's got paint everywhere. You wouldn't cover this up a bit? You just leave it so noticeable? You get white paint on this at the very least. Forget the hack job. But this is like, find me. And then they're looking at their windows and the cops haven't stumbled on it. We cops still, and they're like, what the fuck? Let's just say that's what happened. And then eventually Hardy has to call in and say he's playing with his tanks. The ones out there, the tanks. Have a look at tank 34 for some reason. He's been out there moving tank 34, you know, 30 distant tanks. And finally they stumble on it. But so maybe that's why Hardy was pissed at them, because nobody found it right away. Yeah. Then the one cop he did like finally, I don't know. Seems like if they're saying this is what brought to their attention because it's so obvious, right? But the weld is bad, but also it's not covered in paint. So yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, you at least get the white paint on it. It's got tons of it. No way he'd leave it this obvious. No way. Somebody was setting somebody up with. Possibly. Come on, it's just. What made them think of a tank? Just that's so obvious. Why are they out there digging an excavator for? How long did it take them to stumble? How long were they searching this property until they found that? How do we zone in on that one? Just because, like, it's obvious, right? But I gotta see more of these because these. I have a feeling. Oh, wait a second. So this is the other end. This is the big one. All the stuff up here. So she's way down there. The other end. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. She looks like she's in the middle here too. Yeah, she's on that middle line, right? Her head's not past the end of it, and he's looking away. I'll double check. So this end down here is the one with the less complicated nipples. So let's double check for you guys. Right. See, she's backwards here. Or, So on that video, that guy has this end cut open and he's looking down as the complicated end is right near him. So he's looking at her laying this way. Her shoulders are basically on the middle line. And this one, this would be almost like the end. So she's, yeah, because like her feet basically almost make it to the end. And like her shoulders are on that middle. So it's hard to tell, but yeah, definitely smaller here. And there's a big thing here inside the tank. That should be visible. Is that this here? Yeah, it's like a tray or something inside there. She's basically, from here, we're seeing this portion. Looks like. Well, we don't know how far he has that selfie stick in too, but he's pushing the selfie stick in, and here's this part. He's pushing the selfie stick in, and this is almost at the halfway point. So that is almost at that. So yeah, he's reaching it. He's got that selfie stick in. He's in there. Got his arm right in there, probably. As he's reaching. Because that would be this would be the end cap where the awful weld is, way down there. This is the middle. So he's like a foot off of this. So he's got his arm reached in there, the selfie stick, and he's like right around here with the camera. Because when he showed that hole, this is the end. He's got the cut open here. So they x-rayed first, obviously, because that cut open might even see that cut open on them. So they did the x-ray first, obviously. So and they got the right one the first time because of the bad welds. And I get it. That is obvious. It's very obvious, those welds. But almost like it would be obvious as you wanted them. Oh my God, why do that? I was trying to grab it, bring it over. It kept going. This would be the horrible weld. Should it be more? Is it really that horrible looking? Yeah, this is definitely like nice and yellow on each side. This one's nice and yellow on each side because different temperature or whatever it is. This is like FLIR or X-ray, whatever they do. This one's gobbledygook, I guess. Even the heat up near the top of it is going to be a little warmer. Oh. Oh, so do you guys want to do anything? What else was there you wanted to watch? Man, do you want to watch any of the closing and opening and break it down, or I feel we should be doing so much more? Because I like comparing these to see. I don't want to catch them doing anything, but I really shouldn't be able to, right? Like not catch them, but like these inconsistencies. I've always loved those, not to make light of this, but where you have two photos side by side and they say one of these has different, or or in this photo there's one and not, this one has got one tiny thing different than this photo. I stare at them for hours like a dope, and I almost enjoy it. Weirdly, like, because I shouldn't be able to find something, right? It's the whole thing. I don't want to be able to, because then I could. But this prosecutor and her little appears to be 3 seams with yellow lines. Yeah. Yes, there's I'll get one of the whole length of it. Yeah, there's a center one. Yeah, there's a center line and a cap, kind of one on each end. So maybe they have 2 pieces round, they weld together, and a cap on each end. And so the one in the photo has one center line, and I'm not exactly sure what this is. But there's this, the cap. This is that. This has to be that shelf thingy, right? Like whatever's in there, probably in there for a reason. some type of float or pump. You know, it's like a gas tank. You need like a Did feel like definitely there was some different lengths, right? But like, how do we zone in on 34, right? Just because it's just that, and if it's so obvious, how long were they searching this property without seeing it? Almost like it wasn't so obvious, and maybe the person who wanted it found because it's by leaving it so obvious was dumbfounded and mad at a bunch of dumb cops for not finding it, and had to tell him himself. Hardy. Or maybe not. This feels stubbier. This one, 55. There's a stubbier feel to it. Definitely nice in here. Doesn't even feel like they have the same thing. So, yeah, I guess we should get more. This feels longer, right? And there's tanks everywhere. What is it? Just that horrible weld? Like, this looks pretty horrible too. Like did they then cut this tank open? That weld looks shit. Like, what's going on here? Fucking tanks everywhere. No tanks. Nope. Like, there's a line. Like, one did look bad, but again, if it's so obvious, what's with all the excavators digging? Why would it should have been found there, right? I'm sorry, I'm not even reading you guys. I'm so sorry. But also, isn't the material in the tank flammable? Even if I thought it was empty, I would be hesitant to make sparks. I don't think it was, or even if it was, the way he's doing those tanks is they wash them out on the inside, and they would be able to be made safe. But yeah, running a grinder is, I mean, you're going to make sparks. And then, yeah, the residual stuff, like there was stuff in, there was a bit in there. Maybe he put more in, or I don't know exactly. Is it flammable? It would be a hazardous gas. Would it spark? It would almost think so, but without circulating air, everything was still damp, and the tarp would hold the moisture to accept well. Gravity. But you got to picture, if there's some in there, that means when he cuts this thing open with a grinder, there's that anhydrous, some of that anhydrous in there, unless it's completely cleaned out and rinsed out or emptied out and aired out. I don't know. It's got to be at some point. It's got to be okay to be cut open because they did it. Somebody did it without it being like a, man, yeah, those tanks. Fire chief said if it was being cut open, someone would need a hose, and absolutely no one should be around the tank. Yeah, I think obviously it was done without a big boom, so maybe they washed it and cleaned it out and put some anhydrous back in there with the body goes in, because there's no way that was in there when that got cut open, right? And there was anhydrous put. You'd think maybe they filled it back up, or I don't know. That would surprise me. Like, why would they leave it empty? Why wouldn't they? I don't know. These are good questions. Just if this annoys you, Lupin, and I enjoy this, so sorry. But I know you guys, like, this feels long for sure, right? Wish I could zoom in better. Oh, I can take screenshots of this. I got to put it on my other screen for a second, okay? My screenshotter always does this main screen I'm on. I'll put full screen, and I'll just take a screenshot of it. Where's my thingy? Where are you? Where are you? Come to me. Oh, it's hiding. Oh, there it is. Come to me. I gotta come on this screen with this. I gotta make it full screen on my other one. 1 sec. I'm getting good screenshots. How about that, TJ? I'm getting a great screenshot of, I'll get a bunch of them of tank 34, okay? but I got to do it on my other screen. So you got to trust me. This is what I'm doing right now. I'll get a couple real nice ones. Then when I do this, I could pick this one, and it always gives me, I know where it saves it to. All right, I'm doing a couple of screenshots of the good ones. You know, I'll get every good tank photo you have, unless by the time you send them to me, I might as well just do this. Oh, there's some good ones. Tank. So let me get this one. Tank 43. Trying to trick me. 34 and 43. Got you. And tank, what else is here? Give me 1 second. I got another one. 28. Definitely stubby. Save. And I could do this. I could just Google. I'm sure I'd find a bazillion. Tank 55. Take it. Gotcha. And what else we got? Could easily Google the big rusty one. The one under all the vines. No, I don't need that. I want this. Got it. Give me 1 second. Any more? I can't even see chat. So give me 1 sec. Oh, this is good. Definitely stubby. 32 is stubby. Really feel. Definitely a stub. What else we got? Oh, this one. Okay. 1 second. Coming. Save. A couple more. Then I'll pull them all up and I can scan through them. We can kind of find any differences. If you guys like that, I love this stuff. If not, let me know what you want to do. I will do it. I will do anything you say. Because if you're here, oh boy, I appreciate you. You're present. You're my go-to if you're here. I can't see you're here. I'm sure you can hear. Let's take a couple more. Sorry. And yeah, that's a good one. Lots of good photos, TJ. I'm sure I could Google these. Or TJ probably said I've just emailed them to you, idiot, and I'm not reading chat, so I might as well just continue on because I'm like a wizard here. Oh, here's a really close one. I could just imagine what you guys are saying in chat now. I'm doing this on top of my StreamYard, so I have no clue. I think I could have sent all you guys home for all I know. The stream may have ended. I don't even know. So give me 1 second. I'm just getting all the good shots. And one more. Oh, the tap part of it. Almost at the end of the video, so I'm running it. Oh, that's a good one. The mouse poop. The mouse poop. It's all over the top of it. It's definitely mouse poop, eh? I'll show you in a sec. The mouse poop. Oh, obviously the guy cut the hole cut open. Waving a selfie stick in Lucy's face. And the one inside the body, for sure. Oh, yeah. Again, I'm not on a quest, to exonerate Dale, just so you know. But if this prosecution, there, I'm done. If this prosecution didn't put such a gobbledygook type of, that whole end presentation there, and it turns out that they ate it up. They used that basically to, seal his fate. So, okay, look at this. Who's still here? 140 people. I got shit on the screen. What's up? I'll go full screen. And now, you know what? I didn't, because I can find those folders. I'm going to make a tank folder. Just tanks alone. So here we go. I'm on my other screen. 1 second. New folder. Everything but the tanks is going in here. Okay. Give me 1 second. Now I got to find those screenshots in. Here we go. I got them. Oh boy, I took a lot of them. Look at this. Perfect. So I'm going to cut them into that folder. Cut you. Ooh, I ordered a new 5 terabyte hard drive today. It came tonight. Thank God, because these things, I'm downloading each of these live streams, and they're like, some of them are like 13 or 14 gigabytes, and I've got like 100 of them. So it's like, filled my hard drive up. I was like, I had to get another 5 terabyte hard drive for this. StreamYard, like my live streams I'm downloading. Oops, where did I have it? Dale Warner's in new folder. Boom. Paste. Wait till you guys see this. Oh my god. If you're still here, you're gonna be amazed. Cut this out of here. Cut. I'm on another screen. Don't worry, it's not that I'm not sharing, I'm just doing this on another screen. For whatever reason, I could show you this, but one more picture I gotta get out of there. And I've got them all. Cutting this. Cut. I got them back. Here I come. Here I come. To save the day. And paste. Boom. The people, I will be amazed. This. So I have them all. I have them all. Gigantic settings. So let's do this for the people. Why am I doing this? I forget. But I think I'm interested in it. Oh yeah, because I want to be able to do that. This is why. This motherfucker's a submarine, right? This is a goddamn submarine. So, I mean, it really doesn't look that bad, eh? Like, if it's so bad, why we've seen it looks pretty good. I mean, what? This is the tank 34. Like, I thought we were seeing exposed, or is that after they cut it open? That one they had, right? What do you think? So 43 is a mess. Oh. Where's that one where they had the look really horrible? 55 short. This obviously, they're implying this is the one with the bad weld, right? This is what brought their attention. Oh, so that's not dark. It's like a shadow? Or is that the exposed steel? Or is it a shadow? Because yeah, that's a lot of welding material. Oh man. What the fuck? It's like, oh god. And even if he's doing this such a bad weld, why would he clean it up? I just feel like this is something that somebody would do when they want somebody to find it and blame, like, and when let's just say they do this intentionally, like before you paint it, why wouldn't you clean this up with a grinder? Because it's so easy to chop this open. You would just clean, the grinder would definitely make this all look nice. There's no way this guy would leave it. He would do this all night long meticulously. I just don't buy that. This feels like somebody who would want to set someone up would leave it like this. Because, I mean, what? Why would you go to all and then leave it like this? And why would it have to be done in 2.5 hours, like the way the prosecution pointed out? Like, you'd have it all night long. Just, the weld would be near perfectly looking. And if it weren't, he would grind it and clean it up. How easy would it be to look, okay, this looks like shit. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's got to be just welded. It doesn't have to be, but he could clean this up easily with the grinder. Why would you leave it like this? You would make this, smooth it out. You could hold this grinder and make this look identical to the other end almost, and then paint it. This is like, do this, set somebody up, and then when the cops come, they're going to find it. It's so goddamn obvious. They're going to find it, and then when they run around for weeks and months, how many shitty cops? I needed to go report to the cops, so me, Mr. Hardy, goes and tells them that this weld that we think the tanks are, and no, it's not Bondo, it's the weld, right? No, because you wouldn't use like a Bondo to make it smooth, because it looks like there's a lot of material to weld it. Fine, because this weld is a garbage weld. It looks like liquid. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like JB weld. You know what? That's a good point. Is it welded back together, or is it JB weld? Like, you ever seen where they use it's like the 2-part epoxy, you mix 2 things together? It's called JB weld stuff. It's like a putty that when you mix them two together, they act basically like a chemical reaction. You know, you're right, TJ. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, because where's Dewey? Dewey's a welder. As a welder, does it look like this? This does look like TJ. Great suggestion. The weld looks like, you know. Let's look at some welds. So yeah, that does look like the liquid, like a hack would you know wasn't even welded. Like you, um, mm, mm. Um, like JB Weld stuff here. Actually, you know what? I'll use Google because for some reason I don't see the microphone here. When I use Google, I could just talk to her. Him, her, whoever's Google. What do I want to ask? I want to ask. Comparing different types of welds. Comparing different evaluating based on skill level, material, images. But that did look like that stuff, like JB Weld. This shit. You mix it together, it's like a 2-part epoxy. It's like a hack job weld. Like an epoxy, and it did look like that. Wonder if that's what this used. It just feels like it. When you weld, it doesn't look like that, right? Good eye, teacher. I'm going to blow right over that. So, yep. Like this part here, it does look like this little blob. As a weld has like like you do when you see a weld. Looks like it's like there's you know it like there's you know you keep kind of. What does welding look like? Like this. And that, there's a great example. D-welds. Oh, go away. How do I claim my discount? How do I get you out of here? X? Okay. So here we go. Perfect. So a bad weld would be like, but you'd still see these lines, right? Because you always see like a line, not, you know, That does look like a big blob of JB weld. Really doesn't look like this at all. Because, I mean, I guess you could clean it up to not look like this, but you would clean it up and it would not look like this neither. It wouldn't look like garbage. Because if you were to clean it up, this looks like literally the putty. This doesn't look like a weld, actually. Oh, God. Almost like this is a scab. Maybe they've already cut it open and they're just showing how they go back together. But no, because it doesn't. This is still intact, right? This is the reason they noticed it. So I should get more photos of this. Dale Warner murder trial evidence photos tank. Tank? Oh, look at these photos. Where I want some close-ups of the gobbledygook that made it so obvious to them that they were. No, I should have. Yeah, this can't be it. I shouldn't have said his name, I guess, or wife welded into tank. Pictures. Wife welded into tank pictures. Not of her. Like that. I want the tank. I shouldn't. No, no. Wow. No. That's not. Anhydrous tank welded dead body. I don't want to too sensitive. Oh. So here's the reason. Research gate. Ooh, these guys are. There's people researching. I mean, again, security required. Oh. Is this the tank? No. Anhydrous ammonia nurse tank. Oh, Creative Commons. Thought for a second that these are different, way different. This is it. So this is a good one of the body cam. Police drone captured. So police drone captured husband. I'm on screen right there. I'll put this up so I can at least see my little mouth thing moving. Yeah. Oh, not this guy. He's horrible. Horrible guy. There. So you guys can still hear me. You're still here. Do you guys want to do anything? Let me know. Did I forget were we supposed to do something and I just got off on a thing? Let me know what you want to do. So I wasn't even reading part of it sometimes. So I haven't watched The Welding Expert. Okay. Do you want to do some welding stuff, TJ? You seem all into it. I mean, I'll do it for you. That welding guy, we could pay more attention to what he's saying. But where's the photos? This one here. Like, I should save this, right? Save this image. Where the hell did it save? Didn't even give me a choice. Oh, thank you. I don't want to say. I want my Dale Warner file. Where are you? I made a Dale Warner. Where are you? There it is. And I got the tank one I made, which is here. Boom. They're all in here. This is the new folder I just made. So from now on, everything I save is going into the tank. So this is what they showed at trial, which is, I might as well go with the one that exactly is showing in the court. Save in there. Here's that fucking JCB thing. Might as well, right? This is the one we had. Not as many as I thought there would be. So, do you want me to do the welding stuff? $36. Well, thank you. Yes, the welder. Let's do it for you, TJ. You're here and you're interested. I'm just going to quickly check for any more super interesting photos. What's this? Oh, WTOL. Go over. I want that one photo of that. What's that? So they. Where's that photo? Come back. There it is. This is the one that's the superstar here. He's got to be everywhere, like posing for the media. He's the fixer. It's like in this photo, isn't this supposed to be really sloppy and easy to notice? Right? So is this the daughter? Is this Jared? Who is this? Oh, this is a different thing. We're going to make somehow Toledo. Oh, this is. Oh, Stephen Hawking. Oh, so this is a different guy. Oh, this is their front page. They must have a bunch of stuff. Okay, so. Nope. So I might as well get off of here. Shut it down. Got enough photos. Don't need. Oh, am I in Google still? That's why. Oh yeah, I gotta shut this out. So I don't need this now. Here we go. So the welder for TJ, where are you? I'll just go find them because I don't think I put them on a playlist. I'll just go right to their page, WTOL. I'll do that. For TJ, isn't that guy Secret Service? No, not him. It could be a cleaner. Does feel like it though. I know you're joking. Yeah, it does feel like it. Eh? Maybe CIA. Somebody. He's cleaning up this mess, right? Definitely. You reminded me. Yes. Like, ooh, what's that movie with Mr. See now? Look what you've done now. Look what you've done. I'm gonna do it on my other page. There's a movie called Mr. Gray and Mr. Brown. The movie. It's a famous movie with all good music in it. Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, Mr. Gray, cleanup movie. Something Boys or something, or Reservoir Dogs. That was it. Fuck. Reservoir Dogs. Couldn't remember that the other night. Reservoir Dogs is what. And they have Mr. Cleaner. The one of the guys a cleaner. You know? Reservoir Dogs. Watch this. So this is what made me think of that much. Reservoir Dogs clip. Reservoir Dogs. I said it twice. Yeah, this is it. So the guy's got to clean up Mr. Pink. This is it. Da, 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 da. Stuck in the middle here. Yeah. Stuck in the middle. And the guy's got to come in and clean up. Great movie. Chris Penn, dude, all these great actors in this movie. And what's his face? Da, 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 da. And they have Stuck in the Middle. And they accidentally they kill the guy in the kitchen. There's a kitchen where and then they have to call the guy into the house, and he comes in to clean. Mr. Brown or something. He has to come and clean it up. Oh, there's your buddy. No, not my buddy. Who's that? Somebody else? Oh, that's Dad. She hates this Gray Hughes too. Where is it? They're in the kitchen. Where it's a kitchen. And they first call him in. This is a great movie. Crazy movie. This is it here in the kitchen. Mr. Wolf. I don't even know. Let's see if I can watch this.
It's 30 minutes away. I'll be there in 10.
Look at it's 30 minutes away. I'll be there in 10. They've got a problem. Oh, they have the closed captioning on. Oh, I hope I don't get in trouble. This isn't Pulp Fiction. What? I don't even have it labeled correctly. It's not Pulp Fiction. No way. This is it? No. They have this labeled incorrectly. Pulp Fiction is great. No, this is Reservoir Dogs. So it's like there's a body. The guy's got to clean it up.
You're Jimmy, right? This is your house?
Sure is.
I'm Winston Wolf. I solve problems.
Good, we got one.
So I heard. May I come in?
Yeah, please do.
You must be Jules.
Oh, so it is Reservoir Dogs. Pulp Fiction. They're right. Which one am I thinking of? He's in that also. And this one is in the kitchen because he's holding the gun and it accidentally goes off in Pulp Fiction. So that's not, so it was, it's just like Reservoir Dogs. That's weird. Anyways, no more. But this, never again will I get distracted, okay? Never again. Let's do this. What was I looking for TJ? The welder for TJ starting now. What was his name? Quentin Tarantino. William, yeah. So Reservoir Dogs, it's probably the same type of deal too. I guess they both, I forgot the one in Pulp Fiction because yeah, definitely happened because remember they were in the car and he's like holding the gun but just kind of loose with it and it accidentally goes off. John Travolta blows that guy's head off, like accidentally kind of. Sorry, TJ, you're right. You're right. Yes, you're a bunch of firecrackers, you batshit crazy firecrackers. I'm finding it for you. Never again will I get distracted. You're right, Lucy. Lucy, you're a howl. I'm glad you didn't. think I was mad at you. I was just you tagged me, and I was like, what the hell is this? I thought you were like kind of like public shaming me, and I was like, oh, I'll show her. I'll make this insightful comment. Mhm. I have a playlist of this, but I know I have all the people on it. Oh, you know what? I do have it on a playlist. Damn it. Playlists. Where's that one with all the it's a huge one. 25. No, it's got like 50. Maybe it's this one. Dale. All and edits and everything. Probably this one. Dale. Oh no, it's this one is a good one.
Right hand.
That's the IT guy. We know what he looked like, right? It's I'll find him. Not Boyd. Boyd. Could it be? Is it this guy? The welder. This is him. Yeah. Welding engineer. Hour and 49 minutes. Oh my God. Are you ready for this? Holy shit. Should I speed it up to 1.25? Look at this. 213 likes. 213 means nothing. 214 now. Your call, TJ. You want it all? You want it sped up? I'm going to scan through it.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? I do.
Do you want any closed captioning? Your call. We don't need that. We can hear him good, right? So fuck it. I can put my banner back up. That absolves me from any responsibility.
I just asked you to hold on to that just for a second. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's excited. So look at this. Hour and 50 minutes, 28 seconds in, and I've already paused.
Just tell us your name
Justin Schmidt,
and spell it for the record.
JUSTINSCHMIDT.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Fargo was the wood chipper. Yeah. Or did it accidentally blow someone away too?
And Mr. Schmidt, what do you do for a living?
I'm a cleaner. I come and clean up welds.
An educator, and I am also a welding engineer for JCS Welding Services.
And you say you're in education. What kind of educational job do you have?
I have taught welding and welding-related courses for both secondary and post-secondary institutions since about 2010.
Noon.
Is your education also in welding?
So if you want to be here till noon, maybe I should put it down to like 0.5 speed. I'm only kidding. Let me know if you want me to speed it up, TJ, 1.25, or skip ahead at all. I could probably skip ahead.
It is. My formal education is from Ferris State University in welding engineering technology.
Oh, he has a little lisp I didn't hear. Did you hear that? I won't play it again.
And I have graduate courses in career and technical education through Western Michigan University.
And what years were those degrees?
The welding engineering degree was in 2005, and my studies at
How would I skip
Western,
ahead till he starts talking
concluded
about
in
photos and stuff?
to do an inspection on a vessel.
Okay. And
Here it
showing
comes.
you what's been entered as People's 100.
So People's 100.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is, and
So we're going to be seeing what he says, what drew their attention to it, who told them about it, how they kind of figured out. And
anhydrous ammonia tank on a running gear.
Okay. And number 34, correct?
Correct.
Mouse
Is that
shit
the one
all
you
over the top.
inspected?
It is.
Okay. How many times?
4 times total.
And what did you do each time? Just in general speaking.
The first time went and looked at basically all of the welding on the tank. And the second time went back and looked at the inside. A repair weld was seen from the first inspection. Went back the second time and looked at the inside of the tank where the repair weld was. Came back the third time to look at another portion of the tank. And again, a fourth time to compare photos with the actual tank.
Okay, so let's stop here. I got to stop. This fucking expert needed that much evaluation to tell that this gobbledygook was. This fucking guy made it sound like he had to compare. How many different times was he comparing? Oh my god, this fucking guy's their expert. This is what makes me really suspicious of the state when they just this unnecessary shit. So this expert's up here testifying that he needs to go back and compare, and he's comparing. Is there something different here? Is there something, I need to compare back and forth. Let me take measurements. I'm going to conclude with my expertise. Wait, one more look. I got to go back. Let me look at the other tanks. I'm going to look. I'm going to compare. I'm going to call back up. I'm going to call my friend at Harvard University. And then I'm going to call a couple. I'm going to take photos and send them to the lab, have them analyzed. Yeah, I've concluded that this is something's up. I don't know what, but yeah, something's wrong with that weld. As my expert opinion, after an overly a super duper long evaluation, I'm saying it right now. I've concluded. Let me one more time. Okay, this is definitely different, and that has to be cut open because I can't see anyone trying to hide it that obvious. Like, it has to be them cutting it open, right? Like, what are they showing us here? So let's pay attention. If they say this is how they found it, this means I'm setting someone up and I want you to find this. And when you don't, I'll call you a shitty cop and then I'll tell you about it. And then I'll lie to the media, I guess, about me being the one who alerted the cops about this. What?
So you
I don't see that here.
A second ago that there was an obvious repair weld. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in terms of
I had to compare it 10 different times. It wasn't that obvious.
this photo, do you know where the obvious repair weld was?
The repair weld would be in the rear, far left side in this photo of the tank.
Okay. Where I've blown it up?
Correct.
Okay. And then the very first time you saw the tank, was it in this condition or something else?
The very first time I seen it, it was on the running gear like that, but the right-hand side, the domed portion of the tank, the end cap, had been removed.
Okay. So this front end?
Correct.
Okay. How did you determine that the back weld was an obvious repair weld?
Based on there's 3 welds on the tank, 3 factory welds. When it's manufactured, 1 in the center and 1 on each end, adhering the domes to the tank. Comparing the weld at the rear of the tank that was still there with the weld in the center of the tank that was a factory weld, along with visibly looking at the repair weld itself, where you could still see remnants of the factory weld underneath it.
Okay. Let me show you what's been entered as people's 269. Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Okay, and why? What is it showing?
This photograph shows the approximate width from toe to toe of the factory weld.
And which factory weld are you looking at?
This is a weld in the center of the tank.
And I don't know, can you, for the jury's benefit, can you read what the width is?
0.811.
And that's in what unit?
In inches.
Okay.
Like
people's,
do you need this? Do you need this? The one they showed us, what are they showing us? This guy needs a fucking caliper to measure precisely to tell that this centerpiece and the other one looked like they sprayed it with a fire hose. What?
270?
This is really suspicious because
that also says 801. Is that a different place?
That is a different spot, correct?
Okay. And again, people's 271. 801, different place?
Correct.
Okay, so did you go, how many readings did you take out of the middle weld, do you think?
I would say probably 10 to 12 readings around.
Okay, and were they all fairly consistent?
They were.
All right. Showing
yes, TJ, he needs a goddamn caliper.
272.
To tell.
Can you read the gauge in this photo?
0.546 inches.
Okay, and which weld is that?
This is the repair weld.
Okay. Do you think that difference in 0.3 of an inch is significant?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
And how many
'cause the other
readings
ones are done by
approximately
the original ones aren't done by humans. It's probably on a thing that rolls around and it's done by. I doubt those tanks they're probably done by a machine or an automated
of the repair
process
weld?
arm.
Again, probably the same 10 to 12.
All right, and were they all about a little over half an inch?
They varied. I would say within 180 thousandths probably.
Okay.
Where's the one we showed? Was that from the tank? The other one that looked like the JB Weld stuff? Because this is kind of like, I mean, this is a bad weld, but the other one was just like gobbledygook weld. It wasn't even, it was, if this is the bad weld, the other one is extremely horrible, awful, terrible, disgusting, ridiculous weld.
Could you tell what process had been used to create the repair weld?
I could.
How?
Based on the weld bead itself of the repair weld, the bead profile, the ripple pattern that was in it, and then the
measuring and just sometimes swinging. We have a dick swinging contest, like, you know.
Distance in between starts and stops.
Okay, and let's start with that last one. What does that tell us, the difference between starts and stops?
So the distance between the starts and stops, if it is a greater distance, would limit us to what process could be used. It would have to be a process that continuously fed a wire electrode. A process
it's not
similar
even
that could be
close
used,
to
such
one
as
they
like
were
a
showing
stick
us, right?
welding operation,
Is this,
or shielded
where's this
metal arc
from?
welding. You're limited on how far you can actually
put this on
weld
another
because your
page.
electrode is only so long before you have to change it and restart again.
So is this a difference between welding with a piece of metal that's however long a foot or whatever it is versus a continuous
at the
spool
same time.
of wire?
That's correct.
Okay, and which one is this?
This would be the
So-
spool of wire.
I'll move it around accordingly. But
And do you remember what the longest
what is
distance
this?
between
You need a
any of the
caliper to
stops
tell
and
it.
starts was?
The longest I measured in
If you
between
look at
starts
this, it
and
needed a
stops was 16
caliper to
inches.
see if it was.
And could you go 16 inches with a
Where's
quote
this?
unquote stick welder?
You could not.
And
Where'd you get
remember
this
how many,
tile?
starts and stops there were in total around the circumference of that repair weld?
I identified 11 starts and stops.
Could you tell anything? Well, so based on that, again, remind us, what kind of a welder are we talking about?
So we're talking about a gas metal arc welding process, also commonly referred to as MIG welding or wire welding.
Yeah.
And could you tell anything about the welding machine itself based on the repair weld that you inspected?
Based on the size and the profile of the welds, and then again the distance between starts and stops, we could determine
the one
that
they're
it was
showing
a
isn't this one,
larger
TJ.
machine.
What were you
something
showing
would
in
not
your-
classify as.
What were you showing in your video? I took screenshots of it. That's not the tank, so I don't know why you showed that. Oh, came from a documentary.
hobby
Oh,
machine.
okay, sorry.
Sorry. Most likely
So why was I
220
looking at
volts
it then? What are you putting it in there
and
for?
a duty cycle grader of
Really good for
40%.
what? Why would you show that? I thought I was looking at the tank.
Showing you people's 293.
What would
Are you
be showing
familiar
that
with
for?
that machine?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
I have spent many hours operating that exact model
God.
machine.
Okay. This isn't yours in particular.
No, it's not.
Okay. But you've used this many times?
That's correct.
What is it?
That is a Miller manufacturer, Miller brand, Miller-Matic model 252.
Okay. And do you know, does that meet the specs that you just described in terms of what kind of welder would have made that repair weld?
It does.
Yeah,
When you
sure.
say the profile,
Then you should probably, I mean, might ask, could any of the other welders, I mean, half of them probably could have done it, right? Can you look at a certain welder to say that it's this one? Probably got 4 of these exact type of models.
and what was the other term you used? Of the weld, I'm sorry, the profile and
The profile, the ripple pattern, and then the distance between starts and stops.
okay. I want to make sure I had that right. Could you
Yeah.
tell if this
Well,
weld was done by
I think anybody on this farm could probably weld. any of those guys that are helping around. I mean, I've been welding since we welded in grade 9 shop class. Welding, most boys, or if you take shop in school, we were welding in public school up here. Like, I was taught to weld young. Grade 6, 7, and 8, we had class where we learned just the basic shit, woodworking, well, all that.
I could.
How could you tell that?
Basically,
Definitely by grade 9 and 10, if you took any shop classes or auto class, you're welding. We had auto body classes up here where we actually be able to paint cars and stuff. So.
Whenever I examined the weld, it was evident that there was a lot of inconsistencies in the weld itself, both profile-wise, direction, path of travel.
Like, I had this coolest teacher, and when we got our stuff done, we'd let us oh my God, all afternoon we'd bring our cars in and wash them. And I blew the transmission in my Camaro. My dad went and got me a rebuilt one, and we, in shop class, put the new transmission in and got a new 4-bell 350 motor and put it in. Oh, it was so much fun. And I got fucking class, and we just basically fucked around. And the teacher was hanging out with us, and we'd just fix stuff, weld stuff, and he'd teach us stuff. But that's the way to learn. Enjoying it.
A lot of inconsistent parts in the height of the reinforcement. Those inconsistencies would lead to a determination of human error, essentially, and not an automated process.
Okay. Showing you People's 273. Does this illustrate some of those things?
It does.
I would bet everyone that works on this can weld. Okay.
So
what is this there? Is this can't be the tank. So I should listen. You know what? I'm going to not keep interrupting. I'll type in chat with you guys because I'm getting too lazy. This is too easy. I'm not going to pause. I'm going to type with you, okay?
it's a little hard to see probably as small as this picture is, but there is spatter in this picture, which is a defect that we can see. There is what we would consider concavity in the center of the bead.
Let me stop you on spatter. Can you describe from the picture what we should look for when we're looking for spatter?
Your spatter is going to be the small, they look like kind of like BBs on the outside of the weld.
Okay, is that spatter right there?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's more down here.
Correct.
Down here farther. Is all that spatter?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, what was the second thing?
Lucy likes to call it
the other thing
splooge.
is concavity within the bead. We can see that it is a concave shape in spots and not concave in other spots, which would lead us to believe that the travel speed varied a little bit as it went across. Okay. Also, the general width of the bead being narrower in spots and wider in spots is also indicative of that.
Okay.
A little bit further down in the same photo.
Okay, I said I wasn't going to pause it, but listen, if your intention is to hide a body in here, even if you welded this, you would clean these lines up with that hand grinder. You could easily clean this up. So this, to me, I mean, honestly, a person, let's say it is Dale doing this. You think he's leaving it like this? Like, you could pass across here and clean this up with the hand grinder. You really could, and before you paint it. So, again, this is really indicative of, like, let's just say it's somebody else, and they're like, oh, the cops will find this for sure. You know, they kept probably moving this tank, and the cops would have to walk around it and stuff, and like, oh my God, they didn't notice it today. They didn't notice it today. You know, and they're looking at the window, and they're wondering, the cops are here today again. And we moved it out, and we put it in the sun. I mean, we wanted them to see this thing. And again, you know, we put a big yellow arrows here, sticker. Look, and the cops missed it. That's why Hardy thought there were some shitty cops, right? He probably thought they were so shitty. And then he says he's the one who calls in to say, Ellie, check the tanks. There's something about the tanks. There's tanks. He literally tells that. And then Dreyer says that he was lying to the media, that he never told Ellie about tanks. I got to find that because I know he. Oops. Oh, it was in that 30-minute one where he's talking in his kitchen. Like, why wouldn't you
Yeah,
clean this up?
You can see where we had a large variation in the path of travel.
Like, come on. Come
for the speed.
on.
Okay, and to describe that, what you're talking about, the path of travel?
And if they want to pretend it's a rush job for Dale, like, why? What's the rush? You could have spent meticulous hours. Like, how many days and weeks and months would you have had with this tank? Like, what? They act like you did it 2 or 3 hours. It's like, I mean, he would have had endless nights with this. No? What's this whole tight timeline for? Unless I'm missing something.
So we can see as the weld comes down from the top of the screen to about the center.
And again, if you had this, you would just clean this up with the hand grinder. Like, no idiot would leave this. The angle grinder, you just walk past 10 cameras with. You would clean this up.
We can see it run off to the left-hand side.
This means I'm setting someone up. I want this to be found. Look at this. Come on.
Off of essentially where we would assume the joint is behind that. And then...
No, it can't be hidden with paint, but you could clean it up with the angle hand grinder. You could clean it up and you wouldn't know this looked this shitty. You could make it look exactly like the other one. You would make it look so close to the other proper welds. You could clean this up beautifully. Come on, you wouldn't. If you're this shitty of a welder, you'd take this grinder and go right along here and make it look straight. You can do it by eye. You could clean this up so easily with the angle grinder and then paint it. Come on. Come on. This is setting somebody up. Lumpy or not, you got an angle grinder. It would fucking clean this up. It would make it look exactly like the other welds. And this guy wouldn't be rushing 2 hours to do this. He would meticulously doing this all night long. Are you saying this guy would leave this like this? This is somebody, oh my God, in my honest opinion, it's more likely than not that, what's this 2-3 hour window for? Why? You could do it all night long. He could spend 10 hours a night doing this in the middle of the night undercover, and none of this would be seen. And he would then, if it ends up this bad and hard to weld or whatever, or even if this is the beginning because it's like swinging around and moving, like this first part of it's sloppy, he would fucking clean it up. I mean, if this is also easy to do, to add a few, then he would clean this up. What's this tight time? I don't get it. This would never be left like this unless it's a setup to be found. This is putting a phone under a body. You know, this is like, look at this. No idiot. A genius plan foiled by a fucking shit weld that could ease. Okay, fine. Your shit's hard, whatever. Clean. He would take the grinder and clean it up. And you wouldn't even know it.
Pick back
Never
up
spot
underneath after a
This
stop, and then resume moving forward
way
further down.
Way too simple.
So
no.
are you indicating that the path of travel comes down like this and then goes off
Remember how I said I was never going to pause and do that? Starting now.
to the left?
That's correct.
Okay. Whereas the bead continues on straight down here.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you 274. That give us some idea of the scale that we're talking about with that, where the path of travel ran off?
It does, yes.
Okay. Does 275 tell us anything else about the weld?
Again, general discontinuities located within the weld, and for lack of better terms, a sloppy appearance.
Okay, so it wasn't just one spot, it was multiple spots that you had identified?
Correct.
So as an inspector, how would you evaluate this weld that you saw?
As an inspector, to do a formal inspection, it would have to adhere to a specific welding code. And there is no welding codes that I have worked with that this would be acceptable in.
So were you able to form an opinion about the level of skill and or training of the person who did this weld?
I did.
What was your opinion?
My opinion was that it was somebody who had prior welding experience. So they were
For some reason, I can't type. The angle grinder would clean that up easy. So I must mute. For some reason, I'm being blocked. What's going on? No, I could type. So I've been trying to type, but my comments aren't showing up. I can see it. I've been trying to type. The angle grinder could clean that up easy. And it wouldn't let me. So sorry.
Somewhat familiar with the process, but did not identify as having maybe formal weld training at the time of that this was produced.
Are you able to tell the difference between somebody who is not highly skilled and someone who is in a rush?
That's a pretty broad question.
Like, why is somebody in a rush?
If you were in a rush and you had a high level of training, or we'll say a medium to high level of training, that rush job would definitely impact your final product.
It's a rush job because the state has said that.
Amount of training. What would a rush do in that point? At that point,
that would definitely affect it even more. So.
I'm double checking, Mimi.
It would be worse.
I don't block anything. There must be some moderation. I could switch it off. If are you guys having trouble ever, your comments not showing up, let me know. I'm going to
showing you 276, and
if I could edit
looking at the
now,
bottom of this photograph. Could you explain what that is?
I'm in the edit thing now.
That's an indication of a weld discontinuity that was then ground down to improve the appearance and shape.
Okay. And what would be used to grind it down?
Allow automatic chapters. Allow.
Typically, you would use an angle grinder with an abrasive wheel.
Recording.
And
comments are on. Basic
50,
moderation. I turn it to none.
The left hand.
Anyone can comment.
Is that relevant to what you just testified to?
That would be an abrasive wheel that would be applicable to an angle grinder, correct?
Okay, and that would be something you could use to grind down a high spot in a weld?
Yes.
What's this one I changed? Oh.
Could you tell the path of travel in terms of which way the weld was formed from top to bottom or around the tank or how?
Yes, I could.
And what was your finding on that?
That it was done in the vertical down position.
Okay. And so with starting from the top to the bottom and then top to bottom on the other side?
Right, because I just turned it off. So let me see if I can do that same comment.
That.
It said basic.
Different things that,
so there was a setting for, I guess, automatic moderation. It says basic. I turned it to none. So I'll try it again because it wasn't. I could see it wasn't coming in. So
that I noticed to make that determination. One was the amount of buildup on the horizontal portion or the top of the weld before it transitioned to vertical, where it then became less buildup and slightly concave.
Okay, so I'm showing you 277. Is that in this picture?
It is.
Okay, where?
And it's kind of hard to see from this picture, but at the top, there is much more weld reinforcement at the top of the weld, where gravity is not having as much of an effect on the weld. It's actually putting it right where you're trying to make the weld. And then
see, like I can almost see that they use the grinder here, unless it's someone's fingerprint on this photo. What? Or on the slide presentation? What a fingerprint? Or is it like somebody taking the grinder to cleaning this up? This almost like a fingerprint and fucking.
As we get further down and we transition into the vertical portion of the weld, we can see that it gets more.
Like, you know how easy this would be to clean up?
Concave as gravity essentially works against us and tries to pull the weld down. We can also see a distinct ripple pattern.
And they put a lot of paint on there, like.
In that transition that indicates also a vertical down weld.
Okay, so we're looking at these arrows, for lack of a better term?
Correct.
Ripples, you called them?
Yes.
And how does that tell us anything?
So on a vertical down weld, you have to move faster than you do, say, in a vertical up position because of gravity. Your molten weld pool, if you don't move fast enough, can outrun where your welding arc is at. And as gravity tries to pull your weld down, you have to use the arc force, essentially the force coming out of the electric arc, to push the weld back up against gravity where you want it. And that's what creates this arrow shape, or what we call a ripple, pointing in the upward direction.
Could this tank have been welded from the bottom up?
Meaning, is it?
No, I mean, like, if you were to do this yourself, is it physically possible to start at the bottom and go up, or do you have to start at the top and go down?
No, it is possible to weld vertical up, and the code that would this tank would be under ASME Section 9, which is Boiler and Pressure Vessel Code for repair, actually would require it to be welded vertical up.
Okay, so I think if I understood you correctly, if a vessel is going to be pressurized, the code says you got to go bottom up.
That's correct.
Okay. Which one is easier and faster?
Vertical down welding essentially is easier because while gravity can hinder what the bead looks like, it is easier to put in where you're not trying to stack. It doesn't take as much technique to perform the vertical down weld as it does, say, a vertical up. And a vertical down weld is much faster than a vertical up.
Okay. And again, this is vertical down.
Correct.
Showing you People's 288. Why did you take this picture?
This picture denotes the difference in height or profile from the end of the cylinder portion of the tank to where the cap or the dome portion was attached.
Okay. And zooming in on that. Are you saying one portion of this is higher than the other?
Correct.
Which portion is higher?
The dome portion or the cap portion is higher than the cylinder portion of the tank.
Do you know why that happened or how?
When these tanks are manufactured, they're manufactured with a submerged arc welding process, and it puts a lot of heat into the part as it's producing it. There's a lot of expansion and contraction forces, and likely that dome portion had a lot of those stresses in there. And of course, whenever it's welded, there's clamps involved as well to hold it in place. That freezes those forces, and then whenever it was cut or removed, essentially that dome portion kind of sprung outward.
Okay. So looking at 287, what vantage point are we at here?
This is at the repair weld at the very bottom of the tank. So this is where both sides would have came together at the end of the weld. Okay,
and is the bottom two sections misaligned also, or are those even?
No, the bottom section of both the tank and the domed portion of the cap are in the same plane in this picture.
Okay. So the bottom matches up, but not the top.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of what could have been, how this could have been put back together so that the bottom aligned?
Yeah, so obviously if the dome portion kind of sprung out of shape after it was cut, and you go to line it back up, there's going to be sections that, you can't align all of them, right? So you would specifically find a spot where you can align. In this case, it was at the bottom. So something was used probably to line up the bottom, forming essentially a cradle that goes under both sections to hold them in the same plane and line them up.
Okay. Showing you People's 84, and specifically that piece of equipment. Do you know what that is?
The pallet jack?
Correct.
Yep.
What does that do?
So essentially this is a jack that is used to move pallets.
Right. Why is he asking him? Fucking, it's pretty self-explanatory. This guy's a welding expert. Not, yeah. You could use this, like you said, like the things on the floor, right? Without, they could put this under the end, I guess, to support it. I don't know. You'd still have to have the top supported. I don't know.
Tied items.
I mean, they don't have any proof of it anyway, so it's a theory. Many things could have assisted him doing it, but we don't know who did it and what and how. Like, yeah. to imply that it's this person, even if they found out this was used, to imply that it's him that did it, it's just
around. It moves up and down from the ground, and the two tined forks would then essentially go into a pallet.
Okay. Would that be something that could have been used to keep the
It
bottom
would be.
edges
It would be. You
aligned?
could. Yeah,
It is a
sure.
possibility without knowing
possibility.
the definite dimension in between the tines of the pallet jack.
I think it's
and how it would
adjustable.
fit
You
up
can move
to
these.
the circumference of the tank. That would be the question. But if it did fit, yes, it definitely could be used.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
And looking at
Could not
people's
be used.
178, specifically these 4x4s laying on the ground.
Where? Here? Oh my God. There's fucking millions of these on this property. It's great to have a piece of wood for shit.
Could that have been something that would be used to align the bottom?
It could have been.
Objection is to speculation. So the last one, he said, well, it's a possibility, but I don't know. I think that we're just gonna go through a number of items on the farm.
Could that-
with Mr. Schmidt saying, I don't know.
This is the
Could
last
that
one
have
for
been
what it's
used to
worth. I think
then
he is qualified to say
could,
what
if there was a
pieces
fire,
of
could
equipment
that
that
have
are
been
available
used to
could
put
have
the
been
fire out? If there was
Thank you.
something needed an extension cord, could
Yeah,
that
there
extension cord be
definitely.
used? If
Anything
they
that
wanted to put their
would essen-
if they wanted to put their jacket in a locker, could they put the jacket in? If they had garbage, could they put garbage in the garbage can?
essentially
Yes.
create a cradle that the tank could sit on, and also the end could sit on, could be used.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And if the tank had
And if somebody were to sweep this floor, could they clean dirt? Yes.
a small amount of liquid in it, would it have been possible to do something to keep the liquid from spilling out?
Before it was cut.
Correct.
Yes. So if you lowered one end of the tank that you are not cutting on, that would essentially send the liquid down to the other end where you could cut the opposite end free without getting into the liquid.
So then it would be. So they're saying with the liquid in there, like, so it's obviously not explosive or corrosive or whatever. Like, so there'd be that angle grinder would be making sparks like crazy, right? To cut that off. But he's the welder expert. Like, still could have been volatile because they would never using. Something would have happened.
Would that have made it significantly harder to cut the end off or reattach it?
It depends on what angle you had to put the tank to, and how much liquid essentially would be in the tank that you're trying to disperse to the other side. It's a long tank, so if it didn't have a significant amount of liquid in it, more than a few inches, it wouldn't have to drop much on the other end to have everything run to the other side. And that would not create, if it was just an inch or two drop, that would not create too much of a problem on the other end for alignment.
Showing you 281. Now are we on the inside of the tank?
That's correct.
You had to crawl up in there?
Yes.
Okay. What is this picture showing us?
So this picture shows us the inside of essentially where the cut was made that removed the dome portion cap, and then where it was welded back on it. And we can go ahead.
What about this white substance?
So the white substance is a paint drip on the inside of the tank.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
That indicates that it was painted after the repair weld was made, and then the condition of the repair weld was not essentially liquid tight and allowed.
You know what? Then the dogs could have smelled the body. Oh. Unless the paint dried up and clogged the hole. But I mean, for paint to get inside, this obviously wasn't well. So why the smell getting out? So those dogs would have probably hit if they got near it, wouldn't they?
Paint to drip through to the inside. This also.
I bet you they're going to cover it up and saying, yeah, once it dripped in, it clogged the hole and prevented the smell getting out.
Indicates that it would not hold a significant amount of pressure after the fact.
Pressure, right? Yeah, that would be bad because the paint wouldn't be. It would be enough to keep the smell in, probably, but yeah, if you pressurize this, it would pop, it would leak.
Now showing you 282, again, still inside the tank.
That's correct.
What is this?
This shows us the cut kerf from when the domed portion was removed. This is a backing ring on the inside of the tank. Essentially, in the manufacturing process, this would have been put in there to aid for penetration of the factory
No, it would also aid the alignment, no?
weld in a solid seal. And this shows where the cut was made, essentially a little bit of variation off of the center of the backing ring.
Okay. So if we zoom in here, is the backing ring, is this the edge of the top side of the backing ring?
Correct, that is one side of it, yeah.
Okay. And then what is this groove right here?
So that is the kerf that was produced when the domed portion was cut from the tank.
Okay, and explain, what is a kerf?
Kerf, whenever you have a cut, essentially of anything, you have material that is removed in essentially a void. The thicker the item used to cut something, the wider the kerf essentially would be.
Okay, and so here, we're inside, so the weld from the outside did not come all the way through and cover up that kerf?
That's correct.
What do you mean to weld from the inside? Nobody's welding the inside. Because when you cut it, they actually cut it nice and straight. Look at this thing.
283.
Also from inside the tank, another picture of the backing ring, the kerf. This kind of denotes how straight this section of the kerf is, or the cut that was made. And then there's also another spot of paint that leaked through.
Okay. What would be used to make a straight cut like this?
For this cut, whenever the cap was removed from the tank, and an abrasive cutting wheel was used.
Okay. And you can tell that from the straightness of the cut?
Straightness of the cut is one indication. The smooth edges of the cut and the kerf is another. And then here we see slivers or shards that were left behind from that process. And this is very common with that.
Okay, and this is photograph 284. So again, just for clarity, you said there's shards or slivers?
Correct.
And where are those in the picture?
These are the items that look jagged and are hanging down from the backing ring.
Okay. And 285?
More of the same.
Okay. 286?
More of the same. In this photo, we can also see the kerf was wide enough in this spot where we can see the actual repair weld that was made in this groove. And indicative of this picture here, we can see a silicon deposit that was left in repair weld, and that is very common with a gas metal arc welding process and an ER70S type filler material.
Okay, so a MIG welder?
Correct.
And just for the jury, where do we see that silicone deposit on this picture?
It is the brownish looking item, probably mid screen, that extends out into the weld.
Okay, we're talking about in this area right here?
Correct.
Now, how do you know it wasn't a plasma cutter or a torch?
That originally cut the dome off?
Correct.
Based on the kerf itself, a plasma cutter or like an
So they're emphasizing this because we all can agree that it was a cutter. Somebody cut it, right? Now, just because you see Dale walking with a cutter in his hand, I mean, that's a good tool. I bet you if you look over all those videos over the last if there's any, he's probably carrying that grinder all over the place. There are probably 10 of them on this farm. It's a great tool for more than this kind of stuff. I mean, if you're going to do something like this and entomb a body, why wouldn't you cover that up in a box or hide it? I just don't get it. Is he this dumb? I don't know. He's not walking past. He knows the cameras are there. Why would you walk past something that's going to be you're going to use to commit crimes?
Oxyacetylene torch or an oxypropane torch would have produced a much more ragged, jagged type cut, especially done by a human with human error. A machined process, obviously machined plasma torch or machined oxy-fuel torch could have produced a much smoother cut, but this has no indication of that. There's also no heat indications on the inside that would lead us to believe that a flame was used.
Is a plasma cutter or a torch faster or slower if you're in a hurry than a abrasive cutoff wheel?
So the cutting itself, both plasma and oxy-fuel cutting would be faster than an abrasive wheel, but given, and it would depend on obviously the skill of the operator with that plasma torch or with that oxy-fuel torch, but being the fact there would be general inconsistencies in the kerf, it might make it more difficult to make the surfaces back up.
Okay, so if you know you got to put it back together, you might save some time up front.
Objection leading.
If you got to, sorry, I'll rephrase. If you've got to put it back together, which one would you choose?
The abrasive wheel would give you the best surface to put it back together.
Okay. And looking at People's 38, can you identify those items?
That is a, looks like a corded angle grinder, and in the left hand, and in the right hand, that is either cutting or grinding discs.
Okay. And would this be
like, how do you look at a photo to say this is that we know what this person is going to go do with this? I mean, this whole timeline is all speculative, right?
considered an abrasive cutoff wheel and tool?
Yes, correct.
And that could have made that cut?
Yes.
As if he's not doing this under cover of dark if he's doing it. Like, these cameras would never see him carrying this if he were ready to go entomb a body using one of these. Nobody's that dumb.
Okay, moving on to People's 290. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture at the top of the tank, on the end where the repair weld was made, where the dome was attached back to the tank.
All right, and again, where is that in the picture?
The repair weld itself is essentially center screen, and it runs from left to right across the tank.
Okay, and then what about that dot up at the top?
So there is another weld spot where something was attached to this dome portion of the tank.
Okay, and do you have an opinion about how that would have gotten there?
Again, if they used a welder to weld the chain on to help support this is opinion, this person would just grind this down. It would take a second or two to smooth this off. This is a setup, man. It's got to be. Or he's an idiot. And
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That whenever this dome portion was removed, it would have to be supported in some way so it did not fall. It's obviously not a square item. It's going to be somewhat awkward. So the ideal way to do it would be to attach probably a chain or something in that fashion to hang the item so that when it's cut free, it does not fall.
Okay. I'm showing you 291, which is
bracket.
What?
That is a close-up of that spot.
As if they wouldn't clean that up.
Can you explain?
Come on.
Can you tell from that where the item that would have been welded to it was actually welded to it?
So from this picture, we can see that there's essentially a hollow spot. For lack of better terms, it almost looks like a donut. The item would have been welded into the center of that. That's where the physical item would have been, and then around the outside portion that we see, that would be the weld that is remaining. This is, of course, after it has been ground down.
Okay. So referring to this portion in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay, and tell that kind of U-shaped or horseshoe shaped. What is that portion right there?
Yep, that inside there, what is where the weld is not, essentially would be the tank.
Okay, and so are you saying this is where something would have been attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And what would have been used to attach to the tank?
Hook,
Speculation.
chain,
If you were doing this, what would you use?
piece of metal, a bracket,
doing
a
it-
hole.
Oh, sorry.
Speculation.
If
Well, the question is, what would he use if he were doing it?
how would this? If you were doing this, would you just clean this up afterwards so nobody would see it? Would you do that? Yeah.
That's speculative.
But then it's irrelevant. What he would use if he were doing this is totally irrelevant. It's not what an expert in welding would use.
I can rephrase just a tad, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Given the evidence here of the weld to the top of the tank, do you have an opinion what was used to support it so it didn't fall off when it was cut all the way?
I do.
Okay. Please tell us.
It appears that a chain link would have been welded there.
Okay.
Great. And if you were trying to get away with a crime, would you clean this up so nobody knew it was even there? Would you? Yeah, I would. Okay.
53, and zooming in.
Oh God, this chains are good. People use chains. This farm, they're hanging these tanks. They're using chains for everything. They're hanging them from the JCB when the loader's off or under the bucket to carry stuff. Yes. Chains are for more than just entombing bodies in tags. To think that they got to imply that because he's got so many chains, you think you would need this many chains to do that? Is this not possible that they were using chains for elsewhere? And yeah. What's the purpose of this? Just to make him look
With those
like
type of chains, we
he
can
did it.
with what
But what's the link? Yeah, they use chains. Chains are great for stuff. Every business that needs chains uses chains. Go to every farm. Probably all those farms that have this exact same thing. Different lengths, different widths for stronger.
you saw.
I don't know what happened there. It's not me.
You see the forklift or fork truck in there?
Yes.
Would that be something that would be helpful?
Again, speculation. He's saying it could have been used.
I don't think it's speculation. It's not saying this is.
Well, of course, this is acting up again. I know. I show him before it gets out of control. Let me just double check. Sorry, I paused it. 1 sec. Unless this happened the other day, and it's just their video. I feel like it's my computer. Just double check. I'll close everything else down except this. Yeah, I don't need these photos things up too. 1 sec. I'm closing everything down. Then I gotta clear up some. Could be just me. Let me see. I've closed pretty much everything down except StreamYard in this video. It's got to be theirs. What else? Sorry. 1 second. Here we go. I'm bringing it back. I got it. I didn't close this video down. If it's me, I feel it's their video.
If you had how would you?
I mean, if it's their video, I'll go back and fuck it. Don't tell me this is happening.
Don't.
Was that?
Basically, if you were in front of the tank, once you finished your cutting and essentially it hung there, you could just back the fork truck up directly, straight up, and then whenever you're ready to realign it, you could just drive it right back to the tank.
Okay. Just to direct your attention to the cut here, and I know that. Well, first of all, let me look at the full picture. Can you tell from this picture what was used to cut the end of the tank off here?
I can.
How?
Based on a couple things. One, there is a red and green oxy-fuel hose laying in the background that runs up over top of the undercarriage of the tank.
So is this them as they cut it off? Yeah, because this is the other end, right?
That would be used for an oxy-fuel.
So this is them cutting it off to get in there, but he cut the other end was a cut, right? The original, they don't want to wreck it, I guess. So they did a hack job compared to the one that was done, because the other one looked nice and straight. This is them getting in it, right? Obviously, yeah, because they wouldn't even have photos of it.
Torch, and then the burn marks essentially made from the cut caused by the flame of the oxy-fuel torch.
Okay. And is this typical when you use the torch in terms of the pattern of the cut?
It depends on how skilled the individual is who's utilizing the torch and how much experience they have in doing a cylindrical item. Cylindrical items are quite a bit different than what we say flat items are. So if they were highly skilled, it could be straighter. If they were less skilled, it could be even more crooked.
I think I'm arguing with myself. I don't even know who's here, Dee Dee. What's up?
What other equipment would you need besides the welder and a way to support the bottom and to hold it from the top? Besides those things, what else would you need to do a welding job on the end cap?
Just welding the end cap?
Correct.
Obviously, you would need probably some PPE or personal protective equipment, which would include a welding helmet and
he's going to have arm
sort of
burns, right?
You would not be able to. A welding helmet essentially would be a must.
Obviously,
you would not be able to see what you're doing.
Fucking blind.
So if you tried to weld without a welding mask, what would happen?
Essentially, you'd be trying to do it with your eyes closed. If you left your eyes open, the light would be extremely bright and probably hurt your eyes. You could also receive UV burns to your eyes because of it. So
go blind.
You'd be trying to do it with your eyes closed and essentially doing it blind. You would most likely run way off course in a very short period of time.
Okay.
He's got welding masks everywhere.
Inconsistencies in that weld. Can you tell if that was done by somebody who was doing it blind, for lack of a better term?
It definitely was not somebody who had their eyes closed.
Right. So the person had a welding mask then?
Correct.
Okay.
Who cares?
What else besides the welding mask would you use?
Which person?
Gloves to protect your hands. Yeah, as long as you had the welder.
Long sleeves.
And
so you wouldn't get sunburns.
Put it back together to align it. And then the PPE, you would be able to make that weld.
Okay. Would you use anything on your arms?
Potentially, that would fall under the PPE as well. Covering your arms. I mean, if this was done inside we'll say a welding facility, whoever would be doing it would be wearing a welding jacket or welding sleeves that would cover the arms. Probably a welding cap to cover their head, a welding mask, and then probably heavy-duty welding gloves.
If you did this without something on your arms, what would you expect to see?
If your skin was exposed to it?
Correct.
You could expect to see essentially some burn marks. Depends on if you had sparks landing directly on your arm, but you would also see evidence of ultraviolet light burns.
It's UV, yeah.
So potentially, depending on how long the duration was, the UV light that's produced in the welding arc is extremely
shows the arm picture,
intense,
the body
and
cam.
can burn,
Show it.
Uncovered skin relatively quickly.
Okay. Showing you people's 74.
Yeah, you got him.
You have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I have an opinion. Dude was wearing gloves and he was welding something. Might have been that tank. It might have been another stuff. He might have been out working the field with gloves on. This is a farmer with a farmer's tan. Yeah. You can look at this and say, you got burnt. Even if it's from welding. Can you say he's welding that tank? Come on, this is ridiculous.
That is very indicative of
yes, it is.
What a burn from UV light produced by the welding arc would look like.
Same with that big bright light in the sky does that too. It's called the sun. It's a farmer's tan. Got gloves on. Got sleeves on.
You said a relatively short period of time. What would be the shortest you would think a person could be welding and get the results in that picture?
There's a few facets to answer that question. One is going to be the amount of voltage and amperage.
Like, what if Dale wore the proper equipment and didn't get burnt doing this to his wife, but then got that out on the field, putting together a fence, needed gloves, like fixing something, right? What are we doing here? They had photos of him doing this, and we'd be able to, but I mean, that could come from anything.
It's being produced.
Could have come from this.
Machines are variable, so the thicker material that you're welding or the higher the output you set the machine up for, the more UV light is going to be produced while you're welding. The more UV light that is produced is going to have a greater effect faster on the skin. Based on would you like me to base it on essentially the weld size?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the repair weld size that we've seen, knowing that it was a higher amperage welding machine, I would say you could do that in a half hour or so. It also depends on the individual's how often they've been exposed to something like that. I guess a good example would be same thing from like a sunburn. If you
Ooh, Dee Dee, you guys spilling the tea again? You know, honestly, you guys should, Dee Dee, who's using those AI photos? Look ridiculous. What are you doing? Oh, what is that? What did you guys talk about? Should we watch some of it? Looks like you had fun. 4 people were on. Who came on? Oh my God, Dee Dee. Looks good. I'm not convinced myself of anything. I'm looking at evidence that's ridiculous. You think I'm trying to convince myself? So, Mimi, honestly, do you watch that last video and think that the female prosecutor, proved their case there with that video of what does that say to you when you see 641? You know, honestly, please tell me. I gotta know. I love you, but you just watch this for me for a sec. TJ, if you're awake, I'm sorry. It's Mimi's fault. You guys watch this and tell me what do you see when this happens? Like, is this something that people get convicted for? Because the jury saw this and they basically convicted him after seeing this. What does this say to you? Like when you see this, right? And this lady stands up here with this gobbledygook. This is something that people get convicted for, right?
At approximately 6:28.
Like just this whole bunch of bullshit.
Ivan says, I don't know. I was back there for 10. I don't know.
Look at, because so we know in a second or two when he does all this, she could easily show you this next camera
There
angle,
Ivan.
right? So she's going to insist to you that 641, it comes here with that big yellow thing, right? It's got a yellow tank. It's going to drive by here, and you're going to see it here. But she doesn't show you. Does that not make you think anything? What do you see when a prosecutor stands up here and does this? She could show you, but in a second or two, she's not going to for some reason. Doesn't that scream anything to you? And she could have showed you what this thing just did here. Dump this pile of garbage and dump that. And also, when it did all that transportation stuff, they never showed you who got back in it. Doesn't that raise questions for you or no? Honestly, gotta know. So here we go. It's zoomed in for some reason, so we can see it here, right? But if we had just zoomed out 10 seconds before, this thing's driving by this camera with a goddamn 6-foot yellow tank sticking out of it and a blue welder.
There he is on the Kubota.
Yeah, it's fucking driving
coming
all
out
over.
with the JCB.
I see it.
Back to the spray barn.
You saw it, right?
What else does Justin tell us?
The welder has short sleeves. Oh my God. A farmer. If you wear short sleeves in the sun or anywhere welding, does that mean he welded his wife into a tank because he's got burns on his arm? Is this really what we're putting people away for? I mean, more than likely he did it not this way. This is a ridiculous story. But don't you feel like suspicious why she's doing this so hard? To tell you that 641 he drives by a camera but doesn't show you that he pulls up to a building, takes his stuff out, a yellow tank and a blue thing on wheels it in a door that's on camera but she doesn't show you, parks it, walks away from it, she doesn't show you, and you just see him walking up in this area, and that's okay because the jury saw that and went, wow, Guilty.
See the JCB go by
Look
with
at
a
it.
white object on it?
There. Oh, she saw something. Yeah. And the next one, it's going to be coming up.
And there goes Ivan.
Ivan drives by. Yep, I see him. That would be a great angle to show that when he's coming, the guy's coming back with the welder.
Now we see
Yeah, Dale obviously poured this stuff here and put the tank here, right?
the JCB hit the camera this time.
Yeah, here we go. Here, 641. I could show you, but fuck it. Here it is. Not this one. Click it. Okay.
641.
She's not even sure. Here, over there. Like I feel I do see the tank. You just drove past the camera. So I really like to see that one where, but hey, I feel like that could really, honestly, yeah, I believe you. I'll believe you, lady. 641, he's bringing a welder over here.
Slowly from the spray barn.
I'm going to pause it. I'm going to pause it, and you're going to see him bring this in the door on wheels, park it, and walk away from it. You're going to see that on camera. There's a camera here. Watch.
Welder in the bucket.
The welder's in the bucket. There we go. So then 641, he did the welder's in the bucket. We saw it. He takes it out of the bucket. It's on wheels. He wheels it in the door and parks it here and then walks up here and here, right? You saw it. But did you? This is enough for you? A guy walking by and her fairy tale saying he just did that when she could show you this door opening and show me a minute ago. Well, are you okay with that? Honestly, Mimi, honestly, be honest with me, and I'll respect anything you have to say for me. Here, you're going to watch it again. Just be honest with me and tell me that's okay with you. Because the jury saw this and went, wow, 641, 642, wherever you are, 643. She says it. This is what happened. There's the welder. They don't even show him touching it. Walking here. Show me 1200 and this not even here. Show me that. Why not?
Again, 643, walking away from the welder.
Yeah, you say this again, lady. But what does that mean to you guys? This is what you put people away for jail? This is what, if it is 641, aren't you questioning why she doesn't show you here at 640, 641? Where's 642 wheeling it in the door? Where's that video? Where's the video of him walking away from it? Nothing, eh? I've stood by the total. Well, I'm not asking you about that, Mimi. I'm asking you about this right here. Forget the totality. What about this? Last one to see D alive. Right. So as Kelsey saw, the last person is, it's very suspicious. They need to be looked into for sure. Why repaint an out of service? But did he? They have to repaint them to get them back in service. Don't they? And how do you know he painted it? Who said he painted it? Who told you he painted it?
41.
So this, what is 641? I see it and you see it.
Coming slowly from the spray barn.
So goddamn slowly
with
past the
welder
camera.
in the bucket.
Whatever. So boom. Right here. Now, why would a prosecutor have this on video, tell you it's happening, but only show you him here walking out the door? Why? To me, that says they don't have that on video and that they're just using this together to piece through and fool everyone. And that is ridiculous. She's implying that he just, at 642, which would be 1202, just walked in this door on camera and placed this here and walked away from it and doesn't show you anything until he's right here. He could be coming from down here. Like, what? Why is that okay with everyone? This is ridiculous.
Again, 643, walking away from the welder.
Yeah, you say this. You're fucking full of it. If you really had that on camera, why wouldn't you just show me? Why? Because you don't. It's the only reasonable. You stood by the totality of evidence. Well, how about this evidence? Tell me about this piece I've just showed you. I'd really like to know. And do you think this is really what happened? Like her narrative of on video just walked in here and parked this thing, and then he walks away from it. You think she just decided not to show you for some reason? It's an hour and 28-minute spiel here. She couldn't have taken 10 seconds of it to show you him coming in this door. 50, 30 seconds, whatever it is. Doesn't that make you raise questions? And if she's doing this, what else is she doing? I'll show you. Keep looking. Like none of it's what she says is happening. This
640.
I mean, it's fucking amazing, guys. This is not okay. I'm shocked. I mean, you can think he's guilty all he wants, everything, but I mean, this whole fucking fantasy here, like, it's amazing. It's goddamn amazing. People aren't. Look at this jump here. Like, who's doing this? Why would somebody do this when they have a video? Just like, what is going on here? Look at it. All of a sudden, he's here, about to throw two things in the garbage, and all of a sudden he disappears. Dale disappears, and then she never shows Dale getting back in. And somebody's unloaded all this stuff. How do we know? It seems like this guy's unloading garbage and takes it himself. What else is one think? Dale never gets back in. This guy's cleaning up the garage. Dale parked the thing there, and he's probably going to use it while Dale goes and eats, I don't know, dinner or has a break, takes a dump, whatever. He's going to, I'll use the JCB to take the garbage over, and then I'll park it back here for you. I don't know. Because she's implying that the person that takes this garbage over there does puts a tank there too. This is Ivan. Look at Ivan teleporting. The Dale gets out and disappears. Ivan just teleports. Like, this is their evidence. Ivan, no Ivan. Dale, no Dale. Dale never gets back in. Garbage jumps and teleports. Why? This is a video she's showing you. What? Who puts the garbage in there? And is this Ivan's truck? They're working on a truck with his brother. Ivan and his brother are in here. Maybe Ivan's the one that jumps and takes his garbage back, and he has a half an hour. Because Dale will be on a half an hour lunch, maybe. Like, who puts that? And she implies the person that puts this garbage over there also puts the tank over there. Did Ivan take this garbage over? He's the one cleaning up everything. Look at him. Ivan's doing shit. She's cleaning out his truck. So you think Ivan's going to clean out his truck and Dale's going to run around emptying garbage for Ivan out of his shitty little truck? The boss of this place is going to fucking run errands for this guy who's farting around in a garage with his brother? Yeah, Dale's going to run around emptying garbage for this guy and throw a tank body. Maybe Ivan is. Why would Dale do this for him? You clean out your shitty truck. I'll run it over for you. What? It's ridiculous. Ivan. And then Dale never gets back in this JCB. Never. Why? Because, I mean, she's got it on video, and then she implies that the JCB then puts the garbage, it's in here. Ivan's garbage is here, and Dale empties it out, and then also puts a tank over here. Yet she doesn't show you Dale getting back in there. I'm starting to think Ivan is the one driving this. Because, I mean, why don't we just show you Ivan? Because Dale should get back in this, because Dale's right there. Dale gets out and never gets back in. Dale, where'd you go?
See the JCB
Hits a camera.
hit the camera this time.
Yeah. Now. It's fucking a fairy tale. It's amazing. I'm shocked you guys are okay with this.
41.
Oh, yeah, I see
Coming
that.
slowly from the spray barn
So slow. So
with the
fast.
welder in the bucket.
Mm-hmm. There he goes. He put it there.
Again,
Whoa.
643, walking away.
Again. He did it so goddamn fast, like Speedy Gonzalez. You couldn't even see him do it. She can't show you him doing it. at 6:43, he fucking sneaks in here and gets us here and over here. And then the frames start, it's like 1 frame per minute camera. The shittiest video in the world.
Away from the welder.
It's fucking amazing.
646.
This is a court of law. Jurors looked at this and fucking put this guy away. Shit, I'm so embarrassed for the world. Shocked.
Dale brings the JCB to the old shop. Where
Terrified.
Ivan and his brother
We're
are
doomed.
working.
We're doomed. If the guy can disappear
He's out.
and the video never show him getting back
Ivan
in,
has some trash in the old
this
shop.
guy cleans his garbage up, teleports, and then Dale could be shown getting back in, but she doesn't for some reason, and then implies that he's the one who then goes dumps this garbage that this guy throws in here. Ivan, why you stop there? Why does she stop there? What's going on? Do we run out of time? Can we not show the next? Like Dale then jumps back in and drives away, right? In her scenario, Dale's gonna jump back in and run around and be Ivan's little errand boy, right? Obviously, right? Oh wait, but it doesn't ever happen. What? Looks to me like Ivan cleans some more shit out, jumps in here, and then he borrows this to empty the garbage. Dale's probably off to eating dinner at 6:30. He's gonna come back in an hour. Yeah, you wanted to borrow this? Here, use it. I'll park it here while I go and eat. How do you know? Show me Dale getting back in and doing all this. I think it's Ivan. Show me. Oh, but Dale's in here.
This is 607. The old,
Okay.
the fuel.
The
old
lady
shop
who,
cameras.
Fjord, you hear her? She's fucking can't believe she's spitting this garbage out herself. Listen to her. Listen.
This is 607. The old fuel.
The
old shop
that-
fuel cameras.
She had a brain
The
fart.
zoomed in photograph.
Oh my God, look at these people
Nothing
eating
back
this
there.
up. Fucking idiots eating this up. Bill. Look at now it's here. It's here. This was just here dumping this. Dale put this tank here. Bill. This is a video, guys. Show me this fucking video. He's driving here. She's got a screenshot. Some more magic screenshots. Bill. This is ridiculous.
637. Look at the pile.
Oh, I see the pile. Oh my
Not
God.
only
this
is that
amazing.
tank
Mhm.
to the far left over there.
So Dale delivers Ivan's garbage, doesn't get back in the JCB. Dale delivers it, and then Dale gets his tank, and it takes him a half an hour to do all that. And then what? Then he's got to return then he's got to scooch over at 6:37. He's got to go get that welder by 6:41 to do all her next rigmarole, but she shows you this after. Yet next is this before 6:41. This is the game plan to fucking confuse people, spin it, show this. Why are we showing 6:37 after what just happened? Right? Because they showed you the 6:41 stuff of him bringing the welder in first. They're doing this to confuse people. They want to confuse people. This is a fucking goddamn. People are lapping this up. Ridiculousness.
But you can now see a pile of white in the burn pit.
Yeah, Ivan's garbage is there.
Here's this
Okay.
one.
I see it. Ivan's garbage isn't there. Dale, we don't know, got back in this JCB. Ivan seemed to be one likely to bring this garbage here. Therefore, is this Ivan's tank? Yeah, okay, so show me Ivan's garbage. There. There's Ivan's garbage that Dale's running around as an errand boy for, right? We never shows him get back in for some reason. And then there's a tank here, so therefore Dale put it here. Yet if Ivan's garbage is here, and we don't see Dale getting back in the JCB, it's quite likely that Ivan put this tank here. And this is even the tank.
There's that one.
So I'm ashamed of this world. People are killed.
After Dee's
Terrible.
body is found, the police go back and look at evidence from Tuesday.
Terrible. Terrible.
What do we have? Jason Gravel. 5 o'clock, Jason Gravel moves old rusty tank 8. Dale says, go move a tank from out back for me by the burn pile. Take it and put it in the spray barn.
Right. Yeah. So you're saying he got the wrong one, right? Well, where's the tank? So how many tanks are there? Like,
This is after the police were there earlier in the day. And they said, and Dale says to him, come back tomorrow or whenever. I mean, if you let me know, you can come back, but you can't be here today. So
I'll let you be here without a warrant. You just can't do it today. But then when you are here, I'm going to run around and play hot potato with a goddamn multitude of tanks. May or may not contain a body.
Gravel goes to move tank 8 at the request of the defendant to put that in there so he can work on it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to clean that fucker up.
Parker Hardy.
Look at these tanks, man. There's tons of them. These farmers come from all over to drop shitty tanks off and get new ones. Yes. Parker Hardy.
Then arrives to the property around 7 o'clock.
Parker
He
Hardy's
goes to
there.
the spray barn to fill up. Dale Warner arrives to the property at 7:27.
So this is a whole other day because Dale comes back at 7.
Parker meets him in the spray barn. What the hell is that, Dale? Why do you have that tank in here? I asked an employee to move it in here for me so I could work on it, and they brought the wrong tank. That's not the one I wanted. This is 427, a combination of the body camera, the drone footage, and the surveillance footage. Approximately 8:30 at night when they come back, 8:35 at night when they come back with a search warrant.
Whatever. So they, I went to visit my dad when I was talking to you, and my partner did type up a search warrant. We do have that. I'm standing here with both of your daughters at the front door. I'm sorry, side door. And I'll explain everything to you. We do. It is for the dogs, the drone thing. So basically, we saw it earlier. As of right now, we're not going in your house. You know, we already went through there. So it's just a matter of the dogs. It's completely. Let's see. My recorder's going right now. It wasn't for a second. It's going right now, so the whole thing will be recorded. If you want to come home, you absolutely can. If you don't want to come home, you don't need to. You know, as far as what we're going to do, yeah, drone. That's exactly it. Yeah, the dogs. One dog is here already. The other dog is, I think, about 20 minutes out. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, when you're not here. And just keep you updated. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, but if we come to the process, if we come tomorrow, that in the event there's something suspicious or someone doing some low activity, then how can we say anything? This will shut up the other side of the family. You get that? Well, no, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. It will not shut up the other family, but at least I've done it. But I've done everything I can at that point. And you. Yeah. Yep, and we will, there's paperwork on that, so we will drop, if you're home by then, I mean, it's gonna take a little while, yeah, well over an hour, I'm sure. If you're home, I can give you the paperwork. If you're not home, I can leave it with your daughter. And, that's it. If you got any questions, I'll have my phone on the whole time, so just give me a holler, okay? All right, thanks. Yep, bye.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jaron's here, and there's a dirty cop. Takes his body cam off. Looks like Jaron's shitting bricks and wants to get out in front of something. Tells this guy, the lead guy, I'll talk if you take your camera off. I don't know. Or that even him? I don't even know if that's Greco or the other guy. So many cops. Actually, it's not even Greco. Is it? Actually, I'm not even sure if that was Greco.
Dale immediately calls his son Jaron, who's standing there. And when asked if Jaron wants to walk around the property with him, he can't. He has something to take care of.
Jaron's busy. Prince Jaron has stuff to attend. Can't be bothered helping these cops out.
I want you to notice what's parked out here. You got a sprayer.
Okay, so let's notice what's parked out here. Over here, there's a sprayer too. I got a truck. Looks like that big tractor thingy, right? More tanks, truck. Big operation going on here.
And then you have a truck on the other side.
Goddamn, look at these fucking silos of shit here. Water towers or something. And hydros, chemicals. This is a big deal.
And that's the spray barn.
Yeah, inspiration. Ooh. So look at the zoom capabilities. Can you zoom in so we can see that this says 3-4 on it? Oh, I'd like to see that. Every tank now is the tank. Wow, look at when you really at full zoom, instead of zooming in on this branch, when you zoom right out, like this is that angle. This is it. This is it, the full shot. Look at it. A JCB is going to go by here with a yellow welding tank standing up in its bed bucket. But she's got it, and then show it here, and then zoom in, and we'll watch the rest of it. For some reason, she's got to zoom in on that 641 and just tell you what's about to happen here. Look at this camera.
Jaron pulls back onto the Munger Road property.
Imagine she just showed you that. So good. It would be damning if she showed you what she said was happening, and she could. For some reason, doesn't. What was that at the very end? There was some flashing. Watch this tree. What's going on there? Okay, so I'm pretty sure they're there. If this is the warrant, I'm pretty sure they're there with permission. Jaron drives in with Dale. Gets parks and lets Dale out. Jaron drives away.
Ryan Rank says the defendant was sitting in the passenger seat, and they drove right by me and pulled into that barn.
Great. Then Jaron drives away.
Jaron backs
Dale's
up and
here.
waves.
Oh, I see it. See a drone captain and a cop car and a fire police chief. 3 guys staring at a screen, driving the drone around the property. It's a good time to start moving my dead wife around for no reason.
And again, who's on that JCB? The defendant.
Guess could be Dale because he was dropped off this way. Could be. You're implying it's Dale? I don't know. Tell me who it is.
Where's he going?
Who? You didn't even say who it was. You asked who it was. Tell me who it was. Did she forget to tell us? She's going to ask us who is that.
Jaron backs up and leaves.
Jaron leaves. They say Dale was dropped off here. Whatever. Now, who is this? Tell me. Ask me, then tell me.
And again, who's on that JCB? The defendant.
She did tell us. She told us.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Follow him. You got drones here. You tell the drones are going to follow him. He's going to play musical chairs with his tank. Because the cops are still here. He wants to do it before they leave. There it is. The tank.
Tank by the burn
The.
pad.
It's it. The tank. Oh, here it comes on the chains. The suspicious chains are dangling. The tank. The chains.
And drives away with it.
God, he's making a break for it. These guys are like, oh, cool vehicle. We got a drone. Let's follow him. Follow him now. What's he doing? He's had fucking, how long has he had to do all this? He's waiting until these cops are
What does
flying
Ryan
drones
Reitz
over his head.
Say, that caught my attention.
Oh, it caught his attention. This fucking gigantic yellow JCB with a fucking circus of lights on it. It's caught his attention. And it almost ran him over 5 seconds ago. It's now caught his attention again. So this first time he's ever driven here to do this, right? And he's got the tank. It's the tank. I'll prove it. Look at, we're 200 feet away. It's the very one.
Something was wrong, so I followed it.
Go get him. What was wrong?
Where does the defendant go?
I don't know. What has he got?
Straight back to the spray barn.
So what is it that's wrong with this, though? Because at this time, they don't know about a body in a tank, right? Or did Jaron tell them and they think every tank now is the tank? Oh, wow. The significance of this is mysterious.
What do you see parked up there now?
See a truck. Saw a bunch of tanks, too. Is this the tank? Or is this the tank? Or is this, wait. Which, there's dead bodies everywhere, I guess.
The black vehicle.
I love the garden hose. Go back.
They're continuing to look through the evidence that we've missed.
She's so unsure of this.
So long. They go back
Listen to this.
to Thursday the 29th.
This is the first time she's
Body
read
camera
this. Somebody wrote
footage
this up.
shows Tank.
This is classic. Spraying in a spray barn. Garden hose is going to defeat the Michigan police from getting to this tank.
In the spray barn. Austin Hall says he was spraying the floors and was spraying us out of the building.
Austin got sprayed out of the building. Damn, Austin. Wonder if the rest of the cops, did they laugh at you when they found out you got thwarted by a garden hose and a 20 pounds of pressure, cold water? You couldn't sneak past here, Austin? This guy thwarted you? Now, again, Austin, what do you say for yourself? Look at it, and this is, he's running, he's turning the whole, it's running out. It's like just dribbling now because it's almost curving.
Close up of the tank at the end of the barn.
The tank. That's the tank.
No decals on it yet?
None. No, right. So how do you know it's the tank? Doesn't there need to be decals on it to be? Because we're looking for number 34, right? So now any white tank could be the tank. Maybe.
What else do we see? We see this big safe.
I see a
See
chain.
a chain.
And a fucking truck lift.
The pallet jacks.
Yes, see it?
The chain, the pallet jacks were all directly in front of the safe.
Pallet. Right in front of the safe on a
Remember
pallet.
what Justin said?
What?
You would need something to cradle the bottom of that, to line it up. Essentially,
Good.
the weld, he could tell the weld was started on the bottom because of the way the top fit. The top didn't fit.
So this is
He
after
needed
he's
something
used
to
it, she's
support
implying?
underneath. He said that pallet jack
Hmm.
would have worked. There was some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said, would have worked. But these items are directly in front of the safe.
They're right there.
Again, on 429,
Here's the totality of a
that
bunch of
good-looking
gobbledygook.
fella, canine officer,
Good looking fella.
walks up and
He warns him and he's
Alright, this is Jurors, obviously. The building, and this is gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is a chemical one, and it's just.
items are directly in front of the safe. Again, on 429, that good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up. That good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
Yeah, but, alright, this is Jurors, obviously. The building, and this is gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is a chemical one, and it's just whatever.
That's all insecticide and fungicides. Sure. I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the flooring still covered in it, and they'll soak up to your feet. We lost one of our shepherds in that one.
What you get?
he indicated that they never checked inside that barn. They do what they're told to do by the OIC. He didn't not go in the barn because the defendant told him not to. He just.
So was he blocked, or did they tell him, his superiors tell him not to go in there? He was in there, wasn't he? What was he doing? Defying his orders to not go in there. They said don't. Yet didn't Dale block him? Yet they didn't not go in there because Dale didn't say so.
It wasn't an area of
What does that say to you?
concern at that time. But again, his dog would have never smelled a body inside the tank.
The one that had all the holes leaking paint? You sure? I think the dog might have smelled something. Seems like the paint was able to leak in.
To begin with.
Did you ever try? Dogs, you should let them smell everything. That's the whole thing. They can smell stuff we never would think they could. Boy, you should have tried.
That tank was identified by its unique design by multiple witnesses. So
Multiple witnesses. Multiple witnesses identified that tank.
You're going to get the book of photographs of.
This tank was identified by multiple witnesses. Right? You guys are seeing it right in front of you. Multiple witnesses identified that very tank that you see as the fucking tank. Multiple witnesses. That's it. I got it. Sure. I'm one of them. I'll prove to you that it's the tank. Look, I'll show you right here. The tank. That's it. Oh, wait a second. Zoom in. Here. The tank. Multiple witnesses have proved to you that the big nipple on the right, the little nubbin, is. I'll prove it to you. Oh, I can't prove it to you because the tank they're showing has a nipple on the left and basically maybe the nubbin on the right. Let's see that. So the hoop is there, the loop is there. Okay, so this is the complicated end. So we are looking at it the right way. Okay, thank you. Let's see that again. Sorry. I'm gonna stop doing that. The body's in here. I gotta stop hitting that. When I go to grab it to move it around, I stick it in the middle. So there you go. She's proved it to you. The tank is there. That's the tank. That's it. That's it. Except it's not it. Because in towards the middle is this fucking nip, big huge one. It's on the outside. It's here. Not here. And wouldn't this be like a gobbledygook, a mess? I thought this was a mess as well. Isn't it? Or like, wasn't this a mess? It's so obvious that this tank was fucked up. Oh, there it is. The tank. The different tank. Now every white tank could be this tank, right?
All the anhydrous tanks that were located, and a number of witnesses testified about the pop-off on top, on the end, the round
Yes.
cover.
Yes.
And here we don't have that. We have this unique
It's unique.
tank.
So unique.
Ivan's never seen one like this. Jim's never seen one like this. Ryan Rank's never seen one. Nobody's seen one like this.
This one or this one?
This is April 27th, 2021.
It is. When was this? Is this
When police have now discovered that these remains are inside that tank,
they're in here.
they take
Look, I'll show you.
Return tab. They call Jared and they tell him,
Or are they
we're
in
going
this one?
to take the tank up to the
Take
bridge
it.
and have it scanned, even though they already knew it was in there.
Yeah, and then
if we can't
call
figure
your
out what's
dad
inside
on the
there, we're gonna
phone
have to
and
cut
we'll
it
drop
open.
all felony charges.
When he's told this, that it's tank 34,
This whole, you can just hear her voice. She knows this is ridiculous. Man,
listen
she hasn't stammered like this the whole trial.
closely to him say that's not good. And if you want to
I
take,
like-
again, you're
yeah,
going to get
he
this
says it's
exhibit.
not
If you want to
good.
take it back there and listen to it because you can't hear it, please do.
NID tank number 34 is what their search warrant said. Tank number 34? Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but I think it was just fucking idiocracy. Yeah. So if you've got tank.
Does he say that though?
X-ray or something, they don't even X-ray, cutting it open. It's not a waste of fucking time.
Like Jaron's going on just like a. So Jaron doesn't know about the body yet in this call. Yeah, they've told him he's turned. The closed captioning can't pick up him saying it's not good.
Yeah. So if we've got tank, no.
Please do.
NID tank number 34 is what their search warrant said. Tank number 34? Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but I think it was just fucking idiocracy. Yeah. So if we've got
Does he
tank,
say that?
another,
I got my ear cranked.
So if we've got tank, another X-ray or something, they don't even X-ray, cutting it open. It's not a waste of fucking time. Yeah.
Then he asked Jaron, is that the tank that we painted and put new decals on?
Is it? Exactly. This is the only time they painted and decal it. Sounds like they're doing it on a regular basis. I'd like to know how many times they're doing this. It sounds like this
That
job.
one of the tanks, is that the tank that we painted and put new decals on?
Only painted up with decals.
That is the same tank that was painted with decals. Their continued search also uncovers internet searches, widowers dating sites, chemical cremation.
So, like, is this they've never ever done a tank and put decals on it ever again, or before, or is this a regular daily thing? Because they got a spray bar. Sounds like these. How many of these tanks are they doing? Sounds like it's anytime they need to be cleaned up, he's doing them, refurbishing them to put them back in service. Because the metals can't be exposed. Like, is it should act like this is the one time they've done a tank, and the one they did that day, weekly, 3 a day, 1 a month. I'm feeling it's like a big job for him. This is probably what the business is doing, taking those tanks, getting them fresh to use, and renting them out or selling them, or people come trade them in and get a fresh one, and it's got to be a service there, like a billing. They'd probably charge for to clean it up. I don't know if it's their tank they're bringing in, or they're just kind of bringing in and getting the customers just grab a fresh one and bring a fresh one back, and eventually they're not so fresh, and it's not the customer's fault, but he has to get them ready, put back in service. And
These are log entries from March 21st, 2021 and March 23rd, 2021.
what do you mean, even though let hear the defense closing? Okay, yeah, because I love it. You're right, TJ. Look, I've heard this ridiculousness. Here, let's just see. I want to show you the D's. Where's the letter D? Where? I know one of them was different. One D, on the other one, they were showing the D, right? Like the person would go scooch down and up in one fell swoop. And then the other one was showing like a person, right, a line and like a backward C type of thing, They'd lift their pen. It would be a separate line because each end went over it. And the other one was like a down, scooch over and around one. But yeah, this is not compelling at all for TJ.
Maybe seen it.
Yeah, the welding stuff is boring. I don't know. Fuck this welder. Let's just finish with this guy. I'll put the photo, like what they're talking about here. There it is. Why did I do that? Now it's going to freeze. Just gonna. It's not the tank, people. It just isn't. It's a tank. It's not this one. Right, for TJ. What did I have it in? It's in normal speed, and I won't put, because we don't have problems hearing her. If they play any body cam video, I will switch to closed captioning on it. But if it's just, I think we hear her no problem. So regular speed.
Chart changes.
Okay, great.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume closing statements. Ms. Shari, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. This case is an incredible tragedy, and there's no doubt about that. There's no denying that. Ms. Warner's life was taken from her far too soon, and she was taken from everyone who cared and loved about her, family and friends. And they are grieving, and they are still grieving, as I believe you saw that from the witness stand. It never should have happened, but you're not here to determine if a tragedy occurred, because it did. And you're not here to determine if a killing occurred, because it did. What you are here to determine is if the government has proven its case against Mr. Warner beyond a reasonable doubt, and it didn't. And I'd like to walk through some of the reasonable doubts this afternoon. And I want to begin with April 25th as we specifically look at Mr. Warner's actions. Then I'll explore the police investigation in general, the Warner's relationship, other people's actions on or and around April 25th, and then specifics about the police investigation. Now, it was Ms. Warner who told Mr. Wagner where to place the cameras on the Munger property, but they have turned out to be helpful because we can see Mr. Warner's actions throughout April 25th. This is detailed, but it is important. Exhibit 250 is the entire surveillance footage that you have, that you can look at any portion of it. And this is how Mr. Warner starts his day at 6:58. He's on the JCB. This is consistent with the health data that Detective Drew reviewed. In the middle of the night, there was no distance traveled, no flights climbed. Mr. Warner still had a heartbeat, but that would be the time that he would traditionally be sleeping. Now, this map shows where the JCB was at 6:58 on the Munger property. At 7:13, Mr. Warner is by the silo, and he shows up 3 times in the next 10 minutes. He shows up at 7:22. The JCB is heading north, and when you're looking at the surveillance footage, I think that you've probably realized you have to look essentially between the silo and the tree to see what's going on in back. He shows up at 7:23. The JCB at this point is heading south and west. And then this again is the area near the silo where Mr. Warner and the JCB are during those times between 7:13 and 7:23. At 7:30, we see Mr. Warner driving a forklift, and we're going to see this forklift in the same area about 5 times. We see it at 7:33. We see it at 7:34. We see it at 7:40, 7:41 a.m. And then at 7:47, we see Mr. Warner leave the property on the sprayer to go to Leroy Sealers to spray. Now, please remember that the police did a reenactment to see if when Mr. Warner left the farm to go spray, both at Mr. Sealers and then the other 2 properties, if he actually could have done it in that time, and they learned that he could. They also looked at the GPS coordinates in the sprayer to see if it matched where Mr. Warner said he was going, and it did. So this is Mr. Warner on the property from 7 to 8 a.m. He's seen 10 times on camera.
So I will every time let you know, I think they've clicked on this too soon. This is Ivan Boyd, not Mr. Warner. I'm going to get rid of my, So I think they clicked on it too soon.
As he does his morning farm chores. Now this is Ivan Boyd on the Munger property at 8:04 a.m. He's in the old shop. He's on the property for the majority of the day. At some point, his brother joins him, and he brings the truck that he's going to work on later at 10:30.
That's the truck they're working on that he cleans all the junk out of. They're working on, and he is teleporting. My God, maybe they threw some stuff out. Maybe they burned some stuff that was related to this tank at the same time moved. Ivan, what are you doing?
9. And remember, there are no restrictions on where Mr. Boyd can go on the property. Mr. Warner doesn't preclude access to anyone. This is where Mr. Boyd starts his day and spends quite a bit of time in the old shop. Mr. Warner returns to the property at 8:12, And if you watch the surveillance video, you can see the sprayer come down Carson and take a left on Munger. That's the same direction that he left in. That's where Mr. Sealer's property is located. This is Mr. Warner and the sprayer at 8:18. And at 8:19, you can see the sprayer going right to the load barn in between the silo and the tree. As you know, the load barn is on the far east side of the property. It's what's been called frequently Building 7. At 8:46, Mr. Warner leaves again in the sprayer. Again, GPS coordinates match where he said he's going. We know between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., Raquel Bach and Dustin Lally arrive on the property. They walk into the house because it's unlocked. Ms. Warner isn't there and they have breakfast. In the 10 to 11 a.m. hour, Ms. Bach and Mr. Lally go into the office. Ms. Bach walks into the unlocked office looking for Ms. Warner. And in the 11 to 12 p.m. hour, Mr. Boyd's brother arrives on the Munger property, as does Zach Bach as well. At 11:18, Mr. Warner arrives back in the property, and video will show that he walks from the load barn to the new shop. At 11:27, you see Zach Bach and Mr. Warner in the office talking and obviously looking for Ms. Warner on the cameras. At 11:35, Mr. Warner is walking away from the office near the silo and the scale. Meanwhile, in the office, Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, TJ Bach, Parker Hardy, Shelley Hardy, and Raquel Bach are already on the property. Mr. Warner is on camera walking near the pine tree at 11:36. He walks toward the new shop at 11:45 and leaves the new shop at 11:46. At 11:54, Mr. Warner is in the old shop talking with Mr. Boyd and Mr. Boyd's brother. So between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., there are 7 people on the farm, in addition to Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner is walking all over the property, so those 7 people could choose to go wherever they wanted. At any time, anyone could walk into any building looking for Ms. Warner. And again, as you noted, with what Ms. Vinsky said in her opening statement and what witnesses have testified, there were no restrictions on where anyone went. At 12:13, Mr. Warner is in the office with Zach Bach, TJ, Mr. Lally, and Shelley Hardy. Mr. Warner is on the far right side of this image, up against the front desk. Mr. Boyd and his brother are still on the farm. At 12:19, we see Mr. Warner walking near the scales. At 12:21, he's heading back towards the office. At 12:23, Mr. Warner is driving the JCB. You can clearly and easily see into the bucket of the JCB. Here's the JCB again at 12:38, 12:39. And this is the location on the farm map of where the JCB is primarily located during that time period. At 12:43, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. On the right, you can see one of his dogs is running around. From 12:51 to 12:52, he's in the old shop. This is where Mr. Warner has a grinder and 2 grinder wheels. Now, this will become relevant when we talk about the welding expert who indicated that the number of wheels to cut that tank would take between 6 to 8. There's no indication that Mr. Warner ever took more than what he has in his hand right here. At 12:52, this is the Kubota that Mr. Warner would predominantly drive. We see it again at 1 o'clock. In between, at 1:13, in between 1:01 and 1:13, the videos of the Warag lobby show shadows. Now, if you watch that video, you can't see anyone come into the office, but it matches up with the Kubota heading towards the office and then later seen back by the fuel tanks. So one could presume that the driver of the Kubota went into the office, maybe had lunch, and then carried on their day. We see the Kubota again at 1:14. From 1:14 to 1:15, we see Mr. Warner in the old shop. At 1:16, the Kubota pulls in to another part of the old shop. Ivan Boyd and his brother are there. And please note, Mr. Warner knows that Ivan Boyd and his brother are in the old shop. He takes actually.
This feels different. I thought the truck that was over here was a bigger truck. Felt like it was a big transport truck, not his little truck. This isn't the same day. It was like a big 18-wheeler, not this truck. No? This is the same one that Ivan empties all the garbage out. I swear it was a huge truck.
Absolutely no actions to hide anything that he's doing. He also knows there are cameras.
You know, it is because remember they walk out from behind it, unless it's just a weird angle and the hood's up and they're behind it. Felt to me like it was a big 18-wheeler transport truck that they would kind of walk out from. I gotta go find that. Hey, what's up, Riley? Morning. I have a feeling this is, for some reason, it's not. The statement from the prosecutor showed a huge truck here, not his little one.
But he takes no action to hide what he's doing. We see the Kubota again at 1:23, at 1:26. Now, during this time frame, there are also multiple other workers on the farm that the police don't mention. You can see this gentleman at 1:36. He leaves the property at 1:44. You can see this gentleman at 1:42. He leaves the property at 3:15.
So the state has never accounted for who these are? This gentleman, like, what's their names? This guy's walking around this fucking, as he's.
During this time, Mr. Warner can be seen on video with the sprayer and walking on the property. This is the sprayer at 1:48. At 2:19, this is an image between 2 and 4. There are multiple people in the office. Again, very similar to earlier. Raquel Bach, TJ, Zach, Parker Hardy, and Shelly Hardy. At 2:19, Mr. Warner is in the lobby. At 2:27, he leaves the reception area. Roughly, it's almost 2:28 when he leaves.
Don't you get a feeling that this is like a clubhouse for them, and Dee's gone, and they're all just like, no, she's gone, and he's just trying to save this farm, and she's gone, and they're all like just waiting for their inheritance and life insurance or something? I don't know. It feels weird. Hours? How many hours is it? Like, I mean, they're at like 11 or 12. Like, they get there in the morning, have breakfast, and they're literally sitting here, do nothing. And every time he comes in here, they're in a different spot. They're playing with their phones, and if he's on here, like, how would he get to these cameras? You know, he's always there, right?
He comes back in at 2:31.
How long ago was that? That was like an hour or two later. He comes in, and she's fucking not moved. They're not looking for Dee.
He leaves the lobby at 2:35, so he's in there for a few minutes.
This fucking guy. Look at these guys. They're buried in their faces. Who's looking for Dee?
And then he's on camera again at 2:38 in the lobby area. Now, you have heard witnesses criticize Mr. Warner for not doing enough. But then you also heard witnesses criticize him for looking over Zach Bach's shoulder to look at the cameras. So what you should glean from that is he really can't win. If he doesn't do enough, he's criticized. If he does too much, he's criticized. But just like every other person on video, he continues to go back to the lobby area to look at cameras and to talk about where Ms. Warner may be. At 2:42, we see Mr. Warner in the sprayer. He's in the Kubota at 2:46, 2:49, and
with this timeline, what you got to remember is they have him cleaning up at like 6:41 or 42 and putting that welder back after he had just done that, right? Like 6:42. So he's getting pretty close to that where he's got to get cutting some tanks, because to cut it open, do all of that would be. So let's see how much time he would have had to do it.
Same piece of farm equipment that you saw in 249, we see in.
Oh, I fucking love this. You know, so the state never uses I'll never get over that. September 20th, 2012. I don't care. And this is beautiful because look at the defense wants the white border here. They've shrunk it down because they want you to see the timestamp that they used. But they named the file this. It's not the timestamp of this video. It's what they say it is, right? So the defense is going with it because it's going to basically show things that for whatever reason the jury didn't think was compelling. But
Again at 250.
getting
Now
close,
this
250.
is where it is on the farm. If you can see where the big silo is in the middle, that's where that piece of farm equipment was.
Basically, this is that, like, but I think it cuts through here on video. Oh no, this one cuts through here to this one.
We see him again at 251. He's back in the office at 255.
Okay, so fuck it. 4 hours have gone by. D's missing. D's missing. 4 or 5 hours. Buried in his phone. Buried in his phone. Fucking taking a nap. Here's Dale here. And this one has been sitting here and here and here and here. Probably obviously playing with their phone. Yeah, she's got her head buried in her phone or whatever. D's missing. Guys, let's fucking walk around. Let's go. This big property. Find her. Unless you know something.
Between 3 and 3:01.
Motherfuckers running around trying to get him sunburns, and they're going to throw that in his face.
He's walking by the scales, and you can see has paper.
Dee, you saw them. They've been fucking sitting in that goddamn office for 3-4 hours. Dee's missing. They've fucking been playing musical chairs.
Papers in his hands. At 3:08, he's in the new shop looking in a box and then walking away. At 3:12, he's seen leaving the new shop.
Dude, you got to go get that. You got only a couple more hours to get this tank cut open and the body out of the safe that they say, and weld it back up and paint it, decal it, play musical chairs in front of the cops.
Here's the piece of equipment at 3:30.
What are you wasting your time? This farm is doomed. The kids know it. Why are you trying to work so hard? Give up. Or this is a cover. Right, it's a cover to look busy.
This is Mr. Warner's truck.
There's a truck. Warner's all over the fucking place. Look at this guy. September 20th, 2012. 8 p.m. at night.
At 3:15, we see the truck again.
It's getting pretty close, dude. You're running out of time. If you don't get cutting this tank open, you're never going to get away with this.
By the fuel tanks. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota.
This guy's all over the place. It's now 8 p.m. 3:17. By 6:41, he's done putting this welder back in the state timeline.
At 3:17, 3:18, 3:21. At 3:22, he's back in the office.
Back in the office. What's happened here? Okay, wait. This guy, this one. Is that somebody walking here? Is this guy having a nap on the couch or something? This is a little clubhouse. So Dee's been missing, and these people have barely changed chairs. Wow. Like, get out there. Where is she? You guys know something that we don't know?
He's there until about 3:36 p.m.
So Dale stays there. How long? I bet it doesn't seem like he's welcome there. Like they're having fun. It's like they all their butts clinch when he comes in. He's the party pooper who wants everyone to do some work or something. This fucking guys do it. He's getting they know something's up. They're like looking up at the sky. You know when somebody's guilty of something? I feel it. Feel it, or bury your head in your phone. Whatever. If D's missing, oh look.
At 3:37, we see the piece of farm equipment again. The Kubota again at 3:41. And if you can, please look at the field in the back, because this
is where they want you to know not only has he done so much work, something magically gets tilled back here.
will be important to what happens. The top part of that field is not tilled at 3:41. But at 4:06, you can see that there's movement in the field because it is being tilled. It only gets picked up because the white truck activates the motion camera. Otherwise, it never would have been picked up. Here's the video of that. If you look at that red box, you'll see there's movement in that field. It's going from this part of the screen to that part of the screen.
So you see it? She's saying that Dale will be out here tilling, because this, you'll see this get, like, when you're dragging those tillers, turning up the soil. Forget that it's not 9:21 p.m. in September 20th, 2012. Do not get distracted by that. The sun is out. It's getting a sunburn at 9:21 p.m. This is being tilled. And they say he's chopping it a tank at this very moment. So you're going to see it back here. It's not tilled, and then it is tilled. Hard, he said he saw Dale tilling too, right? In his testimony.
So I wanted that.
There's the till. This has all been turned. This is being tilled, right?
Shows the till.
Even if it's just a cover, like he's got to go and get the thing hooked up, and whatever tractor, that big red cool one's not super fast, drive it out there to do a couple passes as a, just like to create an alibi. What? Or is he out there now and we just don't see it?
That was done. Detective Singleton said there was this period of time where Mr. Warner was not on camera. He would be the only one to till that field.
Like, who else tilled it? Any of those dipshits in the office are doing anything? No. Wasn't any of them. Or Ivan, who would have done this if Dale didn't? And then he's doing this and entombing, cutting open doing a 3-day job in less than 3 hours and tilling fields. Fucking guy's Superman. He's evil Superman.
And at 4:12, you can see
4:12, it's been tilled. So then he rushes back to do that 3-day job and chops it in a tank.
the part of the field that's being tilled, and you can look on here.
Like, did anyone else step up to say they tilled it? To say it couldn't have been Dale? No. Somebody would have gladly, if they were tilling this, claimed to have done it, so they could, Dale would have been the one who couldn't have done it. Therefore, who does the state find the person that really did it, that they say it's not Dale? Because that jury foreman says something ridiculous. That, could have been someone else or something? Or didn't.
Before the tilling and after the tilling.
Only because they've committed to such a ridiculous timeline, and he's got about 2 hours left to get that. He's got 2 hours and 20 minutes left to get that tank cut open, the body in it, weld it back up, paint it, and then get that welder back for 641 or 642, the one we don't see him bringing back.
So the notion that he is not on camera is belied by the surveillance footage that the government.
Yeah, perfect. But yeah, he's not on camera, they say, because he's out here in the field. Therefore, they can say that we don't see him on camera. He must be doing this awful stuff that we can't prove he did.
Introduced. And again, Detective Singleton said 341 to 429, Mr. Warner was not on camera. The only reason this got picked up was because
From 341 to 429, he's not on camera yet at whatever time it is, 358 to 412 or 30, whatever. Somebody's out here tilling, and apparently there's all these other mystery people trying to help him out. We see him running around, the only guy on this farm working. 4 or 5 people screwing the pooch in the office, doing nothing, playing musical chairs while Dee's missing, waiting, and Jaron's all excited, probably waiting for his inheritance and the life insurance. Oh yeah, this fucking guy's running around working, getting sunburns, and they turn around and say it's because he's got a sunburn on his arm. That must mean he was welding his wife in a tank. Oh my god!
of other trucks on the property.
Fucking farmer's tan. Farmer at the farmer's tan just welded his wife in a tank and tilled the field. Miracle.
But he is working and not in the load barn. At 4:30, we see Mr. Warner's Kubota again.
Okay, so 4:30, because he's getting close to. You're cutting it close. By 6:41, you got to have this welder back.
At 4:32, the JCB. At 4:37, it's the JCB again, where the inside of the bucket is clearly visible. 4:52 to 4:53, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. The door is clearly open because you can see the light shining in. This is where Detective Singleton said he was ducking down and trying to hide. You saw the video. If he was trying to hide, he would close the door. He wouldn't leave it open.
I hate to tell you, he's not behind this truck here. Because he's here. They say he steps here to look down, like he's looking to see something went, like a truck has dropped or whatever. He's looking to see something, you know. He's just bending down a little bit to get a better view of something. He's not hiding behind his truck. Because if we think this is a jack holding the center pumpkin of his truck up, he's not even close to being behind his truck. He's like, you'd have to take at least a 2-step, you'd have to be here to be hiding behind this truck. Right? He steps over. Look at whatever this would be, the jack underneath the truck. We're looking down on like a, Jesus, it's like an 80-degree or 70-degree angle, 60-degree angle, 70.
At 4:56, he leaves the old shop. He's later seen in the old shop at 5:05 and 5:06.
So when is that video of the whole teleportation and stuff? Because it does seem like this is all the same shit that gets cleaned up out of Ivan's truck. Like, Dale is supposed to have pulled up the JCB, right? In the States timeline? When was that exactly? Was that another day? What was it again? 3:37 or something weird? Or 5 or 6:37? I don't even know.
On camera. At 6:06, in between the silo and the tree.
So at 6:06, like, I mean, he's a miracle worker. If he's here at 6:06, like this, they say the tank is done by 6:41, and he brings back the welder, not on camera, perfectly in front of a camera.
This is the movement that the government showed you with the JCB. That's it. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota at 6:06.
Oh, so that's that whole clickety click. So why would they even show that first bit? They must have screwed up, because that first bit is him driving by. Then he's also driving by in their 6:41. Remember the click click? The first part is him driving by in this, and then they click it, and then he's driving by with the tank. 6:41. That's weird.
6:07, you see the JCB. 6:10 and 6:12, the JCB.
6:10. So
He is going to the load barn and then leaving the area of the load barn. So going in there for about 2 minutes and leaving. 6:17, the JCB is headed back to the load barn. This entire early evening time at the load barn with Mr. Warner being in and out coincides with what Mr. Boyd said about helping Mr. Warner load trash. He talked about when chemicals are sent to the farm, they're packaged. They're packaged in sort of multiple layers. There'll be a white bottle, then it'll be inside something, then it'll be inside of a cardboard box. So there's no indication from Mr. Boyd that he saw a tank at the load barn or a welder, or Mr. Warner with a tank or a welder in the load barn. At 6:37, the JCB is moving away from the load barn. Here it is again at 6:39. Then we've got the JCB going towards the load barn and away at 6:40 and 6:41. At 6:43, Mr. Warner is in the new shop. And this is a comparison of two photos, 3:12 and 6:43. So if Mr. Warner is trying to hide what he's doing and what he's taking, he's not going to leave it out on the table. So you can see where that piece of farm equipment is, and then it's not there at 6:43, but you can see that table. The first table, there's nothing on it. The second table are items that Mr. Warner had taken. And you also heard Mr. Barn in a way at 6:40
I just went back
and
a bit.
6:41.
640 or 641.
At 6:40.
So this is her saying in the state's argument, right? Yes, 12. This is the one the state says he just came here and dropped us off.
43, Mr. Warner is in the new shop. And this is a comparison of two photos, 3:12 and 6:43.
Wait a second. 312 and 643. 312, 643, 12. So 312 is this time? This is when she said he was 643. So 643 is this one instead? Wait a second. Or is this 312? What's this? So 312. This has to be 312. I see it. So 312 is 8 a.m. Sorry. Okay, so it's behind basically 6 hours. So for 6:43, 6 hours and 40 minutes. So we had 6:40. This should equal 312, right? So if I had 6 minutes, that equals 212. Wait a second. What's going on here? So this camera is off. So by here, oh, God. 8:32, 312. So the state says the timeline this same day, 3:18 at 8:30. So basically 12:03 p.m. really means 6:43, right? So it's 6 hours and 40 minutes ahead of time, correct? So 12:03, the offset, this camera, their state's saying this is the timeline. Forget what you see here. So it's at 6 hours and 40 minutes to 12:03. You get there at state's timeline of 6:43 p.m. Now, if we add 6 hours and 40 minutes to this, right? 8 hours plus 6 hours. Oh yeah, actually it looks pretty close. Actually, it is going to be close. So 8 hours plus 6 is 4 to 12 p.m. It's 2 p.m. plus 40. Yeah, 3:12. So it adds up. Adds 40 minutes to 32. Yes. Okay, so it adds up. Definitely adds up to 312. Okay, so ignore everything I just did. So why can't the defense just show him not?
So if Mr. Warner is trying to hide what he's doing and what he's taking, he's not going to leave it out on the table. So you can see where that piece of farm equipment is, and then it's not there at 6:43, but you
So that this is not there.
can can see that table.
Oh, so there's she's saying he came in and put this here. Well, wait, what's she saying?
The first table, there's nothing on it. The second table are items that Mr. Warner had taken. And you also heard Mr. Nayrink tell you that Mr. Warner would do small welding jobs on the farm, especially if something was broken. So if there's a piece of equipment, a tilling tool, he said frequently broke down. It's a Sunday, there aren't many people there to do the welding. He wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Warner did it. And this is the end of the time period on April 25th, 2021, which is so significant. And
They say he just dropped this off here. And the state's timeline is 6:43. Him dropping this off, they say.
the reason I went through all that time is because this is critical for what the government's claim is. The government wants you to believe that during this time frame, Mr. Warner killed his wife and then welded her in a body in a tank. Now, after 6:43, Mr. Warner is on the property doing more farm chores. He's collecting trash, using the Kubota, and tilling. And then again at 6:54, it's when Deputy Hall comes and talks to him. But that time frame is absolutely critical for everything that Mr. Warner would have to do to go along with the government's theory. Now, I want to walk through some of the specific reasonable doubts with you. Mr. Warner is captured on video throughout the day, morning, afternoon, and evening. As Ms. Vinsky told you in opening, the government's own timeline will fall apart upon close examination. So by 6:40 p.m., the government's speculative theory is that Mr. Warner killed Ms. Warner in the house while not leaving a single trace of physical evidence. Not a drop of blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle, absolutely nothing. And then at some point, he supposedly grabs a tarp and duct tape, but there's no camera footage of that. We know that the blue tarps are kept in the dry fertilizer barn, and the duct tape is in the load barn. But there's no evidence that he gathered these items, then went back in the house, presumably, and wrapped Ms. Warner in those. The government hasn't even addressed how Mr. Warner would get those items on April 25th. And then again, at some point, he supposedly duct tapes her body, wraps her body in a tarp, duct tapes the tarp. But again, there's no evidence of when that supposedly occurred. Then Mr. Warner supposedly moves the body, but there's no physical evidence of that. Nothing to show that she was ever in the JCB at all, only speculation. There's nothing on camera and there's no physical evidence. And while Detective Jurors said, well, it was too late for them to look, they didn't even try to look. They want you to then assume that Mr. Warner keeps Ms. Warner's body in a safe, despite rigor mortis, as we heard from Dr. Cho. There are no physical signs of this at all. There are no physical signs with her body that she was kept in the safe. There's no physical or forensic evidence to support this theory.
Yeah, that's true, because she could fit in a safe, but wouldn't she have to be scrunched up? Because that guy, when he was in that safe, he was like on his back with his feet, and he was scrunched up almost like the fetal position. So you can just start bending a body, and there's no, the ME said there's no signs of, like, if it's got rigor mortis, you could try to bend it. I don't know how that works. It almost sounds like you'd be breaking it, like, just to get her to fit in there. She would be just laying flat, be able to fit in there. So then he's out flattening out her body to put her in the tank. If she was in that tank, in that safe, she would have been the shape of the safe, like all scrunched up. So then the ME said there's no signs she'd been, like, imagine she had rigor mortis scrunched up and then he goes to lay her in that thing. Does she eventually, after time, flatten herself out? I don't know how that works.
Whatsoever. Then Mr. Warner moves a tank without being caught on camera into the load barn, but again, there's no evidence of that happening. We see on the surveillance video that he doesn't take the grinder and the two wheels until 12:51 to 12:52, so all the rest supposedly happens after that time. In the load barn, without anybody noticing or hearing, he maneuvers the chain and the hook, welds that hook supposedly to the end cap of the tank, runs the chain through, connects it to the hook, tilts the tank so the chemicals don't run out. There's no evidence about how long it would take for that hook to be welded to the end cap so that it was structurally sound. It's not just a matter of welding it. It needs to be able to support the weight of that end cap. Mr. Boyd said those tanks were 6,000 pounds empty. Then Mr. Warner supposedly cuts open the tank. Assuming that she's in the safe, he has to go move her from the safe to the tank, lift her to get her up, then position together the end cap and the rest of the tank and weld it together. After that, he's got to remove the hook, remove the chain, sand the tank down so he can paint it. He then supposedly paints the tank. And while Mr. Schmidt said, well, that would dry quickly, you can look at the Rust-Oleum can. It's not immediate. And even if it was dry to the touch, we all have painted something. It's still going to be tacky. Things would still stick to it. But there's not one drop of paint in the load barn, not one drop of paint that was found on the chain or the hook, not a paintbrush, not the farm equipment, no debris on the tank. So if it gets moved out to the back, no dirt, no grass, the wind is blowing things, nothing is on it. There's no evidence whatsoever to support the theory. So while the government has shown you videos of Mr. Warner doing his chores and moving about the farm, they have shown you no evidence to support their theory of what actually happened. Assumptions are not evidence. Now, as you know, as it relates to searches, there were extensive searches for Ms. Warner in her property. Over 3,000 acres were searched, and that's one search alone. Searches occurred for years. Land, water, homes, buildings, vehicle. They were thorough. They searched in multiple towns and cities. Mr. Warner continuously consented to these searches over the years. The police searched every piece of land that Mr. Warner owned, leased, rented, or was even associated with. They searched land and homes that belonged to family members and people he knew. They didn't find Ms. Warner or any of her missing items. The police also searched Paragon South. They searched both north and south. South is where the tanks are. Nothing out of the ordinary was seen. There were multiple searches involving dogs, both cadaver dogs and tracking dogs, at least 7. There was lots of discussion about cadaver and tracking dogs, but you know from your common sense, a tracking dog is meant to track. So once it gets a scent from an article of clothing or whatever it might be, it is meant to follow that scent. The person doesn't need to be right there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a tracking dog. Ms. Warner and her belongings were not located by those dogs. We know that cadaver dogs can locate blood, bones, or tissue for years. They can also identify a tiny drop of blood, including as small as what comes out of an eyedropper. They can smell through cleaning agents, and they hit on nothing. Nothing on any of the vehicles, nothing in the house, nothing on the property, absolutely nothing. During the searches, Trooper Tafe entered the load barn or was looking right into it. He couldn't quite remember on April 27th, but he never mentioned the smell of ammonia or chemicals. One point about these searches is Dr. Cho and Detective Jurors said there was a strong chemical smell from the tank when the tank was opened. Dr. Cho said it was an overpowering ammonia odor that was not part of natural decomposition. Numerous witnesses also said that anhydrous ammonia had a very strong ammonia smell, but you had a trooper right out of the load barn or possibly in who noticed no smell. Yet supposedly 2 days before Mr. Warner is cutting open this tank in that very enclosed area, there would be a smell if that tank had been cut open in an enclosed space. Mr. Boyd was in the load barn 2 to 3 times a week. He never mentioned a smell, not on April 25th and not after. Todd Nayrink met Mr. Warner at the load barn on April 25th. He didn't notice a smell. No one ever smelled anything out of the ordinary. Now, there was made, I think in the closing, they showed a snip of Mr. Warner talking about dogs in the load barn. The part that is omitted from that clip, but is in the video that you have as an exhibit, Exhibit 216, is Mr. Warner saying, the other thing I don't know about in the fertilizer barn, you got boots or something to put on them. He's not telling them that they can't go in. He's pointing out there are chemicals on the floor. So if the dogs go in, he didn't want it to get through their paws. If he's trying to prevent them from going into the load barn, he's not going to give them a solution as to how they can actually take the dogs in by putting boots on their feet. Numerous items of Ms. Warner's were missing and are still missing. Her phone, wallet, passport, driver's license, a purse, and go bag with items such as cosmetics and hair care items. These items, as you know, were never found despite numerous searches with ground penetrating radar and metal detectors, things that would look for changes in temperature or excavation. In one multi-day, large-scale search alone, there were 130 police officers. There is not even a theory that has been presented to you about where these items are. Now, Mr. Warner also had said a curling iron was missing, but then the police found it had fallen on the floor in between a cabinet. If Mr. Warner had been the one to take these items, he would know that a curling iron wasn't taken. He wouldn't say a curling iron was missing when it's actually still in the house. He was trying to guess based on what wasn't on the bathroom shelf. This is further evidence that he didn't take and conceal these items. Mr. Warner spoke to the police numerous times, frequently without a lawyer present. The only time we saw a lawyer was the December 2022 interview with Detectives Dreyer and Singleton, where his lawyer was there. He had the legal right to refuse, but he didn't. He frequently spoke to them, again, without a lawyer present. And if you listen to those videos, you do hear him coughing. And what did we hear from his ex-wife? He's had that cough since they were married. It annoyed her then, it's continued on. That's not from recent exposure to anhydrous ammonia. Despite what he says now, Detective Dreyer had to admit that previously he indicated that Mr. Warner's statements were fairly consistent about what occurred. And of course, details would change. You're being asked the same questions over and over again. We know that their daughter, Angelina, had spent Friday night at her older sister's, Ms. Million, and then Saturday night with Ms. Alexander. So it would be very easy to confuse those nights about what happened on one night or what happened on another. We've also seen multiple witnesses, including law enforcement, have to get their memory refreshed because they couldn't remember something. And we have even heard other witnesses say they didn't say something when they truly did. That happened with Ms. Warner's brother. He said adamantly he did not make a statement or he did not send a text message when he actually did and had to be shown that. So the fact that some details may change does not mean that Mr. Warner was not being truthful. But Mr. Warner was always adamant that he did not harm his wife in every interview. And he also offered ideas and suggestions about how to find Ms. Warner. In the May 3rd, 2021 interview alone, which is Exhibit 219, Mr. Warner speaks with Detective Greca about a phone number and license plate that could be relevant to where Ms. Warner was. He asked if he should call the insurance company to see if Ms. Warner checked herself in somewhere. He suggests that they come up with a list of names and go through Facebook to see if she's made contact with any of these people. He gives the detective names of Ms. Warner's friends and who to reach out to. And he asked Ms. Warner's best friend, Stephanie Vogel, if she knew of anyone who may have picked Ms. Warner up. And he does more, but he's not showboating. He's not trying to make a splash in the public. The government wants to present Mr. Warner as someone who did nothing, but that's not true. He tried to offer assistance in the background, and he tried to keep his daughter's life as stable as possible because her mother was missing. Now, in his private journal, which the police found in October of 2021, he goes further and he writes down ideas of where Ms. Warner may be, what aliases she might be using, ideas to try to find her. These are the private actions of a man who wants his wife to come home. He's not going to be journaling that if he knows where she is. And during that May interview, Detective Greca also talks about the importance of Mr. Warner taking his daughter to a soccer game in order to give her support and keep her life as stable as he could. That goes along with why he might not be participating in a search, because he's got a 9-year-old he's trying to take care of. In the interviews that you listened to, Mr. Warner also turned down theories offered by the police that he would have seized on if he was trying to misdirect them. For instance, Detective Greca talks about gambling. Mr. Warner said that's not Ms. Warner. He talks about suicide. Mr. Warner says, while she may have made some comments about that, he didn't think that was a real possibility. If he's trying to misdirect the police, he's going to send them down all different kinds of paths. And these are theories being offered by the police. And we heard a lot about Jamaica and Mexico. Mr. Warner is prompted by investigators to discuss Jamaica and Mexico numerous times, instead of Mr. Warner consistently bringing it up on his own. Now, in the December 2022 interview, at this point, his wife has been gone for over a year and a half. So it's probably pretty clear she's not just in the next town over, and it's very clear she's not at her son's. So of course he's trying to come up with any possibility of where she may be. And in that full interview, he doesn't say, oh, I think she's in the hills of Jamaica living with the cartel. He talks about why. She liked Jamaica. She made friends with the concierge. She liked the mansion. She thought it was beautiful there. Even Detective Drewer on the stand said that Mr. Warner seemed convinced that Ms. Warner was in Jamaica. Mr. Warner also told Detective Greca that if Ms. Warner left or was picked up by someone, there was not that big of a window for Ms. Warner to get out of the house. If he had harmed her, he wouldn't want to shorten this time frame. He would lengthen it. He would say, I heard the door close at 1 a.m. or I looked out the window and she was walking out at 2 a.m. He would lengthen the time that she was gone, not shorten it and say to the police, it's not a very long period of time for her to get out of the house. While he believed that Ms. Warner had left as she had done before, he also said that there were differences this time, and he was candid about that. The vehicles were there. She didn't take their daughter, Angelina. She didn't notify anybody, and the ring was on his desk. He didn't have to say that, but he was frank about the differences. He also repeatedly said to both the police and others he wanted his wife back. Detective Greca said that Mr. Warner showed emotion during the interviews when talking about his wife. Throughout all the interviews, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Mr. Warner always refers to his wife in the present tense. She is a fixer. He doesn't say she was a fixer, which he would say if he knew she wasn't alive. He refers to her in the present tense. And Mr. Warner saying he doesn't want to get divorced doesn't mean he killed his wife. It means he loved his wife. They had been seeing a counselor, Craig, as you saw from the text message exchange and Detective Drewer said, which shows his willingness to work on issues with the marriage. And he was frank about the fact that they fought. Tensions could run high. He told the police that. He also wrote about this in his private journal. If the inference is, oh, well, this is staged, what he's writing about, why wouldn't he turn it over to the police? Why wouldn't he say, hey, I've been keeping a journal? The police find it in a vehicle in October of 2021. And in that, he talks about comments that Ms. Warner made and troubles that they have in their marriage, that Ms. Warner says that he's mean to her, that essentially he doesn't appreciate her. He wouldn't write that if he wanted the police to find it and think everything was fine in their marriage. He would try to present their marriage as being more peaceful. Now, we know that Ms. Warner had talked about ending her marriage for years. This was nothing new. We heard this from numerous people. In Exhibit 194, we see Ms. Warner telling Mr. Warner that unless he shows her more that he cares, she'll end the marriage the same way she did with her first husband. But we also know that her plans would change day to day according to her moods. Numerous people, including her brother, very emotionally talked about the fact that she'd love you one minute, dislike you the next, and then the next day give him a hug. Exhibit 198, you can see on March 4th that Ms. Warner is saying, fuck you, and that she's not going on vacation. And then the next day, March 5th, they're talking about regular things just like any other married couple. The text message exchanges show Ms. Warner and Mr. Warner having arguments between spouses, which happens in many marriages, unfortunately. But it also shows her expressing herself freely to Mr. Warner, which we heard she did to him and others. She would express her feelings. She wouldn't hold back, even if that meant raising her voice to Mr. Warner and to others. Numerous people testified that Mr. Warner is not an emotional person. He's laid back and easygoing. Ms. Millian said that Mr. Warner's response to Ms. Warner when she said she wanted to sell everything and be done on April 25th was, okay, whatever, D, because he had heard similar comments before. Despite the fact that Ms. Warner would regularly say she wanted to end her marriage, she asked Ms. Volkel to book vacations for her and Mr. Warner, 2 in 2021 and 4 in 2022. Her plan was to go on vacation with her husband and daughter, but one of the vacations was just for her and Mr. Warner alone, to just have a couples trip. This shows again that her mood would change. She would be angry at him, but she would also want to spend alone time with him. Mr. Warner would regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back at work. He often did so in the office. Despite how Ms. Volkel attempted to portray their relationship, she had already told the police that and had to admit that on the stand. Now, we know that the Warners had a mutual mistrust of each other. That's clear from what was presented at trial. Ms. Wolf said that Ms. Warner would drive to the farm fields to see if Mr. Warner was where he said he would be. She said that the two of them would snoop on each other, including Ms. Warner taking a phone that belonged to Mr. Warner and giving that to Ms. Wolf to hide. Mr. Lally said that Ms. Warner would speak in quiet and hushed tones to himself and to her daughter when Mr. Warner was in the house to intentionally exclude him from conversations. There was a safe where she and her son were hiding things from Mr. Warner. Ms. Wolf also admitted that Ms. Warner was having an affair. So Mr. Warner, wondering if that had been going on, actually had a basis in fact. He wasn't just imagining it. Ms. Wolf, who was also Ms. Warner's personal assistant and nanny, said she would see Ms. Warner drink alcohol every day. And this supports Mr. Warner's concern about substance use. This is Exhibit 210. That cabinet are the pills that she had in her home. And look at the details, please, of what the government characterizes as stalking behavior. The cameras that Mr. Warner spoke to Mr. Bush about were about 4 by 6, and they had an antenna on the top. Those aren't cameras that are going to be hidden from any person. The OnStar application shows an average of 4.2 vehicle location requests a day. But Mr. Newell said that the app doesn't show a vehicle moving. So if you're trying to track and see when someone is coming home, because you want to know when they're going to be there, you want to have dinner with them, whatever the situation is, you're going to keep refreshing the app. The Get Vehicle Location can also be used as a navigation tool as well. So if they were driving together and he wanted to see where they were going or how to get someplace, he would use the app. Ms. Volkel also said that she saw the entry on Mr. Warner's credit card for the Binks device, the device that had been in the Hummer, and that she and Ms. Warner looked it up to see what it was. That's the GPS and diagnostic device that was found. But we heard from Mr. Bush that he paid for the device, and the government showed you an Amazon image. This discrepancy goes to witness credibility and the witness's desire to present the case in a particular way. And it makes sense because they all loved Ms. Warner. There's no doubt about that. And of course, they want to present her in the most favorable light and Mr. Warner in the least favorable light. But the facts matter, not assumptions. And the other thing presented by the government is, well, when Mr. Warner wrote in his journal that Ms. Warner left in the middle of the night, he didn't check OnStar. But if she didn't take the Cadillac, he'd have no reason to check OnStar. If Mr. Warner was truly stalking his wife, he would have insisted on access to the surveillance cameras long before she went missing. He couldn't even view the cameras on his phone until after she went missing. Mr. Wagner told you that it had been about a month or two where the IP address had changed on the Munger property and that Mr. Warner had no access to those cameras. So while he might have tried to access the app on the morning of April 25th, he couldn't access the app to see those cameras. We also know about the phone, that Ms. Warner was in the hospital. That's what Mr. Wagner said. He was also Ms. Warner's friend. Mr. Warner wanted the phone for business purposes. He didn't ask him to keep it a secret from Ms. Warner or try to keep it private. In terms of accessibility and transparency, Mr. Warner also allowed Detective Greca to talk to his minor daughter even when he was not present. And if he was trying to hide the true nature of their relationship, he never would have allowed that. Angelina wasn't there the night of April 25th, but she lived in that house with them. A 9-year-old is going to know what that relationship is like. She would have heard verbal disagreements. She would have known if there was any other sort of physical disagreement. She would be able to share that with the police. He put no barriers to their access with her at all. Now, as it relates to any sort of physical violence, Ms. Wolf never told Detective Greca about seeing a bruise on Ms. Warner's forehead. If she truly witnessed this, it would have been the first thing she told the police when she spoke to them. Ms. Brody also didn't document any of the supposed bruises she claimed she saw as a massage therapist. She had twice testified under oath, and at neither of those court appearances did she ever say anything about a handprint on an arm. And it's worth repeating here that you are not here to judge Mr. Warner as a husband. You may think he was a bad husband, a not very attentive husband, whatever you may think of him. Your oath requires that you only assess the government's case to determine if it has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Warner killed his wife and tampered with evidence. Now, we've gone through April 25th and an overview of the Warners' relationship, but I want to also move on to what else is going on between April 23rd and immediately after April 25th, and the police investigation as well. On Wednesday, which would be April 21st, Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner's friend and massage therapist, said she saw Ms. Warner and Ms. Warner was distraught and shaking. We know Ms. Warner was a person who had strong emotions and she felt them, but there's absolutely no justification for what's happening here. According to Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner said she wanted to see a lawyer and it was time. But we know the fight with the Terrys, Terry and Terry Nayrink, wasn't until Friday. So there's no indication of what was going on Wednesday. And there's never been an explanation for this. Again, on that Friday, April 23rd, Ms. Warner had a verbal disagreement with Todd Nayrink, who testified. You also heard that Ms. Vocal heard them yelling at each other, but then she also said Ms. Warner seemed happy when she left work that day. So in addition to the fights with Todd, she had the fight with Terry and Terry. Mr. Nayrink, Todd Nayrink, said that on Friday, Ms. Warner was not dressed as she normally would. She was in sweatpants. Mr. Hawkins, who worked on the farm for the Warners, spoke with Ms. Warner at about 6:30 p.m. on Friday, and he said she sounded normal. Ms. Alexander saw Ms. Warner at 7:42 p.m. when she went to pick up Angelina. She said that Ms. Warner kept putting her hands up to her head, and she was talking about a fight she had with Terry and Terry Nayrink. Earlier, Ms. Warner had said that she had a migraine, so that would be consistent with her having a migraine, and we know she was being treated for migraines. Later that night, Raquel Bach claims that she drove by at 10:30 p.m. and saw all the lights on. But closer to 11 o'clock, Dustin Lally drives by. He said Ms. Bach had left well before him, and on cross-examination, the only light that he had said was on was one light. He didn't remember anything unusual about the house, which matches with what Todd Nayrink said when he arrived on the property in the 3 a.m. hour. There was only the light on over the kitchen above the sink. Now, on April 25th, 2021, the OnStar report shows that Mr. Warner's phone app accesses My Cadillac to get vehicle data and then supposedly hits unlock the doors at 7:08 a.m. Get vehicle data is to check on things like oil, tire pressure, fluids in the car. The government's theory is that Mr. Warner had killed his wife by this time, but then he decides to check on how the fluids are in the car or the tire pressure. It makes no sense. And this is part of what Ms. Vinsky also said to you in opening statement. The government dismisses and ignores facts that conflict with the narrative that they are trying to present. Mr. Warner uses Find My iPhone at 8:48, 10:28, and 2:30, and he would not need to do this if he knew where the phone was. And if the government's theory is that, oh, he was trying to see if you could find it, well, he would have checked it at 8:48 can't find it, checked it again at 10:28, he wouldn't need to keep doing that. He would know at 8:48 the phone can't be found. He did it because he was trying to see where Ms. Warner was. And while at 8:48 he would not have known that Ms. Warner was missing, it's not unusual for a spouse to check Find My iPhone to see if your spouse is up, or are they at the office, or are they at the grocery store. And while the Milestone app, again, was accessed at 8:49 and 9:04, we know from Mr. Wagner, Mr. Warner couldn't see anything on the cameras. Now, Mr. Lally said that when they went over to the Munger property, it was the same as what they had done pretty much on every Sunday. They would go over and have breakfast. Mr. Warner knew this, but he took no actions to restrict their movements that day. In fact, he wasn't even on the property. If he had killed his wife, is he really going to leave the property and let people roam around wherever they want? He goes out spraying. Numerous witnesses, including Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, and Raquel Bach, said that the Warners never locked their house. It was always unlocked. Anyone could walk right in. And that's what they did on April 25th, 2021. That day, when people were looking for Ms. Warner, they looked at places that she could walk to, even though people said she didn't like to walk. They went to the Hardee's Event Center and home. They went to the Cedar Point property. Mr. Lally looked in the camper. But we know from Ms. Wolf that Ms. Warner would walk to the office, contrary to what other witnesses said, and that she was starting to walk everywhere because she was getting into fitness. Also, witnesses support that Mr. Warner was in fact spraying. Not only the GPS data and the reenactment, but Parker Hardy said that when he was at the house with his mother, Mr. Warner drove by on the sprayer. Now, Ms. Warner's phone last connected to a cell tower at 7:14, and the last internet connection was 7:01. So as we turn to the police's review of activities, which is essentially the last section of my closing, I want to talk about this a bit. This is part of the PowerPoint that was presented to you. Ms. Ziegler said that Ms. Warner's phone connected to two towers that morning, 226601 and 226609. This is an example of that portion of what she said during her testimony. And Ms. Ziegler said these were the two towers, north and south. And I specifically asked her that question. Are you saying the towers are north and south? Yes, they are, she said. And this was the slide that she used to conduct her analysis. You'll have this as an exhibit, so it might be hard for you to see, but the north tower is not 22601. It is 226543. 22601 is to the east in Tecumseh. So the analysis about the phone's location is flawed because the two towers that should have been used would have been the south tower and the east tower. But Ms. Ziegler used the south tower and the north tower. But one thing about her testimony that is correct is that she can't distinguish any movement from the phone, because we know that a phone will connect to a cell tower even if it's not the closest tower, for numerous reasons that have nothing to do with movement. Now, moving to April 27th and the tank, if Mr. Warner wanted to secretly move a tank on April 27th, he would have done it when the police left for the day. Remember, they were there in the morning, and then he walked around with Detective Greca for a period of time. And then he said, I have to go to work. If it rains, you can come back or come back tomorrow. And then they got a search warrant and they showed up later on that day. He knew that they were there with drones and a dog. If he had a concern about that, he wouldn't have just gone to farm. He would have moved the tank that everyone is saying he's trying to hide. He would have done it when the police weren't around. He also could have or would have moved it on April 26th. And again, not waited for the police to come back to his property. There's also, again, no issue with the fact that he asked the police to leave earlier. That is his legal right. And he explained that to the police. Now, just as earlier mentioned, where people didn't notice any smell of ammonia in the load barn, Detective Sharp, who was in the load barn or in front of it for an extended period of time, also did not indicate that he saw any or smelled any sort of chemical smell. Mr. Gravel moved a tank into the spray barn. This was the rusty tank that we saw being moved. He didn't notice any sort of strong chemical smell, which he would have if that tank had been cut open in the load barn. Mr. Hawkins is also regularly in the load barn. He would be in the building 1 to 2 times a week, taking in the JCB and removing empty bottles. And again, at no point in time does he ever smell ammonia or indicate that a tank had been cut open. There was also nothing unusual about moving a tank. Mr. Gravel told you that he had moved tanks before. Mr. Hawkins said that tanks would be brought back and forth from the Carson Road property and the Paragon property. We also know from Mr. Hawkins that business was slow in 2020 and 2021 for anhydrous ammonia. They didn't need extra tanks. They had plenty of tanks. So moving a tank or not fixing a tank wasn't a big deal because they had so many other things to do and they had so many extra tanks. We also know that week of April after Ms. Warner goes missing that Parker Hardy says he didn't see anything unusual about Mr. Warner painting in a hydrous tank. And he didn't notice a non-factory weld on the tank he saw in the load barn. Parker Hardy had been in the load barn numerous times. This wasn't a place that people don't go. And remember, the Hardys had even more access to the property because they were family. So while maybe some person who used their services might not freely walk into the load barn, the Hardys would. And again, Mr. Warner took no stops to keep anybody out of any building, making the story that he was welding her in the load barn not plausible. Now, the only person who claims that there were JCB tracks that went right up to the house was Parker Hardy. He said he thought the JCB was moving quickly because of the way the gravel was aside, but he also said he didn't see any reverse tracks for the JCB, which would be unusual. But the supposed fast-moving JCB is inconsistent with the reenactment where the gentleman driving the JCB was afraid to go any further because he thought he would potentially hit or damage the house. And the other thing too about this moving of the Hummer, if Mr. Warner wants to move the Hummer in order to park the JCB there, he doesn't have to put it in front of the office. Literally all he has to do is back it up and move it one spot over. There'd be no reason for him to move it in front of the office. Now, jury instructions that you'll be receiving soon from Judge Olsaver indicate that you have to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You can have tremendous empathy for a witness, but not believe everything that the person says. You can also consider how some witnesses answered questions and if there was a difference in how they answered questions when the government asked them questions and how they answered questions when the defense asked them. You can consider a witness's feelings and a desire to portray events in a particular way. So for instance, Ms. Stace, the eyelash professional, when she testified, she said that Ms. Warner received 2 phone calls, one of them from Mr. Warner, and she didn't take that call. That would lead you to believe, if you were listening to that she did take the other call, but she was just intentionally not taking his call. But the reality is when asked on cross, she said, oh no, Ms. Warner didn't take either call for whatever reason. She's getting her eyelashes done or she just doesn't want to talk to anybody. And even consider Detective Sharp when he testified. He said he knew Ms. Warner from prior police contact, which again would lead you to believe, boy, maybe he went out there because of a physical disagreement with Mr. Warner. It was only on cross-examination that Detective Sharp indicated that it had nothing to do with Mr. Warner. They weren't even together. It was solely related to Ms. Warner. Now, as it relates to Dr. Cho, please remember that he said he could not tell by the condition of Ms. Warner's body what the date of death was. He couldn't tell the date, the month, or the year. One of the things that the government has to prove is that these crimes were committed on or about April 25th, 2021. It's a little leeway there, but Dr. Cho can't even tell you the year based on the body's condition. The only way that he gets to April 25th, 2021 is because that's when people tell him was the last time that Ms. Warner was seen. But that's not objective evidence of the date of death. So considering objective scientific evidence only, Ms. Warner's date of death is actually unknown because Dr. Cho could not determine it. Dr. Cho doesn't know the time of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know the place of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know if Ms. Warner was killed inside or outside. Dr. Cho also does not know what caused the blunt force injuries. With strangulation, there can be a loss of bodily fluids, whether from the bladder or bowels. There was, again, no evidence of this found in the Warner home or on the Munger property or any property associated with Mr. Warner at all. With Ms. Warner's injuries, there could be external bleeding. There was no blood evidence found at all in the Warner home, on the Munger property, or on any property associated with Mr. Warner. And while the government wants to present her as wearing pajamas, remember Dr. Cho said it could be pajamas or a sweatsuit, and that she was also wearing underwear and earrings. Now, as it relates to body position, rigor mortis is the stiffening of muscles after death. Dr. Cho said rigor mortis sets in generally after a few hours and it will last about 24 hours. If rigor mortis lapses, the body will remain in the same position that it would be in. Now, there again is no physical indication that Ms. Warner's body was manipulated in any way to get her in the safe. There's no indication she was folded up as Detective Jurors was when he did his reenactment. There's no physical evidence of that. It's a theory, but it's not backed up by any evidence. And the government has never said when this supposedly occurred on April 25th. And also note, Mr. Warner willingly opens the safe for the police. They say, listen, we have a warrant. You can either open these up or we're going to cut them open. And he's like, oh, that's all right. I'll open it up for you. Would he really do that if his wife had just been in the safe? Now, on the welding theory, Detective Jurors and his former partner, Detective Singleton, claim that they had a welding theory as early as April 22, yet they never shared this with Lenawee County Sheriff's Detective Kevin Greca. And respectfully, this makes no sense whatsoever. They are literally looking for a missing woman. She has children and a family who want her to come home. They've got this theory, but, well, they don't want to step on any toes. It would be awkward. It would be impolite. You would present the theory. If Detective Greca didn't act on it, okay, that would be on him. But they wouldn't shut themselves down from even mentioning it if it truly had happened in April of 2022. And Detective Jurors saying, well, we were concerned about a leak. That leak supposedly occurred in March of 2022 at that family meeting, which we'll get to in a minute. But the leak wasn't with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. The leak was with a federal law enforcement officer, a U.S. Marshal. So again, maybe you don't want to tell that Marshal, but you certainly would tell a Lenawee County investigator about your theory. They are actively working to find her. They are following up on psychic tips, yet they're not willing to share, hey, we think she might be welded in a tank. As it relates to the tank, Mr. Schmidt examined that tank multiple times. It was only in his final meeting with the detective and an assistant prosecuting attorney that he suddenly thought that the weld on tank 34 may be similar to the weld seen on Detective Greca's body camera. The meeting was on February 9th, 2026. Trial had started. And then only then did Mr. Schmidt change his opinion. At a meeting on September 24th, 2024, he was shown an enhanced image from April 27th, 2021. And he could not make a comparison about the weld in the photograph and the weld that he had viewed personally. Mr. Schmidt also admitted that cutting the tank would be faster with the plasma cutter, which was right next to the welder on the Munger property. And the purpose of a plasma cutter is to cut through metal. Again, Mr. Warner is shown with 2 grinder wheels, but Mr. Schmidt said it would take 6 to 8 wheels to cut the tank open. Mr. Schmidt also said that cutting with an abrasive wheel would be loud. You would have to wear protective hearing. Anyone could have easily heard Mr. Warner if he was cutting and then welding that tank. But nobody did, even though there were people on the farm. Now, no one can match the hook or the chain that was supposedly attached to the tank and used to lift it up. It's just speculation that this even happened. It's the same with the forklift claim. There's no evidence that it actually happened. And this, again, Mr. Schmidt only came up with in January 2026, when trial was starting at the end of the month. Suddenly, he's got a theory about a hook and a chain. It's the same with the welding machine. Mr. Schmidt can't say that that welding machine was used to make that weld, and he can't match a weld to a particular person. He also can't say how many machines exist that you could do that with, that would fit the parameters. Mr. Schmidt also didn't use a student to come up with his time estimates, and that's what he should have done. He has over 20 years of experience as a welder. He is an instructor on welding. Of course, he would be able to go significantly faster than a regular person. But even with what he said, the welding timeline doesn't fit with Mr. Warner's actions on April 25th. The tank circumference is 128 inches, and that steel is thick. Even if we use Mr. Schmidt's calculations, he said to cut the cap off, it would be about 2.5 inches per minute. This is, for him, 51.2 minutes with the grinder. And then high spots would need to be ground down. That's about 5 minutes. The hook would need to be welded on. Again, no time was given for how long it would take for that to be structurally sound to support that end cap of that 6,000-pound tank. Then the chain would need to be looped through the forklift. The two pieces need to be lined up and matched once it's time to weld. The weld itself time, 22 to 35.5 minutes with additional time for 11 stops and starts and moving up and down a ladder on the floor to get underneath the tank. Mr. Warner isn't in the load barn for that length of time to get all of this done. Maybe Mr. Schmidt can do it, but he couldn't. And then painting. And then the government wants to believe that after killing his wife and concealing her body and doing all this, he's just out and about doing his farm chores as if nothing is going on and then just taking a break to go and conceal evidence. We also know that chemicals on the farm also cause burns on the skin. Mr. Hawkins told you that, as well as Mr. Boyd, who actually has had that happen. He said chemical burns can cause your arm to be red and very itchy. If Mr. Warner was welding, he could have easily, and wanted to hide it, he could have easily put on a long sleeve shirt. And if he's trying to hide welding burns because he just welded his wife up in a tank, he would have put on a long sleeve shirt so no one would have ever seen that. He doesn't do that because he's not hiding anything. For the paint analysis, all that can be said is that the paint may have come from paint that was taken in 2024. 3 years later, over. Or it may not have come from paint that was taken in 2024, over 3 years later. It was also a level 3 association, and there are 5 different levels. In part, a level 3 association states because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined. Ms. Pontke told us that paint is mass produced and an individual source in this case cannot be identified. She can't even tell us the manufacturer of the paint. There is no way of knowing how many similar paint cans would be similar to that used on tank 34. And she said that the paint here, Rust-Oleum, is a common paint. There's also, again, no evidence about when the paint was purchased. And that's the same for the duct tape and the tarp. Detective Jurors said it's not surprising that these items would be found on a farm. It's also the same for the stickers. No one knows when those stickers were purchased. And we know that the drawers and the building doors on the farm were unlocked. The 2 tank samples were similar to 2 different paint cans. Think about that logically. Someone is painting from one can, and then for a reason that no one knows about, they decide to stop with that can, it's not empty, and use another can of paint to finish. The fact that it relates and is consistent with 2 paint cans means it could be consistent with 1 million or more. We just don't know because there's no way to know. Now, while Ms. Pontke took the paint samples, she also said that the stickers on the tank were peeling back. The supposed middle fingerprint from the back of the label on the outside of the tank is from the non-repair weld. It's the other side, and that's relevant. There's no indication of when that sticker was put on. And another thing about the fingerprint is only 7 points were consistent out of 15. And there's no standard to indicate identification or not. It is the analyst's subjective determination. And the analyst did admit identification does not mean the exclusion of others. Now, as to the call you heard from Mr. Warner, at that point, there had been extensive searches on his property, and we heard from Detective Dreyer that that was damage done. There was damage to the Hummer, there was damage to underground lines, they had taken samples off of a couch. So of course someone would be annoyed or frustrated by property being searched yet again that had already been searched. But we also know from listening to that call, because we listened to the full call, that Mr. Warner wasn't in a panic, didn't hang up the phone. He continued to talk about a planter's wart, school supplies for his daughter, books and food, not the action of someone who is like, oh no, they just found my wife. And just as he's not panicked when he agrees to the police routinely searching his electronic devices. So the government has made quite a bit about the searches that were made. Mr. Warner consented to a search of his electronic devices numerous times. We know that. He knew there were text messages between himself and Ms. Warner on the phone. He wasn't trying to hide those. They show that they fought. He also knew what his searches were, searches that occurred after Ms. Warner went missing. He had extra anhydrous ammonia tanks. We know that from Mr. Hawkins. So searching on how to dispose of a propane tank makes sense for the business that he's in. And this chemical cremation search, if he's trying to find some way to dispose of his wife's body, why would the search be chemical or liquid cremation and he's searching, is it illegal? He wouldn't care if it was illegal. He supposedly killed his wife. He wouldn't be worried about, okay, well now I want to make sure I legally dispose of her body. He doesn't try to hide that. He lets the police search his devices numerous times. Now, a reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. And when you're considering all the evidence, you can consider the lack of evidence. And that's part of the reasonable doubt instruction. The police searched the Warner home and they used luminol. No blood is found. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was murdered in the home at all. Again, no blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle. Police searched the home multiple times, no evidence of murder. They searched the Munger property multiple times, no evidence of murder. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was in the safe, no blood, no hair, no DNA, absolutely nothing. And it's the same for the JCB. And Detective Dreyer can say, well, we can't find the safe any longer. It doesn't matter. There's no evidence that she was ever in the safe. The police took Ms. Warner's fingernail clippings, but no one bothered to check to see if there was DNA found under her fingernails. There's no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to Ms. Warner's body or her death. And again, it's the same for the duct tape, the tarp, and the inside and outside of the tank. The outside of that tank was powdered for fingerprints. His fingerprints weren't on that. There also is no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to this murder in any fashion. And when we talk about those tanks, also consider that tank at the Paragon property was found on running gear. But when you look at all the video footage from the search of the Munger property, there's no extra running gear that tank would be placed on. The tank, the tag on the tank, the police take no steps to determine if it's Mr. Warner's handwriting. They want you to do a sort of line by line comparison yourself, but no expert has ever taken a look at it. You can also consider other things that the police didn't do. Now, the Hardy farm is right next to the Warner farm. They only searched that farm years later and only because of consent searches. Now, is anyone saying that Greg Hardy or a member of the Hardy family harmed Ms. Warner? No, absolutely not. I want to be clear on that. But what we are saying is that Mr. Hardy did engage in some unusual conduct, as we heard from Detective Druyer, which I will get into. They should have at least looked into that to rule someone out. And I say that because the only person they appear to have ruled out is Ms. Warner's affair partner. They should have followed every lead, but they started this investigation with blinders as it related to Mr. Warner. We know that Mr. Hardy claimed to the media that he told the police about a particular tank to look in to find his sister. Now, again, he didn't say tank 34, but he said, I want you to look for a particular tank. And Detective Druyer said, no, that didn't happen. That was not true. So they should have at least looked into that further to say, like, why on earth is he saying that? He said he was getting insider information from a federal law enforcement officer. He and his private investigator who he was working with, Billy Little, and a podcaster called Detective Druyer and Detective Greca out of a family meeting. And what's the reason for that? They wanted the police to pretend that Mr. Hardy was giving them his phone for a download, but really he wasn't. So he wanted this like false narrative of that he was engaging in this. But Detective Greca and Detective Druyer refused to go along with that lie. He also revoked consent to listen to interviews that had been conducted. And he expressed concern about liability if there isn't a conviction against Mr. Warner. Now, again, they should follow every lead to rule people out. It doesn't mean that anybody was involved. So it doesn't mean that the affair partner was involved, Mr. Hardy was involved, another third party. Doesn't mean that Todd Nayrink, none of that, right? But those are individuals who should have at least been looked at and looked at thoroughly, because when people are engaging in suspicious behavior, you should look into them to do a thorough investigation. Finally, this is the burden of proof chart that visualizes essentially how high that beyond a reasonable doubt burden is. It's not whether you think someone is probably guilty, likely guilty, there's clear and convincing evidence of guilt. That's not the standard. It is whether the government has proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I've shown you multiple reasonable doubts this afternoon, and you likely have more that you will come up with as you deliberate. But the power of the government to prosecute someone should never be fueled by assumptions and speculation and innuendo. It should only be fueled by facts. Otherwise, devastating results can occur. Assumptions blind people to facts, and they blind investigators to follow leads that they may not think might bear fruit, but they certainly should look into. Despite the lack of objective, scientific, and forensic evidence, Mr. Warner sits here charged with multiple serious felonies. Now, I don't believe that Mr. Warner should be, we're presenting to you that Mr. Warner should be convicted of any felony. But if you consider premeditation, it does not exist here, because if he had premeditated this killing, he would have had the items that he needed already. He would have had the welding. He would have had the tank. He would have had the wheels. He wouldn't be gathering those on April 25th. So their theory is that he's gathering these after the murder, which guts the premeditation element. Because the government has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, we ask that you follow your oath and find Mr. Warner not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
And we're back. I'm going straight into this dude. Oh, so everyone, take note of this. Well, before I go, look, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna play Boyd, because I'm not tired at all. I've had way too much sleep. Just want you to know this is the tank they say the body's in. The one that they show the body in is this is it for sure. It could only be faced one way, right? Because this end has all that stuff on it on top of it, which is that, the hook is here, so this is one end. This little nipple or whatever thing is on the left side closest to the end. For here, it's on the inside closest to the right. if there's a little nub in there because it's not up on a cart or wheels or trailer. You know, either way, the taller of the two is the one on the right, obviously. It's not so, just not so. So, and then she insists that this is the tank on this guy's body cam. So, cha. And that. So, let's do this. My playlists are, I just made a fresh one. This dude, I'm watching.
Just
I got
remind
the
you that you
time, I got the energy, I got the part 1. Oh, this is part 2. I'm glad oh shit. What did I do? I gotta click this and change it. I gotta change it to oldest first. I want date published new oldest first because it would be part 1, right? I don't even know.
just remind you that you are still
What
under
the hell? I'm gonna change that. Oh, did I not put the other? That's why I only put the one on. I didn't put the other one on the playlist. Doy. So it's I gotta put it on the playlist. Let's get added to the queue. Guess that. Yeah, there's part 1 first. Silly. There we go.
Their next witness.
The people would call Ivan Boyd.
Oh, 2 hours. And what? Oh my god, what time is it? 7. Yeah, I got it. Can't sleep. I slept too much. Here we go. I have a boy, and so it's gonna be holy fuck. Maybe I shouldn't. That's a lot. 150 and so
Before you sit
curious.
down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down.
Can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Ivan Alexander Boyd, IVAN ALEXANDER, Boyd, BOYD.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
War Egg Farms,
And how long had you been employed there at that point in time?
4 years.
Did you work for the farm business?
Yes,
And did you become familiar with Dale Warner?
yes,
Did you become familiar with Dee Warner?
yes.
What was your relationship with Dale Warner like?
He was my boss. We worked together closely. Besides the mechanic and one other hand, I handled most of the field work that he didn't have time to do or wanted me to do.
Okay. And you said besides the mechanic or another field worker, who are you referring to?
I was referring to Jim Hawkins and Randy Kane.
What was your relationship with Dee Warner at that time like?
I mean, as good as it ever was or wasn't. I mean, it depended on the day, but we were close.
Okay.
She was, again, my boss.
Okay. When you say it depended on the day, what do you mean by that?
To have good days and she'd have bad days where, something upset her and you just, it was what it was and you left it alone and you just, if you couldn't help, you just stayed out of the way.
What were your typical job duties on the farm?
I ran truck for the trucking for the trucking company side of it, and then when I would come back, we'd farm.
Okay, when you say ran truck for the trucking side of it, what do you mean?
I helped out with the trucking. I would run loads for the trucking side of the company when we didn't necessarily have enough for me to do in the off season.
Okay, so when you say run loads, are you?
Did he say weed farm? And this guy's running with the trucking? Could there be shipments of? Oh my God, there's more to this.
You're talking about doing deliveries or pickups?
Yes,
or
deliveries and pickups.
Okay.
For who?
Leave in the morning and come back usually sometime in the afternoon.
To where? Indiana?
And when you talked about farming, tell me what that entailed.
I applied fertilizer. I worked ground. odds and ends kinds of things. Took care of the cows, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you do any of the mechanical work on the farm?
I did from time to time.
And what would that be?
General maintenance, mostly on the trucking side of it. I would do services, tire changes, general maintenance stuff, up to diagnosing electrical, lights, stuff on the trailers. Just pretty much anything that needed to be done.
Did you ever have to do any welding on the farm?
Yes, from time to time.
Okay, and what types of things would you have to weld?
Brackets, small repairs on trailers, on trucks.
Where did most of your work get done?
Most of, as far as the mechanical work,
If you were working on the farm property that day on Munger Road, would you work in a specific area?
usually in the old shop. That's where most of the tools and all of the supplies and everything were.
Okay. Can I have Mr. Lee flip that first exhibit over for me, please? Okay, and I'm showing you People's Exhibit 263. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that area?
that is the layout of the home farm on Munger Road.
Okay, there should be a pointer up there on the stand with you, a little collapsible, pulls out. Do you see it?
Yes,
All right, can you identify the old shop where you just testified you normally did work?
that would have been number one right here. Mostly in the front part here, that is where the main shop is. And then this back here was mostly just part storage.
I'm sorry, your head was turned,
Oh.
so,
This is number one. This
Yep.
is the old shop. The front part here is where most of the work occurred.
okay,
And then the back part here is mostly storage.
storage, okay. Who were the employees that you dealt with most often on the farm?
Probably Jim Hawkins and Dale.
Did you know Jason Gravel?
I did. I guess I didn't know him really well. At that time, I was still trucking quite a bit, and I would only be back for a few hours in the end of the day, and depending on what he was working on, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time with him. No,
Okay. Did you know Todd Nierink?
I did.
And who was Todd to you?
Todd Nierink was the dispatcher. He's who told me what trailer I needed to take, gave me my marching orders for the morning as far as trucking.
Okay. And would somebody different give you marching orders for the farming side of things?
Usually Dale would give me whatever it was that I was doing when I got back.
Did you know Terry Nierink?
Did.
And who was Terry? at the
Terry is Todd's brother. He also drove truck for the trucking side.
farm? Okay. Did you interact with him a lot?
Not really, other than to ask him if he came back and he had a problem with his truck. I would ask him what was going on with it, but other than that, no.
Okay. Were you familiar with Jaron Warner?
Yes,
And who was Jaron?
Jaron is Dale's son.
And did he also work on the farm at that time?
Yes.
And do you know what he essentially did for the farm?
Again, odds and ends stuff, mostly spreading fertilizer, dry fertilizer.
How long had you known Jaron in up to April 2021?
About 4 years, about the same amount of time that I worked there.
And did you have any opportunities during the 4 years to observe Jaron driving onto the property or off of the property?
Yes,
And did you know what vehicle he typically drove?
yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 81. So this is a screenshot from a body cam dated 4/27/21. Do you recognize the person not with the sheriff's vest
Yes.
on? Okay, and who is that?
That's Jaron Warner.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this photograph to the left, you see 2 trucks, correct?
Correct.
All right, so the farthest truck to the left, away from Jaron, do you know whose truck that is?
That is Dale's new truck.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It has step boards and it is taller. He also had, if I remember right, black bumpers on his work truck, and that has a chrome bumper.
Okay, what about the vehicle directly in front of but to the left of Jaron?
The GMC,
Yes.
that is Jaron's truck,
Okay, and how do you know that?
because that was the that was the only black GMC that we that was on the farm.
And then you mentioned Jim Hawkins that you knew from the farm.
Yes.
Do you know what Jim Hawkins' typical duties would be on the farm?
General maintenance, whatever needed fixed. He was the head mechanic.
The head mechanic, okay. And then you mentioned Dale. Did Dale typically do work on the farm?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what types of things Dale did as far as the farming side of things go, or no?
Dale was primarily responsible for spraying any application of chemical, not fertilizer, anhydrous, as far as applying it to the fields owned by the farm, planting, anything small and little, usually on the weekends, spray weeds, stuff like that. Basic duties a husband will carry out.
Okay. Did you ever, during the 4 years that you worked there, observe Dale welding anything?
Once or twice, maybe, yeah.
Okay. Were they any big projects?
Not usually.
Who would typically do the welding work for the business?
Prior to him leaving, Randy Kane usually did most of the welding projects, and after that, I believe Jason did.
Jason
Gravel.
Okay.
Both of them had more experience and were better welders.
And did you know Zach Bach?
Yes.
And how long had you known Zach Bach?
About 4 years.
Okay. Did you meet him at the time that you started at the trucking company, or prior?
I met him about 2 months before I started working for Dale and D.
Okay. And what's your relationship with Zach Bach?
He's my fiance.
So have you been with him the entire time since 2017?
No.
Okay.
When I left the farm in June of 21, I also left Zach.
Okay. And did you at some point reconcile?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was September.
Of that same year?
There, yes.
September 21?
Correct.
So you talked a little bit about the sprayer. What is the sprayer? What's the function of that?
Sprayer applies fungicide, herbicide, and pesticides in liquid form to the field.
Okay. Do you know if there was a Kubota on the farm?
Yes.
How many were there?
There were 2.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 21. Do you recognize that Kubota?
Yes.
And what did the other Kubota look like? Let me start there.
The other Kubota was gray. It had no glass in it and no doors and was fairly beat up.
Okay. When you say gray, was it like fully gray, or?
It was gray. So everything that's black on there basically was gray, and the body panels were also camo on that one as well.
Okay. So it was camo with gray as opposed to black in the 21 photograph.
Yes.
Okay. And who would typically drive the Kubota in 21? This photograph right here.
That was Dale's.
Okay. Did anybody else drive that Kubota?
Very rarely, unless we were in a field with him doing tile work or something like that. But no, there would be no reason for anyone else to drive it on the farm.
Okay. And is that because there was the second Kubota?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 20, the JCB. Are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what types of things around the farm did you do with that item?
It loaded fertilizer. That was its main duty. It's sitting in the fertilizer barn in that picture. We also used it. We also used it to load various things around the farm.
When you say the fertilizer barn, I'm going to refer you again to the map behind you, and I'm going to have you identify what you're referring to as the fertilizer barn.
In that picture there, in that picture, it is sitting in this barn right here, barn number 2. And it's sitting about actually right where my pointer is.
Is there another name for that, JCB?
Telehandler.
A what?
A telehandler, but that we all called it the JCB.
Okay. Have you ever referred to it as a front end loader?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I haven't, no.
You haven't personally. Okay. If you did welding on the farm, what location would you have done the welding at?
Every time that I welded, I did it in.
Objection, relevance.
It goes to the location, the spray barn would not be a location that you would weld in, and that's exactly where we're alleging that Mr. Warner did the welding.
But what does it matter where he would weld?
I think it's relevant to where other people welded or where welding typically occurred on the farm is relevant. So I will rule that objection.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Where would you typically do welding at on the farm if you were welding?
Typically, welding was done in the old shop, which would be the barn number 1 there on the chart. There were several welders in that barn, as well as in this part of barn number 5. There was also a welder.
Okay, and what do you call barn number 5?
That was the new shop.
All right, so I'm going to take you back to number 1, the old shop. And can you earlier you identified there's a front portion of the old shop and a back portion of the old shop. Can you identify which portion of that shop would the welding would be done?
That would be done in the front part up here. Most of the so there's a barn door and a bay in the center, and then all the different equipment is down this side of the shop here. The line right here is the separation between the upstairs and the downstairs part of it.
Okay, so essentially if you were inside the front portion of the old shop, you would have to go up a level to the second section in the back that you described?
You would have to go down. You would go down the ramp into the back section.
Okay, perfect. And then in the new shop, that's a pretty big building there, number 5. Can you identify where in there, the new shop, the welding equipment would have been?
What do you guys notice here? Tank, 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 fucking tanks everywhere. Fucking looks like there's tanks everywhere. Look at them all. Tanks, tank. The fuck? This is a tank business with a spray barn. Fill them up and bring them, and they're going to be disposed or cleaned up. This is a big business. They'll sit there and say, look at how high up, there's a tank. The body's there. Like, this is wild.
It would have been somewhere in these, I believe there was 3 bays in this barn here. So there's what's called an apron on this barn here. That is about the reference where the shop part stops, and the front part of that was storage. But this part was the shop, so that would have occurred somewhere in here.
Did you ever do any welding in number 7, building number 7?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, and what do you call building number 7?
Building number 7 is the spray barn.
Okay. Have you ever observed anybody else doing any welding in the spray barn?
No.
Although we have no proof anything was done in the spray barn. But the camera's in there.
All right, we're going to go back to the old shop, and I'm going to show you some photographs of the inside so we can get a better understanding what that layout looks like. I'm going to show you Exhibit 146 that was taken on April 27th, 2021.
Yes.
Is that the old shop?
Yes.
Okay. Point to, so you talked about a bay door. Is that what you just described on the front of that building, number 1?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to it again, please?
So that
Right here.
That photograph is taken in this back corner, looking
Yes.
east, and that door the overhead door that you see is on
Yes.
this end of the barn.
My truck was here. I teleported here. I threw Dale disappeared. Never got back in
Exhibit
GCP.
147.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
And so that's just kind of turning a little bit to one wall. Which wall would that be?
That would have been the south wall. So that would be looking. That walk door is in this corner on this end of the barn, and that bench there is this front side here.
And there's some items up there. It looks like a shelf. Is that a shelf?
Yes.
Okay. And so what types of items are on that shelf?
That was all what we call consumables. So there would be paint, there would be there was lubricants, basically anything that you used part of a can, you'd put it up there. Wrenches, tools that you would use often.
Okay. When you say paint, are you referring to like a can of paint or
various cans of paint that would be, they were just whatever so say you welded on something, you didn't want it to rust, you'd hit it with whatever you had that kind of matched what was on it, and that was where we kept it. They were just half used pieces.
okay. So maybe I'm sorry, maybe I asked the question wrong. So the paint cans that you saw up there, are they your typical big paint cans, or are you talking about spray paint?
They would be spray cans.
Okay.
Everything that was up there was all aerosol. All the brake clean, all the consumables were aerosols.
People's 148. And again, is that just moving over again a little bit?
Yes, that would be further towards this end here.
Okay. And what types of items are in that area right there?
Again, they're consumables. There's some wrenches, our grinding discs, all that stuff was kept in pretty close proximity because we used it quite often.
All right. So you mentioned grinding discs. Were grinders kept in this area as well?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Here's Exhibit 149. And that photograph was taken on October 11th, 2021. Can you just describe that for me?
That would be standing in the walk door that I mentioned before in this front corner here, and the viewpoint is looking back towards this back corner back here.
Okay. So if I were to walk all the way back there, and you discussed going to the back section from there, how do I get there from here?
You would walk directly almost into the center of that picture. There's a large red toolbox back there, and there was a path back there to get down a ramp to get into the back section.
Okay. And this is People's 150. And so, again, tell me where I'm at. Is this still the old shop?
Yes.
Where am I at in the old shop?
You are just zoomed in on the left side of that picture. That would be somewhere right in here along this wall.
Okay. And just for the record, it looks like you're pointing to the north wall of that shop.
Yes, that would be the north wall. Right along here is where that would be.
Okay. And what items are kept over there?
The welders, the plasma cutters, toolbox.
Okay. And that photograph was from April 27th, 2021. Were those kept in those same condition the entire time you had worked there? Were those kept in that same spot? Okay. People's Exhibit 151.
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the back storage part of the shop, the old shop.
Okay. And again, that photograph was taken April 27th, 2021. Exhibit 152.
Also at the back shop.
Okay. So if I just looked at, so I'm looking at the further left corner of this photograph. Is that the ramp we just saw in the last picture?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 153. What are these items up here? This is a zoomed in photograph of 152.
Those were mostly spare parts that we had laying around. We kept hitch pins, tow hooks for the back of trucks, chains, some consumables, a generator, a portable welder, stuff like that back there.
Okay, if I'm looking at that end cap, there's two end caps in the photograph. If I'm looking at the one to the left, what items are kept up there?
Hooks and hitch pins.
Okay.
Steel hooks and hitch pins.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 154. And where am I at now?
You would be standing at the top of the ramp at the end of the toolbox. That would be this. You'd be standing about right here, just above the ramp.
What are these items? These, it looks like tanks. What are those?
Those are oxygen, acetylene, and argon bottles of gas. They're used for welding and cutting with torches.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 155. And is that directly, where is this located at?
That is located in the picture that you showed before, along the north wall of the shop where the welders and the plasma cutters were kept.
Okay, and what is this item that is red on the left?
That is a welder.
The red one?
Yes,
Okay, what's the blue one to the left of that?
that is also a welder.
What are the yellow tanks?
That'd be shielding gas, the argon gas that we use to shield with. It helps shield the weld while it's cooling, while it's being applied.
All right, I'm going to zoom in and do you recognize, maybe I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize what those are?
Those are protective gloves that we would use for welding or torching.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 156. Where is this located at?
That is just left of the last picture on the north wall of the shop next to the toolbox.
What's this? Did it zoom in? Okay.
That would be a welding helmet.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's a forklift.
How many forklifts were on the farm to the best of your knowledge?
We had 2.
What would you use it for?
We would generally use it for moving anhydrous tanks around. We'd use them for moving pallets of stuff, like in that picture there, the power washer there on the pallet. We would move that out to where we would power wash. Anything that needed lifted or moved around that was too heavy to handle by hand.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 158. Now that's a zoomed in photograph of the forks.
Yes.
Can you explain the forks to me?
Both of the forks had holes cut in them so that we could, it was easier to fasten things to the end of them. You could take on the front of wagon tongue, for instance, you could put it over the tongue and drop a pin through it. It made handling and lifting things easier.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit if that's easier to see. So at the very ends of those forks, are those the holes you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever use a chain or anything with those holes?
Yes.
For what?
Just basically as a safe point to lift in order to you could either put a bolt in it to keep a chain from coming off the end and dropping whatever you were trying to lift, or you could put a pintle in there and be able to loop your chain through it. It just made for safer handling.
Would you typically work on Sundays?
Depending on the time of year, yes. Sundays were usually the day off, but
okay.
In the and planting and harvest, it really didn't matter.
All right. Were you working on April 25th, 21 at the Munger Farm?
I was working on a personal vehicle of mine.
Okay. So were you supposed to show up for work that day?
I was not.
What did you have to work on your truck?
I believe I was doing radiator hoses.
Did anybody go with you?
My little brother came to help me.
How old was your little brother?
He's 4 years younger than me. So at the time, he would have been about 20.
I just want to make sure I'm talking about like a 5-year-old or something.
No.
When you got to the farm, do you recall approximately what time it was?
Mid to late morning, I believe.
Did you see anybody else on the farm when you got there?
I don't remember seeing anyone right away. I don't remember how long it was, but the first person that I remember seeing was Dale.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
Maybe 10, 11 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Do you remember where you saw him at?
He came out to the shop, the old shop.
And is that where you were?
That was where I was working on my personal vehicle.
Did you end up working in the old shop all day, or did you go between buildings?
I predominantly worked in the old shop all day.
How many times throughout the day, if you recall, did you see Dale?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Was it always at the old shop or any other locations?
I believe it was. To the best of my knowledge, it was only up in the old shop. I was there most of the day.
Did you have the opportunity to view some surveillance footage in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you originally watched a lengthy bit of surveillance footage. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you some surveillance footage from the farm from April 25th. And I'm going to stop and have a couple of questions here and there for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm probably going to play this for you. Okay, this is 4:25, approximately 6:58 a.m. And do you recognize the person in that? Is that the JCB?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
How?
You can tell by the name tag, the posture, the hairline. That is Dale in the JCB.
Okay. Did you think that this photo or this original image was strange to you at first?
Yes.
Objection as to relevance.
Well, let me rephrase the question. I'll withdraw that question and I'll ask another.
And I'll ask to move to strike the response.
Okay, so the answer will be stricken and the jury directed not to consider that response.
Did you notice anything different about Mr. Warner at this time?
Yes.
And what's that?
He's not wearing a hat.
Why is that different to you?
Because we all wore hats. I count on one hand the times I've seen Dale out of the house without a hat.
That's approximately 7:13 a.m. Can you show me on this map that's still in front of you where I'm looking on this footage? Where am I at?
The point of view is from this end of barn 6, which would have been the office. This tree here that is partially obstructing the view of that camera is this tree right here. And that viewpoint is looking out towards this barn out here. You're basically looking almost straight at the corner of this building number 7 here.
Okay. Again, this is 7:23 a.m. Okay. Well, let me go just a little bit further. All right. Can you identify again which direction on the map, where we're at on the map?
Yes, that is placed in the same location. This red mark here on the map is the farm scale. And the end of that is what you are looking at right there. So that JCB is traveling this way around the front corner of that barn.
Okay. So just for clarification, if I'm looking at the tree just to the right of it, I see a little bit of red.
Yes.
Is that the scale that you were just referring
Yes.
to? Okay. Okay, approximately 7:30 a.m. And would that be coming from the opposite direction so before you said he was going towards the front of the office, so would that be coming from the front of the office?
Yes.
And the direction, again, is that going back to the spray barn?
Yes.
And you watched this footage again a couple of times, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person on the fork, is this a fork truck in the
Yes.
video? Did you recognize that person?
Yes.
How?
It was posture, glasses. It's Dale in the picture on the forklift.
Okay. Okay, again, we're looking at 7:40. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on what you testified to earlier, is that appear as he's going back to the spray barn again at 7:42?
That is correct.
Okay, we're looking at approximately 11:18 a.m. Do you recognize this? I'm going to call it a vehicle that's in the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
that is the sprayer.
Is that the sprayer that you kind of described to us earlier with the
Yes,
farming?
that is correct.
All right. All right, now we're at about 12:43 p.m. on the 25th. Where am I at?
You are sitting, that view is facing out the driveway. So the view is from basically the center of the barn facing forward.
All right. And is this where you were working on your vehicle?
That is correct.
Are you in this video?
Yes.
All right. And who's in this video with you?
The individual standing next to the truck is my little brother.
Okay. You can kind of see some legs and some dogs. Do you remember who that was that came in there?
That was Dale.
I know it's about, a couple years later. Do you remember any conversation that you had with him that day?
I don't really. The only conversation that I remember from that day was when he came out to tell me that he thought Dee had left.
Okay. Was that one of the first times that you had interaction with him that day?
Yes.
All right. Now we're looking at 12:51. Where am I at?
You are directly above the walk door in the front of barn 1 here, and you're looking just kind of straight down right in this general area in this corner right here.
Did you observe the vehicle that drove into this building?
Yes,
You talked about the 2 different Kubotas. Which Kubota would this one be?
that would have been Dale's.
We can only see a half of a body here. Do you recognize the body?
Yes.
Based on what?
Clothing, posture. That's Dale.
Again, just a different angle of the Kubota coming into the old shop.
Yes. You can tell that's Dale's because it has the doors open. The other Kubota did not have doors.
Thank you. All right, 12:51 and 50 seconds. Again, where am I at? Where am I at?
You are sitting in, or you are looking down from the center of the shop, the camera that was in the center here, and you are looking towards the south wall.
Is this your truck here?
No, that is the farm's truck.
Okay. Were you able to tell who that person was in that clip?
That is Dale.
And how did you recognize him?
Posture, clothing, mannerisms.
Okay, 12:52. Same thing going back to the Kubota.
Yes.
We have about 12:53. And what direction?
He's heading back towards the spray barn.
Okay, in the Kubota still?
That is correct.
$12:59. There's a vehicle that pulls in. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That appears to be Jaren's truck.
Okay. And what makes you believe that was Jaren's truck?
Jaren's truck's GMC in black. That was the only one that we had, or that the farm that came to the farm. You can also tell there's chrome underneath there's chrome moldings underneath the driver and underneath the windows.
Okay. And within a matter of seconds, we see what do you see here?
That is Dale's Kubota heading back around the front of the barn.
Okay. And this is 1:13 p.m. Where am I on this map?
The Kubota is coming, he's come down the ramp here, and it is heading back this way. That's this lighter section here is the cement pad that you see in the picture there. And he is heading east towards barn 2.
$1:14 p.m.
Dale's Kubota headed back.
Same spot. Okay. Now I'm at 1:14 and 37 seconds. Where am I at? I keep asking where I'm at. Obviously, it's not me. Can you identify where we're at?
Yes.
Thank you.
You are you're sitting about right here in the back in the storage shop. The photos that we looked at that you showed me before here of the storage area in the back of the old shop.
Okay. Again, we see the back of a person. Are you familiar with who that is?
Yes, that's Dale.
Okay, this is 1:15 p.m. Where am I at now?
You are sitting in about the same spot, but you're looking out the back. So there is, in this back part of the shop, there is that overhead door is on this wall here, pointing this way. So you're sitting about right here, looking back towards the north.
Okay. Okay, now we're at 1:15 and 23 seconds. Is that the same person?
Yes.
Okay, now we're at 1:26 p.m.
That is Dale's Kubota heading back around the front part of the office, heading back towards the spray barn.
Okay, now we're at 1:46 p.m.
Be the sprayer.
Tree limbs are awful, huh? The tree branches.
Yes, they are.
Okay, we're at 1:48 p.m. What's that?
That is the sprayer.
Okay, how is that? What direction is that heading out on this map?
That would be pulling. That would be pulling along around the outside of the scale and heading this way towards the road. And it appears that it pulls up and around and is then facing back east in front of the shop. Or I'm sorry, in front of the office.
So this is 2:18 p.m. Do you see all the way in the right corner of this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the sprayer.
How do you know that?
The distance between the bottom of the hood and the ground, the spray booms that are sticking out in front. We didn't have any other equipment that matches that description.
Okay, we're at 2:41 p.m. And do you see the spray? Oh, do you see the sprayer?
Yes.
Okay. Where's that parked on this map?
That is parked about right here, somewhere right in the middle of this driveway pointing north.
Okay. Where would that sprayer typically be parked when coming back to the farm, if you know?
If it wasn't being parked back into the spray barn, it would be lined up in this orientation, the same as these vehicles here along this row and this gravel next to the driveway.
Okay. Okay, now we're at 2:46. Again, where am I at?
You are sitting on that viewpoint is from here looking back. These three tanks that you see here are the three tanks that are in the picture. Dale's Kubota is over here, and the semi that's pulling around here is sitting somewhere right in here.
And what's this item at 2:49?
That is the versatile tractor.
What is the versatile tractor?
Versatile tractor was primarily used to pull the corn planter on the farm.
Do you know who typically drove that planter?
That would be Dale.
So again, at 251. Are we back by the scales?
Yes.
Okay, now we're at 3 p.m. Approximately 3:01. I apologize. Do you recognize that person? Okay, now we're at 3 p.m.
Back in the year 2001, September 20th. These dog fuckers. Look at this. Watch. Like, okay, so next time you see this, okay, so let's say it's 7:07 a.m., whatever. Just watch how many hours these guys sit around doing nothing. These guys, this is a little clubhouse. They're not looking for Dee. They know she's gone. In my opinion, this guy's ready to delete some camera footage. 80 grand has gone missing. Oh my God. That's not Beard Face. Who's this one? Oh, something's up.
Okay, now we're at 3 p.m. Approximately 3:01. I apologize. Do you recognize that person walking?
That is Dale.
And where's that at on the farm?
He's trying to run a farm.
He is walking in this little area right here towards the scale in this way around the corner of the office.
I'm starting to think cameras like the one in the office people didn't know about, the way they're up so high. It's like they're hiding them up in the rafters. You know, when you put cameras, I don't know. Some of them, they feel like they're up in the fucking rafters. We're looking
at 3:12.
We're looking at 3:12
p.m. Where am I at now?
You're at the lunch
room. In the new shop, and you would be this ramp here came out the east side of the barn. You're sitting about right here, looking this way, out towards the east.
What's this item being pulled out of the new? What building is this? First off,
that is the new shop.
Okay, and what's this
building
item?
number 5 on your?
Okay, what's this item being pulled out of there?
That is the corn planter.
Like look at when they don't zoom in on this, they have a fucking fisheye view of this. They even have a better view. Like, picture the circle. They have a way better view, but for some reason they love to zoom in, you know, and they say something's driven by here and we'll zoom in here at 6:41. But if they just zoomed out at 6:40, we would see it drive by here, and they don't do it. It's so gay. I mean, not gay, it's weird. So basically, Dale's been working his ass off. 4 people fucking
Okay, we're at
play with their
3:13 p.m.
phones
approximately.
in the goddamn office when Dee's missing.
Same Same piece of equipment, better view coming around the front part of the office there on the corner heading west.
I'm
The
sorry, I
office
can't
where
hear.
your
I can't hear you.
boyfriend is fucking doing nothing.
That's better view of the versatile pulling the corn planter.
Oh yeah, I love this man. The year September 20th, 2012. This motherfucker's been running around getting his farmer's tan all day. Therefore, he welded his wife in a tank.
Corner of the office.
8 p.m.
And now we're at 3:17 p.m.
No, you're not. Where are you, woman?
Yes.
First, show me where I'm at on this.
It's looking pretty bright out.
That semi truck is sitting in this orientation. The front of it is about right here. You're looking down the side
in there,
of
right?
this barn, right here, where that little line right there. That's where that cement is stopping in that photo there.
Okay, and is that a Kubota
This
in
motherfucker's up to
this
something.
frame?
Yes.
And which Kubota would that be?
That would be Dale's.
He's orchestrating it all. He's got his, look at him. He's with this prosecutor. Why is he sitting with the prosecutor, this head cop? Is he supposed to be? What's up with that? Imagine when Nick and then we're sitting there that Jerry Holmes sat at the table with them. Why is this cop with the...
Now we're at 3:18 p.m.
That'd be Dale's Kubota.
It's actually good when it's windy. You can almost see stuff, though. Like, look at, like when you see it, that's great, but they can also zoom out even more and show you this. Yeah, and that 641, they'd never do it. They would have a video of him driving by at 640-ish with that damn welder standing tall, erect in the bucket. Fluorescent yellow welder and a blue, tank, a fluorescent yellow tank and a blue welder standing tall in this JCB bucket. But for some reason we can see it.
3:21 p.m.
It's the same machine.
3:41 p.m.
Exactly at 8:30 p.m. 3:41.
And again, is that the area you just showed us? On the side of the
9.5
new
years
shop?
ago.
That is correct.
Dale in a gray shirt. One time he didn't wear a hat.
Is that also the front of that? I can't remember what you called the planter, but whatever pulled the planter.
That would be the. Are you referring to the east end of the fertilizer barn here?
No, I'm talking about the piece of equipment. The red piece of equipment.
Yes. That is the front of the versatile tractor. Yes.
Okay. That. Now we're at 4:29 p.m.
Right now, zoom out and show the rest of this. Something's going to happen over here, right? Going by. There's zoom out. There we go. See, she does it when she wants to, but when she can do it when she wants to. She doesn't even have the whole zoom. But hey, this is good. So when she zooms in on this, she can zoom out and show you stuff here. And she says at 6:41, it drives by slowly. Therefore, I see it. Yeah, she could fucking when she wants to. She could damn well zoom out and show you this here. For some reason, she doesn't with that 6:41 time.
And do you recognize
Yeah, who's creeping around here?
whose vehicles those are?
Dale
the
Kubota.
vehicle down closer to the bottom
And
right
me
corner of the screen
in my
is
truck,
Dale's
my
Kubota.
brother.
The pickup truck pulling out of there is Todd and Eric's pickup truck.
Did you?
Oh, Todd, creeping Todd. What are you doing, Todd? Looking for a good tank?
See Todd Narek on the property on the 25th?
I don't remember now.
I don't know. I was busy plotting shit with my brother and Zach. I was telling Zach how
Now
stealing
we're
some
at
more money.
4:32.
Dale's busting his ass
What
off.
am I looking at?
This motherfucker's working in every video.
You are looking in that out of that same camera on the back.
So basically, Zach is playing with his truck and his brother. Everyone else is sitting around the playpen, the little clubhouse, and this fucking guy's running around working, getting the farmer's stand. Who's therefore he fucking entombed his wife in a tank because he's got a burn on his arm.
Side of the old shop, looking out this way, and that is the JCB.
Okay. Do you recognize the person that's in there?
It appears to be
Is
Dale.
that Jared? Yeah, I see Dale too. Fucking working his ass off. Fucking farm would definitely fall with it, this guy. And now, if this is convenient for her, she'll zoom out.
Okay, now we're looking at 4:37 p.m.
I suspect this tree probably was smaller at one time, or maybe they needed to trim it. But this isn't the camera angle, you guys. The camera angle is, maybe they need to keep an eye on this tank or something. People coming and loading this or something. So there's got to be more to
4:39
this.
p.m.
It's got, like when they zoom out, they still haven't zoomed out all the way. You see a huge circle, just like the edge of the circle. So she's going to allege sometime that Dale hides behind the truck and he doesn't go behind the truck.
All right. Now we're at 4:52 p.m.
Yes.
Where am I at?
You are in the
Fucking
old
out to
shop
lunch
in the
in
center.
space.
And you are looking
zoom.
down into this corner here where the
Like, these are
welding
hidden
equipment is
cameras.
kept.
This isn't a security camera, is it? Like, is this a security camera? Dale probably doesn't even know this is up here. I don't know. Who's got this camera angle? This is fucking like in a smoke alarm. Look at this. It's a 4.3 too. Like, this could be, they could have forgot this there from the late 1990s. 4:3 ratio.
And do you recognize this person?
Yes.
It's Dale.
Okay.
Working his ass off again.
And who is that?
That appears to be Dale.
And is that because you've watched the surveillance footage again?
Well, I
You've gone
can
over
see it. Yeah, it's his
Yes.
fucking farm too.
And that day, he was the
Got
only
shit
one that
to
would have
do.
been on the farm
Yeah, he's the only one doing
with
anything.
uniform shirt on. Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. He probably wears that
Everybody
fucking
else
same.
was
She's probably
in
got 10,
either sweatshirts
20 of
or,
those. Right. Yeah.
their own personal clothes.
Okay.
Yes. Because he's the only one really fucking working. He's going to hide behind this truck, they say. Fucking people are wild. I mean, if he did it, this guy is fucking not doing it like this
What
in front of all these cameras. You would have nothing on camera.
are you familiar with the item that the defendants leaned down in front of?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It appears to be a welder.
Skid?
Okay.
Welder.
Is there,
God.
I'm not familiar with welders. I don't weld. Is there something on the bottom of welders?
Wheels?
Yes.
What?
So down in that front section there on a
strap,
welder,
a tank,
there's a little
brakes?
flip down.
With foot brake?
It's kind of like a book. Shows you the different thicknesses, where to set the welder for different materials, thicknesses, so that
That's
you
important. So you can do welding.
properly weld.
Yes. Guilty. The fuck? So he was going to hide. This must be the hiding one.
453.
Sign up.
What's that
Yeah.
red item?
There we go. Here we go. He's going to hide. He's going to hide behind this truck. Let's see. Let's see. So this truck is a tall, like if this is he hiding behind this truck? Like, could he just walk straight past this truck here? Because that's a fucking terrible hider. He's ducking down to see something. Somebody either a truck was that truck was getting loaded or something he wanted to see. I don't know. He ain't hiding from nothing. The goddamn bay door's wide open. Who the fuck? He's trying to look. He's looking. This is not a hiding. How dare they? The fucking judge should tell them to stop the nonsense. You think you think he's hiding behind this truck? The FBI guy said it. The cop said it. Yeah. Fuck you guys.
The one
I ain't defending this guy, but they ain't doing themselves. It's the reason the way they're acting is why I'm thinking these things. Because if they just would show this properly, and they could very easily, but for some reason they're not.
against the wall, there's a welder.
Okay.
Mhm.
450.
So here again, listen to the time. It's not 12:56. And what has he got?
55.
What did she say? Sorry. 455? Fucking wild. Sorry, I went back way too far. Oh, I went way back. I went forward too far. This would be it. He's hiding.
The one against the wall there is a welder.
Okay.
So it says 12:56. Now it's February 13th. I thought it was supposed to be the 18th. Oh, February 13th. 12:56 p.m.
455.
Now 4:55. Like, if she's going to do this, I got to hold her to account. Like, now, so it's 4:55. So this clock is off, what, 4 hours and 1 minute exactly, constantly? And he's walking by.
Again.
I mean, again, what?
Where am I at? Just remind me.
You're sitting
You're looking at a fucking secret camera up in the roof?
above the walk door in the front of the shop here.
Or if he knows these cameras are here, are you really thinking he's going to walk by here with a goddamn grinder to entomb his wife in a tank with a grinder?
And it appears as though Mr. Warner's walking out the
yeah, I agree with you. It appears as though he's doing that.
overhead door.
Okay. And if I
He's
did
got
notice
shit to
it,
do.
it's 4:56 p.m. at that time.
Now it is, I guess. Yeah, he's got shit to do. People are dogging it everywhere.
4:56 and 30 seconds approximately.
Was it? Yeah, I see Dale working again. Some guys going all over the place getting shit.
4:56 and 44 seconds. Again, did you watch this a couple of times?
Yes.
The fucking toaster's
And
ruined.
were you able to identify the item in
Crock
Mr. Warner's
pot?
hand?
Toaster and a dirty fridge.
Or not in the video?
Tree.
What's that?
Or not in the video?
Or not.
It's okay if you can't identify it in the video. Okay.
You can't understand what you're trying to ask him, is what I think he's saying. Oh, it's back to September 20th, 9.5 years. Let's go
5:04.
9:52 p.m. The fucking sun is shining at 5:04. 9.5 years early.
What's that vehicle?
That is
Kubota.
Dale's Kubota.
Dale.
Okay.
He's fucking working his ass off.
5:05. Remind me where I'm at.
You were in the back of the shop in the parts
You're
room.
up in the roof.
Zoomed
in for some reason.
About right here, and you just walked in that door right here.
You're in the rafters. As if he doesn't know about these cameras. Like, what? And if he...
You recognize that person?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
It is Dale.
You know, to keep an eye on employees. Look at this fucking stuff. You know how much money this stuff is worth? These stock and shelf. These employees sound like they're, you know, it just kind of feels weird. It's almost like this guy has one of those hats with the hair on it. Does that feel like, I don't know. It just feels like that's one of those hats with the hair attached to it.
5:06 p.m. Is that
5? Oh my God. That's Dale. It's got a gray shirt on. Is that a long sleeve now? Was he wearing a long sleeve earlier? It's got a short sleeve here.
About right here, and you just walked in that door.
He did.
Right here.
He's got shit to do. Show me that again. Look, a long sleeve shirt. So here he's got a short sleeve. Yeah. But that other one, I'll stop it. He throws his hands up. See?
you recognize
He's
that
pissed.
person?
Yes.
People are
Okay, who's
fucking
that?
making a mess and
Is,
or don't return
Dale.
tools or something. Also, he does have short sleeves on. It just feels like somebody else there. I don't know. Feels weird. Feels like someone else. Like a fake hair hat.
5:06 p.m. Is that again Dale?
Yes.
And it appears to me he's walking down the ramp. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the items in his hand?
It appears as though he's carrying the welding mask and the gloves.
Yep. Weld. This welder's all over the place. It's a great tool.
Okay, 507. 606. See a little bit of movement in there. Okay.
That was fast. Zoop, zoop. It's like Transformers when they kind of just he drove by the Camaro, drove by the old Camaro. It's like now he's in the JCB.
Okay, 608. JCB again.
Yes.
610. Did you see which direction the JCB was going?
It appears to be going towards the spray barn.
Ivan.
Okay,
Fucking around in his truck.
626. Who's this?
That is my pickup.
Okay. So at some point on the 25th, did you leave the farm?
Yes.
And for what?
I replaced the radiator hoses and I drove to the gas station on the corner to make sure that I didn't have any leaks and to get it warm.
Okay. So is this
Oh.
when you're arriving back to the
Oh, you need to go all the way to the gas station to do that?
property?
Yes.
Like the car needs to be driven to see if it's going to leak? Can't just start it up, right?
And it looks like you are driving now towards the spray barn.
I did.
So this is a Sunday. He's not usually there at this time of year, or what? He's playing with his truck, and his brother comes, and Dale's letting him come and use the tools and work on his truck. Everyone's hanging out in the fucking playpen clubhouse.
And then at 637, it appears that you're leaving. Do you remember seeing Dale at the spray barn that day?
I do not.
Leaving. He's going this way. I thought this would be this way, leaving. He's going towards the house here. He's not leaving. He just started turning to the right. That's towards where the cops went to bust him.
Okay, there's 639, the JCB again.
Yes, Dale's all over the place.
JCB, could you tell what direction that it was heading at 6:40 p.m.?
To the spray bar.
It appears as though it's headed towards the spray barn.
Oh. Maybe he's going to spray something.
All right, at 6:41.
This is 6:41.
Were you able
All
to, after watching that, determine what that was that went by?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was the JCB.
Okay. And
The welder
did you
in it?
Did you recognize anything in the bucket?
Yes.
Why is this different
How?
in a closing
By the
statement?
shape and the color.
Okay, and what did you recognize?
Oh, well.
Wait a second. This is different than the 6:41 closing statement video because she did a whole click,
Okay, and describe what you meant by the shape and color.
and it looked to me like it went this way, not to the what?
Most of our bottles were.
This one's fluorescent yellow tall bottle standing up in the bed in the bucket, and a blue welder that just drove past this camera, but for some reason she's zoomed in to show you it only here, and it's different than the video she uses in the closing statement for some reason. I'm going to put that together.
Yellow.
So remember this 107 is she's going to try to distract you, not me. I'm not falling for it, Winnie. Why is this different than her first video? Unless it wasn't and I missed this. That's probably the little click because it changed. Something's not the same
7.
because it's 6:41. She says
It appears that you're leaving.
so.
Do you remember seeing Dale at the spray barn that day?
I do not.
Nope. Here goes here. So 6:41 is in her closing statement at big time. So it's
Okay,
not
there's
this-
639, the JCB again.
So 6:41. This one here. So what's this here then? And in her closing statement, she edits something out of this. What does she edit out of this? Because there's no click adjustment. I don't think. It would be right now.
JCB, could you tell what direction that it was heading at 6:40 p.m.?
It appears as though it's headed towards the spray barn.
So there's the adjustment. I thought you said
Right.
this JCB came here. 641.
At 6:41.
What? What's going on? I see it. This is the one she uses in closing.
Were you able to, after watching that,
But did she show it
determine
going?
what that was that went by?
Yes.
And
I'm gonna write this down because this is different than she used it. She edited something for closing. Ooh, got you.
what was that?
That was the JCB.
Okay.
Yeah, it
and
was,
did you know?
wasn't
Did you recognize anything in the bucket?
Yes.
How?
So basically, she's gonna show us him
By the
in
shape and the color.
at
Okay, and what
643
did you
now.
recognize?
A welder.
Okay, and describe what you meant by the shape and color.
Why was it different?
So most of our bottles were yellow.
Oh,
At least the ones we used for welding, that was the color for that particular shielding gas. And all of our MIG welders were blue Millers.
what did you see there? Because it's a yellow one at 643 in the closing statements.
Okay,
So here he is.
6:43.
So here's this is even worse here. In the other, but at least in closing, she gets him here at least. In this one, so he's come in and placed this here. I didn't understand what they were doing in this time, but after the closing statements, it makes sense now. This is the baloney. 643, so 1203, 642, 1202, whatever you choose. He walks in here with this and parks it here and walks away from it. This is even worse. She's not even close to it. At least she gets him here in her closing statements.
Where am I
He's
at?
going to walk out.
You are in the new shot.
Yeah. And he
Looking
just
out
put
at the
this
same
here.
camera that we watched the Versatile leave earlier, about right here. And you are looking
Yes.
towards the east.
And he just put this
And
funny.
right about in the middle
I see it. It's a yellow
of
tank.
that footage,
Yeah.
do you see the blue and yellow item that you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay,
it.
and what is that?
that is a welder.
Yes. And he just put that there. Look at, he just put this there. This is wild, right?
Okay.
Yep. Can't believe it neither.
I need to figure out how to switch back to the photograph.
Like the defense shouldn't the defense have the rest of that video showing him not doing that? I have a feeling they would. So these are motion activated and they've got like a minute delay. This feels weird.
How often during, I don't want that one. How often while you were worked there, did you go to the spray barn for anything?
Depended on the time of the year.
Okay. And what would you need to go back there for?
Either to load customers with chemicals, load a tank with fertilizer for customers, things of that nature.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize that item under the camouflage blanket up there?
Yes,
What is that?
that is a safe.
And had you known that safe to be in there prior to April 25th, 2021?
Yes,
Do you know how long it was in there?
at least 6 months to a year, if I remember right.
All right.
Like if he was hiding it, wouldn't he get a longer carpet?
During the 4 years that you had worked on the farm, had you ever seen a tank in an anhydrous tank inside the spray barn?
No.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 85. Do you see a tank in the spray barn right there?
Yes.
And would that not have been common then?
No.
Do you know if that spray barn had a lock on the door?
I believe it did, yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Where am I at?
You are standing. Arms are too short. The cement pad here is the overhead door. Next to the overhead door, there's a walk door, which you see in the picture. So you are standing about right there and looking in this direction towards the west.
Okay. And would that be the door on that spray barn then?
Yes.
Right, Lola. I think you could be
For
guilty, but
clarification,
there's
can you
not this
so
way.
the spray barn, you just talked about the south side of it,
She almost set him free with this ridiculous performance.
correct?
Yes.
On the north end of that, was there another way to get in?
Yes.
And how was that?
There's an overhead door. There's it's a straight through building. You drive through this side of the barn here, and you can come out the back side and back out around the drive.
Okay.
Like he's got some bags undersized for a young guy, you know. But they weren't there before D was missing. Zach's boyfriend at the time, leaves the farm after D goes missing. Zach's taking money from the farm.
Did you ever work with the anhydrous tanks on the property?
Yes.
And where were they stored at?
Typically, they were stored along the driveway behind the fertilizer barn.
Show me on the map.
Typically, they were stored right along here when we had them at the farm. In season and out of season, they would be stored at two different properties: the Paragon Road Farm and
the Hardy's,
the Carson Road Farm.
Okay.
So these
Now I'm gonna have you
tanks are
flip
stored
to the-
everywhere. Other
Mr. Lee, can you flip
farms.
to the
and
next map for me?
these tanks are all over.
264.
She can't use her little clicky click thing here, can she? For some reason, she needs these old printouts.
Did you say the Carson Farm or the Carson Barn?
The Carson Road Farm.
Okay, and where's that at in relation? So show me first the Munger Farm.
This here's the Munger Farm, the main home farm.
All right, and where was the
Super
Carson
cute.
property?
That would be this
Fuck,
one right
it's right
here.
there. It's
All right,
basically
and
on the
where's the
same
barn
property.
you're talking about?
It would be there was this barn out back here that would have a few of them in the backside back
You hear him stammering. It's almost like he knows something else happened over here. You know.
here, and then there was
So
the
nervous
front barn that didn't usually hold any anhydrous tanks.
And then
So why does this super cop sit with the prosecutor this whole time? Because he's the lead investigator on this? Or is he working for the prosecutor like Mullins did?
you indicated the other property where you guys stored tanks was?
Yes, the Paragon Road Farm.
Okay. Mr. Lee, thank you for your help.
Oh, way to go. You need a gun for this job?
All right, I know this is a bigger, more stretched out map, but can you find the Munger Farm on this map?
Ooh.
I believe that the Munger Farm is up here, which would be the home farm up here.
All right, I'm gonna have you wait to turn to me before you talk because I can't, you're soft spoken, I can't.
This is the Munger Farm up here, the home farm.
Okay.
Like, I wonder how much of these properties they're owning. There's a dynasty going on. Taking the land back from Dale or something.
Okay. And
Land acquisitions going on here.
the Paragon property we're talking about where some extra tanks would be stored, where's that at?
That would be down here.
Holy fuck.
And do you know approximately how far away it is?
Mile, maybe mile and a half. Around the corner and down the street.
Okay. You discussed the anhydrous tanks that were lined up. Can you put the first map back up, please?
Okay.
So the anhydrous tanks that you discussed that were lined up right there on the north side of the property,
Yes.
are those full tanks, empty tanks? What are those?
Those were generally full tanks.
Okay. And were you storing full tanks or empty tanks at the Carson property?
Usually empty.
Okay. What about Paragon?
That would usually be a mix. Whatever we had that was filled and did not get used would be taken over there. And then whatever empties we had at the end of the season that we didn't refill because we didn't expect to have another customer, those would also go over there.
Okay. Were you ever part of the filling of the anhydrous tanks?
Yes.
And how did that? How do you fill a tank?
There are two hoses, one for gas and one for liquid. So you take the forklift out there and generally, if a customer brought the tank back empty, they would just drop it up here in this area and you'd scale it back in on the scale. And then these are the mother bottles. That's what we filled the tanks out of. If our driver had brought them back, he'd just bring them back and line them up around here. So you would connect both the hoses and make sure that your bleeders were closed. And then you would open your valves and start the pump, fill it until the level gauge was up to a certain, usually about 80%. You had to allow room for expansion in the heat. And then you would shut it off and use your bleeder valves to clear the section in the line that you connected it to the tank. And then after that, you could take your lines back off the top of the tank.
You mentioned people would bring tanks and drop them off back by the mother tanks. Is that what you said?
That would be the driver. If he brought them back and scaled them back in, they could be taken back to be directly filled again.
Okay, so the ones that are being brought back there are the empties that need to be filled.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do after you filled them?
Once they were filled, they got parked back in this line along the north end of the farm.
Okay, was there anywhere else that those tanks were parked if they were full?
Usually, we had 4 larger tanks for the farm. Those were ours. Those, to the best of my knowledge, never went out to anybody. They were larger. They were more dangerous to pull down the road. They were heavier. They stored more. Those would be parked where I pointed right there. Those 4 tanks there, those were the farm's tanks. But other than that, that was not usually. There wasn't usually any other place that they were parked. No.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 161. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the back of the Carson Road Farm.
Okay, and so that would have been to the north, the one that you just showed us to the northeast?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is people's 162. What are those?
Those are
Like with all these buildings and access to this, like how's anybody seeing anyone do something wrong? Like he could have had this completely concealed and hidden. He's got the resources. They're doing this to set him up. Somebody. I bet. This feels weird.
anhydrous.
All these little buildings and sheds, as if this guy that owns this doesn't have one that's his own that nobody would get to go to. What the fuck is he? This is weird. No way he gets caught doing this if he wanted to, or he wouldn't do it just in front of all these cameras. They set him up in that shitty weld. Even if he couldn't weld that good, he did a shitty weld. Why the hell wouldn't he use the grinder and clean it up before you paint it? So easy to do. He fucking chopped it off. And if you think you can't clean up that weld with a grinder, I mean, this is simple, right? Then paint it. They would notice. Then that fucking, then that the guy's pissed at all the cops because they're running around, probably can't find this tank. Turns out the Hardy's got to point out to the cops that something about a tank, or I don't know how they got zoned in on that one tank because they didn't notice it. He was probably pissed. Then he's supposedly lying to the media about telling the cops he's the one that told the cops about the tank. That cop is protecting him, saying, oh, he was lying. Why would he lie about that?
Thanks.
He was fucking out there blowing his load, talking too much.
And People's 163.
Again, anhydrous tanks.
And the previous one I just showed you, was that at the Carson property?
Yes.
What about this one?
This is also the Carson property.
Okay. People's 164.
There's one liquid fertilizer tank and more anhydrous tanks in that barn there. Okay. That appears to be the same barn.
And when you say one liquid fertilizer, I'm going to assume it's the only one that looks different from the other three.
Yes, it would be the blue one with the orange frame.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 165. Is that also on Carson?
Yes.
All right, and what are these?
Those are anhydrous tanks.
Do you know the sizes? Are there different sizes of tanks?
Yes. We had several different sizes. They were different shaped. Some of them were tall, shaped more like a barrel. Others looked more like a propane tank, but they all served the same function.
And were you shown a handful of photographs of tanks that were found on the Paragon Road property?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 90. Is that one of the tanks from Paragon Road?
Yes.
So I want to look at the design of these. Tell me about the front end of that anhydrous tank.
The front end of that tank there has your valves where you would hook up to fill it. That would be the two smaller ones closer to the back of the tank, or to the left in that picture. There is the larger valve in the front is where you would hook on to empty the tank. They're protected by a steel cage in case you had it come off of the truck. That protected the valves from being knocked off and emptying the tank in public. And then towards the back of the tank there, that little white piece that sticks up, that's protecting a relief valve.
I'm going to, I can't do that. So the very back of that photograph, I was going to try to use the laser, but it's not working. So that is a cover for what?
That is a relief valve.
Okay.
Under pressure and heat, when it gets warmer out, it expands and it causes pressure in the tank. If the tank is overfilled, that relief valve will pop and keep it from turning into basically a giant bomb.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 92. Is this a smaller version of the anhydrous tanks we've been looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we see the
yes.
Okay. The back end with describe it for me again.
The relief valve. You're not actually looking at the relief valve in that picture. You're looking at a pipe that's welded onto the top of the tank to protect that relief valve. For the same reason, there's a cage over the valves on the front.
Okay, and that's what you were looking at in the last photograph too,
Yes.
correct? All right. And are most of the anhydrous tanks, well, let me ask you this. Have you dealt with the anhydrous tanks the whole time you worked at the Warner Farm?
I believe I started filling them, and I think it was my second year there.
Okay. Did you deal with them in some sort of capacity while you worked there then?
Yes.
Would this be I'm back to Exhibit 90. This valve on the back, the cover that protects it, would that be typically the way that they're designed?
That was standard for all the tanks that I remember us having, yes.
Okay. And you were shown a photograph of People's Exhibit 100, Tank 34. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And, well, let's first describe the front of that tank for me.
The front of the tank still has a cage over the
So
valve.
this is not the one that was in the field. This has the right. It has the big one on the left and a smaller one on the right. The one that was in the field didn't have that. Yeah, in her closing statement, she insists it's this tank. It doesn't have this. She says it in her closing statements. That's the tank they're in front of. Greca body cam shows it.
There.
Remember that.
That is, it's fairly standard. That is shaped a little bit more like a propane tank.
You know, this is a good picture. I'm gonna screenshot us on my iPhone. 12412.
What do you mean?
So we did have tanks that were shaped like that. If I remember right, we had three basic kinds. We had the big ones. There was 2 front loads, and 2 top loads, and then we also we had some taller ones that were more barrel shaped. We also had some more that were more torpedo shaped, a little smaller in diameter, a little longer in length.
Okay. So let's look at the back of this Tank 34. And can you describe the back of that for me?
It appears as though it has a different cover over the relief valves.
And have you seen a cover like that on the anhydrous tanks that you've come into contact with over the years?
I did not remember having a cover on any of our tanks like that.
So he's insisting that that's the only one with that little cover, and the rest of them had a pipe to cover those valves. Yet the one in front of them on that Greca sees it, that's a different tank that has that same one. So there's 2 of them so far. It's not this one. The one on Greca's body cam has that same cover. And the nipples are different. So there's at least 2 I've seen. Now that I know what he's talking about, I'm going to watch every goddamn one of them. And they better all have that little round pipe. Because he's just a test that's, like they push it. It's one of a kind. Yeah, I've seen 2 different ones. So let's see. From now on, when you see a tank, you look for that little up, down thingy, right? Keep your eye out for that. They're talking about this versus the little pipe thingy. They're saying it has a pipe, a white little pipe, instead of the up thingy to protect that blow-off valve, whatever, release. So this is one of a kind or something? Yeah, I've seen 2. There's the one on Greca's body cam that she says is the body's in. Doesn't have all these stickers on it. But it's unique or something?
Valves.
And have you seen a cover like that on the anhydrous tanks that you've come into contact with over the years?
I did not remember having a cover on any of our tanks like that.
I don't remember it. Therefore, what?
Your Honor, may we approach?
They're going to sniff each other's hair. They do this. The prosecution guy and the defense guy are sniffing hair right now.
We'll take a 5-minute recess here and
Oh. 5-minute recess.
We'll stay there for a moment, Mr. Boyd. Yes, sir.
A few more questions for you, Mr. Boyd.
So the next one's the
I'm
defense
going
one.
to show you
Shit,
some
that's
still
what it is.
images from the surveillance footage that we watched to see if you identified any of the items. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 38. First off, we only see a half of a body. Do you recognize that person?
It appears to be Dale.
Okay, and that was based on also watching.
Dale wants to make sure that they see him carrying this so on camera, so because he's about to go entomb his wife in a tank with an exact tool like this. So he wants to make sure the camera sees it good.
The surveillance footage.
He's a $50 million enterprise, businesses all over the place, and he wants to be an idiot and walk by with the tool. He's going to go entomb his wife's body. Yep, I get it.
Yes.
All right, and what does it appear he's carrying?
He's got the tool. You know, he's got the tool. He's going to go entomb his wife into a tank with. Yep. He just wants everyone to make sure they see it. Why put it in a box or a garbage bag or anything? Why stuff this in your back pocket? Like, I mean, I want the camera to see. We're about to go do it. Here, look, here's proof. I want you to catch me. Yeah. This guy's got fucking $50 bazillion businesses, and you think he's an idiot walking around with the fucking tool? He's about to go hide a dead body with.
He has grinding discs and a corded grinder.
He's got a disc, or maybe he's got a couple. Who cares? Yeah. He's gonna go hide a body with this. He just wants to make sure everyone can see it on camera.
I'm going to show you
We'll
People's
walk through a
Exhibit
bunch of other
43.
cameras. Yes.
We saw it in the video, the surveillance footage. This is going to be approximately 1:15 p.m. Did you see the item that was taken from that surveillance?
Like this guy's working. Like, just picture him not being guilty. Like this, he's going. Look at this. This is a storage room. He's going to get stuff. This is what happens in a farm. People run around and get stuff off the shelves. They've put stuff on shelves for when they need to go get them. This guy can't. He won't be able to do anything right. Because I mean, if he grabs a chain, like you think he's got all these here. If it doesn't need these, and they're just here for one day when he wants to hide his wife's body. Is this woman for real? These fucking chains are important for this farm, obviously. They have different ones, probably different lengths or different gauges. Or look at this. It's a whole operation here. Yeah, it's just a ruse so he can one day hide his wife's body.
From the back wall there?
Yes.
That would be a chain.
Okay.
A fucking chain. Oh my
I'm going
God.
to show you People's Exhibit 44.
Yes, you will. So it's a chain. He had a chain to do something. She has no idea he did it. And if he used that chain to weld it onto that tank at the end of it to hold that cap up when he took it off, as if he would use that grinder to just clean that up before he painted it again. Like, what's going on here? You would never even know he welded a chain on there, because the person who did it left it. They left you Easter eggs, in my opinion.
3:12 p.m.
So here, 3:12, right? So 3:12 means this is 20 minutes ahead. So in the other video, it was like 6:40, right? But now 3:12, so 8 to 3. So 8:30 to 3:12. Yeah, it is. I did this once before already. It is. So 8 to 3:12. is 40 minutes. 8:30 to 9:12 is 40 minutes, right? And then from 9 to 3 is 6. Yeah, so it is off by 6 hours and 40 minutes. Ooh, I'm going to catch you. 9, so 10, 11, yeah, 6 hours. Oh, I'm coming for you. You got lucky there.
This is the new shop, correct?
Yes.
All right, and I'm just going to zoom in here to, you see this big green
Yeah,
toolbox.
Big green tool
Toolbox.
bench. Toolbox, yes. But there's no welder in front of it.
Okay, what is directly to the left of that?
That would be a welder.
Oh, is it? You see that, don't you? It's like a small one. I thought the welder was big. Seems pretty small because the welder is up just tall. This one seems small.
And
Let's
is that
see, because is this the top of it, or is this the top of it?
because what do you recognize in there?
So you can see the stinger or the lead that's on the front.
I feel like this should be taller. Remember, when it's here, is it taller? This is like the blue box ports, you know? This is the one they say he takes, right? So why don't they ever show him taking it and returning it? They just show him walking here all the time.
Front of it, you can see the color and the
And that's yellow.
shielding gas bottle on the back of it.
I feel like that's pretty short. Thought it was much taller, but I'll have to see.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 50 that I asked you in the surveillance footage if you recognize that item. Here's a still image of that. First, do you
Yes.
recognize the bottom half of that body?
Yes, he wants the camera to know he's getting grinder discs. Sometime.
Yes.
And who is
We'll
that?
never get to know.
Okay. Now, can you tell what that item is in his hand?
It appears that he has grinding or cutting discs of
Got
some
something
kind in his
around
hand.
for sure.
I'm going to take you back to Exhibit. I'm going to take you to Exhibit 56.
Like this guy, if he's going
Again,
to do
this
that,
is the new shop.
okay, here it. Oh, it is shorter than I thought. Like, do you think this is their closing statements? 6:43. At 6:42, he comes in basically and parks this thing here, and then walks away. But he's here. She's awesome. So he just returned this. She doesn't even show you him coming to get it, because she said it was here before. Where's him coming to get it? Where's him returning it? She just needs to tell us that's what's happened here.
It's 43 p.m. on the.
What if he came here, moved this over, and got something from here? And something's up. The defense needs to go and check this out. What's going on?
25th. I'm going to zoom into the green.
That's a good zoom. It's actually clearer than I thought it would be. And that's shorter than I thought it was. Remember, let's see, it goes up to this line here. Remember that. I feel like this was such a taller one. It just feels different.
Toolbox. I'm calling that a toolbox. Is that accurate?
That is
It's
accurate.
a toolbox. Yeah.
And the item that you described as a welder that was sitting to the left of the toolbox, is that item there any longer?
It is not next to the toolbox. It's sitting in front of the toolbox, and you're viewing the side of it instead of the front of it.
All right. And is that the item that you identified as being in the
Yes.
front of the JCB? Okay. And we see the back of
Seems
somebody
small.
walking away. Do you
Yes.
recognize that person?
It appears to be Dale.
And what did Dale just do? Walk in this door and park this and leave? Or just walk past it from taking a pee in the bathroom? Like, what? Why don't you just show us? Man? This is wild. I remember it being tall.
During the course of your employment for the Warners, did Dale ever have to write you any notes or leave you any instructions or do anything that you had to read his handwriting?
From time to time, in the fall, we would take grain tickets. Also, if he happened to be the one that scaled out in anhydrous tank, either for himself or for the farm. We would still weigh it and keep track of it. So yes, I've seen his handwriting. Yes.
Okay. And I showed you certain exhibits that were certain handwriting examples, correct?
Yes.
I don't want to say examples, certain notebook pages or loose leaf papers. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And those were items that were taken from the farm in October of 2021. And did you observe, well, let me approach the witness, Your Honor. I've got exhibits 179 through 190, and you have it situated to something. So going back to
Oh, Nicole, it's just you and I, girl. You feel like watching? They're going to show the defense part
Can you
after
just look
this.
through those and don't tell me
I
what
might
they
as well.
are?
I can't sleep. I'm going to stay up anyway, so what the hell? You guys don't have to stay, but look at me. 10 hours and 34 minutes. So another 50 minutes? Okay, I can do it. This fucking guy, I don't know.
For the record, Your Honor, Mr. Boyd has People's Exhibits 179 through 190 that he's reviewing.
Oh, this is where he's going to compare. This is where they turn him into a handwriting expert to compare. Yeah, he's going to stare at this for fucking half. Yeah. So why rent a handwriting when you can get your son's ex-boyfriend, current who left the farm after his step or mother went missing, and he was
Are you
stealing
done?
money from.
Okay, and those
Now,
items,
like he can be the handwriting expert. Why waste your money on it when you've got this guy to be a handwriting expert? And your cop buddy is going to tell you that cops and FBI need voluminous amounts of handwriting samples to judge. Why bother that when you got this farmhand?
were some lined papers with writing on them and some loose leaf blank papers with
Loose
writing on them.
leaf?
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That is accurate.
Yep.
And some of
I-
them appear to be screenshots of map locations. Is that also accurate?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And there was
It's his
handwriting on those documents. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
That is correct.
Did you recognize the handwriting?
Do.
Yes, it appears to. Yes,
And whose
Yes, I'm a
handwriting is
pro.
that?
it appears to be Mr. Warner's.
Okay.
Fuck what the FBI need. Fuck the cop that's sitting here who says it in his own testimony. Fuck everyone. This guy's a pro. He's looked at a receipt and a tag.
I'm going to also hand you People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193. And
Yeah. Take advantage of his expertise
have a
now.
look at them.
He'll match. Why waste your money getting a pro expert? Use this fucker. His shirt alone tells you he's an expert. Yeah. Nothing for him to gain. He's about
I'm
to
gonna
marry
stop
the
you
guy
real
who's
quick,
going to
Mr. Boyd.
fucking
One-
be a bazillionaire. Yeah. His boyfriend, his fiance is about to win, not to inherit a fucking whole farm. What would he want Dell gone for? Guy's mom's gone. Life insurance is going to go in. He's getting a big chunk of it. He's fucking married and right up. Zach is a prize now. If we can get rid of Dale, you guys have got the farm to split. With Jaron, you split it. Everyone gets to divvy it up, and Prince Jaron gets to have a fucking 200-person wedding with a woman who fucking wouldn't even look at him in high school.
91.
This little gold digger is going to move right back in after he left. Oh, man. Yeah.
Just
It's his handwriting. Fucking right. Can't wait. I'm inheriting. I'm marrying into a dynasty with Zach.
that one.
Have you had the opportunity to look at that before?
Yes.
Okay, describe the front page for me. What is that?
That motherfucker.
Notebooks.
Handwriting.
Okay. And what type of notebook? What color is it?
The top one is black.
All right. And then when you flip through the pages, do the contents have handwriting in them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that handwriting?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It appears to be Dale's.
Okay.
Yep.
192. Can you tell
Yes.
me what the front page of that item is?
It's a black notebook.
Fucking
Okay.
Dale's.
A different black notebook than the first one?
Look at this guy.
It appears.
Why does anybody hire an expert when you can get a farmhand, disgruntled employee leaving after his boyfriend get caught stealing money? His mom disappears. He leaves the farm, and then he's about to inherit a big bucks, and now he's going to marry that guy, and the guy he's comparing is half that money is the inheritance is going to go to Zach. What does he have to gain except for like 40, 50 million, 30
yes.
million?
Yes, it appears to be a different.
How much is in life insurance and whatever, a quarter of the property for Zach? Because there's Jaron, and there's Zach, and there's fucking the two girls, Amber, Raquel. Everyone's making bank. Everyone's getting rich here. Because Raquel and Dustin Beard and fucking Amber's get the million. The young Jaron's, Prince Jaron married his sweetheart who hates him. 200 people at the wedding. They also got custody of Dale's daughter and Dale and Dee's youngest daughter. And she's going to hit the mother load soon too, when she turns 18. So everyone's making bank.
All right. And can you kind of flip through the pages on that one?
Dale is just a casualty here. He's in the way.
And you've looked at that before?
Yes.
And do you recognize that handwriting?
Yeah.
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
It's Dale's.
Yes. I believe.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 193.
Yep. What do you have to gain? Why would this guy lie? I don't know. Maybe it's a fucking bazillion-dollar check he's marrying. And it's pretty weird how he just left
And
a
what's
couple
the
months
front
after
of that
she
look
went
like?
missing.
It's
And he's the one who was teleporting all over that garage, right? And the garbage, handprints are all the fingerprints, is right near this tank. And supposedly the person who put this garbage there is the same one who moved that tank back there. Yet they don't show Dale getting back in. This motherfucker emptied all his garbage into that JCB. Could have very well been the guy who took that over there and got the tank. He's there fucking around with his younger brother, playing with trucks. His younger brother and him. Partners in crime? I don't know.
Notebook.
Okay. Color?
Like, he's on there the same time this tank shows up. He could have had that JCB. He's in there where that JCB is. The garbage is in the front of that JCB. They don't show Dale getting back in. The defense should just see it. Go look at that video. Who gets back in that JCB? Who the fuck? The defense needs to wake the fuck up. Too late now, right?
Pink.
Okay. Can I have you flip through that?
Why is the judge allowing this when the cop jumps up on stand and says him and the FBI need a voluminous amounts of writing samples to even tell with any certainty, handwriting samples, and to make a fair judgment. This fucking guy is just looking at shit on the stand here. This judge, this is one of the worst decisions he's let.
And you looked at that previously?
Like, what does he have to do to qualify for a handwriting expert? The FBI can't do this. The FBI wouldn't do it this way. This cop said he wouldn't do it this way. Yet this farmhand can?
Yes.
And do you recognize the writing?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
I believe it's Dale's.
Appears to be Dale's.
Appears to be. Cha-ching. Every time you implicate him, you're probably getting a couple $1 million from your boyfriend's bank account. Thank you. Fiance. This fucking guy wouldn't do what you just did. He's not that unprofessional. Or he's not well trained. FBI wouldn't do
I have
this.
no additional questions for Mr. Boyd.
Farmhand
At this time.
teleportation expert Ivan Boyd does.
Okay,
Thank
it is
you.
close to noon, so we are going.
Why did this fucking guy allow that? What a
To be breaking for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m. again. Before you go, I will just remind you that during the trial, don't read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. I will just remind you that you are still under oath.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boyd. My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner. Congratulations on your engagement. I wanted to start off with that. And then I also want to start off with the work that you did on the Warner property. So you said you worked there for roughly 4 years.
That's correct.
Did you work there full time or was it part time?
I was more than full time.
So if we looked at a week, would it change because you talked about planting season, harvesting season?
No less than 70, 80 hours a week.
All year long?
Yes.
Oh, that is a lot.
That's
okay. And is that 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
6 off season, 5.5, somewhere in there, 5.5 to 6 off season, and pretty much 7 days a week in spring planting and fall harvest.
So if we're talking about April 25th, 2021, that's a Sunday. Is that in one of the planting or harvesting? I assume it's not harvesting. But
We were starting to get into planting season where we were getting things ready and filling tanks and getting fertilizer applied.
could you come onto the property when you needed to work, or for example, you were working on your personal truck on that
Yes.
Sunday, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any sort of restrictions on when you could enter?
No.
And when you did that work, how closely were you working with Mr. Warner? So if you were working 70 to 80 hours a week, roughly what percentage are you working sort of side by side with?
I don't know if you guys noticed, but this guy's demeanor is completely changed. He doesn't have the prosecution coddling him. His heart is about to pop out of his chest. Watch his breathing.
Less than 10% of the time, I would say.
So fair to say you don't know what he's doing in terms of personal knowledge when you're not with him?
No.
Now, during your
Like his voice is so calm, and but I mean, none of this matches what's coming out of his mouth. He's nervous as fuck.
time working with Mr. Warner, how often did you hear him get angry?
I can once I heard him yell. That is all in 4 years.
And was that with an employee on the farm?
That is correct.
And was that someone who had done something
They
wrong?
absolutely deserved it. Yes.
They deserved it. Did Mr. Warner then apologize after yelling at a later on in the day?
Yes.
Would you describe Mr. Warner as being laid back?
So the one time in 4 years they've heard him yell on this farm, the person absolutely deserved to be yelled at.
Yes.
Would you describe him as someone who doesn't fly off the handle?
I would describe him as yes, someone who doesn't fly off the handle, who has most everything calculated out. Yes.
And someone who doesn't let his temper get the best of him?
That would be a fair assertion. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, as to your work, you talked about a number of different things you did, from driving truckloads to filling anhydrous tanks. And I want to focus on the anhydrous tanks. So if we're looking at your workload, what portion of it related to the anhydrous tanks?
It varied day to day and week to week. In the season where we were doing that, if I came back, I was done trucking. I come back in the afternoon. I got whatever field I was working or whatever I was done doing. I had mentioned Jim Hawkins. He also filled tanks. So he would fill them during the day to keep everything rolling. And then when I would get back, if we had any empties, which we usually did, I would fill them before I went home.
So you said to keep everything rolling. Are people coming to the property every day to get anhydrous tanks?
We had very few that came to the farm to get them. We had a driver that would take those tanks out to the customer's field, and then he would bring back empties with him.
So someone on the farm, so if I'm a farmer, I just want to make sure I understand, I would put in an order for an anhydrous tank,
Yes,
and then someone on the farm would deliver that tank to somebody,
that is correct.
and then they would take back an empty tank.
Yes,
And that process would continue as long as the farmer wanted that.
that's correct.
But you said there were a few people who came on the property to get their tank. Anyone in particular you can think of?
I may be slightly mistaken in that. If I remember right, the only ones that really came to get fertilizer from the farm was partridges, and they came to get liquid fertilizer, which is a different product.
What about the Hardys? Did they ever come to pick up their anhydrous tanks?
I believe that Hardee's did come, but I believe they usually
Like he hesitated there, like he doesn't. That's weird.
filled their own tanks and weighed them.
Oh, so the Hardys had all the access to all these tanks.
Okay, so great.
Tanks, Hardy.
Thank you for that clarification. So if I'm a farmer, you would fill the tank for me, and then it would either be delivered, or in the rare instance you said of the
If you're a
partridges,
Hardy,
they would come pick it up.
full
But the
you do
Hardys, they were able to fill up their own tank.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
I believe so.
And then how would that work?
What a coincidence! He's the one who points the tank out to the cops too, Hardy. Huh? Thanks.
So you've got that full tank of anhydrous ammonia. Was it weighed before it left the property?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you still have
Yeah, I'm sure the Hardys were doing everything by the book because
that pointer up there. Would you
Yes.
point to where that scale is?
That scale is this long red rectangle right here next to the office.
And so would a truck pull up on there and put the tank on to be weighed?
Yes.
And then it gets delivered. Then when the tank comes back, is it weighed again to see how much product goes out?
Yes.
And then that's how someone is billed?
Yes, that's correct.
And so again, if I'm the driver, I'm doing that for a particular farm, but the Hardys are doing that themselves.
Yes.
Now, what about other work that you did on the tank?
So they could say they're returning more. So the Hardys were working their own scales too, eh? Wow. Oh boy. So they could be.
Tanks. Were you involved with any sort of maintenance of the tanks?
Nothing really beyond flat tires or bad wheel bearings.
What about, and the tires, are those on the sort of the runners?
Yes.
So because the tanks don't have wheels, correct?
That is correct.
So what are they placed on?
They're placed on a running gear.
Okay, they're placed on running gear. So if there was a flat tire on the running gear, you would take care of that?
Yes.
But you weren't involved in any of the mechanics of the tank themselves?
No.
Do you know about how long those tanks are?
I would say the short ones were probably 12-ish foot, and the long ones, the big ones we had on the farm, were maybe 15 or 16.
Do you know how much they weighed?
I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood, somewhere between 6 empty and maybe 12 or 15,000 pounds loaded.
Okay, so when you say 6, you don't mean 6
6,000.
pounds. You mean how many pounds?
6,000.
6,000.
I think it's somewhere in there. It's been a long time since I.
No, that gives us a good idea. And do you know what the tanks are made of?
Steel.
Steel. Do you know how thick that steel is?
It should be probably. It's at least 1/8 to 1/4-inch steel.
Are there precautions that you take when you're working with anhydrous ammonia?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
You want to wear gloves. You want to wear eye goggles, something to protect your eyes. And you always want to make sure that you are upwind of where you're filling.
So you're filling them outside.
Yes, that's correct.
Why do you want to be upwind?
Because it will. It's dangerous. It's very cold. It'll burn your lungs.
What about? Is it flammable?
I don't believe that it is flammable.
So if we look at some of the tanks, which we'll look at next week as well, are there any sort of caution signs on the tanks?
I believe that there is. There's the green placards.
And what does that? So what does that tell someone if they see that?
Oh, I can't remember what the green placards are. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So you talked about the precautions you would take. So you would wear gloves, you would wear eye goggles, you would do this outside, so you were upwind of it, so you don't breathe it in. Anything else that you can think of?
I mean, not really, no.
Thank you. How many tanks do you think that you filled in the 4 years you worked there?
Oh, goodness. How many total for the farm, or how many do you think I filled in total as far as in all those years?
How about in all those years?
I would say north of 100.
And then anhydrous ammonia, is it the sort of thing where, for instance, you fill up the tank and then if it spills on the ground, you're fine with that? Or,
No.
okay, why not?
Again, it is, I can't remember the word for it. It scars your lungs.
So
that's what it does.
It's dangerous?
It is dangerous, yes.
Do you know, does it cause any sort of like staining or anything like that?
I would assume that it would burn you quite terribly. I wore gloves. I never came into skin contact with it.
Good. Sounds like a good plan. So we talked about you worked frequently 7 days a week. On Sundays, how often would you be there?
In season, I want to say that was, I can remember having the parts for that truck for at least 3 weeks.
Okay.
And I had not had a spare moment to work on it. It was fairly regular to work on Sundays. Usually, it would be a little later, slightly later in the day. It wouldn't necessarily be 7. It would be 8, maybe by the time I got there. And then I would leave sometime in the afternoon or evening.
Now you, it sounds like you worked a lot there.
I did.
You talked about a little bit about welding on the property. How frequently did you weld?
Maybe once a month.
Once a month. And what would you weld?
Brackets. If something was broke on a truck, a mud flap, some, little stuff like that. Nothing huge, no big projects.
Ms. Saylor, would you pull up Exhibit 150, which is our page 192? So it sounds like you know a little bit about the items that you would use to weld. Is that accurate, Mr.
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. So while we're waiting for that to pull up, I'll ask you the question. So you talked about, you thought that Mr. Warner had an angle grinder in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then you also referenced on the shelf, you saw a plasma cutter.
Yes.
And Ms. Saylor is working on the technology issue now. But I'm going to keep asking you questions. And if you need to see the photo, I know she'll get it to work. What is it for someone who is not a welder? What does an angle grinder do?
An angle grinder is used for cleaning the surfaces for, it's basically a giant hard wheel of sandpaper that is attached to an electric motor. And that's what you use to clean paint off in order to weld. If you don't clean the paint off before you weld, you won't be able to make an electrical connection, which is how welding works. And you wouldn't be able to weld.
So an angle grinder, so if I'm looking at an item that I want to weld, actually, do you mind pointing out there, since we've got here the plasma grinder there?
The plasma cutter.
Oh, excuse me, the plasma cutter.
Is the gray one there next to the blue barrel.
Can you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor? Thank you. So that's the plasma cutter.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. So we'll get to that in a minute. So the angle grinder. So if I want to weld something, I would use an angle grinder to take the paint off, and then I would weld it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then what about a plasma cutter? What is its purpose?
Plasma cutter cuts steel.
A plasma cutter cuts steel.
Cleanly, quickly. It's basically a faster version of a cutting torch.
Thank you.
I'm hanging on this guy's
Now,
every
you
word.
referred to a load barn. Would you point that on the map for us? Or the spray barn?
The spray barn.
Okay.
Yes, that would be number 7 over here.
Did you also hear people refer to that as a load barn?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone has sort of these unique little variances in their buildings, and I just wanted to make sure. So 7 is the spray barn, but it's also referred to as the load barn.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And then you indicated that tanks would be stored at the Carson property, the Paragon property, and on the Munger property. Is that correct? It sounds like every day there are tanks sort of being moved around on the property. Is that accurate?
Depending on the weather, yes.
And then more than one tank at times?
Yes.
When I listened to your testimony and you were identifying the surveillance videos and things that you watched and where you thought you saw Mr. Warner, I had that you saw him, correct me if I'm wrong, on the Kubota, which is the smaller sort of ATV vehicle, right?
Yes.
The JCB,
Yes.
which is the one with the scoop, the sprayer, that's the green one.
That's correct.
The tractor with the corn planter, that's the red one.
Yes.
And then the forklift, that has those 2 little prongs sticking
Yes.
out, right? Did I miss anything else?
No, but I would like to add that I don't believe that I identified Mr. Warner in the Versatile, although that is a tractor that he almost exclusively was the only one that used.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So you saw that, but you didn't identify him as driving
I
it.
did not see him identify him in the tractor.
Thank you. Now, anything else about your work that you think is significant that I have not asked you about?
I don't believe so.
Okay, terrific. I want to get to Sunday, April 25th, 2021. You said you got there in the morning. I know we're going back a number of years, so roughly maybe 10 a.m., 11 a.m.
Somewhere in there.
Somewhere.
Yes.
And you came, did your brother come with you?
No, he drove separately.
He drove separately. Now, at some point, Mr. Warner comes out and chats with you, correct?
Yes.
And he lets you know that Ms. Warner is missing.
Yes.
And he also says that he was concerned that she was missing, correct?
That is correct.
You, excuse me, when you were on the property, you just went on the property. You didn't like go and tell him, hi, I'm here or anything like that, correct?
No.
You just went to work on your truck.
That's correct.
And he didn't know your brother was coming either, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
That day, is it fair to say that everyone was in and out of there all the time?
Yes.
And a couple of drivers came in to get trucks. There were just people coming and going.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. No one told you you need to leave or anything like that, correct?
No.
At some point in time, you go to the load barn, which is the spray barn. That's number 7, right?
Yes.
And you are down there for roughly 13 minutes.
Yes.
And at that point, you're speaking with Mr. Warner, correct?
I don't remember.
Would listening to your interview help you remember?
You know what we could do, Nicole? I could like do this properly from front to beginning instead of jumping all over, because I feel like each time now that I know who all these guys are, it makes much more sense. So maybe we'll plan a good time and we'll start fresh and do everyone from front to back again if you guys want. Let me know, or I'll get the docs and read them. I'll see if I can find them and just read them instead. Like,
possibly, but I don't remember that from. There was many times that I would go down to that barn over 40. I couldn't pick out.
No, and I get that. We are in 2026. I am asking you something almost 5 years ago in April of 2021. I can let you listen to your interview if you would like. But do you dispute that you went down to the load barn and chatted with him?
No.
And that you assisted him with putting trash in the bucket of the JCB?
Yes.
I wouldn't
You didn't assist him. You're the one who threw the trash in.
I wouldn't have
And you teleported all around. Now you're fucking. This is very telling to me. Look at it. Because I'm thinking this guy jumps into this JCB and leaves with this garbage. Because his fingerprints are all over that goddamn garbage. He cleaned out the company truck. You know, that JCB, Dale leaves and Dale never gets back in it. The person, whoever drives it, that garbage over there and dumps it, supposedly is the same person who puts that tank over there. This guy's playing around with the trucks and all it. And then when Dale leaves, he's throwing stuff from that work truck into the bed. This guy's hands are all over that garbage. He doesn't remember?
I can't find the word for that. But
yeah, I can. Teleportation.
I wouldn't contest that. No.
Right. And so
No, there's a video of you doing it, dipshit.
I think I've got the interview that you gave to the police. And so you're not contesting that that's you on the interview saying that, correct?
No.
What did you say?
Thank you. And again, if you want to listen to it, you certainly can.
I would love to hear it.
Get of the JCB?
I wouldn't
listen to this answer. What was that question? Fuck, that was a good one.
possibly, but I
Listen to this guy stammer.
I don't remember that from
this question.
There was
coming up
many times that I would go down to that barn over 40. I couldn't pick out.
No, and I get that. We are in 2026. I am asking you something almost 5 years ago in April of 2021. I can let you listen to your interview if you would like, but do you dispute that you went down to the load barn and chatted with him?
No.
And that you assisted him with putting trash in the bucket of the JCB?
I wouldn't.
Wow.
I wouldn't
Wow.
have.
Whoa.
I can't find the.
Holy fuck. This is the part where within 5 minutes of this, he's teleporting all over, cleaning garbage out of the work truck, who is there working on his truck. It's just like something's up. Then Dale never gets back in this JCB, but supposedly his garbage is all he throws. He throws we see him he's throwing garbage in there, a bunch. He throws piles of garbage in this JCB, and then that's the we never see Dale get back in it. And then the prosecutor insists that that pile of garbage is now on top of the burn pile because Dale put it there. They don't show Dale doing it. They don't show Dale getting back in the JCB. And at the same time, the tank magically appears too. So maybe Dale's gone for a lunch because it's like 30 minutes too, from 6:07 to 6:37. Maybe Dale's taking a dinner break and this guy's going to clean up. He asked Dale if he can park and he'll throw all the garbage in. Dale gets out and he's like, oh yeah, you can use it for a bit and just have it back here by the time I'm done my 30-minute lunch dinner break or something. Man, imagine that. Imagine that. What an answer that was. And I always thought that was a weird time because what if it's this guy jumping back in and he's going and moving this tank around? Listen to this answer. It's right before he doesn't remember if he did all that stuff, throwing it in the garbage into that JCB. I mean, it's on video. He's throwing loads of garbage in. And then he cleans out the whole goddamn truck, which they don't show for some reason. Then they show him stopping and Dale getting back in this. No, they don't show anybody getting back in the JCB. They just show the JCB is the one who supposedly dumped his garbage and the tank. I'm thinking at the time I was thinking it was this guy. After hearing this
word for that,
but you're gonna fucking listen to this answer. Did you teleport and throw garbage? You doesn't even know. I've watched it 20 times. Yeah, you did. And then Dale doesn't get back in the JCB, but whoever did is the one who's putting your garbage on the pile and this tank over there. Is it you?
Yes.
And at that point,
yes, it is. Yeah. Well, did you hear that? I asked him if it was him, and he said yes. Check this out. Watch it. 17. So let me see. Let me do that again. For the record, this is official. I'm going to lock you in. I'm going to lock him in on an answer. Wait, where is it? It's got to be right about here. Was it you who drove did you teleport around, fill your garbage up in Dale's truck, and borrow it while Dale went for a dinner break, and put the tank over there too, and your garbage? Was it you?
And you are down there for roughly
Wait, sorry, I missed it. Was it you?
13 minutes.
Was it? Wait, here it is. It's 17:14. Let me ask that again. Did you teleport around the garage, empty a bunch of garbage from the work truck when you weren't there working? You were working with your brother. Did Dale get out of the JCB and take a 30-minute break for dinner and let you borrow his JCB? And did you throw your shitty garbage in there and then dump it in the burn pile, and then the tank appeared magically at the same time? Was it you?
Yes.
And
okay, thank you.
At that point, you're speaking with Mr. Warner, correct?
I don't remember.
Would listening to your interview help you remember?
Yeah. No. Maybe you should hey, what's up, Monday? Carol and Paula. Good morning, guys. Listen to this guy's answer right now. Listen to it. This is Ivan, the teletransportation expert, who was boyfriend of Zach, who Zach was accused of taking like 80 grand or whatever from the safe, the trucking business. It was about to fold. Then a few months after D went missing, this guy left the farm and I guess broke up with Zach. And now Zach is about to hit it big with inheritance and life insurance. And he's now Zach's fiance. And he was there teleporting around, putting garbage in the JCB, while Dale never gets back in to the JCB on video. And the prosecutors close the statement. And then his garbage is all over the pile, the burn pile. And the tank appears too. So it's implied whoever put the garbage there is to put the tank there. And this guy, basically, I was at the time thinking, was he the guy who gets back in it? And now, after this answer, he can't even remember he put garbage in. Yet he's throwing shitloads of garbage in this thing on video. Was it you?
Possibly, but I don't remember that.
I remember. Well, it's on video.
There was many times that I would go down to that barn over 40. I couldn't pick out.
No, and I get that. We are in 2026. I am asking you something almost 5 years ago in April of 2021.
Do you have anything to gain from Dale being put away? What? Your fiance is about to inherit the mother load from this fucking guy?
I can let you listen to your interview if you would like. But do you dispute that you went down to the load barn and chatted with him?
No.
And that you assisted him with putting trash in the bucket of the JCB?
Did you? The video we watched, you putting shitloads of trash in there. For some reason, half of it teleports from the truck you're not even there working on, the work truck. Wow. What's your answer?
I wouldn't have I can't find the word for that. But I wouldn't.
Wait. Can you please repeat that answer? Wow. 18, 19. That was a fucking wild answer. The guy who I thought could have been the one who drove the JCB over there, at the time, prosecutor accused Dale of putting the garbage on the pile and putting the tank over there. This guy's hands are all over it. Suspiciously, he waits till Dale leaves to get all the garbage out of that truck. This guy's left the farm a couple months after D went missing, broke up with Zach. Zach was caught stealing money from the trucking company. It was about to fold. The PPP loan came in and then it kept him afloat for a bit. This guy disappears. He must have had something. After D left, it must have been difficult for him. Now, Zach is a bazillionaire, almost like Prince Jaron. He's now Zach's fiance. Wow, the life insurance came in, I guess, and the farm. Dale's gone. Zach's gonna be what, a quarter between the four of them? Zach's getting a big chunk of it. Did you put on video? I saw you put garbage. Is that why she cut that part out so we didn't see how much garbage you put in there? And he cleaned out that little truck when he's not even there working on the work truck. When Dale got out, it's almost like he's looking at, that truck. Was that all stuff that needed to go? Wow. He was working on he was just there working on you weren't working that day. What's your answer?
Would like. But do you dispute that you went down to the load barn and chatted with him?
No.
And that you assisted?
And we watched on video, and for some reason the prosecutor chopped it all up and made you teleport all over to hide the amount of garbage you actually put in that bucket. And then Dale never gets back in. Was it you that dropped in there and drove it over there? And you had that time to put, if we imply it was Dale, Dale's the one who put that tank. She's implying Dale's the one, the prosecutor dumped the garbage. Therefore, Dale also put the tank over there. But was it you? It's your garbage. That fucking truck, you cleaned the whole thing out. And the prosecutor seemed to cut it out for some reason. Why? What is going on? This guy has so much to gain from Dale disappearing. He's a handwriting expert. Dale's got to go. You don't remember? It's on video. You put a shit ton of garbage in this bucket.
Him with putting trash in the bucket of the JCB?
I wouldn't I wouldn't have I can't find the word for that.
Can you repeat that? That's a great, wow. I got to hear it one more time. That's a beautiful answer, man. The garbage. Tell us about the fucking garbage that you, on video, put shitloads in. And they don't show Dale getting back into JCB. But the prosecutor implied whoever did put this get back in this JCB and pile your shitload of garbage on this burn pile also puts a tank over there. What did you have to do with that? Was it you? Did you even put one or two little pieces in the bucket before you teleported and the other stuff magically ended up in the bucket? Did you have anything to do with that on video, which I've watched 20 times?
I wouldn't have I can't find.
Whoa. I'm starting to think you did. The defense needs to rest. Who gets back in that JCB? Is it the dude with the hat? Or is it the dude with the hat and the dark shirt, or the Dale? Is it Ivan or Dale? Because if it's Ivan, oh boy, this motherfucker.
The word for that, but I wouldn't contest that. No,
this guy's about to marry into the dynasty after taking off a few months after Dee disappears, and his boyfriend at the time was taking money from the business or the safe or whatever they said it, and then the PPP loan kept them going for a little while. And this guy, she disappears and he takes off, and he can't remember if he's loading all that shitload of garbage that we watched him load. For some reason, the prosecutor cut that video up. Oh my God, that's the teleportation's this guy.
So I think I've got the interview that you gave to the police, and so you're not contesting that that's you on the interview saying that, correct?
No.
Thank you. And again, if you want to listen to it, you certainly can. And then on that day, the entire day you were there, you don't remember seeing Mr. Warner with a tank at all, correct?
I do not, no.
And you don't remember seeing Mr. Warner.
Oh, he's so nervous. Was it you? Did you put the tank there? Is that what?
Doing anything with the tank, correct?
I do not.
Did you? Ask him. Did you put the tank there?
On that day, April 25th, 2021.
Did you move any tanks around with the JCB?
That's
Did you drive the JCB? Answer that.
Sunday, you did not see anything out of the ordinary on the Munger property, correct?
No.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct. I did not see anything out of the ordinary.
I have a feeling she needs to ask better questions because he's ready to crack.
To be fair, I wasn't looking for anything out of the ordinary. It was just another day.
Just another day.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Just another day where you loaded a bunch of garbage in a JCB, which, oh my God. Look at him. He's ready to crack. Why is she letting up on him? Push him. He's going to fucking spill the beans. Oh, their prosecutor wants to cut this off. This is that part where it's like the coach is going to realize the other team's going to like scoring a bunch of goals. It's like call a timeout. Can't let this go on. This guy's going to. They're saving him here somehow. Some fake disruption or something. What's going on? Does the prosecutor tap their nose like they to steal first base and these people are all jumping into action? This is they're saving. Look at this guy. Well, you see a ghost. Do you see a ghost, young man? He was about to crack. What's all this fucking fumbling around now? Let's time out. Whoa. Hold off. This guy's talking way too much. Look at him. He's like looking at, everyone's fucking. Wow. Just in time. This guy's about to spill the beans. Thank God they fucking stopped that. Emergency. Oh, good distraction. Saved his ass.
Did you already unhook it? He just unhooked it.
Look at this. She's smiling and pretending. Oh my God. This guy was just about to crack. Thank God. Fucking saved his ass.
I believe you discussed in 2021 anhydrous tanks would be delivered to other.
So why did the defense just stop talking there? They run out of time or something? Why did that? What happened there?
To be fair, I wasn't looking for anything out of the ordinary. It was just another day.
Just another day. Great. Thank you, sir.
So she's done. Thank you, sir. That's weird. Why would you stop? You're ready to spill the beans and something. She let him off the hook.
And did anybody else, to your knowledge, move those tanks? Deliver the tanks? I apologize.
I would on occasion if Levi. Mr. Seal.
Correct.
That's correct.
And who would do those deliveries?
Did
you already unhook it?
Everything.
He just unhooked it.
Take 10. This guy is fucking just about to spill the beans. Why would the defense let up? Fucking guy was about to crack. Look at him. His soul jumped out of his skin. This is just a carcass.
I believe you discussed in 2021 anhydrous tanks would be delivered to other farms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
His heart rate now. Oh, she's come to save me. You can breathe now. His fucking the soul came back. He's like, oh.
And who would do those deliveries?
Levi.
Who?
What's Levi's last name? Levi Sealer.
Levi Sealer.
Leroy.
Levi.
Mr. Sealer.
Okay. And did anybody else, to your knowledge, move those tanks? Deliver the tanks? I apologize.
I would on occasion. If he wasn't there, we had enough orders for me to do so.
Okay. Do you know if Jim Hawkins delivered those too?
I would assume that if I wasn't there, yes.
Okay,
I
but
don't
you don't
know for a
sure.
fact.
Okay,
No.
all right. And did you ever see Dale moving tanks around the farm?
Very
wait,
rarely,
moving tanks or delivering tanks? What?
unless he was hooking up to go to the field with our own tanks to apply on our own ground.
Okay. Is that something he would typically say, hey, I need you to go do this to an employee?
Usually, I'm going to go. For instance, I'm going to go up and I'm going to apply on the Point property. Can you bring 2 or 3 tanks up there, and then I should be good.
Okay.
So this guy's shuffling tanks all over the place. Wow.
And I believe you stated that you never saw the defendant.
I think the bags under his eyes have grown. Just interrogate this. He didn't start with this much baggage. Holy fuck.
Let his temper get the best of him. Is that accurate?
No. Yes, that is accurate.
All right. And were you around him all the time?
Maybe an hour or two cumulative over the week.
What?
We talked a little bit about the anhydrous tanks and how they're dangerous. If I have an anhydrous tank and it's empty, what does it mean to bleed it off?
I mean, that you would open up the
drain,
one of the valves, in order to take the pressure out of it, so that it was at the same atmospheric pressure as
outside
the environment.
Okay, so now the tank is empty and it's been bled off. Is there anything dangerous about that now?
I would believe that there would still be a very small amount in the bottom of the tank that's liquid.
Okay, but it would no longer be what it was when it was pressurized, correct?
It wouldn't be as dangerous, no.
Okay. And you indicated exposure to a small amount could cause the lungs to scar. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That would cause coughing?
Coughing, shortness of breath, inability to catch your own breath. And in severe cases, I mean, it will kill you in a large enough amount.
In a large amount, okay. Now, you indicated that you had been working a lot at that point in time, but the 25th was your planned day off. Is that?
Yes.
And nobody expected you on the farm that day, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
But to be fair, there was not very many days that I didn't at least drive through.
Okay.
Oh,
I believe so. On the surveillance footage, we see the defendant in his uniform. Can you describe the top he had on for me?
The shirt?
Yes.
It would have been a gray war egg uniform shirt.
All right. And was that, do you remember if that was short sleeve, long sleeve?
Short sleeve.
I got 30 of them. Exact same.
Let me ask you this. If you weld with a short sleeve shirt on, what's going to happen?
You are going to get something called welder burn, which is kind of like sunburn.
Okay. And how soon after you get this sunburn would that appear?
Within hours. If you were welding in the afternoon, by the evening time, you would experience it.
Okay. And
prolonged exposure.
Okay. And then, so it could be anywhere from hours to.
I would say you'd have to be welding for at least an hour.
Okay.
Pretty continuously in order to get weld burn.
Okay.
How about if you're working in the farm?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me show you People's Exhibit 74.
Shows his arms. Yeah. So dumb. Even if he has a burn,
What does
I
that
think you can
appear
tell
to
he
be
got
to
it from.
Objection. He's not an
This-
expert on
This is a
welding,
body cam.
burns. He's talked about his own.
The farmer has a farmer's tan, and this is a body cam video of this guy. He had gloves on. Even if he was welding, Was he welding his wife into a tank? Or was he welding because he's got a bunch of welders and does it often? Was he out fixing a fence, cutting with, barbed wire stuff or whatever, and needed to keep his gloves on? Yeah. The farmer has a farmer's tan. Therefore, how did he get this? Oh, he must have welded his wife into a tank. Look at his arms are red.
Experiences, but to be able to look at a photograph and say one way or the other, I think is out of this witness's purview.
It's fucking ridiculous.
I think he can
Anyone's
testify
purview.
based on.
You think he can tell how he got that red mark? And a doctor couldn't even tell you that.
Observing his
Fuck
own
off.
experiences, as well
to
as
this.
observing the welding gloves that were taken from, the welding gloves that were pictured on the farm that day, Your Honor.
Or sustain the overrule. This fucking guy.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't think
Okay,
there's
you're
a
fucking
sufficient
right.
basis
Or
for
state
him to
the
offer
objection.
an opinion on this issue.
Because that's goddamn ridiculous. A doctor could even do that. I'm a fucking farmhand, borderline
You
idiot.
talked about the angle grinder a little bit, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Like this prosecutor almost turns this guy into a handwriting expert and then a medical doctor to assess a burn on the arms as the time this guy entombed his wife in a tank with a torch. And there's no proof he did. But look at that red. I can tell it's not from welding anything else. It's from welding that tank 34, the red marks on his arm. Oh my God. This fucking guy is nervous as fuck. Him and Jaron are right up there, man. There's more to this.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 38. Is that the item you were talking about?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And that item can also cut through steel, correct?
That is correct.
Plasma? Yeah.
I'll rephrase it. Can that item cut through steel?
Yes.
Can it? Can it? Would he walk past a camera on his way to entomb his dead wife in a tank with it? That's a better question. Would this guy running an operation, $50 million multiple business, think he's gonna walk past a goddamn camera with the tool he's about to entomb his wife's body in a tank with? This thing is a great tool. He probably uses it for everything. Man. Fuck. Like a guy that's going to hide a body puts it in a box or a bag. They don't walk around in a can. Oh my God, this guy's not going to do anything bad. No worry at all. He's fucking working. He's probably whistling. I think if he took an attempt to put it in a box or a bag or hide it, I would be suspicious because, but this isn't suspicious.
You indicated that on Sunday, April 25th, that when you did talk to the defendant, he was concerned that his wife was missing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
He had formed an opinion of what he thought had happened to her. He said that she must have left. I can remember him telling me that she had taken some items with her. He'd noticed that they were missing from the house, and I would say he was visibly worried about where she might be or if she might be okay.
Did he express that in words to you, that he was concerned about where she might be?
Yes.
Every time he says you got to drink.
Several times after that.
You indicated that you believe you assisted the defendant in putting some trash into the JCB back by the spray barn.
He doesn't remember.
Yes. On Sunday the 25th, correct?
Oh,
yes.
He does now. And who gets back in that JCB? Tell me, defense has got to find that. She doesn't seem to show it. Yet she implies whoever did was Dale, and that he went and dumped his garbage on the burn pile and put a dead body tank right beside it. I think it was this guy. And look at him. This fucking, why is he sitting there with the prosecution?
Exhibit 174.
Driving me bonkers.
Is that the What is this?
That is the end of that spray loadout barn.
Okay. And where is the trash container? Well, what trash would you be taking out?
So like everything else in the world that we live in, chemicals are packaged in several different packages. So your jugs of chemical will be packed in boxes. The boxes will be packed in crates. The crates will be put, it's all saran wrapped on a pallet.
Is there a dumpster outside of the spray barn?
No.
Is there a dumpster anywhere out here?
No.
Okay, and where would
generally huck all the boxes off to the side somewhere behind the walk door. And then when we got to it, or the pile got too big to contain, when we had about a bucket load, we'd take it out and dispose
Put
of
it on the burn pile. It's a dead body in a tank. Oh yeah, he's gonna need new underwears right after this. Jesus Christ. He's gonna faint.
Nothing further.
He's about to throw up. Oh God, he knows what happened to her.
Mr. Boyd, you indicated that an angle grinder can cut through steel. What's better to cut through steel, an angle grinder or a plasma cutter?
It depends on the application,
Duh.
but it is
Never. It's a plasma cutter
It
always.
would be quicker to cut large amounts of metal with a plasma cutter.
Easier.
Thank you.
Quicker.
I have no
more
additional questions.
efficient, Quieter. Jury questions. We're gonna have a huddle. He's gonna get the
The
sniffer
angle
hair.
grinder versus the plasma cutter. Is there one that's going to give me a straighter cut?
The straighter cut would probably be the angle grinder.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, plasma cutter will be pretty straight too.
How long would it take to cut through about 1/8 of steel with an angle grinder?
It depends on the
Depends.
length,
Depends.
but it would not take very long with either device. One of them is melting it, and one of them is cutting it.
And what's not very long to you?
For instance, it would take 5 seconds to cut a chunk a foot long. In half, it would probably take closer to a minute and a half to cut it with an angle grinder.
So an angle grinder is going to take longer.
Yes,
And does it depend on how fast it's going?
they're all pretty much a set speed.
All set a set speed so you don't adjust the speed?
No,
But the quicker of the two is going to be the plasma cutter.
yes.
No additional questions. Thank you.
How would the quieter? There's people running around this place. Like the angle grinder would make a hell of a noise on that empty tank. Man.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury
We have
questions?
several questions from jurors if counsel.
Oh, he loves it. These two creepers get to sniff their hair. Watch. This guy, prosecute, and the defense guy. Watch. Here he comes. He loves it. Look at him. This guy loves it. She's got better hair. I'll give that to the prosecution. Look at this guy. He's fucking seen a ghost. There's ghosts all over the place. He sees like 10 ghosts. Oh, look at he's made a puddle. He's piddled in his puddle. He just peed himself. He just farted. Oh, he's so nervous. Oh my God. He's involved. Look at, I'm on to you. Dude, you can do it. You can do it. You're not going to jail. You're not going to jail. I'm not going to jail. Zach, I love Zach. He's hot. I really love him. He's almost rich. Oh, let's get married, Zach. You're about to inherit fucking bazillion dollars, 5, 10 million, 20, whatever. The life inheritance, you can do it. Just think of the life inheritance she's getting. The life insurance and the farm, quarter of it, whatever is going to be his. I love him. I love Zach. I love Zach. Can't wait to sign that paper. I'm in. I'm rich. If I just don't go to jail, I'm going to be rich. Oh, and in love. Oh, what's going on here? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Should fast forward more. Yes, right. Till they're done this huddle. I enjoy watching this guy take a shit. So let's see. This is going to be like at least 2-3 straight minutes of this guy about to dump his pants. Look at. I'll skip ahead, but it's going to be another minute and a half of this guy about to shit his pants. Look at him. I can feel it. I feel the poop in his pants. I smell it. I smell it. Ah. Sure. Better be a good question. Look how tall he's sitting down. Looks like he's standing up beside this guy. This better be a good question. So goddamn nervous.
All right, Mr. Boyd, one of the questions is about a prior interview, so we're going to have you listen to that, the relevant section of that interview.
For the record, please have you let me know the date of the interview that you're having him listen to.
Sure. So that interview was, well, I can tell you, so the time was 45:36. The interview was with Detective Drewer and Detective Singleton.
Oh, Drew, yeah.
It was 8/23/2024, but I'm going to confirm that.
8:23. Man, 8:23. 8:16 is when it's all going down. He's calling, and Drew is on the case. He's shaking down Jaron. Then 8/17/2024 is when that jailhouse phone call is made, right? Then this a couple days later, and then then they go arrest Jaron in 2025. And Jaron's off all the charges. So this is like 5 or 6 days after. No, wait, 17th. So it's almost 8 or 9 days after the jailhouse phone call. Of course, he gets headphones. So we're gonna watch him listen. What?
45, 40.
Oh, that was dumb.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So I remember he said something, right? What does he say?
So the question related to what you just listened to is, was there something said by Mr. Boyd in his original interview about loading trash in the JCB?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on camera. You loaded a shitload of trash. And for some reason you stammered here.
I did in that interview say that I remembered fairly certainly that I helped him load trash out of that barn into the bucket of the JCB.
They didn't show. Wait a sec. They didn't show Dale loading any trash. You loaded it all, and you went and got it from that truck too. And the prosecutor seemed to skip it out, so you looked like you're teleporting all over the place. And they cut out the part where Dale gets back in and drives away.
Right. I don't know how you want to do follow-up questions, if you have any, if you want to do them question by question, or if you want to wait.
I'd say maybe all the questions, the way I think we've normally been doing it.
I'd like to go question by question.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
So that interview where you indicated you helped him take trash out was in 2024, correct? August of 2024?
Yes.
And
August 26th, a couple days after, this fucking detective is shaking everyone down.
were asked if you remembered anything specifically from the 25th, correct?
Yes.
And did you really have a memory of 3.5 years prior?
It's my best guess that's.
Well, show him the video, because it's him on video doing it. In your closing statements, young lady.
That's what happened.
You have a video of it.
And I don't for certain remember that.
Well, let me refresh you. Just wait a couple days, because in the closing statements, this prosecutor here is going to show you doing it. Although she does a bunch of editing and teleportation. Now I know why. Because they don't want to draw attention to that. Oh my God. Why is the defense letting this go?
60 to 70% sure that's what
I'm
I did.
a 1,000,000% sure. I saw it. It's in her closing statement. She's got video of you doing it. Your little white hat.
It was a common occurrence. Yeah.
Why are we so nervous about this? You just threw garbage in, right? It's that all that shit came out. For some reason, the prosecution chops out him. He puts two pieces in and disappears. Dale gets out and disappears. Then all of a sudden, who knows how long it's been, he clears out a bunch of shit from this truck bed. It all shuffles around, and then the bucket is full of garbage. And Dale isn't seen ever again on this. Dale's not seen getting back in. Then in the next video, she implies that Dale is the one that jumped back in this GCB and put this pile in the garbage. And there's a tank there now. Therefore, that person who put the garbage, his garbage on that garbage burn pile, also put a tank there. Yeah, did Dale get back in that JCB? Who did?
You know, if I went down there and Dale was loading up trash, I'd help him load it.
Okay,
You didn't
so
help
if you
anyone. You fucking did it all.
were told you were by the spray barn that day, that would have been your best guess?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Boyd, when you were interviewed, you said you were 85 to 90% sure that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm 1,000,000% sure because I watched him do it. And I'm very weirded out because there's a bunch of edits, teleportation editing, and the whole, he's not even there working that day yet. He's emptying all that garbage from the work truck. To go to the burn pile? Ooh.
No, thank you.
He's the
Next question
teleportation
is,
guy,
any
guys.
chemicals on the farm that would cause burns or red skin if exposed?
Oh my God.
Several depending on the
Chemicals
length
in your kitchen that
of
could do that.
exposure to them. I mean, most fertilizers are not real good stuff. They do have the ability to have reactions with the skin. They're
How about the sun? Could a farmer get a farmer's tan from the sun too?
chemicals.
On a farm?
The
Say
the
one more
worst
time.
one by far is the
dare you.
anhydrous.
Say
That is the one that's going to give you the most
dare you.
adverse
dare you.
reaction with the least amount of exposure.
One more time. Oh, I gotta shut this down soon. Oh my God, because YouTube cuts me off at 11:55, so I gotta shut it down. What do we got? There's 48, 57 minutes left. How much time is left?
You were exposed to a chemical that caused burns to your
I gotta speed
body.
it up a bit.
How long would that exposure or that take to show?
With regard to anhydrous,
No,
I
it
just
ends-
would ask that it be based on his personal
It
knowledge.
ends in
That is that, so if he, if
6
this has
minutes.
happened to
I can
him,
do it.
he says
Okay.
it, or if he saw it happen to someone.
So as
rather
soon as
than
this
just
ends,
speculating about this.
I'm
He's
shutting it
not an
down.
expert.
Like 5 minutes.
no, and you're right. I'm not.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you not to speak any further.
Um,
Wise, you have any response to that?
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Have you personally observed any burns that you know to be from chemical burns?
Like
Yes.
this is the
The
whole
chemicals that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that? Who did you observe that
Dale.
Um,
Dale.
on myself. I
Cool.
mean, we would handle chemicals, and from time to time, I would get a little on my forearm.
Ooh.
What chemical did you burn yourself with?
Did you weld
I
a body into a
believe
tank?
it was liquid 28, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Maybe it was you.
And did
If
that
you're
cause
on-
blistering or anything?
Did not cause blistering.
What were they red? Were you wearing gloves?
I actually was covered head to toe in it, and it was
Whoa. Were you
It
welding
wasn't
a
quite
tank,
as
a
bad
body
as
to
a
a tank?
sunburn, but it was definitely
Oh my God, head to toe. Like
very
like
itchy, very
welding a big huge
uncomfortable,
tank
very
and weird
red.
angles. Oh my God. Was that around the time D went missing?
Thank you.
Whoa.
I have no questions on that topic.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh my God, I have like 20. What?
To your
This guy-
knowledge, how often would anhydrous tanks from the manufacturer be modified by employees or people at the farm?
Modified? What?
To my knowledge,
Never. Just that one. Oh, modified?
maybe one or two a year. I mean, we didn't do a ton of maintenance if something was broken, but that really wasn't my duty. That was it was usually done by Jim, if I remember right, as far as maintenance on the tanks.
So when you said maintenance on the tanks, I think I heard you say is it Jim, is that correct?
Yes.
Jim Hawkins?
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't know anything about maintenance or altering tanks?
Nothing more than changing tires and wheel bearings.
Thank you.
Do you know, were the tanks purchased from the manufacturer, or were some of them purchased used?
I believe it was a mix, but I wouldn't be able to comment really on that.
Okay, thank you.
Does the plasma cutter need gas to function or cut?
No. Plasma cutters
that.
work off of, so you would supply an air source, compressed air from an air compressor, as well as usually it's a 220 volt electrical current, and that's what what it uses to cut.
I had to speed them up because I'm running out of time.
Go follow up on that question, Your Honor.
As soon as they're done here, I meant shut her down. So have a
Does
great day,
Jerry
guys.
normally work in the spray barn?
Ooh,
Only probably as much as I did, which was fairly limited. I don't believe that he even had knowledge of how to run the loadout system in that barn.
You don't believe it, eh?
So he would have been in there as much or less than
Could
me,
he
to my
put garbage in the JCB?
When you say you would have been in the spray barn as much or less than you, how often were you actually in that spray barn?
in season, maybe 2 to 3 times a week, maybe on, if we had a lot of customers that were doing liquid fertilizer application.
Thank you.
No follow-up, thank you.
Oh, that's it.
Is it typical that Dale will spray on a day as windy as April 25th? And that's in reference to the tree moving in the camera.
You are not supposed to, and it was not, it's not recommended. I don't, I was not around the farm when he usually sprayed, so I wouldn't have a whole lot of knowledge on that.
What if he sprayed down upwind? And went,
No follow-up, thank you.
all right.
Okay. And so that is all of the questions.
Okay.
Can
Fuck
we
this
excuse
part. He's
Mr.
just going to
Boyd
read the
from
bullshit
BCT?
to the jury. So
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So Mr. Boyd, you are released. You're free to go. Or if you wanted to remain in courtroom, you're able to do that.
I'm going to see it. I'm pretty sure he just reads the bullshit to the jury, but let's see.
Likely, what would Dale have used the grinder tool
Oh,
for?
no.
That were not.
What was this?
Now
Okay,
jury's
so we had
gone?
several questions that were not asked, and I believe with
Okay.
respect to all of these, the attorneys agreed that they should not be asked. So I just want an opportunity to read those into the record. The first is, most likely, what would Dale have used the grinder tool for?
Hmm.
The next is it possible to reliably identify the individual who performed a weld based solely on its visual appearance? If yes, have you had an opportunity to inspect the weld on tank 34? And if yes, can you determine who welded tank 34?
Huh. Come on.
The next is, on all the anhydrous tanks you've seen at the farm, have you ever seen another cover over the relief valves like the one on tank 34? Are those covers always factory or manufacturer installed?
Well, I'm going to tell you because
And the
I'm going to be
last
looking at every
is,
tank
have you
now.
ever noticed Dale and Dee argue? If so, did it ever turn physical? Is that accurate?
He
Ms.
didn't even see him
Weisenberg?
yell at an employee.
All right. And so with respect to the last question, we did decide that was a question I received early on in the testimony and that it had been adequately covered.
Okay, guys, I've got to shut her down. Have a good day.
I think
This
that's
is
the
it.
only one of those that we had that issue with.
All right.
Anything else we need to address on the record right now?
No.
Here, I'll
Go
just
away.
place on the record that we did have a witness who appeared